Doctor will be in to see you in a moment. The monitor gone. Ender tried to imagine the little device missing from the back of his neck. Oh, I'll roll over on my back in bed and it won't be pressing there. I won't feel it tingling and taking up the heat when I shower. And Peter won't hate me anymore. I'll come home and show him that the monitor's gone, and he'll see that I didn't make it either, that I'll just be a normal kid now, like him. That won't be so bad then. He'll forgive me that I had my monitor a whole year longer than he had his. We'll be, well, not friends, probably. No, Peter was too dangerous. Peter got so angry. Brothers, though. Not enemies, not friends, but brothers. Able to live in the same house. He won't hate me, he'll just leave me alone. And when he wants to play buggers and astronauts, maybe I won't have to play. Maybe I can just go read a book. But Ender knew, even as he thought it, that Peter wouldn't leave him alone. There was something in Peter's eyes when he was in his mad mood. And whenever Ender saw that look, that glint, he knew that the one thing Peter would not do was leave him alone. I'm practicing piano, Ender. Come turn the pages for me. Oh, is the monitor boy too busy to help his brother? Is he too smart? Gotta go kill some buggers, astronaut? No, I don't want your help. I can do it on my own, you little bastard, you little third. This won't take long, Andrew, said the doctor. Ender nodded. It's designed to be removed without infection, without damage, but there'll be some tickling, and some people say they have a feeling of something missing. You'll keep looking around for something you were looking for, but you can't find it and you can't remember what it was. So I'll tell you, it's the monitor you're looking for and it isn't there. In a few days, that feeling will pass. The doctor was twisting something at the back of Ender's head. Suddenly, a pain stabbed through him like a needle, from his neck to his groin. Ender felt his back spasm and his body arched violently backward. His head struck the bed. He could feel his legs thrashing, and his hands were clenching each other, wringing each other so tightly that they arched. "Dee Dee," shouted the doctor, "I need you." The nurse ran in, gasped. "Got to relax these muscles. Get it to me, now. What are you waiting for?" Something changed hands. Ender could not see. He lurched to one side and fell off the examining table. "Catch him!" cried the nurse. "Just hold him steady. You hold him, doctor. He's too strong for me. Not the whole thing. You'll stop his heart." Ender felt a needle enter his back just above the neck of his shirt. It burned. But wherever in him the fire spread, his muscles gradually unclenched. Now he could cry for the fear and pain of it. "Are you all right, Andrew?" the nurse asked. Andrew could not remember how to speak. They lifted him onto the table. They checked his pulse, did other things. He did not understand it all. The doctor was trembling. His voice shook as he spoke. They leave these things in the kids for 3 years. What did they expect? We could have switched him off. Do you realize that? We could have unplugged his brain for all time. "When does the drug wear off?" asked the nurse. "Keep him here for at least an hour. Watch him. If he doesn't start talking in 15 minutes, call me. Could have unplugged him forever. I don't have the brains of a bugger." He got back to Miss Pumphrey's class only 15 minutes before the closing bell. He was still a little unsteady on his feet. "Are you all right, Andrew?" asked Miss Pumphrey. He nodded. "Were you ill?" He shook his head. "You don't look well." "I'm okay." "You'd better sit down, Andrew." He started toward his seat, but stopped. Now, what was I looking for? I can't think what I was looking for. "Your seat is over there," said Miss Pumphrey. He sat down, but it was something else he needed, something he had lost. I'll find it later. "Your monitor," whispered the girl behind him. Andrew shrugged. "His monitor," she whispered to the others. Andrew reached up and felt his neck. There was a Band-Aid. It was gone. He was just like everybody else now. "Washed out, Andy?" asked the boy who sat across the aisle and behind him. Couldn't think of his name. Peter? No, that was someone else. "Quiet, Mr. Stilson," said Miss Pumphrey. Stilson smirked. Miss Pumphrey talked about multiplication. Ender doodled on his desk, drawing contour maps of mountainous islands, and then telling his desk to display them in 3 dimensions from every angle. The teacher would know, of course, that he wasn't paying attention, but she wouldn't bother him. He always knew the answer, even when she thought he wasn't paying attention. In the corner of his desk, a word appeared and began marching around the perimeter of the desk. It was upside down and backward at first, but Ender knew what it said long before it reached the bottom of the desk and turned right side up. Third. Ender smiled. He was the one who had figured out how to send messages and make them march. Even as his secret enemy called him names, the method of delivery praised him. It was not his fault he was a third. It was the government's idea. They were the ones who authorized it. How else could a third like Ender have got into school? Now the monitor was gone. The experiment, entitled Andrew Wiggin, hadn't worked out after all. If they could, he was sure they would like to rescind the waivers that had allowed him to be born at all. Didn't work, so erase the experiment. The bell rang. Everyone signed off their desks or hurriedly typed in reminders to themselves. Some were dumping lessons or data into their computers at home. A few gathered at the printers while something they wanted to show was printed out. Ender spread his hands over the child-sized keyboard near the edge of the desk and wondered what it would feel like to have hands as large as a grown-up's. They must feel so big and awkward, thick, stubby fingers and beefy palms. Of course, they had bigger keyboards, but how could their thick fingers draw a fine line the way Ender could, a thin line so precise that he could make it spiral 79 times from the center to the edge of the desk without the lines ever touching or overlapping? It gave him something to do while the teacher droned on about arithmetic. Arithmetic. Valentine had taught him arithmetic when he was 3.
Are you all right, Andrew?
Yes, ma'am. Tick.
You
Valentine
missed
had taught him arithmetic when he was 3. Got up. The other kids were gone. They would be waiting, though, the bad ones. His monitor wasn't perched on his neck, hearing what he heard and seeing what he saw. They could say what they liked. They might even hit him now. No one could see them anymore, and so no one would come to Ender's rescue. There were advantages to the monitor, and he would miss them. It was Stilson, of course. He wasn't bigger than most other kids, but he was bigger than Ender. And he had some others with him. He always did. Hey, third. Don't answer. Nothing to say. Hey, third. We're talking to you. Third. Hey, bugger lover, we're talking to you. Can't think of anything to answer. Anything I say will make it worse. So will saying nothing. Hey, third. Hey, turd. You flunked out, huh? Thought you were better than us, but you lost your little birdie, thirdie. You got a Band-Aid on your neck. Are you going to let me through? Ender asked. Are we going to let him through? Should we let him through? They all laughed. Sure, we'll let you through. First, we'll let your arm through. Then your butt through. Then maybe a piece of your knee. The others chimed in now. Lost your birdie, 30. Lost your birdie, 30. Stilson began pushing him with one hand. Someone behind him then pushed him towards Stilson. Seesaw, Marjorie Daw, somebody said. Tennis, ping pong. This would not have a happy ending. So Ender decided that he'd rather not be the unhappiest at the end. The next time Stilson's arm came out to push him, Ender grabbed at it. He missed. Oh, gonna fight me, huh? Gonna fight me, 30? The people behind Ender grabbed at him to hold him. Ender did not feel like laughing, but he laughed. You mean it takes this many of you to fight 1/3? We're people, not thirds, turd face. You're about as strong as a fart. But they let go of him. And as soon as they did, Ender kicked out high and hard, catching Stilson square in the breastbone. He dropped. It took Ender by surprise. He hadn't thought to put Stilson on the ground with one kick. It didn't occur to him that Stilson didn't take a fight like this seriously, that he wasn't prepared for a truly desperate blow. For a moment, the others backed away and Stilson lay motionless. They were all wondering if he was dead. Ender, however, was trying to figure out a way to forestall vengeance, to keep them from taking him in a pack tomorrow. I have to win this now and for all time, or I'll fight it every day, and it will get worse and worse. Ender knew the unspoken rules of manly warfare, even though he was only 6. It was forbidden to strike the opponent who lay helpless on the ground. Only an animal would do that. So Ender walked to Stilson's supine body and kicked him again, viciously in the ribs. Stilson groaned and rolled away from him. Ender walked around him and kicked him again in the crotch. Stilson could not make a sound. He only doubled up, and tears streamed out of his eyes. Then Ender looked at the others coldly. "You might be having some idea of ganging up on me. You could probably beat me up pretty bad, but just remember what I do to people who try to hurt me. From then on, you'd be wondering when I'd get you and how bad it would be." He kicked Stilson in the face. Blood from his nose spattered the ground nearby. "It wouldn't be this bad," Ender said. "It would be worse." He turned and walked away. Nobody followed him. He turned a corner into the corridor leading to the bus stop. He could hear the boys behind him saying, "Geez, look at him, he's wasted." Ender leaned his head against the wall of the corridor and cried until the bus came. "I am just like Peter. Take my monitor away, and I am just like Peter."
All right, it's off. How's he doing?
You live inside somebody's body for a few years, you get used to it. I look at his face now, I can't tell what's going on. I'm not used to seeing his facial expressions. I'm used to feeling them.
Come on. We're not talking about psychoanalysis here. We're soldiers, not witch doctors. You just saw him beat the guts out of the leader of a gang.
He was thorough. He didn't just beat him, he beat him deep. Like Mazer Rackham at the...
Oh, spare me. So in the judgment of the committee, he passes, huh?
Mostly. Let's see what he does with his brother, now that the monitor's off.
His brother? Aren't you afraid of what his brother will do to him?
You were the one who told me that this wasn't a no-risk business.
I went back through some of the tapes. I can't help it. I like the kid. I think we're going to screw him up.
Of course we are. It's our job. We're the Wicked Witch. We promise gingerbread, but we eat the little bastards alive.
"I'm sorry, Ender," Valentine whispered. She was looking at the Band-Aid on his neck. Ender touched the wall and the door closed behind him. "I don't care. I'm glad it's gone." "What's gone?" Peter walked into the parlor, chewing on a mouthful of bread and peanut butter. Ender did not see Peter as the beautiful 10-year-old boy that grown-ups saw, with dark, thick, tousled hair and a face that could have belonged to Alexander the Great. Ender looked at Peter only to detect anger or boredom, the dangerous moods that almost always led to pain. Now, as Peter's eyes discovered the Band-Aid on his neck, the telltale flicker of anger appeared. Valentine saw it too. "Now he's like us," she said, trying to soothe him before he had time to strike. But Peter would not be soothed. "Like us? He keeps the little sucker till he's 6 years old. When did you lose yours? You were 3. I lost mine before I was 5. He almost made it, little bastard, little bugger." This is all right, Ender thought. Talk and talk, Peter. Talk is fine. "Well, now your guardian angels aren't watching over you," Peter said. "Now they aren't checking to see if you feel pain, listening to hear what I'm saying, seeing what I'm doing to you. How about that? How about it?" Ender shrugged. Suddenly Peter smiled and clapped his hands together in a mockery of good cheer. "Let's play buggers and astronauts," he said. "Where's Mom?" asked Valentine. "Out," said Peter. "I'm in charge." "I think I'll call Daddy." "Call away," said Peter. "You know he's never in." "I'll play," Ender said. "You be the bugger," said Peter. "Let him be the astronaut for once," Valentine said. "Keep your fat face out of it, fart mouth," said Peter. "Come on upstairs and choose your weapons." It would not be a good game, Ender knew. It was not a question of winning. When kids played in the corridors, whole troops of them, the buggers never won, and sometimes the games got mean. But here, in their flat, the game would start mean, and the bugger couldn't just go empty and quit the way buggers did in the real wars. The bugger was in it until the astronaut decided it was over. Peter opened his bottom drawer and took out the bugger mask. Mother had got upset at him when Peter bought it, but Dad pointed out that the war wouldn't go away just because you hid bugger masks and wouldn't let your kids play with make-believe laser guns. Better to play the war games and have a better chance of surviving when the buggers came again. If I survive the games, thought Ender. He put on the mask. It closed him in like a hand pressed tight against his face. But this isn't how it feels to be a bugger, thought Ender. They don't wear this face like a mask. It is their face. On their home worlds, do the buggers put on human masks and play? And what do they call us? Slimies? Because we're so soft and oily compared to them? Watch out, Slimy, Ender said. He could barely see Peter through the eye holes. Peter smiled at him. Slimy, huh? Well, bugger wugger, let's see how to break that face of yours. Ender couldn't see it coming except a slight shift of Peter's weight. The mask cut out his peripheral vision. Suddenly, there was the pain and pressure of a blow to the side of his head. He lost balance, fell that way. Don't see too well, do you, bugger? Said Peter. Ender began to take off the mask. Peter put his toe against Ender's groin. Don't take off the mask, Peter said. Ender pulled the mask down into place, took his hands away. Peter pressed with his foot. Pain shot through Ender. He doubled up. Lie flat, bugger. We're going to vivisect you, bugger. At long last, we've got one of you alive, and we're going to see how you work. Peter, stop it, Ender said. Peter, stop it. Very good, so you buggers can guess our names. You can make yourselves sound like pathetic, cute little children, so we'll love you and be nice to you, but it doesn't work. I can see you for what you really are. They meant you to be human, little third, but you're really a bugger, and now it shows. He lifted his foot, took a step, and then knelt on Ender, his knee pressing into Ender's belly just below the breastbone. He put more and more of his weight on Ender. It became hard to breathe. I could kill you like this, Peter whispered. Just press and press until you're dead. And I could say that I didn't know it would hurt you, that we were just playing, and they'd believe me, and everything would be fine, and you'd be dead. Everything would be fine. Ender could not speak. The breath was being forced from his lungs. Peter might mean it. Probably didn't mean it, but then he might. I do mean it, Peter said. Whatever you think, I mean it. They only authorized you because I was so promising, but I didn't pan out. You did better. They think you're better, but I don't want a better little brother, Ender. I don't want a third. I'll tell, Valentine said from the doorway. No one would believe you. They'd believe me. Then you're dead too, sweet little sister. Oh, yes, said Valentine. They'll believe that. I didn't know it would kill Andrew, and when he was dead, I didn't know it would kill Valentine too. The pressure let up a little. So, not today, but someday you two won't be together, and there'll be an accident. You're all talk, Valentine said. You don't mean any of it. I don't? And do you know why you don't mean it? Valentine asked. Because you want to be in government someday. You want to be elected. And they won't elect you if your opponents can dig up the fact that your brother and sister both died in suspicious accidents when they were little, especially because of the letter I've put in my secret file in the city library, which will be opened in the event of my death. Don't give me that kind of crap, Peter said. It says I didn't die a natural death. Peter killed me, and if he hasn't already killed Andrew, he will soon. Not enough to convict you, but enough to keep you from ever getting elected. You're his monitor now, said Peter. You better watch him, day and night. You better be there. Ender and I aren't stupid. We scored as well as you did on everything, better on some things. We're all such wonderfully bright children. You're not the smartest, Peter, just the biggest. Oh, I know. But there'll come a day when you aren't there with him, when you forget. And suddenly, you'll remember, and you'll rush to him, and there he'll be perfectly all right. And the next time you won't worry so much, and you won't come so fast, and every time he'll be all right, and you'll think that I forgot. Even though you'll remember that I said this, you'll think that I forgot, and years will pass, and then there'll be a terrible accident, and I'll find his body, and I'll cry and cry over him, and you'll remember this conversation, Valley, but you'll be ashamed of yourself for remembering, because you'll know that I changed, that it really was an accident, that it's cruel of you even to remember what I said in a childhood quarrel, except that it'll be true. I'm going to save this up, and he's going to die, and you won't do a thing, not a thing. But you go on believing that I'm just the biggest. The biggest asshole, Valentine said. Peter leaped to his feet and started for her. She shied away. Ender pried off his mask. Peter flopped back on his bed and started to laugh. Loud, but with real mirth, tears coming to his eyes. Oh, you guys are just super. Just the biggest suckers on the planet Earth. Now he's going to tell us it was all a joke, Valentine said. Not a joke, a game. I can make you guys believe anything. I can make you dance around like puppets. In a phony monster voice, he said,
I'm going to kill you and chop you into little pieces and put you into the garbage hole.
He laughed again. Biggest suckers in the solar system. Ender stood there watching him laugh and thought of Stilson. Thought of how it felt to crunch into his body. This is who needed it. This is who should have got it. As if she could read his mind, Valentine whispered, No, Ender. Peter suddenly rolled to the side, flipped off the bed, and got in position for a fight. Oh, yes, Ender, he said. Any time, Ender. Ender lifted his right leg and took off his shoe. He held it up. See there on the toe? That's blood, Peter. It's not mine. Ooh, I'm gonna die, Ender squished a caterpillar, and now he's gonna squish me. There was no getting to him. Peter was a murderer at heart, and nobody knew it but Valentine and Ender. Mother came home and commiserated with Ender about the monitor. Father came home and kept saying it was such a wonderful surprise. They had such fantastic children that the government told them to have 3, and now the government didn't want to take any of them after all. So here they were with 3. They still had a 3rd. Until Ender wanted to scream at him, I know I'm a 3rd. I know it. If you want, I'll go away so you don't have to be embarrassed in front of everybody. I'm sorry I lost the monitor, and now you have 3 kids and no obvious explanation. So inconvenient for you. I'm sorry. He lay in bed, staring upward into the darkness. On the bunk above him, he could hear Peter turning and tossing restlessly. Then Peter slid off the bunk and walked out of the room. Ender heard the hushing sound of the toilet clearing. Then Peter stood silhouetted in the doorway. He thinks I'm asleep. He's going to kill me. Peter walked to the bed, and sure enough, he did not lift himself up to his bed. Instead, he came and stood by Ender's head. But he did not reach for a pillow to smother Ender. He did not have a weapon. He whispered, Ender, I'm sorry. I know how it feels. I'm sorry. I'm your brother. I love you. A long time later, Peter's even breathing said that he was asleep. Ender peeled the Band-Aid from his neck, and for the second time that day, he cried.
The sister is our weak link. He really loves her.
I know. She can undo it all, from the start. He won't want to leave her.
So what are you going to do?
Persuade him that he wants to come with us more than he wants to stay with her.
And how are you going to do that?
I'll lie to him.
And if that doesn't work?
And I'll tell the truth. We're allowed to do that in emergencies. We can't plan for everything, you know.
Ender wasn't very hungry during breakfast. He kept wondering what it would be like at school, facing Stilson after yesterday's fight. What Stilson's friends would do. Probably nothing, but he couldn't be sure. He didn't want to go. You're not eating, Andrew, his mother said. Peter came into the room. Morning, Ender. Thanks for leaving your slimy washcloth in the middle of the shower. Just for you, Ender murmured. Andrew, you have to eat. Ender held out his wrists, a gesture that said, so feed it to me through a needle. Very funny, Mother said. I try to be concerned, but it makes no difference to my genius children. It was all your genes that made us geniuses, Mom, said Peter. We sure didn't get any from Dad. I heard that, Father said, not looking up from the news that was being displayed on the table while he ate. It would have been wasted if you hadn't. The table beeped. Someone was at the door. Who is it? Mother asked. Father thumbed a key and a man appeared on his video. He was wearing the only military uniform that meant anything anymore, the IF, the International Fleet. I thought it was over, said Father. Peter said nothing, just poured milk over his cereal. And Ender thought, maybe I won't have to go to school today after all. Father coded the door open and got up from the table. I'll see to it, he said. Stay and eat. They stayed, but they didn't eat. A few moments later, Father came back into the room and beckoned to Mother. You're in deep poo, said Peter. They found out what you did to that kid at school, and now they're going to make you do time out in the belt. I'm only 6, moron. I'm a juvenile. You're a third turd. You've got no rights. Valentine came in, her hair in a sleepy halo around her face. Where's Mom and Dad? I'm too sick to go to school. Another oral exam, huh? Peter said. Shut up, Peter, said Valentine. You should relax and enjoy it, said Peter. It could be worse. I don't know how. It could be an anal exam. Yuck, yuck, Valentine said. Where are Mother and Father? Talking to a guy from IF. Instinctively, she looked at Ender. After all, for years they had expected someone to come and tell them that Ender had passed, that Ender was needed. That's right. Look at him, Peter said. But it might be me, you know. They might have realized I was the best of the lot after all. Peter's feelings were hurt, and so he was being a snot as usual. The door opened. Ender, said Father. You'd better come in here. Sorry, Peter, Valentine taunted. Father glowered. Children, this is no laughing matter. Ender followed Father into the parlor. The IF officer rose to his feet when they entered, but he did not extend a hand to Ender. Mother was twisting her wedding band on her finger. Andrew, she said, I never thought you were the kind to get in a fight. The Stilson boy is in the hospital, Father said. You really did a number on him. With your shoe, Ender. That wasn't exactly fair. Ender shook his head. He had expected someone from the school to come about Stilson, not an officer of the fleet. This was more serious than he had thought, and yet he couldn't think what else he could have done. Do you have any explanation for your behavior, young man? Asked the officer. Ender shook his head again. He didn't know what to say, and he was afraid to reveal himself to be any more monstrous than his actions had made him out to be. I'll take it, whatever the punishment is, he thought. Let's get it over with. We're willing to consider extenuating circumstances, the officer said. But I must tell you, it doesn't look good. Kicking him in the groin, kicking him repeatedly in the face and body when he was down. It sounds like you really enjoyed it. I didn't, Ender whispered. Then why did you do it? He had his gang there, Ender said. So, this excuses anything? No. Tell me why you kept on kicking him. You had already won. Knocking him down won the first fight. I wanted to win all the next ones too, so they'd leave me alone. Ender couldn't help it. He was too afraid, too ashamed of his own acts. Though he tried not to, he cried again. Ender did not like to cry and rarely did. Now, in less than a day, he had done it 3 times, and each time was worse. To cry in front of his mother and father and this military man, that was shameful. You took away the monitor, Ender said. I had to take care of myself, didn't I? Ender, you should have asked a grown-up for help, Father began. But the officer stood up and stepped across the room to Ender. He held out his hand. My name is Graf, Ender. Colonel Hiram Graf. I'm Director of Primary Training at Battle School in the Belt. I've come to invite you to enter the school. After all. But the monitor. The final step in your testing was to see what would happen when the monitor came off. We don't always do it that way, but in your case... And he passed? Mother was incredulous. Putting the Stilson boy in the hospital? What would you have done if Andrew had killed him, given him a medal? It isn't what he did, Mrs. Wiggin. It's why. Colonel Graf handed her a folder full of papers. Here are the requisitions. Your son has been cleared by the IS Selective Service. Of course, we already have your consent granted in writing at the time conception was confirmed, or he could not have been born. He has been ours from then, if he qualified. Father's voice was trembling as he spoke. It's not very kind of you to let us think you didn't want him and then to take him after all. And this charade about the Stilson boy, Mother said. It wasn't a charade, Mrs. Wiggin. Until we knew what Ender's motivation was, we couldn't be sure he wasn't another. We had to know what the action meant, or at least what Ender believed that it meant. Must you call him that stupid nickname? Mother began to cry. It's the name he calls himself. What are you going to do, Colonel Graff? Father asked. Walk out the door with him now? That depends, said Graff. On what? On whether Ender wants to come. Mother's weeping turned to bitter laughter. Oh, so it's voluntary after all. How sweet. For the two of you, the choice was made when Ender was conceived. But for Ender, the choice has not been made at all. Conscripts make good cannon fodder, but for officers, we need volunteers. Officers? Ender asked. At the sound of his voice, the others fell silent. Yes, said Graff. Battle school is for training future starship captains and commodores of flotillas and admirals of the fleet. Let's not have any deception here, Father said angrily. How many of the boys at the battle school actually end up in command of ships? Unfortunately, Mr. Wiggin, that is classified information. But I can say that none of our boys who makes it through the first year has ever failed to receive a commission as an officer. And none has retired from a position of lower rank than Chief Executive Officer of an interplanetary vessel. Even in the domestic defense forces within our own solar system, there's honor to be had. How many make it through the first year? Asked Ender. All who want to, said Graff. Ender almost said, I want to, but he held his tongue. This would keep him out of school. But that was stupid. That was just a problem for a few days. It would keep him away from Peter. That was more important. That might be a matter of life itself. But to leave Mother and Father, and above all to leave Valentine, and become a soldier. Ender didn't like fighting. He didn't like Peter's kind, the strong against the weak. And he didn't like his own kind, either. The smart against the stupid. I think, Graff said, that Ender and I should have a private conversation. No, Father said. I won't take him without letting you speak to him again, Graff said. And you really can't stop me. Father glared at Graff a moment longer, then got up and left the room. Mother paused to squeeze Ender's hand. She closed the door behind her when she left. Ender, Graff said, if you come with me, you won't be back here for a long time. There aren't any vacations from battle school. No visitors, either. The full course of training lasts until you're 16 years old. You get your first leave under certain circumstances when you're 12. Believe me, Ender, people change in 6 years, in 10 years. Your sister Valentine will be a woman when you see her again if you come with me. You'll be strangers. You'll still love her, Ender, but you won't know her. You see, I'm not pretending it's easy. Mom and Daddy, I know you, Ender. I've been watching the monitor discs for some time. You won't miss your mother and father, not much, not for long. And they won't miss you long, either. Tears came to Ender's eyes in spite of himself. He turned his face away, but would not reach up to wipe them. They do love you, Ender, but you have to understand what your life has cost them. They were born religious, you know. Your father was baptized with the name John Paul Wieczorek, Catholic, the seventh of 9 children. 9 children? That was unthinkable, criminal. Yes. Well, people do strange things for a religion. You know the sanctions, Ender. They were not as harsh then, but still not easy. Only the first 2 children had a free education. Taxes steadily rose with each new child. Your father turned 16 and invoked the Non-Complying Families Act to separate himself from his family. He changed his name, renounced his religion, and vowed never to have more than the allotted 2 children. He meant it. all the shame and persecution he went through as a child, he vowed no child of his would go through it. Do you understand? He didn't want me. Well, no one wants a third anymore. You can't expect them to be glad, but your father and mother are a special case. They both renounced their religions. Your mother was a Mormon, but in fact their feelings are still ambiguous. Do you know what ambiguous means? They feel both ways. They're ashamed of having come from non-compliant families. They conceal it to the degree that your mother refuses to admit to anyone that she was born in Utah lest they suspect. Your father denies his Polish ancestry, since Poland is still a non-compliant nation and under international sanction because of it. So you see, having a third, even under the government's direct instructions, undoes everything they've been trying to do. I know that. But it's more complicated than that. Your father still named you with legitimate saints' names. In fact, he baptized all three of you himself as soon as he got you home after you were born. And your mother objected. They quarreled over it each time, not because she didn't want you baptized, but because she didn't want you baptized Catholic. They haven't really given up their religion. They look at you and see you as a badge of pride, because they were able to circumvent the law and have a third. But you're also a badge of cowardice, because they dare not go further and practice the non-compliance they still feel is right. And you're a badge of public shame, because at every step you interfere with their efforts at assimilation into normal complying society. How can you know all this? We monitored your brother and sister, Ender. You'd be amazed at how sensitive the instruments are. We were connected directly to your brain. We heard all that you heard, whether you were listening carefully or not, whether you understood or not. We understand. So my parents love me and don't love me. They love you. The question is whether they want you here. Your presence in this house is a constant disruption, a source of tension. Do you understand? I'm not the one who causes tension. Not anything you do, Ender. Your life itself. Your brother hates you because you are living proof that he wasn't good enough. Your parents resent you because of all the past they are trying to evade. Valentine loves me with all her heart. Completely, unstintingly, she's devoted to you and you adore her. I told you it wouldn't be easy. What is it like there? Hard work, studies. Just like school here, except we put you into mathematics and computers much more heavily, military history, strategy and tactics, and above all, the battle room. What's that? War games. All the boys are organized into armies. Day after day, in zero gravity, there are mock battles. Nobody gets hurt, but winning and losing matter. Everybody starts as a common soldier, taking orders. Older boys are your officers, and it's their duty to train you and command you in battle. More than that, I can't tell you. It's like playing buggers and astronauts, except that you have weapons that work, and fellow soldiers fighting beside you, and your whole future and the future of the human race depends on how well you learn, how well you fight. It's a hard life, and you won't have a normal childhood. Of course, with your mind, and as a third to boot, you wouldn't have a particularly normal childhood anyway. All boys? A few girls. They don't often pass the tests to get in. Too many centuries of evolution are working against them. None of them will be like Valentine anyway. But there will be brothers there, Ender. Like Peter? Peter wasn't accepted, Ender, for the very reasons that you hate him. I don't hate him, I'm just afraid of him. Well, Peter isn't all bad, you know. He was the best we'd seen in a long time. We asked your parents to choose a daughter next. They would have anyway, hoping that Valentine would be Peter, but milder. She was too mild, and so we requisitioned you. To be half Peter and half Valentine, if things worked out right. Am I? As far as we can tell. Our tests are very good, Ender, but they don't tell us everything. In fact, when it comes down to it, they hardly tell us anything. They're better than nothing. Graf leaned over and took Ender's hands in his. Ender Wiggin, If it were just a matter of choosing the best and happiest future for you, I'd tell you to stay home. Stay here. Grow up. Be happy. There are worse things than being a third, worse things than a big brother who can't make up his mind whether to be a human being or a jackal. Battle school is one of those worst things, but we need you. The buggers may seem like a game to you now, Ender, but they damn near wiped us out last time. They had us cold, outnumbered and outweaponed. The only thing that saved us was that we had the most brilliant military commander we ever found. Call it fate, call it God, call it damn fool luck. We had Mazer Rackham. But we don't have him now, Ender. We've scraped together everything mankind could produce, a fleet that makes the one they sent against us last time seem like a bunch of kids playing in a swimming pool. We have some new weapons, too, but it might not be enough even so, because in the 80 years since the last war, they've had as much time to prepare as we have. We need the best we can get, and we need them fast. Maybe you're not going to work out for us, and maybe you are. Maybe you'll break down under the pressure. Maybe it'll ruin your life. Maybe you'll hate me for coming here to your house today. But if there's a chance that because you're with the fleet, mankind might survive and the buggers might leave us alone forever, then I'm going to ask you to do it, to come with me. Ender had trouble focusing on Colonel Graff. The man looked far away and very small, as if Ender could pick him up with tweezers and drop him in a pocket. To leave everything here and to go to a place that was very hard, with no Valentine, no Mom and Dad. And then he thought of the films of the buggers that everyone had to see at least once a year. The Scathing of China, the Battle of the Belt, death and suffering and terror. And Mazer Rackham and his brilliant maneuvers, destroying an enemy fleet twice his size and twice his firepower, using the little human ships that seemed so frail and weak, like children fighting with grown-ups. And we won. I'm afraid, said Ender quietly, but I'll go with you. Tell me again, said Graff. It's what I was born for, isn't it? If I don't go, why am I alive? Not good enough, said Graff. I don't want to go, said Ender, but I will. Graff nodded. You can change your mind. Up until the time you get in my car with me, you can change your mind. After that, you stay at the pleasure of the international fleet. Do you understand that? Ender nodded. All right, let's tell them. Mother cried. Father held Ender tight. Peter shook his hand and said, You lucky little pin-headed fart-eater. Valentine kissed him and left her tears on his cheek. There was nothing to pack, no belongings to take. School provides everything you need, from uniforms to school supplies, and as for toys, well, there's only one game. Goodbye, Ender said to his family. He reached up and took Colonel Graff's hand and walked out the door with him. Kill some buggers for me, Peter shouted. I love you, Andrew, Mother called. We'll write you, Father said. And as he got into the car that waited silently in the corridor, he heard Valentine's anguished cry. Come back to me. I love you forever.
With Ender, we have to strike a delicate balance. Isolate him enough that he remains creative. Otherwise, he'll adopt the system here and we'll lose him. At the same time, we need to make sure he keeps a strong ability to lead.
If he earns rank, he'll lead.
It isn't that simple. Mazer Rackham could handle his little fleet and win. By the time this war happens, there'll be too much, even for a genius. Too many little boats. He has to work smoothly with his subordinates.
Oh, good. He has to be a genius and nice, too.
Not nice. Nice will let the buggers have us all.
So what, so you're going to isolate him?
I'll have him completely separated from the rest of the boys by the time we get to the school.
Well, I have no doubt of it. I'll be waiting for you to get here. I watched the vids of what he did to the Stilson boy. This is not a sweet little kid you're bringing up here.
That's where you're mistaken. He's even sweeter than he looks. But don't worry. We'll purge that in a hurry.
Sometimes I think you enjoy breaking these little geniuses.
There is an art to it. And I'm very, very good at it. But enjoy? Maybe. When they put back the pieces afterward, it makes them better.
Oh, you are a monster.
Thanks. Does this mean I get a raise?
Yeah, just a medal. The budget isn't inexhaustible.
They say that weightlessness can cause disorientation, especially in children whose sense of direction isn't yet secure. But Ender was disoriented before he left Earth's gravity, before the shuttle launch even began. There were 19 other boys in his launch. They filed out of the bus and into the elevator. They talked and joked and bragged and laughed. Ender kept his silence. He noticed how Graf and the other officers were watching them, analyzing. Everything we do means something, Ender realized. Them laughing mean not laughing. He toyed with the idea of trying to be like the other boys, but he couldn't think of any jokes, and none of theirs seemed funny. Wherever their laughter came from, Ender couldn't find such a place in himself. He was afraid, and fear made him serious. They had dressed him in a uniform, all in a single piece. It felt funny not to have a belt cinched around his waist. He felt baggy and naked, dressed like that. There were TV cameras going, perched like animals on the shoulders of crouching, prowling men. The men moved slowly, cat-like, so the camera motion would be smooth. Ender caught himself moving smoothly, too. He imagined himself being on TV in an interview, the announcer asking him, "How do you feel, Mr. Wiggin?" "Actually quite well, except hungry." "Hungry? Oh yes, they don't let you eat for 20 hours before the launch. How interesting, I never knew that. All of us are quite hungry, actually." And all the while during the interview, Ender and the TV guy would slink along smoothly in front of the cameraman, taking long, lithe strides. The TV guy was letting him be the spokesman for all the boys, though Ender was barely competent to speak for himself. For the first time, Ender felt like laughing. He smiled. The other boys near him were laughing at the moment, too, for another reason. They think I'm smiling at their joke, thought Ender, but I'm smiling at something much funnier. "Go up the ladder one at a time," said an officer. "When you come to an aisle with empty seats, take one. There aren't any window seats." It was a joke. The other boys laughed. Ender was near the last, but not the very last. The TV cameras did not give up, though. Will Valentine see me disappear into the shuttle? He thought of waving at her, of running to the cameraman and saying, "Can I tell Valentine goodbye?" He didn't know that it would be censored out of the tape if he did, for the boys soaring out to battle school were all supposed to be heroes. They weren't supposed to miss anybody. Ender didn't know about the censorship, but he did know that running to the cameras would be wrong. He walked the short bridge to the door in the shuttle. He noticed that the wall to his right was carpeted like a floor. That was where the disorientation began. The moment he thought of the wall as a floor, he began to feel like he was walking on a wall. He got to the ladder and noticed that the vertical surface behind it was also carpeted. I am climbing up the floor, hand over hand, step by step. And then, for fun, he pretended that he was climbing down the wall. He did it almost instantly in his mind, convinced himself against the best evidence of gravity, until he reached an empty seat. He found himself gripping the seat tightly, even though gravity pulled him firmly against it. The other boys were bouncing on their seats a little, poking and pushing, shouting. Ender carefully found the straps, figured out how they fit together to hold him at crotch, waist, and shoulders. He imagined the ship dangling upside down on the undersurface of the Earth, the giant fingers of gravity holding them firmly in place. But we will slip away, he thought. We are going to fall off this planet. He did not know its significance at the time. Later, though, he would remember that it was even before he left Earth that he first thought of it as a planet like any other, not particularly his own. "Ah, already figured it out," said Graf. He was standing on the ladder. "Coming with us?" Ender asked. "Well, I don't usually come down for recruiting," Graf said. "I'm kind of in charge there, administrator of the school, like a principal. They told me I had to come back or I'd lose my job." He smiled. Ender smiled back. He felt comfortable with Graf. Graf was good, and he was principal of the battle school. Ender relaxed a little. He would have a friend there. Adults helped the other boys belt themselves in place, those who hadn't done as Ender did. Then they waited for an hour while a TV at the front of the shuttle introduced them to shuttle flight, the history of spaceflight, and their possible future with the great starships of the IF. Very boring stuff. Ender had seen such films before, except that he had not been belted into a seat inside the shuttle, hanging upside down from the belly of Earth. The launch wasn't bad, a little scary. Some jolting, a few moments of panic that this might be the first failed launch since the early days of the shuttle. The movies hadn't made it plain how much violence you could experience lying on your back in a soft chair. Then it was over, and he really was hanging by the straps, no gravity anywhere. But because he had already reoriented himself, he was not surprised when Graf came up the ladder backward as if he were climbing down to the front of the shuttle. Nor did it bother him when Graf hooked his feet under a rung and pushed off with his hands, so that suddenly he swung upright as if this were an ordinary airplane. The reorientations were too much for some. One boy gagged. Ender understood then why they had been forbidden to eat anything for 20 hours before the launch. Vomiting in null gravity wouldn't be fun. But for Ender, Graf's gravity game was fun, and he carried it further, imagining that Graf was actually hanging upside down from the center aisle, and then picturing him sticking straight out from a side wall. Gravity could go any which way, however I want it to go. I can make Graf stand on his head, and he doesn't even know it. What do you think is so funny, Wiggin? Graf's voice was sharp and angry. What did I do wrong, thought Ender. Did I laugh out loud? I asked you a question, soldier, barked Graf. Oh, yes. This is the beginning of the training routine. Ender had seen some military shows on TV, and they always shouted a lot at the beginning of training before the soldiers and the officer became good friends. Yes, sir, Ender said. Well, answer it then. I thought of you hanging upside down by your feet. I thought it was funny. It sounded stupid now, with Graf looking at him coldly. To you, I suppose, it is funny. Is it funny to anybody else here? Murmurs of no. Well, why isn't it? Graf looked at them all with contempt. Scum brains, that's what we've got in this launch. Pin-headed little morons. Only one of you had the brains to realize that in null gravity directions are whatever you conceive them to be. Do you understand that, Shafts? The boy nodded. No, you didn't. Of course you didn't. Not only stupid, but a liar, too. There's only one boy on this launch with any brains at all, and that's Ender Wiggin. Take a good look at him, little boys. He's going to be a commander when you're still in diapers up there, because he knows how to think in null gravity, and you just want to throw up. Now, this wasn't the way the show was supposed to go. Graf was supposed to pick on him, not set him up as the best. They were supposed to be against each other at first so they could become friends later. Most of you are going to ice out. Get used to that, little boys. Most of you are going to end up in combat school because you don't have the brains to handle deep space piloting. Most of you aren't worth the price of bringing you up here to battle school because you don't have what it takes. Some of you might make it. Some of you might be worth something to humanity, but don't bet on it. I'm betting on only one. Suddenly, Graf did a backflip and caught the ladder with his hands, then swung his feet away from the ladder, doing a handstand if the floor was down, dangling by his hands if the floor was up. Hand over hand, he swung himself back along the aisle to his seat. Looks like you've got it made here, whispered the boy next to him. Ender shook his head. Oh, won't even talk to me, the boy said. I didn't ask him to say that stuff, Ender whispered. He felt a sharp pain on the top of his head. Then again, some giggles from behind him. The boy in the next seat back must have unfastened his straps. Again, a blow to the head. Go away, Ender thought. I didn't do anything to you. Again, a blow to the head. Laughter from the boys. Didn't Graf see this? Wasn't he going to stop it? Another blow, harder. It really hurt. Where was Graf? Then it became clear. Graf had deliberately caused it. It was worse than the abuse in the shows. When the sergeant picked on you, the others liked you better, but when the officer prefers you, the others hate you. "Hey, fart eater," came the whisper from behind him. He was hit on the head again. "You like this? Hey, super brain, is this fun?" Another blow, this one so hard that Ender cried out softly with the pain. If Graf was setting him up, there'd be no help unless he helped himself. He waited until he thought another blow was about to come. Now, he thought, and yes, the blow was there. It hurt, but Ender was already trying to sense the coming of the next blow. Now, and yes, right on time. "I've got you," Ender thought. Just as the next blow was coming, Ender reached up with both hands, snatched the boy by the wrist, and then pulled down on the arm hard. In gravity, the boy would have been jammed against Ender's seat back, hurting his chest. In null gravity, however, he flipped over the seat completely, up toward the ceiling. Ender wasn't expecting it. He hadn't realized how null gravity magnified the effects of even a child's movements. The boy sailed through the air, bouncing against the ceiling, then down against another boy in his seat, then out into the aisle, his arms flailing until he screamed as his body slammed into the bulkhead at the front of the compartment, his left arm twisted under him. It took only seconds. Graf was already there, snatching the boy out of the air. Deftly, he propelled him down the aisle toward the other man. "Left arm, broken, I think," he said. In moments, the boy had been given a drug and lay quietly in the air as the officer ballooned the splint around his arm. Ender felt sick. He had only meant to catch the boy's arm. No, he had meant to hurt him, and had pulled with all his strength. He hadn't meant it to be so public, but the boy was feeling exactly the pain Ender had meant him to feel. Null gravity had betrayed him, that was all. I am Peter. I'm just like him. And Ender hated himself. Graf stayed at the front of the cabin. "What are you, slow learners? In your feeble little minds, haven't you picked up one little fact? You were brought here to be soldiers. In your old schools, in your old families, maybe you were the big shot. Maybe you were tough. Maybe you were smart. But we chose the best of the best, and that's the only kind of kid you're going to meet now. And when I tell you Ender Wiggin is the best in this launch, take the hint, my little dorklings. Don't mess with him. Little boys have died in battle school before. Do I make myself clear?" There was silence the rest of the launch. The boy sitting next to Ender was scrupulously careful not to touch him. "I am not a killer," Ender said to himself over and over. "I am not Peter. No matter what Graf says, I'm not. I was defending myself. I bore it a long time. I was patient. I'm not what he said." A voice over the speaker told him they were approaching the school. It took 20 minutes to decelerate and dock. Ender lagged behind the others. They were not unwilling to let him be the last to leave the shuttle, climbing upward in the direction that had been down when they embarked. Graf was waiting at the end of the narrow tube that led from the shuttle into the heart of the battle school. "Was it a good flight, Ender?" Graf asked, cheerfully. "I thought you were my friend." Despite himself, Ender's voice trembled. Graf looked puzzled. "Whatever gave you that idea, Ender?" Because you spoke nicely to me, and honestly, you didn't lie." "I won't lie now either," said Graf. "My job isn't to be friends. My job is to produce the best soldiers in the world, in the whole history of the world. We need a Napoleon, an Alexander, except that Napoleon lost in the end and Alexander flamed out and died young. We need a Julius Caesar, except that he made himself dictator and died for it. My job is to produce such a creature and all the men and women he'll need to help him. Nowhere in that does it say I have to make friends with children. You made them hate me. So, what will you do about it? Crawl into a corner, start kissing their little backside so they'll love you again? There's only one thing that will make them stop hating you, and that's being so good at what you do that they can't ignore you. I told them you were the best. Now you damn well better be. What if I can't? Then too bad. Look, Ender, I'm sorry if you're lonely and afraid, but the buggers are out there. 10 billion, 100 billion, 1,000,000 billion of them for all we know. With as many ships for all we know. With weapons we can't understand. And a willingness to use those weapons to wipe us out. It isn't the world at stake, Ender. Just us. Just humankind. As far as the rest of the biosphere is concerned, we could be wiped out and it would adjust. It would get on with the next step in evolution. But humanity doesn't want to die. As a species, we have evolved to survive. And the way we do it is by straining and straining, and at last, every few generations giving birth to genius. The one who invents the wheel, and light, and flight, the one who builds a city, a nation, an empire. Do you understand any of this? Ender thought he did, but wasn't sure, and so said nothing. No, of course not. So I'll put it bluntly. Human beings are free except when humanity needs them. Maybe humanity needs you to do something. Maybe humanity needs me to find out what you're good for. We might both do despicable things, Ender, but if humankind survives, then we were good tools. Is that all? Just tools? Individual human beings are all tools that the others use to help us all survive. That's a lie. No, it's just a half-truth. You can worry about the other half after we win this war. It'll be over before I grow up, Ender said. I hope you're wrong, said Graf. By the way, you aren't helping yourself at all talking to me. The other boys are no doubt telling each other that old Ender Wiggin is back there licking up to Graf. If word once gets around that you're a teacher's boy, you're iced for sure. In other words, go away and leave me alone. Goodbye, Ender said. He pulled himself hand over hand along the tube where the other boys had gone. Graf watched him go. One of the teachers near him said, "Is that the one?" "God knows," said Graf. "If Ender isn't him, then he'd better show up soon." "Maybe it's nobody," said the teacher. "Maybe. But if that's the case, Anderson, then in my opinion, God is a bugger. You can quote me on that." "I will." They stood in silence a while longer. "Anderson?" "The kid's wrong. I am his friend." "I know. He's clean, right to the heart. He's good. I've read the reports. Anderson, think what we're going to do to him." Anderson was defiant. "We're going to make him the best military commander in history. And then put the fate of the world on his shoulders. For his sake, I hope it isn't him. I do. Cheer up. The buggers may kill us all before he graduates." Graf smiled. "Yeah, you're right. I feel better already."
You have my admiration. Breaking an arm, that was a masterstroke.
That was an accident.
Really? And I've already commended you in your official report.
It's too strong. It makes that other little bastard into a hero. It could screw up training for a lot of kids. I thought Ender might call for help.
Call for help? I thought that was what you valued most in him, that he settles his own problems. When he's out there surrounded by an enemy fleet, there ain't gonna be nobody to help him if he calls.
Who would have guessed the little sucker'd be out of his seat? And that he'd land just wrong against the bulkhead.
Just one more example of the stupidity of the military. If you had any brains, you'd be in a real career, like selling life insurance.
You too, mastermind.
Hey, we just gotta face the fact that we're second rate, with the fate of humanity in our hands. It gives you a delicious feeling of power, doesn't it? Especially because this time if we lose, there won't be any criticism of us at all.
I never thought of it that way. But let's not lose.
See how Ender handles it. If we've already lost him, if he can't handle this, who next? Who else?
I'll make up a list.
In the meantime, figure out how to unlose Ender.
I told you. His isolation can't be broken. He can never come to believe that anybody will ever help him out. Ever. If he once thinks that there's an easy way out, he's wrecked.
You're right. That would be terrible. If he believed he had a friend.
He can have friends. It's parents he can't have.
Oh.
The other boys had already chosen their bunks when Ender arrived. Ender stopped in the doorway of the dormitory, looking for the sole remaining bed. The ceiling was low. Ender could reach up and touch it. A child-sized room with the bottom bunk resting on the floor. The other boys were watching him, corner-wise. Sure enough, the bottom bunk right by the door was the only empty bed. For a moment, it occurred to Ender that by letting the others put him in the worst place, he was inviting later bullying. Yet he couldn't very well oust someone else. So he smiled broadly. "Hey, thanks," he said. Not sarcastically at all. He said it as sincerely as if they had reserved for him the best position. "I thought I was going to have to ask for a low bunk by the door." He sat down and looked in the locker that stood open at the foot of the bunk. There was a paper taped to the inside of the door. "Place your hand on the scanner at the head of your bunk and speak your name twice." Ender found the scanner, a sheet of opaque plastic. He put his left hand on it and said, "Ender Wiggin, Ender Wiggin." The scanner glowed green for a moment. Ender closed his locker and tried to reopen it. He couldn't. Then he put his hand on the scanner and said, "Ender Wiggin." The locker popped open. So did 3 other compartments. One of them contained 4 jumpsuits like the one he was wearing and 1 white one. Another compartment contained a small desk, just like the ones at school. So they weren't through with studies yet. It was the largest compartment that contained the prize. It looked like a spacesuit at first glance, complete with helmet and gloves, but it wasn't. There was no airtight seal. Still, it would effectively cover the whole body. It was thickly padded. It was also a little stiff, and there was a pistol within. A laser gun, it looked like, since the end was solid, clear glass. But surely they wouldn't let children have lethal weapons. "Not laser," said a man. Ender looked up. It was one he hadn't seen before, a young and kind-looking man. "But it has a tight enough beam, well-focused. You can aim it and make a 3-inch circle of light on a wall 100 meters off." "What's it for?" Ender asked. "One of the games we played during recreation. Does anyone else have his locker open?" The man looked around. "I mean, have you followed directions and coded in your voices and hands? You can't get into the lockers until you do. This room is your home for the first year or so here at the battle school, so get the bunk you want and stay with it. Ordinarily, we let you elect your chief officer and install him in the lower bunk by the door, but apparently that position has been taken. Can't recode the lockers now, so think about whom you want to choose. Dinner in 7 minutes. Follow the lighted dots on the floor. Your color code is red, yellow, yellow. Whenever you're assigned a path to follow, it will be red, yellow, yellow. 3 dots side by side. Go where those lights indicate. What's your color code, boys? Red, yellow, yellow. Very good. My name is Dap. I'm your mom for the next few months." The boys laughed. "Hey, laugh all you like, but keep it in mind. If you get lost in the school, which is quite possible, don't go opening doors. Some of them lead outside." More laughter. "Instead, just tell someone that your mom is Dap, and they'll call me. Or tell them your color, and they'll light up a path for you to get home. If you have a problem, come talk to me. Remember, I'm the only person here who's paid to be nice to you, but not too nice. Give me any lip and I'll break your face, okay?" They laughed again. Dap had a room full of friends. Frightened children are so easy to win. "Which way is down? Anybody tell me?" They told him. "Okay, that's true, but that direction is toward the outside. The ship is spinning, and that's what makes it feel like that is down. The floor actually curves around in that direction. Keep going long enough that way, and you come back to where you started. Except don't try it, because up that way is teachers' quarters, and up that way is the bigger kids. And the bigger kids don't like launchies butting in. You might get pushed around. In fact, you will get pushed around. And when you do, don't come crying to me. Got it? This is battle school, not nursery school." "What are we supposed to do then?" asked the boy, a really small black kid who had a top bunk near Ender's. "If you don't like getting pushed around, figure out for yourself what to do about it. But I warn you, murder is strictly against the rules. So is any deliberate injury. I understand there was one attempted murder on the way up here, a broken arm. That kind of thing happens again, somebody ices out. You got it?" "What's icing out?" asked the boy with his arm puffed up in a splint. "Ice. Put out in the cold, sent earthside, finished at battle school." Nobody looked at Ender. "So, boys, if any of you are thinking of being troublemakers, at least be clever about it, okay?" Dap left. They still didn't look at Ender. Ender felt the fear grow in his belly. The kid whose army broke, Ender didn't feel sorry for him. He was a Stilson, and like Stilson, he was already gathering a gang, a little knot of kids, several of the bigger ones. They were laughing at the far end of the room, and every now and then one of them would turn to look at Ender. With all his heart, Ender wanted to go home. What did any of this have to do with saving the world? There was no monitor now. It was Ender against the gang again, only they were right in his room. Peter again, but without Valentine. The fear stayed all through dinner as no one sat beside him in the mess hall. The other boys were talking about things, the big scoreboard on one wall, the food, the bigger kids. Ender could only watch in isolation. The scoreboards were team standings, win-loss records with the most recent scores. Some of the bigger boys apparently had bets on the most recent games. Two teams, Manticore and Asp, had no recent score. These boxes were flashing. Ender decided they must be playing right now. He noticed that the older boys were divided into groups according to the uniforms they wore. Some with different uniforms were talking together, but generally the groups each had their own area. Launchies, their own group, and the 2 or 3 next older groups all had plain blue uniforms. But the big kids, the ones that were on teams, they were wearing much more flamboyant clothing. Ender tried to guess which ones went with which name. Scorpion and Spider were easy, so were Flame and Tide. A bigger boy came to sit by him. Not just a little bigger. He looked to be 12 or 13, getting his man's growth started. "Hi," he said. "Hi," Ender said. "I'm Mick." "Ender? That's a name?" "Since I was little, it's what my sister called me." "Not a bad name here. Ender, Finisher. Eh? Hope so." "Ender, you the bugger in your launch?" Ender shrugged. "I noticed you eating all alone. Every launch has one like that, kid that nobody takes to right away. Sometimes I think the teachers do it on purpose. The teachers aren't very nice, you'll notice that." "Yeah." "So you the bugger?" "I guess so." "Hey, nothing to cry about, you know." He gave Ender his roll and took Ender's pudding. "Eat nutritious stuff, it'll keep you strong." Mick dug into the pudding. "What about you?" asked Ender. "The air conditioning. I'm always there. Most of the time nobody knows it." Ender smiled tentatively. "Yeah, funny, but no joke. I got nowhere here. I'm getting big now. They're going to send me to my next school pretty soon. No way it'll be tactical school for me. I've never been a leader, you see. Only the guys who get to be leaders have a shot at it." "How do you get to be a leader?" "Hey, if I knew you think I'd be like this? How many guys my size do you see here?" "Not many." Ender didn't say it. "A few. I'm not the only half-iced bugger fodder, few of us. The other guys, they're all commanders. All the guys from my launch have their own teams now, not me." Ender nodded. "Listen, little guy, I'm doing you a favor. Make friends, be a leader, kiss butts if you got to, but if the other guys despise you, well, you know what I mean." Ender nodded again. "Nah, you don't know nothing. You launchies are all alike. You don't know nothing. Mine's like space, nothing there. And if anything hits you, you fall apart. Look, when you end up like me, don't forget that somebody warned you. It's the last nice thing anybody's going to do for you." "So why did you tell me?" asked Ender. "What are you, smout mouth? Shut up and eat." Ender shut up and ate. He didn't like Mick, and he knew there was no chance he would end up like that. Maybe that was what the teachers were planning, but Ender didn't intend to fit in with their plans. "I will not be the bugger of my group," Ender thought. "I didn't leave Valentine and Mother and Father to come here just to be iced." As he lifted his fork to his mouth, he could feel his family around him, as they always had been. He knew just which way to turn his head to look up and see Mother, trying to get Valentine. He knew just where Father would be, scanning the news on the table while pretending to be part of the dinner conversation. Peter pretending to take a crushed pea out of his nose. Even Peter could be funny. It was a mistake to think of them. He felt a sob rise in his throat and swallowed it down. He could not see his plate. He could not cry. There was no chance that he would be treated with compassion. Dap was not Mother. Any sign of weakness would tell the Stilsons and Peters that this boy could be broken. Ender did what he always did when Peter tormented him. He began to count doubles. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, and on, as high as he could hold the numbers in his head. 128, 256, 512, 1024, 2048, 4096, 8192, 16384, 32768, 65536, 131072, 262 at 67108864. He began to be unsure. Had he slipped out a digit? Should he be in the 10 millions or the 100 millions or just the millions? He tried doubling again and lost it. 1342 something 16 or 17738. It was gone. Start over again. All the doubling he could hold. The pain was gone. The tears were gone. He would not cry. Until that night, when the lights were dim, and in the distance he could hear several boys whimpering for their mothers or fathers or dogs. Then he could not help himself. His lips formed Valentine's name. He could hear her voice laughing in the distance just down the hall. He could see Mother passing his door, looking in to be sure he was all right. He could hear Father laughing at the video. It was all so clear, and it would never be that way again. I'll be old when I ever see them again. 12 at the earliest. Why did I say yes? What was I such a fool for? Going to school would have been nothing, facing Stilson every day. And Peter, he was a pissant. Ender wasn't afraid of him. I want to go home, he whispered. But his whisper was the whisper he used when he cried out in pain when Peter tormented him. The sound didn't travel farther than his own ears, and sometimes not that far. And his tears could fall unwanted on his sheet, but his sobs were so gentle that they did not shake the bed, so quiet they could not be heard. But the ache was there, thick in his throat and the front of his face, hot in his chest and in his eyes. I want to go home. Dap came to the door that night and moved quietly among the beds, touching a hand here, a forehead there. Where he went, there was more crying, not less. The touch of kindness in this frightening place was enough to push some over the edge into tears. Not Ender, though. When Dap came, his crying was over, and his face was dry. It was the lying face he presented to Mother and Father when Peter had been cruel to him, and he dared not let it show. Thank you for this, Peter. For dry eyes and silent weeping. You taught me how to hide anything I felt. More than ever, I need that now. This was school. Every day, hours of classes, reading, numbers, history. Videos of the bloody battles in space, the Marines spraying their guts all over the walls of the bugger ships. Holos of the clean wars of the fleet. Ships turning into puffs of light as the spacecraft killed each other deftly in the deep night. Many things to learn. Ender worked as hard as anyone. All of them struggled for the first time in their lives. As for the first time in their lives, they competed with classmates who were at least as bright as they. But the games, that was what they lived for. That was what filled the hours between waking and sleeping. Dap introduced them to the game room on their second day. It was up, way above the decks where the boys lived and worked. They climbed ladders to where the gravity weakened, and there in the cavern they saw the dazzling lights of the games. Some of the games they knew, some they had even played at home, simple ones and hard ones. Ender walked past the two-dimensional games on video and began to study the games the bigger boys played, the holographic games with objects hovering in the air. He was the only launchy in that part of the room, and every now and then one of the bigger boys would shove him out of the way. What are you doing here? Get lost, fly off. And of course he would fly in the lower gravity here, leave his feet, and soar until he ran into something or someone. Every time, though, he extricated himself and went back, perhaps to a different spot, to get a different angle on the game. He was too small to see the controls, how the game was actually done. That didn't matter. He got the movement of it in the air, the way the player dug tunnels in the darkness, tunnels of light which the enemy ships would search for and then follow mercilessly until they caught the player's ship. The player could make traps, mines, drifting bombs, loops in the air that forced the enemy ships to repeat endlessly. Some of the players were clever, others lost quickly. Ender liked it better, though, when two boys played against each other. Then they had to use each other's tunnels, and it quickly became clear which of them was worth anything at the strategy of it. Within an hour or so, it began to pall. Ender understood the regularities by then, understood the rules the computer was following, so that he knew he could always, once he mastered the controls, outmaneuver the enemy. Spirals when the enemy was like this, loops when the enemy was like that, lie in wait at one trap, lay 7 traps, and then lure them like this. There was no challenge to it then, just a matter of playing until the computer got so fast that no human reflexes could overcome it. That wasn't fun. It was the other boys he wanted to play. The boys who had been so trained by the computer that even when they played against each other, they each tried to emulate the computer, think like a machine instead of a boy. I could beat them this way, I could beat them that way. "I'd like a turn against you," he said to the boy who had just won. "Lousy me, what is this?" asked the boy. "Is it a bug or a bugger?" "A new flock of dwarfs just came aboard," said another boy. "But it talks. Did you know they could talk?" "I see," said Ender. "You're afraid to play me 2 out of 3. "Beating you," said the boy, "would be as easy as pissing in the shower." "And not half as fun," said another. "I'm Ender Wiggin." "Listen up, scrunch face. You nobody got that. You nobody got that. You not anybody till you got your first kill. Got that?" The slang of the older boys had its own rhythm. Ender picked it up quick enough. "If I'm nobody, then how come you scared to play me 2 out of 3? Now the other guys were impatient. "Kill the squirt quick and let's get on with it." So Ender took his place at the unfamiliar controls. His hands were small, but the controls were simple enough. It took only a little experimentation to find out which buttons used certain weapons. Movement control was a standard wire ball. His reflexes were slow at first. The other boy, whose name he still didn't know, got ahead quickly. But Ender learned a lot and was doing much better by the time the game ended. "Satisfied, Launchy?" 2 out of 3. "We don't allow 2 out of 3 games." "So you beat me the first time I ever touched the game," Ender said. "If you can't do it twice, you can't do it at all." They played again, and this time Ender was deft enough to pull off a few maneuvers that the boy had obviously never seen before. His patterns couldn't cope with him. Ender didn't win easily, but he won. The bigger boys stopped laughing and joking then. The third game went in total silence. Ender won it quickly and efficiently. When the game ended, one of the older boys said, "About time they replaced this machine. Getting so any pin brain can beat it now." Not a word of congratulation, just total silence as Ender walked away. He didn't go far, just stood off in the near distance and watched as the next players tried to use the things he had shown them. "Any pin brain?" Ender smiled inwardly. "Oh, they won't forget me." He felt good. He had won something, and against older boys. Probably not the best of the older boys, but he no longer had the panicked feeling that he might be out of his depth, that battle school might be too much for him. All he had to do was watch the game and understand how things worked, and then he could use the system and even excel. It was the waiting and watching that cost the most, for during that time he had to endure. The boy whose arm he had broken was out for vengeance. His name, Ender quickly learned, was Bernard. He spoke his own name with a French accent, since the French, with their arrogant separatism, insisted that the teaching of Standard not begin until the age of 4, when the French language patterns were already set. His accent made him exotic and interesting. His broken arm made him a martyr. His sadism made him a natural focus for all those who loved pain in others. Ender became their enemy. Little things. Kicking his bed every time they went in and out of the door, jostling him with his meal tray, tripping him on the ladders. Ender learned quickly not to leave anything of his outside his lockers. He also learned to be quick on his feet, to catch himself. "Maladroit," Bernard called him once, and the name stuck. There were times when Ender was very angry. With Bernard, of course, anger was inadequate. It was the kind of person he was, a tormentor. What enraged Ender was how willingly the others went along with him. Surely they knew there was no justice in Bernard's revenge. Surely they knew that he had struck first at Ender in the shuttle, that Ender had only been responding to violence. If they knew, they acted as if they didn't. Even if they did not know, they should be able to tell from Bernard himself that he was a snake. After all, Ender wasn't his only target. Bernard was setting up a kingdom, wasn't he? Ender watched from the fringes of the group as Bernard established the hierarchy. Some of the boys were useful to him, and he flattered them outrageously. Some of the boys were willing servants, doing whatever he wanted, even though he treated them with contempt. But a few chafed under Bernard's rule. Ender, watching, knew who resented Bernard. Shen was small, ambitious, and easily needled. Bernard had discovered that quickly and started calling him Worm. "Because he's so small," Bernard said, "and because he wriggles. Look how he shimmies his butt when he walks." Shen stormed off, but they only laughed louder. "Look at his butt. See a worm?" Ender said nothing to Shen. It would be too obvious then that he was starting his own competing gang. He just sat with his desk on his lap, looking as studious as possible. He was not studying. He was telling his desk to keep sending a message into the interrupt queue every 30 seconds. The message was to everyone, and it was short and to the point. What made it hard was figuring out how to disguise who it was from the way the teachers could. Messages from one of the boys always had their name automatically inserted. Ender hadn't cracked the teacher's security system yet, so he couldn't pretend to be a teacher, but he was able to set up a file for a non-existent student whom he whimsically named God. Only when the message was ready to go did he try to catch Shen's eye. Like all the other boys, he was watching Bernard and his cronies laugh and joke, making fun of the math teacher, who often stopped in mid-sentence and looked around as if he had been let off the bus at the wrong stop and didn't know where he was. Eventually, though, Shen glanced around. Ender nodded to him, pointed to his desk and smiled. Shen looked puzzled. Ender held up his desk a little and then pointed at it. Shen reached for his own desk. Ender sent the message then. Shen saw it almost at once. Shen read it, then laughed aloud. He looked at Ender as if to say, "Did you do this?" Ender shrugged to say, "I don't know who did it, but it sure wasn't me." Shen laughed again, and several of the other boys who were not close to Bernard's group got out their desks and looked. Every 30 seconds the message appeared on every desk, marched around the screen quickly, then disappeared. The boys laughed together. "What's so funny?" Bernard asked. Ender made sure he was not smiling when Bernard looked around the room, imitating the fear that so many others felt. Shen, of course, smiled all the more defiantly. It took a moment. Then Bernard told one of his boys to bring out a desk. Together they read the message. "Cover your butt. Bernard is watching. God." Bernard went red with anger. "Who did this?" he shouted. "God," said Shen. "It sure as hell wasn't you. This takes too much brains for a worm." Ender's message expired after 5 minutes. After a while, a message from Bernard appeared on his desk. "I know it was you, Bernard." Ender didn't look up. He acted, in fact, as if he hadn't seen the message. Bernard just wants to catch me looking guilty. He doesn't know. Of course, it didn't matter if he knew. Bernard would punish him all the more because he had to rebuild his position. The one thing he couldn't stand was having the other boys laughing at him. He had to make clear who was boss. So Ender got knocked down in the shower that morning. One of Bernard's boys pretended to trip over him and managed to plant a knee in his belly. Ender took it in silence. He was still watching. As far as the open war was concerned, he would do nothing. But in the other war, the war of desks, he already had his next attack in place. When he got back from the shower, Bernard was raging, kicking beds and yelling at boys. "I didn't write it. Shut up!" Marching constantly around every boy's desk was this message. "I love your butt. Let me kiss it, Bernard." "I didn't write that message!" Bernard shouted. After the shouting had been going on for some time, Dap appeared at the door. "What's the fuss?" he asked. "Somebody's been writing messages using my name." Bernard was sullen. "What message?" "It doesn't matter what message." "It does to me." Dap picked up the nearest desk, which happened to belong to the boy who bunked above Ender. Dap read it, smiled very slightly, gave back the desk. "Interesting," he said. "Aren't you going to find out who did it?" demanded Bernard. "Oh, I know who did it," Dap said. Yes, Ender thought, the system was too easily broken. They mean us to break it, or sections of it. They know it was me. "Well, who then?" Bernard shouted. "Are you shouting at me, soldier?" asked Dap very softly. At once the mood in the room changed. From rage on the part of Bernard's closest friends and barely contained mirth among the rest, all became somber. Authority was about to speak. "No, sir," said Bernard. "Everybody knows that the system automatically puts on the name of the sender." "I didn't write that," Bernard said. "Shouting?" asked Dap. "Yesterday somebody sent a message that was signed God," Bernard said. "Really?" said Dap. "I didn't know he was signed onto the system." Dap turned and left, and the room filled with laughter. Bernard's attempt to be ruler of the room was broken. Only a few stayed with him now, but they were the most vicious, and Ender knew that until he was through watching, it would go hard on him. Still, his tampering with the system had done its work. Bernard was contained, and all the boys who had some quality were free of him. Best of all, Ender had done it without sending him to the hospital. Much better this way. Then he settled down to the serious business of designing a security system for his own desk, since the safeguards built into the system were obviously inadequate. If a 6-year-old could break them down, they were obviously put there as a plaything, not serious security. Just another game that the teachers set up for us. And this one I'm good at. "How did you do that?" Shen asked him at breakfast. Ender noted quietly that this was the first time another launchie from his own class had sat with him at a meal. "Do what?" he asked. "Send a message with a fake name. And Bernard's name. That was great. They're calling him Butt Watcher now. Just Watcher in front of the teachers, but everybody knows what he's watching." "Poor Bernard," Ender murmured. "And he's so sensitive." "Come on, Ender, you broke into the system. How'd you do it?" Ender shook his head and smiled. "Thanks for thinking I'm bright enough to do that. I just happened to see it first, that's all." "Okay, you don't have to tell me," said Shen. "Still, it was great." They ate in silence for a moment. "Do I wiggle my butt when I walk?" "Nah," Ender said. "Just a little. Just don't take such big, long steps, that's all." Shen nodded. The only person who'd ever noticed was Bernard. "He's a pig," said Shen. Ender shrugged. "On the whole, pigs aren't so bad." Shen laughed. "You're right. I wasn't being fair to the pigs." They laughed together, and 2 other launchies joined them. Ender's isolation was over. The war was just beginning.
We've had our disappointments in the past, hanging on for years, hoping they'll pull through, and then they don't. Nice thing about Ender, he's determined to ice within the first 6 months.
Oh?
Don't you see what's going on here? He's stuck at the Giants drinking the mind game. Is the boy suicidal? You never mentioned it.
Everybody gets the Giants sometime.
But Ender won't leave it alone. Like Pinuel.
Everybody looks like Pinuel at one time or another, but he's the only one who killed himself. I don't think it had anything to do with the Giants' drink.
You're betting my life on that. And look what he's done with his launch group.
Wasn't his fault, you know.
I don't care. His fault or not, he's poisoning that group. They're supposed to bond, and right where he stands, there's a chasm, a mile wide.
I don't plan to leave him there very long anyway.
Then you better plan again. That launch is sick, and he's the source of the disease. He stays till it's cured.
I was the source of the disease. I was isolating him, and it worked.
Give him time with the group to see what he does with it.
We don't have time.
Well, we don't have time to rush too fast with a kid who has as much chance of being a monster as a military genius.
Is this an order?
The recorder's on. It's always on. Your ass is covered. Go to hell.
If it's an order, then I'll...
It's an order. Hold him where he is until we see how he handles things in his launch group. Jesus, Graf, you give me ulcers.
You wouldn't have ulcers if you'd leave the school to me and take care of the fleet yourself.
The fleet is looking for a battle commander. There's nothing to take care of until you get me that.
They filed clumsily into the battle room like children in a swimming pool for the first time, clinging to the handholds along the side. Null gravity was frightening, disorienting. They soon found that things went better if they didn't use their feet at all. Worse, the suits were confining. It was harder to make precise movements since the suits bent just a bit slower, resisted a bit more than any clothing they had ever worn before. Ender gripped the handhold and flexed his knees. He noticed that, along with the sluggishness, the suit had an amplifying effect on movement. It was hard to get them started, but the suit's legs kept moving, and strongly, after his muscles had stopped. Give them a push this strong, and the suit pushes with twice the force. I'll be clumsy for a while. Better get started. So, still grasping the handhold, he pushed off strongly with his feet. Instantly, he flipped around, his feet flying over his head, and landed flat on his back against the wall. The rebound was stronger, it seemed, and his hands tore loose from the handhold. He flew across the battle room, tumbling over and over. For a sickening moment, he tried to retain his old up-and-down orientation, his body attempting to right itself, searching for the gravity that wasn't there. Then he forced himself to change his view. He was hurtling toward a wall that was down, and at once he had control of himself. He wasn't flying, he was falling. This was a dive. He could choose how he would hit the surface. I'm going too fast to catch a hold and stay, but I can soften the impact. I can fly off at an angle if I roll when I hit and use my feet. It didn't work at all the way he had planned. He went off at an angle, but it was not the one he had predicted, nor did he have time to consider. He hit another wall, this time too soon to have prepared for it. But quite accidentally, he discovered a way to use his feet to control the rebound angle. Now he was soaring across the room again toward the other boys who still clung to the wall. This time he had slowed enough to be able to grip a rung. He was at a crazy angle in relation to the other boys, but once again his orientation had changed, and as far as he could tell, they were all lying on the floor, not hanging on a wall, and he was no more upside down than they were. "What are you trying to do, kill yourself?" asked Shen. "Try it," Ender said. "The suit keeps you from hurting yourself, and you can control your bouncing with your legs, like this." He approximated the movement he had made. Shen shook his head. He wasn't trying any fool's stunt like that. But one boy did take off, not as fast as Ender had, because he didn't begin with a flip, but fast enough. Ender didn't even have to see his face to know that it was Bernard, and right after him, Bernard's best friend, Alai. Ender watched them cross the huge room, Bernard struggling to orient himself to the direction he thought of as the floor, Alai surrendering to the movement and preparing to rebound from the wall. No wonder Bernard broke his arm in the shuttle, Ender thought. He tightens up when he's flying. He panics. Ender stored the information away for future reference. And another bit of information, too. Alai did not push off in the same direction as Bernard. He aimed for a corner of the room. Their paths diverged more and more as they flew, and where Bernard made a clumsy, crunching landing and bounce on his wall, Alai did a glancing triple bounce on 3 surfaces near the corner that left him most of his speed and sent him flying off at a surprising angle. Alai shouted and whooped, and so did the boys watching him. Some of them forgot they were weightless and let go of the wall to clap their hands. Now they drifted lazily in many directions, waving their arms, trying to swim. Now that's a problem, thought Ender. What if you catch yourself drifting? There's no way to push off. He was tempted to set himself adrift and try to solve the problem by trial and error, but he could see the others, their useless efforts at control, and he couldn't think of what he would do that they weren't already doing. Holding on to the floor with one hand, he fiddled idly with the toy gun that was attached to his suit in front, just below the shoulder. Then he remembered the hand rockets sometimes used by Marines when they did a boarding assault on an enemy station. He pulled the gun from his suit and examined it. He had pushed all the buttons back in the room, but the gun did nothing there. Maybe here in the battle room it would work. There were no instructions on it, no labels on the controls. The trigger was obvious. He had had toy guns, as all children had, almost since infancy. There were 2 buttons that his thumb could easily reach, and several others along the bottom of the shaft that were almost inaccessible without using 2 hands. Obviously, the 2 buttons near his thumb were meant to be instantly usable. He aimed the gun at the floor and pulled back on the trigger. He felt the gun grow instantly warm. Then he let go of the trigger. It cooled at once. Also, a tiny circle of light appeared on the floor where he was aiming. He thumbed the red button at the top of the gun and pulled the trigger again. Same thing. Then he pushed the white button. It gave a bright flash of light that illuminated a wide area, but not as intensely. The gun was quite cold when the button was pressed. The red button makes it like a laser, but it is not a laser, Dap had said, while the white button makes it a lamp. Neither will be much help when it comes to maneuvering. So everything depends on how you push off, the course you set when you start. It means we're going to have to get very good at controlling our launches and rebounds, or we're all going to end up floating around in the middle of nowhere. Ender looked around the room. A few of the boys were drifting close to walls now, flailing their arms to catch a handhold. Most were bumping into each other and laughing. Some were holding hands and going around in circles. Only a few, like Ender, were calmly holding onto the walls and watching. One of them, he saw, was Eli. He had ended up on another wall not too far from Ender. On impulse, Ender pushed off and moved quickly toward Eli. Once in the air, he wondered what he would say. Eli was Bernard's friend. What did Ender have to say to him? Still, there was no changing course now, so he watched straight ahead and practiced making tiny leg and hand movements to control which way he was facing as he drifted. Too late, he realized that he had aimed too well. He was not going to land near Eli, he was going to hit him. "Here, snag my hand," Eli called. Ender held out his hand. Eli took the shock of impact and helped Ender make a fairly gentle landing against the wall. "That's good," Ender said. "We ought to practice that kind of thing." "That's what I thought, only everybody's turning to butter out there," Eli said. "What happens if we get out there together? We should be able to shove each other in opposite directions." "Yeah? Okay?" It was an admission that all might not be right between them. Is it okay for us to do something together? Ender's answer was to take Eli by the wrist and get ready to push off. "Ready?" said Eli. "Go." Since they pushed off with different amounts of force, they began to circle each other. Ender made some small hand movements, then shifted a leg. They slowed. He did it again. They stopped orbiting. Now they were drifting evenly. "Packed head, Ender," Eli said. It was high praise. "Let's push off before we run into that bunch. And then let's meet over in that corner." Ender did not want this bridge into the enemy's camp to fail. "Last one there saves farts in a milk bottle," Eli said. Then, slowly, steadily, they maneuvered until they faced each other, spread-eagled hand to hand, knee to knee. "And then we just scrunch?" asked Eli. "I've never done this before either," said Ender. They pushed off. It propelled them faster than they expected. Ender ran into a couple of boys and ended up on a wall that he hadn't expected. It took him a moment to reorient and find the corner where he and Eli were to meet. Eli was already headed toward it. Ender plotted a course that would include 2 rebounds to avoid the largest clusters of boys. When Ender reached the corner, Eli had hooked his arms through 2 adjacent handholds and was pretending to doze. "You win." "I want to see your fart collection," Eli said. "I stored it in your locker, didn't you notice? I thought it was my socks. We don't wear socks anymore." "Oh, yeah." A reminder that they were both far from home. It took some of the fun out of having mastered a bit of navigation. Ender took his pistol and demonstrated what he had learned about the 2 thumb buttons. "What does it do when you aim at a person?" asked Eli. "I don't know." "Why don't we find out?" Ender shook his head. "We might hurt somebody." "I meant, why don't we shoot each other in the foot or something? I'm not Bernard. I never tortured cats for fun." "Oh. Can't be too dangerous or they wouldn't give these guns to kids." "Well, we're soldiers now." "Shoot me in the foot." "No, you shoot me." "Let's shoot each other." They did. Immediately, Ender felt the leg of the suit grow stiff, immobile at the knee and ankle joints. "You frozen?" asked Eli. "Stiff as a board." "Let's freeze a few," Eli said. "Let's have our first war, us against them." They grinned. Then Ender said, "Better invite Bernard." Eli cocked an eyebrow. "Oh?" "And Shen." "That little butt wiggler?" Ender decided that Eli was joking. Eli grinned. "Let's go get Bernard and Shen and freeze these bugger lovers." In 20 minutes, everyone in the room was frozen except Ender, Bernard, Shen, and Eli. The four of them sat there whooping and laughing until Dap came in. "I see you've learned how to use your equipment," he said. Then he did something to a control he held in his hand. Everybody drifted slowly toward the wall he was standing on. He went among the frozen boys, touching them and thawing their suits. There was a tumult of complaint that it wasn't fair how Bernard and Eli had shot them all when they weren't ready. "Well, why weren't you ready?" asked Dap. "You had your suits just as long as they did. You had just as many minutes flapping around like drunken ducks. Stop moaning and we'll begin." Ender noticed that it was assumed that Bernard and Eli were the leaders of the battle. Well, that was fine. Bernard knew that Ender and Eli had learned to use the guns together, and Ender and Eli were friends. Now others might believe that Ender had joined his group, but it wasn't so. Ender had joined a new group, Eli's group. Bernard had joined it too. It wasn't obvious to everyone. Bernard still blustered and sent his cronies on errands, but Eli now moved freely through the whole room, and when Bernard was crazy, Eli could joke a little and calm him down. When it came time to choose their launch leader, Eli was the almost unanimous choice. Bernard sulked for a few days and then he was fine, and everyone settled into the new pattern. The launch was no longer divided into Bernard's in-group and Ender's outcasts. Eli was the bridge. Ender sat on his bed with his desk on his knees. It was private study time, and Ender was doing free play. It was a shifting, crazy kind of game in which the school computer kept bringing up new things, building a maze that you could explore. You could go back to events that you liked for a while. If you left one alone too long, it disappeared and something else took its place. Sometimes there were funny things, sometimes exciting ones, and he had to be quick to stay alive. He had lots of deaths, but that was okay. Games were like that. You died a lot until you got the hang of it. His figure on the screen had started out as a little boy. For a while it had changed into a bear. Now it was a large mouse with long and delicate hands. He ran his figure under a lot of large items of furniture depicted on the screen. He had played with the cat a lot, but now it was boring, too easy to dodge. He knew all the furniture. Not through the mouse hole this time, he told himself. I'm sick of the giant. It's a dumb game and I can't ever win. Whatever I choose is wrong. But he went through the mouse hole anyway and over the small bridge in the garden. He avoided the ducks and the dive-bombing mosquitoes. He had tried playing with them, but they were too easy, and if he played with the ducks too long, he turned into a fish, which he didn't like. Being a fish reminded him too much of being frozen in the battle room, his whole body rigid, waiting for the practice to end, so Dap would thaw him. So as usual, he found himself going up the rolling hills. The landslides began. At first he had got caught again and again, crushed in an exaggerated blot of gore oozing out from under a rock pile. Now, though, he had mastered the skill of running up the slopes at an angle to avoid the crush, always seeking higher ground. And, as always, the landslides finally stopped being jumbles of rock. The face of the hill broke open, and instead of shale, it was white bread, puffy, rising like dough as the crust broke away and fell. It was soft and spongy. His figure moved more slowly, and when he jumped down off the bread, he was standing on a table. Giant loaf of bread behind him, giant stick of butter beside him, and the giant hitting his chin in his hands, looking at him. Ender's figure was about as tall as the giant's head from chin to brow.
I think I'll bite your head off,
said the giant, as he always did. This time, instead of running away or standing there, Ender walked his figure up to the giant's face and kicked him in the chin. The giant stuck out his tongue, and Ender fell to the ground.
How about a guessing game?
asked the giant. So it didn't make any difference. The giant only played the guessing game. Stupid computer. Millions of possible scenarios in its memory, and the giant could only play one stupid game. The giant, as always, set 2 huge shot glasses, as tall as Ender's knees, on the table in front of him. As always, the 2 were filled with different liquids. The computer was good enough that the liquids had never repeated, not that he could remember. This time the one had a thick, creamy-looking liquid, the other hissed and foamed.
One is poison and one is not,
said the giant.
Guess right, and I'll take you into fairyland.
Guessing meant sticking his head into one of the glasses to drink. He never guessed right. Sometimes his head was dissolved. Sometimes he caught on fire. Sometimes he fell in and drowned. Sometimes he fell out, turned green, and rotted away. It was always ghastly, and the giant always laughed. Ender knew that whatever he chose, he would die. The game was rigged. On the first death, his figure would reappear on the giant's table to play again. On the second death, he'd come back to the landslides. Then to the garden bridge, then to the mouse hole, and then, if he still went back to the giant and played again and died again, his desk would go dark. Free play over would march around the desk, and Ender would lie back on his bed and tremble until he could finally go to sleep. The game was rigged, but still the giant talked about fairyland, some stupid, childish 3-year-old's fairyland that probably had some stupid Mother Goose or Pac-Man or Peter Pan. Wasn't even worth getting into, but he had to find some way of beating the giant to get there. He drank the creamy liquid. Immediately he began to inflate and rise like a balloon. The giant laughed. He was dead again. He played again, and this time the liquid set like concrete and held his head down while the giant cut him open along the spine, deboned him like a fish, and began to eat while his arms and legs quivered. He reappeared at the landslides and decided not to go on. He even let the landslides cover him once, but even though he was sweating and he felt cold, with his next life he went back up the hills till they turned into bread and stood on the giant's table as the shot glasses were set before him. He stared at the 2 liquids, the one foaming, the other with waves in it like the sea. He tried to guess what kind of death each one held. Probably a fish would come out of the ocean one and eat me. The foamy one will probably asphyxiate me. I hate this game. It isn't fair. It's stupid. It's rotten. And instead of pushing his face into one of the liquids, he kicked one over, then the other, and dodged the giant's huge hands as the giant shouted, "Cheater! Cheater!" He jumped at the giant's face, clambered up his lip and nose, and began to dig in the giant's eye. The stuff came away like cottage cheese, and as the giant screamed, Ender's figure burrowed into the eye, climbed right in, burrowed in and in. The giant fell over backward. The view shifted as he fell. And when the giant came to rest on the ground, there were intricate, lacy trees all around. A bat flew up and landed on the dead giant's nose. Ender brought his figure up out of the giant's eye.
How did you get here?
The bat asked.
Nobody ever comes here.
Ender could not answer, of course. So he reached down, took a handful of the giant's eye stuff, and offered it to the bat. The bat took it and flew off, shouting as it went,
Welcome to fairyland.
He had made it. He ought to explore. He ought to climb down from the giant's face and see what he had finally achieved. Instead, he signed off, put his desk in his locker, stripped off his clothes, and pulled his blanket over him. This was supposed to be a game, not a choice between his own grisly death and an even worse murder. I'm a murderer even when I play. Peter would be proud of me.
Isn't it nice to know that Ender can do the impossible?
The players' deaths have always been sickening. I've always thought the giant's drink was the most perverted part of the whole mind game, but going for the eye like that, this is the one we want to put in command of our fleet?
What matters is that he won the game that couldn't be won.
I suppose you'll move him now.
We were waiting to see how he handled the thing with Bernard. He handled it perfectly.
So as soon as he can cope with a situation, you move him to one he can't cope with. Doesn't he get any rest?
He'll have a month or 2, maybe 3 with his launch group. That's really quite a long time in a child's life.
Does it ever seem to you that these boys aren't children? I look at what they do, the way they talk, and they don't seem like little kids.
They're the most brilliant children in the world, each in his own way.
Yeah, but shouldn't they still act like children? I mean, they aren't normal. They act like history. Napoleon, Wellington, Caesar, and Brutus.
We're trying to save the world, not heal the wounded heart. You're too compassionate.
General Levy has no pity for anyone. All the videos say so. But don't hurt this boy.
Are you joking?
I mean, don't hurt him more than you have to.
Eli sat across from Ender at dinner. I finally figured out how you sent that message using Bernard's name. Me? Asked Ender. Come on, who else? Sure wasn't Bernard, and Shen isn't too hot on the computer, and I know it wasn't me. Who else? Doesn't matter. I figured out how to fake a new student entry. You just created a student named Bernard Blank, B-E-R-N-A-R-D space, so the computer didn't kick it out as a repeat of another student. Sounds like that might work, said Ender. Okay, it does work, but you did that practically on the first day. Or somebody, maybe Dap did it to keep Bernard from getting too much control. I found something else. I can't do it with your name. Oh? Anything with Ender in it gets kicked out. I can't get inside your files at all either. You made your own security system. Maybe. Eli grinned. I just got in and trashed somebody's files. He's right behind me. I'm cracking the system. I need protection, Ender. I need your system. Well, if I gave you my system, you'll know how I do it, and you'll get in and trash me. You say me? Eli asked. I the sweetest friend you got. Ender laughed. I'll set up a system for you. Now, can I finish eating? You never finish eating. It was true. Ender's tray always had food on it after a meal. Ender looked at the plate and decided he was through. Let's go then. When they got to the barracks, Ender squatted down by his bed and said, Get your desk and bring it over here. I'll show you how. But when Eli brought his desk to Ender's bed, Ender was just sitting there, his lockers still closed. What's up? Asked Eli. In answer, Ender palmed his locker. Unauthorized access attempt, it said. It didn't open. Somebody done a dance on your head, Mama, Eli said. Somebody eated your face. You sure you want my security system now? Ender got up and walked away from his bed. Ender, said Eli. Ender turned around. Eli was holding a little piece of paper. What is it? Eli looked up at him. Don't you know? This was on your bed. You must have sat on it. Ender took it from him. Ender Wiggin, assigned Salamander Army, Commander Bonzo Madrid. Effective immediately. Code green-green-brown. No possessions transferred. You're smart, Ender, but you don't do the battle room any better than me. Ender shook his head. It was the stupidest thing he could think of, to promote him now. Nobody got promoted before they were 8 years old. Ender wasn't even 7 yet. And launchies usually moved into the armies together, with most armies getting a new kid at the same time. There were no transfer slips on any of the other beds. Just when things were finally coming together, just when Bernard was getting along with everybody, even Ender, just when Ender was beginning to make a real friend out of Eli, just when his life was finally getting livable. Ender reached down to pull Eli up from the bed. Salamander Army's in contention anyway, Eli said. Ender was so angry at the unfairness of the transfer that tears were coming to his eyes. Mustn't cry, he told himself. Eli saw the tears but had the grace not to say so. Yeah, they're fartheads, Ender. They won't even let you take anything you own. Ender grinned and didn't cry after all. Think I should strip and go naked? Eli laughed too. On impulse, Ender hugged him tight, almost as if he were Valentine. He even thought of Valentine then and wanted to go home. I don't want to go, he said. Eli hugged him back. I understand them, Ender. You are the best of us. Maybe they're in a hurry to teach you everything. They don't want to teach me everything, Ender said. I wanted to learn what it was like to have a friend. Eli nodded soberly. Always my friend. always the best of my friends," he said. Then he grinned. "Go slice up the buggers." "Yeah," Ender smiled back. Alai suddenly kissed Ender on the cheek and whispered in his ear, "Salam." Then, red-faced, he turned away and walked to his own bed at the back of the barracks. Ender guessed that the kiss and the word were somehow forbidden, a suppressed religion perhaps, or maybe the word had some private and powerful meaning for Alai alone. Whatever it meant to Alai, Ender knew that it was sacred, that he had uncovered himself for Ender as once Ender's mother had done when he was very young, before they put the monitor in his neck, and she had put her hands on his head when she thought he was asleep and prayed over him. Ender had never spoken of that to anyone, not even to Mother, but had kept it as a memory of holiness, of how his mother loved him when she thought that no one, not even he, could see or hear. That was what Alai had given him, a gift so sacred that even Ender could not be allowed to understand what it meant. After such a thing, nothing could be said. Alai reached his bed and turned around to see Ender, their eyes held for only a moment, locked in understanding. Then Ender left. There would be no green, green, brown in this part of the school. He would have to pick up the colors in one of the public areas. The others would be finished with dinner very soon. He didn't want to go near the mess hall. The game room would be nearly empty. None of the games appealed to him the way he felt now, so he went to the bank of public desks at the back of the room and signed on to his own private game. He went quickly to Fairyland. The giant was dead when he arrived now. He had to climb carefully down the table, jump to the leg of the giant's overturned chair, and then make the drop to the ground. For a while there had been rats gnawing at the giant's body, but Ender had killed one with a pin from the giant's ragged shirt, and they had left him alone after that. The giant's corpse had essentially finished its decay. What could be torn by the small scavengers was torn. The maggots had done their work on the organs. Now it was a desiccated mummy, hollowed out, teeth in a rigid grin, eyes empty, fingers curled. Ender remembered burrowing through the eye when it had been alive and malicious and intelligent. Angry and frustrated as he was, Ender wished to do such violence again. But the giant had become part of the landscape now, and so there could be no rage against him. Ender had always gone over the bridge to the castle of the Queen of Hearts, where there were games enough for him, but none of those appealed to him now. He went around the giant's corpse and followed the brook upstream to where it emerged from the forest. There was a playground there, slides and monkey bars, teeter-totters and merry-go-rounds, with a dozen children laughing as they played. Ender came and found that in the game he had become a child, though usually his figure in the games was adult. In fact, he was smaller than the other children. He got in line for the slide. The other children ignored him. He climbed up to the top, watched the boy before him whirl down the long spiral to the ground. Then he sat and began to slide. He had not slid for a moment when he fell right through the slide and landed on the ground under the ladder. The slide would not hold him. Neither would the monkey bars. He could climb a ways, but then, at random, a bar seemed to be insubstantial, and he fell. He could sit on the seesaw until he rose to the apex, then he fell. When the merry-go-round went fast, he could not hold on to any of the bars, and centrifugal force hurled him off. And the other children, their laughter was raucous, offensive. They circled around him and pointed and laughed for many seconds before they went back to their play. Ender wanted to hit them, to throw them in the brook. Instead, he walked into the forest. He found a path which soon became an ancient brick road, much overgrown with weeds but still usable. There were hints of possible games off to either side, but Ender followed none of them. He wanted to see where the path led. It led to a clearing, with a well in the middle and a sign that said, "Drink, Traveler." Ender went forward and looked at the well. Almost at once he heard a snarl. Out of the woods emerged a dozen slavering wolves with human faces. He recognized them. They were the children from the playground, only now their teeth could tear. Ender, weaponless, was quickly devoured. His next figure appeared as usual in the same spot and was eaten again, though Ender tried to climb down into the well. The next appearance, though, was at the playground. Again the children laughed at him. Laugh all you like, Ender thought. I know what you are. He pushed one of them. She followed him, angry. Ender led her up the slide. Of course, he fell through, but this time, following so closely behind him, she also fell through. When she hit the ground, she turned into a wolf and lay there, dead or stunned. One by one, Ender led each of the others into a trap, but before he had finished off the last of them, the wolves began reviving and were no longer children. Ender was torn apart again. This time, shaking and sweating, Ender found his figure revived on the giant's table. I should quit, he told himself. I should go to my new army. But instead, he made his figure drop down from the table and walk around the giant's body to the playground. This time, as soon as the child hit the ground and turned into a wolf, Ender dragged the body to the brook and pulled it in. Each time the body sizzled as though the water were acid. The wolf was consumed, and a dark cloud of smoke arose and drifted away. The children were easily dispatched, though they began following him in twos and threes at the end. Ender found no wolves waiting for him in the clearing, and he lowered himself into the well on the bucket rope. The light in the cavern was dim, but he could see piles of jewels. He passed them by, noting that behind him eyes glinted among the gems. The table covered with food did not interest him. He passed through a group of cages hanging from the ceiling of the cave, each containing some exotic, friendly-looking creature. I'll play with you later, Ender thought. At last he came to a door with these words in glowing emeralds: "The end of the world." He did not hesitate. He opened the door and stepped through. He stood on a small ledge high on a cliff overlooking a terrain of bright and deep green forest, with dashes of autumn color and patches here and there of cleared land, with ox-drawn plows and small villages, a castle on a rise in the distance, and clouds riding currents of air below him. Above him, the sky was the ceiling of a vast cavern, with crystals dangling in bright stalactites. The door closed behind him. Ender studied the scene intently. With the beauty of it, he cared less for survival than usual. He cared little at the moment what the game of this place might be. He had found it, and seeing it was its own reward, and so, with no thought of consequences, he jumped from the ledge. Now he plummeted downward, toward a roiling river and savage rocks. But a cloud came between him and the ground as he fell and caught him and carried him away. It took him to the tower of the castle and through the open window bearing him in. There it left him in a room with no apparent door in floor or ceiling and windows looking out over a certainly fatal fall. A moment ago he had thrown himself from a ledge carelessly. This time he hesitated. The small rug before the fire unraveled itself into a long, slender serpent with wicked teeth. "I am your only escape," it said. "Death is your only escape." Ender looked around the room for a weapon, when suddenly the screen went dark. Words flashed around the rim of the desk. "Report to Commander immediately. You are late. Green, green, brown." Furious, Ender snapped off the desk and went to the color wall, where he found the ribbon of green, green, brown, touched it, and followed it as it lit up before him. The dark green, light green, and brown of the ribbon reminded him of the early autumn kingdom he had found in the game. "I must go back there," he told himself. "The serpent is a long thread. I can let myself down from the tower and find my way through that place. Perhaps it's called the end of the world because it's the end of the games, because I can go to one of the villages and become one of the little boys working and playing there, with nothing to kill, and nothing to kill me, just living there." As he thought of it, though, he could not imagine what just living might actually be. He had never done it in his life, but he wanted to do it anyway. Armies were larger than launch groups, and the army barracks room was larger too. It was long and narrow, with bunks on both sides, so long in fact that you could see the curvature of the floor as the far end bent upward, part of the wheel of the battle school. Ender stood at the door. A few boys near the door glanced at him, but they were older, and it seemed as though they hadn't even seen him. They went on with their conversations, lying and leaning on bunks. They were discussing battles, of course. The older boys always did. They were all much larger than Ender. The 10 and 11-year-olds towered over him. Even the youngest were 8, and Ender was not large for his age. He tried to see which of the boys was the commander, but most wore somewhere between battle dress and what the soldiers always called their sleep uniform, skin from head to toe. Many of them had desks out, but few were studying. Ender stepped into the room. The moment he did, he was noticed. "What do you want?" demanded the boy who had the upper bunk by the door. He was the largest of them. Ender had noticed him before, a young giant who had whiskers growing raggedly on his chin. "You're not a salamander." "I'm supposed to be, I think," Ender said. Green, brown, right? I was transferred." He showed the boy, obviously the door guard, his paper. The door guard reached for it. Ender withdrew it just out of reach. "I'm supposed to give it to Bonzo Madrid." Now another boy joined the conversation. A smaller boy, but still larger than Ender. "Not Bonzo, pisshead. Bonzo. The name's Spanish. Bonzo Madrid." "Aquí nosotros hablamos español, señor granjeador." "You must be Bonzo, then?" Ender asked, pronouncing the name correctly. "No, just a brilliant and talented polyglot. Petra Arkanian. The only girl in Salamander Army, with more balls than anyone else in the room." "Mother Petra, she talkin'," said one of the boys. "She talkin', she talkin'." Another one chimed in, "Shit talkin', shit talkin', shit talkin'." Quite a few laughed. "Just between you and me," Petra said. "If they gave the battle school an enema, they'd stick it in at green, brown." Ender despaired. He already had nothing going for him, grossly undertrained, small, inexperienced, doomed to be resented for early advancement, and now, by chance, he had made exactly the wrong friend, an outcast in Salamander Army, and she had just linked him with her in the minds of the rest of the army. Oh, a good day's work. For a moment, as Ender looked around at the laughing, jeering faces, he imagined their bodies covered with hair, their teeth pointed for tearing. Am I the only human being in this place? Are all the others animals waiting only to devour? Then he remembered a lie. In every army, surely, there was at least one worth knowing. Suddenly, though no one said to be quiet, the laughter stopped, and the group fell silent. Ender turned to the door. A boy stood there, tall and slender, with beautiful black eyes and slender lips that hinted at refinement. "I would follow such beauty," said something inside Ender. "I would see as those eyes see." "Who are you?" asked the boy quietly. "Ender Wiggins, sir," Ender said. "Reassigned from launch to Salamander Army." He held out the orders. The boy took the paper in a swift, sure movement without touching Ender's hand. "How old are you, Wiggin?" he asked. "Almost 7. Still quietly, he said, "I asked how old you are, not how old you almost are." "I am 6 years, 9 months, and 12 days old." "How long have you been working in the battle room?" "A few months now. My aim is better." "Any training in battle maneuvers?" "Have you ever been part of a toon? Have you ever carried out a joint exercise?" Ender had never heard of such things. He shook his head. Madrid looked at him steadily. "I see. As you will quickly learn, the officers in command of the school, most notably Major Anderson, who runs the game, are fond of playing tricks. Salamander Army is just beginning to emerge from indecent obscurity. We have won 12 of our last 20 games. We have surprised Rat and Scorpion and Hound, and we are ready to play for leadership in the game. So, of course, I am given such a useless, untrained, hopeless specimen of underdevelopment as yourself." Petra said quietly, "He isn't glad to meet you." "Shut up, Arkanian," Madrid said. "To one trial, we now add another. But whatever obstacles our officers choose to fling on our path, we are still Salamander!" cried the soldiers in one voice. Instinctively, Ender's perception of these events changed. It was a pattern, a ritual. Madrid was not trying to hurt him, merely taking control of a surprising event and using it to strengthen his control of his army. "We are the fire that will consume them, belly and bowel, head and heart, many flames of us, but one fire. Salamander," they cried again. "Even this one will not weaken us." For a moment, Ender allowed himself to hope. "I'll work hard and learn quickly," he said. "I didn't give you permission to speak," Madrid answered. "I intend to trade you away as quickly as I can. I'll probably have to give up someone valuable along with you, but as small as you are worse than useless. One more, frozen inevitably in every battle, that's all you are. And we're now at a point where every frozen soldier makes a difference in the standings. Nothing personal, Wigan, but I'm sure you can get her training at someone else's expense." "He's all heart," Petra said. Madrid stepped closer to the girl and slapped her across the face with the back of his hand. It made little sound, for only his fingernails had hit her, but there were bright red marks, 4 of them, on her cheek, and little pricks of blood marked where the tips of his fingernails had struck. "Here are your instructions, Wigan. I expect that it is the last time I'll need to speak to you. You will stay out of the way when we're training in the battle room. You have to be there, of course, but you will not belong to any toon, and you will not take part in any maneuvers. When we are called to battle, you will dress quickly and present yourself at the gate with everyone else, but you will not pass through the gate until 4 full minutes after the beginning of the game, and then you will remain at the gate with your weapons undrawn and unfired until such time as the game ends." Ender nodded. So he was to be a nothing. He hoped the trade happened soon. He also noticed that Petra did not so much as cry out in pain or touch her cheek, though one spot of blood had beaded and run, making a streak down to her jaw. Outcast she may be, but since Bonzo Madrid was not going to be Ender's friend, no matter what, he might as well make friends with Petra. He was assigned a bunk at the far end of the room, the upper bunk, so that when he lay on his bed he couldn't even see the door. The curve of the ceiling blocked it. There were other boys near him, tired-looking boys, sullen, the ones least valued. They had nothing of welcome to say to Ender. Ender tried to palm his locker open, but nothing happened. Then he realized the lockers were not secured. All 4 of them had rings on them to pull them open. Nothing would be private then, now that he was in an army. There was a uniform in the locker, not the pale green of the launchies, but the orange-trimmed dark green of Salamander Army. It did not fit well, but then they had probably never had to provide such a uniform for a boy so young. He was starting to take it off when he noticed Petra walking down the aisle toward his bed. He slid off the bunk and stood on the floor to greet her. "Relax," she said. "I'm not an officer." "You're a toon leader, aren't you?" Someone nearby snickered. "Whatever gave you that idea, Wigan?" "You have a bunk in the front." "I bunk in the front because I'm the best sharpshooter in Salamander Army, and because Bonzo is afraid I'll start a revolution if the toon leaders don't keep an eye on me. As if I could start anything with boys like these." She indicated the sullen-faced boys on the nearby bunks. What was she trying to do? Make it worse than it already was? "Everybody's better than I am," Ender said, trying to dissociate himself from her contempt for the boys who would, after all, be his near bunkmates. "I'm a girl," she said, "and you're a pissant of a 6-year-old. We have so much in common. Why don't we be friends?" "I won't do your desk work for you," he said. In a moment, she realized it was a joke. "Ha," she said. "It's also military when you're in the game. School for us isn't like it is for launchies. History and strategy and tactics and buggers and math and stars, things you'll need as a pilot or a commander. You'll see." "So you're my friend. Do I get a prize?" Ender asked. He was imitating her swaggering way of speaking, as if she cared about nothing. "Bonzo isn't going to let you practice. He's going to make you take your desk to the battle room and study. He's right in a way. You don't want a totally untrained little kid to screw up his precision maneuvers." She lapsed into Giria, the slangy talk that imitated the pidgin English of uneducated people. "Bonzo, he precise, he's so careful, he piss on a plate and never splash." Ender grinned. "The battle room is open all the time. If you want, I'll take you in the off hours and show you some of the things I know. I'm not a great soldier, but I'm pretty good, and I sure know more than you." "If you want," Ender said. "Starting tomorrow morning after breakfast." "What if somebody's using the room? We always went right after breakfast in my launch." "No problem. There are really 9 battle rooms. I never heard of any others. They all have the same entrance. The whole center of the battle school, the hub of the wheel, is battle rooms. They don't rotate with the rest of the station. That's how they do the nullo, the no gravity. It just holds still. No spin, no down. But they can set it up so that any one of the rooms is at the battle room entrance corridor that we all use. Once you're inside, they move it along and another battle room's in position. Oh, like I said, right after breakfast. Right, Ender said. She started to walk away. Petra, he said. She turned back. Thanks. She said nothing, just turned around again and walked down the aisle. Ender climbed back up on his bunk and finished taking off his uniform. He lay naked on the bed, doodling with his new desk, trying to decide if they had done anything to his access codes. Sure enough, they had wiped out his security system. He couldn't own anything here, not even his desk. The lights dimmed a little, getting toward bedtime. Ender didn't know which bathroom to use. Go left out of the door, said the boy on the next bunk. We share it with Rat, Condor, and Squirrel. Ender thanked him and started to walk on past. Hey, said the boy. You can't go like that. Uniforms at all times out of this room. Even going to the toilet? Especially. And you're forbidden to speak to anyone from any other army, at meals or in the toilet. You can get away with it sometimes in the game room, and of course whenever a teacher tells you to. But if Bonzo catches you, you dead, eh? Thanks. And, Bonzo get mad if you skin by Petra. She was naked when I came in, wasn't she? She do what she like, but you keep you clothes on. Bonzo's orders. That was stupid. Petra still looked like a boy. It was a stupid rule. It set her apart, made her different, split the army. Stupid, stupid. How did Bonzo get to be a commander if he didn't know better than that? A lie would be a better commander than Bonzo. He knew how to bring a group together. I know how to bring a group together too, thought Ender. Maybe I'll be commander someday. In the bathroom, he was washing his hands when somebody spoke to him. Hey, they putting babies in salamander uniforms now? Ender didn't answer, just dried off his hands. Hey, look, Salamander's getting babies now. Look at this. He could walk between my legs without touching my balls. 'Cause you got none, Dink, that's why, somebody answered. As Ender left the room, he heard somebody else say, It's Wiggin, you know, the smart-ass launchy from the game room. He walked down the corridor, smiling. He may be short, but they knew his name. From the game room, of course, so it meant nothing. But they'd see. He'd be a good soldier, too. They'd all know his name soon enough. Not in Salamander Army, maybe, but soon enough. Petra was waiting in the corridor that led to the battle room. Wait a minute, she said to Ender. Rabbit Army just went in, and it takes a few minutes to change to the next battle room. Ender sat down beside her. There's more to the battle room than just switching from one to the next, he said. For instance, why is there gravity in the corridor outside the room just before we go in? Petra closed her eyes. And if the battle rooms are really free-floating, what happens when one is connected? Why doesn't it start to move with the rotation of the school? Ender nodded. These are the mysteries, she said in a deep whisper. Do not pry into them. Terrible things happened to the last soldier who tried. He was discovered hanging by his feet from the ceiling of the bathroom, with his head stuffed in the toilet. Of course, she was joking, but the message was clear. So, I'm not the first person to ask the question. You remember this, little boy? When she said little boy, it sounded friendly, not contemptuous. They never tell you any more truth than they have to, but any kid with brains knows that there have been some changes in science since the days of old Mazer Rackham and the victorious fleet. Obviously, we can now control gravity, turn it on and off, change the direction, maybe reflect it. I've thought of lots of neat things you could do with gravity weapons and gravity drives on starships, and think how starships could move near planets, maybe tear big chunks out of them by reflecting the planet's own gravity back on itself, only from another direction, and focus down to a smaller point. But they say nothing. Ender understood more than she said. Manipulation of gravity was one thing, deception by the officers was another. But the most important message was this. The adults are the enemy, not the other armies. They do not tell us the truth. Come, little boy, she said. The battle room is ready. Petra's hands are steady. The enemy is deadly, she giggled. Petra the poet, they call me. They also say you're crazy as a loon. Better believe it, baby butt. She had 10 target balls in a bag. Ender held onto her suit with one hand and the wall with the other to steady her as she threw them hard in different directions. In the null gravity, they bounced every which way. "Let go of me," she said. She shoved off, spinning deliberately. With a few deft hand moves, she steadied herself and began aiming carefully at ball after ball. When she shot one, its glow changed from white to red. Ender knew that the color change lasted less than 2 minutes. Only one ball had changed back to white when she got the last one. She rebounded accurately from a wall and came at high speed back to Ender. He caught her and held her against her own rebound, one of the first techniques they had taught him as a launchie. "You're good," he said. "None better. And you're going to learn how to do it." Petra taught him to hold his arms straight, to aim with the whole arm. Something most soldiers don't realize is that the farther away your target is, the longer you have to hold the beam within about a 2-centimeter circle. It's the difference between 1/10 of a second and 1/2 a second, but in battle that's a long time. A lot of soldiers think they missed when they're right on target, but they moved away too fast, so you can't use your gun like a sword. Swish, swish, slice them in half. You got to aim. She used the ball caller to bring the targets back, then launched them slowly, one by one. Ender fired at them. He missed, every one. "Good," she said. "You don't have any bad habits." "I don't have any good ones either," he pointed out. "I give you those." They didn't accomplish much that first morning, mostly talk. How to think while you were aiming. You've got to hold your own motion and your enemy's motion in your mind at the same time. You've got to hold your arm straight out and aim with your body, so in case your arm is frozen, you can still shoot. Learn where your trigger actually fires and ride the edge so you don't have to pull so far each time you fire. Relax your body, don't tense up, it makes you tremble. It was the only practice Ender got that day. During the Army's drills in the afternoon, Ender was ordered to bring his desk and do his schoolwork, sitting in a corner of the room. Bonzo had to bring all his soldiers to the battle room, but he didn't have to use them. Ender did not do his schoolwork, however. If he couldn't drill as a soldier, he could study Bonzo as a tactician. Salamander Army was divided into the standard 4 toons of 10 soldiers each. Some commanders set up their toons so that A toon consisted of the best soldiers, and D toon had the worst. Bonzo had mixed them so that each consisted of good soldiers and weaker ones. Except that B toon had only 9 boys. Ender wondered who had been transferred to make room for him. It soon became plain that the leader of Toon B was new. No wonder Bonzo was so disgusted. He had lost a Toon leader to get Ender. And Bonzo was right about another thing. Ender was not ready. All the practice time was spent working on maneuvers. Toons that couldn't see each other practiced performing precision operations together with exact timing. Toons practiced using each other to make sudden changes of direction without losing formation. All these soldiers took for granted skills that Ender didn't have. The ability to make a soft landing and absorb most of the shock, accurate flight, course adjustments using the frozen soldiers floating randomly through the room, rolls, spins, dodges, sliding along the walls. A very difficult maneuver and yet one of the most valuable since the enemy couldn't get behind you. Even as Ender learned how much he did not know, he also saw things that he could improve on. The well-rehearsed formations were a mistake. It allowed the soldiers to obey shouted orders instantly, but it also meant they were predictable. Also, the individual soldiers were given little initiative. Once a pattern was set, they were to follow it through. There was no room for adjustment to what the enemy did against the formation. Ender studied Bonzo's formations like an enemy commander would, noting ways to disrupt the formation. During free play that night, Ender asked Petra to practice with him. "No," she said. "I want to be a commander someday, so I've got to play the game room." It was a common belief that the teachers monitored the games and spotted potential commanders there. Ender doubted it, though. Toon leaders had a better chance to show what they might do as commanders than any video player. But he didn't argue with Petra. The after-breakfast practice was generous enough. Still, he had to practice, and he couldn't practice alone except a few of the basic skills. Most of the hard things required partners or teams. If only he still had Ally or Shen to practice with. Well, why shouldn't he practice with them? He had never heard of a soldier practicing with launchies, but there was no rule against it. It just wasn't done. Launchies were held in too much contempt. Well, Ender was still being treated like a launchie anyway. He needed someone to practice with, and in return he could help them learn some of the things he saw the older boys doing. "Hey, the great soldier returns," said Barnard. Ender stood in the doorway of his old barracks. He'd only been away for a day, but already it seemed like an alien place, and the others of his launch group were strangers. Almost he turned around and left. But there was Ally, who had made their friendship sacred. Ally was not a stranger. Ender made no effort to conceal how he was treated in Salamander Army. "And they're right, I'm about as useful as a sneeze in a spacesuit." Ally laughed, and other launchies started to gather around. Ender proposed his bargain. Free play every day, working hard in the battle room under Ender's direction. They would learn things from the armies, from the battles Ender would see. He would get the practice he needed in developing soldier skills. We'll get ready together. A lot of the boys wanted to come too. "Sure," Ender said. "If you're coming to work, if you're just farting around, you're out. I don't have any time to waste." They didn't waste any time. Ender was clumsy trying to describe what he had seen, working out ways to do it, but by the time free play ended, they had learned some things. They were tired, but they were getting the knack of a few techniques. "Where were you?" said Bonzo. Ender stood stiffly by his commander's bunk. "Practicing in a battle room. I hear you had some of your old launchie group with you." "I couldn't practice alone. I won't have any soldiers in Salamander Army hanging around with launchies. You're a soldier now." Ender regarded him in silence. "Did you hear me, Wigan?" "Yes, sir." "No more practicing with those little farts." "May I speak to you privately?" asked Ender. It was a request that commanders were required to allow. Bonzo's face went angry, and he led Ender out into the corridor. "Listen, Wigan, I don't want you. I'm trying to get rid of you, but don't give me any problems or I'll paste you to the wall." A good commander thought Ender doesn't have to make stupid threats. Bonzo grew annoyed at Ender's silence. "Look, you asked me to come out here. Now talk." "Sir, you were correct not to place me in a tune. I don't know how to do anything. I don't need you to tell me when I'm correct. But I'm going to become a good soldier. I won't screw up your regular drill, but I'm going to practice. And I'm going to practice with the only people who will practice with me, and that's my launchies. You'll do what I tell you, you little bastard." "That's right, sir. I'll follow all the orders that you're authorized to give. But free play is free. No assignments can be given, none, by anyone." He could see Bonzo's anger growing hot. Hot anger was bad. Ender's anger was cold, and he could use it. Bonzo's was hot, and so it used him. "Sir, I've got my own career to think of. I won't interfere in your training and your battles, but I've got to learn sometime. I didn't ask to be put into your army. You're trying to trade me as soon as you can. But nobody will take me if I don't know anything, will they? Let me learn something, and then you can get rid of me all the sooner and get a soldier you can really use." Bonzo was not such a fool that anger kept him from recognizing good sense when he heard it. Still, he couldn't let go of his anger immediately. "While you're in Salamander Army, you'll obey me. If you try to control my free play, I can get you iced." It probably wasn't true, but it was possible. Certainly, if Ender made a fuss about it, interfering with free play could conceivably get Bonzo removed from command. Also, there was the fact that the officers obviously saw something in Ender, since they had promoted him. Maybe Ender did have influence enough with the teachers to ice somebody. "Bastard," said Bonzo. "It isn't my fault you gave me that order in front of everybody," Ender said. "But if you want, I'll pretend you won this argument. Then tomorrow, you can tell me you changed your mind." "I don't need you to tell me what to do. I don't want the other guys to think you back down. You wouldn't be able to command as well." Bonzo hated him for it, for the kindness. Ender tried to understand why. Maybe it seemed to Bonzo as if Ender were granting him his command as a favor. Galling, and yet he had no choice. No choice about anything. Well, it was Bonzo's own fault for giving Ender an unreasonable order. Still, he would only know that Ender had beaten him, and then rubbed his nose in it by being magnanimous. "I'll have your ass someday," Bonzo said. "Probably," said Ender. The lights-out buzzer sounded. Ender walked back into the room looking dejected, beaten, angry. The other boys drew the obvious conclusion. And in the morning, as Ender was leaving for breakfast, Bonzo stopped him and spoke loudly. "I changed my mind, Pinprick. Maybe by practicing with your launchies you'll learn something, and I can trade you easier. Anything to get rid of you faster." "Thank you, sir," Ender said. "Anything," whispered Bonzo. "I hope you're iced." Ender smiled gratefully and left the room. After breakfast, he practiced again with Petra. All afternoon, he watched Bonzo drill and figured out ways to destroy his army. During free play, he and Alai and the others worked themselves to exhaustion. "I can do this," thought Ender as he lay in his bed, his muscles throbbing, unknotting themselves. "I can handle it." Salamander Army had a battle 4 days later. Ender followed behind the real soldiers as they jogged along the corridors to the battle room. There were 2 ribbons along the walls, the green-green-brown of Salamander and the black-white-black of Condor. When they came to the place where the battle room had always been, the corridor split instead, with green-green-brown leading to the left and black-white-black to the right. Around another turn to the right, and the army stopped in front of a blank wall. The Toons formed up in silence. Ender stayed behind them all. Bonzo was giving his instructions. A, take the handles and go up. B, left. C, right. D, down. He saw that the Toons were oriented to follow instructions, then added, "And you, Pinprick, wait 4 minutes, then come just inside the door. Don't even take your gun off your suit." Ender nodded. Suddenly, the wall behind Bonzo became transparent. Not a wall at all, then, but a force field. The battle room was different, too. Huge, brown boxes were suspended in midair, partially obstructing the view. So these were the obstacles that the soldiers called stars. They were distributed seemingly at random. Bonzo seemed not to care where they were. Apparently the soldiers already knew how to handle the stars. But it soon became clear to Ender, as he sat and watched the battle from the corridor, that they did not know how to handle the stars. They did know how to soft land on one and use it for cover, the tactics of assaulting the enemy's position on a star. They showed no sense at all of which stars mattered. They persisted in assaulting stars that could have been bypassed by wall sliding to a more advanced position. The other commander was taking advantage of Bonzo's neglect of strategy. Condor Army forced the salamanders into costly assaults. Fewer and fewer salamanders were unfrozen for the attack on the next star. It was clear after only 4 minutes that Salamander Army could not defeat the enemy by attacking. Ender stepped through the gate. He drifted slightly downward. The battle rooms he had practiced in always had their doors at floor level. For real battles, however, the door was set in the middle of the wall, as far from the floor as from the ceiling. Abruptly, he felt himself reorient, as he had in the shuttle. What had been down was now up and now sideways. In Nullo, there was no reason to stay oriented the way he had been in the corridor. It was impossible to tell, looking at the perfectly square doors, which way had been up, and it didn't matter. For now, Ender had found the orientation that made sense. The enemy's gate was down. The object of the game was to fall toward the enemy's home. Ender made the motions that oriented himself in his new direction. Instead of being spread out, his whole body presented to the enemy. Now Ender's legs pointed toward them. He was a much smaller target. Someone saw him. He was, after all, drifting aimlessly in the open. Instinctively, he pulled his legs up under him. At that moment, he was flashed, and the legs of his suit froze in position. His arms remained unfrozen. For without a direct body hit, only the limbs that were shot froze up. It occurred to Ender that if he had not been presenting his legs to the enemy, it would have been his body they hit. He would have been immobilized. Since Bonzo had ordered him not to draw his weapon, Ender continued to drift, not moving his head or arms, as if they had been frozen too. The enemy ignored him and concentrated their fire on the soldiers who were firing at them. It was a bitter battle. Outnumbered now, Salamander Army gave ground stubbornly. The battle disintegrated into a dozen individual shootouts. Bonzo's discipline paid off now, for each salamander that froze took at least one enemy with him. No one ran or panicked. Everyone remained calm and aimed carefully. Petra was especially deadly. The Condor Army noticed it and took great effort to freeze her. They froze her shooting arm first, and her stream of curses was only interrupted when they froze her completely and the helmet clamped down on her jaw. In a few minutes it was over. Salamander Army offered no more resistance. Ender noted with pleasure that Condor could only muster the minimal 5 soldiers necessary to open the gate to victory. 4 of them touched their helmets to the lighted spots at the 4 corners of Salamander's door, while the 5th passed through the force field. That ended the game. The lights came back on to their full brightness, and Anderson came out of the teacher door. I could have drawn my gun and shot just one of them, and they would have been too few. The game would have been a draw. Without 4 men to touch the 4 corners and a 5th man to pass through the gate, Condor would have had no victory. Bonzo, you ass. I could have saved you from this defeat. Maybe even turned it to victory, since they were sitting there, easy targets. They wouldn't have known at first where the shots were coming from. I'm a good enough shot for that. But orders were orders, and Ender had promised to obey. He did get some satisfaction out of the fact that on the official tally, Salamander Army recorded not the expected 41 disabled or eliminated, but rather 40 eliminated and 1 damaged. Bonzo couldn't understand it until he consulted Anderson's book and realized who it was. I was only damaged, Bonzo, thought Ender. I could still shoot. He expected Bonzo to come to him and say, next time when it's like that you can shoot, but Bonzo didn't say anything to him at all until the next morning after breakfast. Of course, in every other game that wasn't a draw, every member of the losing team was either eliminated, totally frozen, or disabled, which meant they had some body parts still unfrozen but were unable to shoot or inflict damage on the enemy. Salamander was the only losing army with 1 man in the damaged but active category. Ender volunteered no explanation. But the other members of Salamander Army let it be known why it had happened, and when other boys asked him why he hadn't disobeyed orders and fired, he calmly answered, I obey orders. After breakfast, Bonzo looked for him. The order still stands, he said, and don't you forget it. It will cost you, you fool. I may not be a good soldier, but I can still help, and there's no reason you shouldn't let me. Ender said nothing. An interesting side effect of the battle was that Ender emerged at the top of the soldier efficiency list. Since he hadn't fired a shot, he had a perfect record on shooting, no misses at all. And since he had never been eliminated or disabled, his percentage there was excellent. No one else came close. It made a lot of the boys laugh, and others were angry. But on the prized efficiency list, Ender was now the leader. He kept sitting out the army practice sessions and kept working hard on his own with Petra in the mornings and his friends at night. More launchies were joining them now, not on a lark, but because they could see results. They were getting better and better. Ender and Eli stayed ahead of them, though. In part, it was because Eli kept trying new things, which forced Ender to think of new tactics to cope with him. In part, it was because they kept making stupid mistakes, which suggested things to do that no self-respecting, well-trained soldier would even have tried. Many of the things they attempted turned out to be useless, but it was always fun, always exciting, and enough things worked that they knew it was helping them. Evening was the best time of day. The next 2 battles were easy Salamander victories. Ender came in after 4 minutes and remained untouched by the defeated enemy. Ender began to realize that Condor Army, which had beaten them, was unusually good. Salamander, weak as Bonzo's grasp of strategy might be, was one of the better teams, climbing steadily in the ratings, clawing for 4th place with Rat Army. Ender turned 7. They weren't much for dates and calendars at the battle school, but Ender had found out how to bring up the date on his desk, and he noticed his birthday. The school noticed it too. They took his measurements and issued him a new Salamander uniform and a new flash suit for the battle room. He went back to the barracks with the new clothing on. It felt strange and loose, like his skin no longer fit properly. He wanted to stop at Petra's bunk and tell her about his home, about what his birthdays were usually like. Just tell her it was his birthday so she'd say something about it being a happy one. But nobody told birthdays. It was childish. It was what landsiders did, cakes and silly customs. Valentine baked him his cake on his 6th birthday. It fell, and it was terrible. Nobody knew how to cook anymore. It was the kind of crazy thing Valentine would do. Everybody teased Valentine about it, but Ender saved a little bit of it in his cupboard. Then they took out his monitor, and he left. And for all he knew, it was still there, a little piece of greasy, yellow dust. Nobody talked about home, not among the soldiers. There had been no life before battle school. Nobody got letters, and nobody wrote any. Everybody pretended that they didn't care. But I do care, thought Ender. The only reason I'm here is so that a bugger won't shoot out Valentine's eye, won't blast her head open like the soldiers in the videos of the first battles with the buggers, won't split her head with a beam so hot that her brains burst the skull and spill out like rising bread dough, the way it happens in my worst nightmares and my worst nights when I wake up trembling but silent, must keep silent or they'll hear that I miss my family. I want to go home. It was better in the morning. Home was merely a dull ache in the back of his memory, a tiredness in his eyes. That morning Bonzo came in as they were dressing. Flash suits, he called. It was a battle. Ender's 4th game. The enemy was Leopard Army. It would be easy. Leopard was new, and it was always in the bottom quarter in the standings. It had been organized only 6 months ago, with Paul Slattery as its commander. Ender put on his new battle suit and got into line. Bonzo pulled him roughly out of line and made him march at the end. You didn't need to do that, Ender said silently. You could have let me stay in line. Ender watched from the corridor. Paul Slattery was young, but he was sharp. He had some new ideas. He kept his soldiers moving, darting from star to star, wall sliding to get behind and above the stolid salamanders. Ender smiled. Bonzo was hopelessly confused, and so were his men. Leopard seemed to have men in every direction. However, the battle was not as lopsided as it seemed. Ender noticed that Leopard was losing a lot of men, too. Their reckless tactics exposed them too much. What mattered, however, was that Salamander felt defeated. They had surrendered the initiative completely. Though they were still fairly evenly matched with the enemy, they huddled together like the last survivors of a massacre, as if they hoped the enemy would overlook them in the carnage. Ender slipped slowly through the gate, oriented himself so the enemy's gate was down, and drifted slowly eastward to a corner where he wouldn't be noticed. He even fired at his own legs to hold them in the kneeling position that offered him the best protection. He looked to any casual glance like another frozen soldier who had drifted helplessly out of the battle. With Salamander Army waiting abjectly for destruction, Leopard obligingly destroyed them. When Salamander finally stopped firing, Leopard had 9 boys left. They formed up and started to open the Salamander gate. Ender aimed carefully with a straight arm, as Petra had taught him. Before anyone knew what was happening, he froze 3 of the soldiers who were about to press their helmets against the lighted corners of the door. Then some of the others spotted him and fired, but at first they hit only his already frozen legs. It gave him time to get the last 2 men at the gate. Leopard had only 4 men left unfrozen when Ender was finally hit in the arm and disabled. The game was a draw, and they never had hit him in the body. Paul Slattery was furious, but there had been nothing unfair about it. Everyone in Leopard Army assumed that it had been a strategy of Bonzo's to leave a man till the last minute. It didn't occur to them that little Ender had fired against orders. But Salamander Army knew. Bonzo knew, and Ender could see from the way his commander looked at him that Bonzo hated him for rescuing him from total defeat. I don't care, Ender told himself. It will just make me easier to trade away, and in the meantime you won't drop so far in the standings. Just trade me. I've learned all I'm ever going to learn from you. how to fail with style. That's all you know, Bonzo. What have I learned so far? Ender listed things in his mind as he undressed by his bunk. The enemy's gate is down. Use my legs as a shield in battle. A small reserve held back until the end of the game can be decisive. And soldiers can sometimes make decisions that are smarter than the orders they've been given. Naked, he was about to climb into bed when Bonzo came toward him, his face hard and set. I have seen Peter like this, thought Ender, silent with murder in his eye. But Bonzo is not Peter. Bonzo has more fear. Wigan, I finally traded you. I was able to persuade Rat Army that your incredible place on the efficiency list is more than an accident. You go over there tomorrow. Thank you, sir, Ender said. Perhaps he sounded too grateful. Suddenly, Bonzo swung at him, caught his jaw with a vicious, open-handed slap. It knocked Ender sideways into his bunk, and he almost fell. Then Bonzo slugged him hard in the stomach. Ender dropped to his knees. You disobeyed me, Bonzo said, loudly for all to hear. No good soldier ever disobeys. Even as he cried from the pain, Ender could not help but take vengeful pleasure in the murmurs he heard rising through the barracks. You fool, Bonzo. You aren't enforcing discipline, you're destroying it. They know I turned defeat into a draw, and now they see how you repay me. You made yourself look stupid in front of everyone. What is your discipline worth now? The next day, Ender told Petra that for her sake the shooting practice in the morning would have to end. Bonzo didn't need anything that looked like a challenge now, and so she'd better stay clear of Ender for a while. She understood perfectly. Besides, she said, you're as close to being a good shot as you'll ever be. He left his desk and flash suit in the locker. He would wear his salamander uniform until he could get to the commissary and change it for the brown and black of Rat. He had brought no possessions with him, he would take none away. There were none to have. Everything of value was in the school computer or his own head and hands. He used one of the public desks in the game room to register for an Earth Gravity personal combat course during the hour immediately after breakfast. He didn't plan to get vengeance on Bonzo for hitting him, but he did intend that no one would be able to do that to him again.
Colonel Graff, the games have always been run fairly before, either random distribution of stars or symmetrical.
Fairness is a wonderful attribute, Major Anderson. It has nothing to do with war.
The game will be compromised. The comparative standings will become meaningless.
Alas.
It will take months, years to develop the new battle rooms and run the simulations.
That's why I'm asking you now. To begin, be creative. Think of every stacked, impossible, unfair star arrangement you can. Think of other ways to bend the rules. Late notification, unequal forces. Then run the simulations and see which ones are hardest, which easiest. We want an intelligent progression here. We want to bring him along.
When do you plan to make him a commander? When he's 8?
Of course not. I haven't assembled his army yet.
Oh, so you're stacking it that way too.
You're getting too close to the game, Anderson. You're forgetting that it is merely a training exercise.
It's also status, identity, purpose, name. All that makes these children who they are comes out of this game. When it becomes known that the game can be manipulated, weighted, cheated, it will undo this whole school. I'm not exaggerating.
I know.
So I hope Ender Wiggin truly is the one, because you'll have degraded the effectiveness of our training method for a long time to come.
If Ender isn't the one, if his peak of military brilliance does not coincide with the arrival of our fleet at the Bugger homeworlds, then it doesn't really matter what our training method is or isn't.
I hope you will forgive me, Colonel Graff, but I feel that I must report your orders and my opinion of their consequences to the strategos and the hegemon.
Why not our dear Polomark?
Everybody knows you have him in your pocket.
Such hostility, Major Anderson. And I thought we were friends.
We are. And I think you may be right about Ender. I just don't believe you and you alone should decide the fate of the world.
I don't even think it's right for me to decide the fate of Ender Wiggin.
So you won't mind if I notify them?
Of course I mind, you meddlesome ass. This is something to be decided by people who know what they're doing, not these frightened politicians who got their office because they happen to be politically potent in the country they come from.
But you understand why I'm doing it.
Because you're such a short-sighted little bureaucratic bastard that you think you need to cover yourself in case things go wrong. Well, if things go wrong, we'll all be bugger meat. So trust me now, Anderson, and don't bring the whole damn hegemony down on my neck. What I'm doing is hard enough without them.
Oh, is it unfair? Are things stacked against you? You can do it to Ender, but you can't take it. Is that it?
Ender Wiggin is 10 times smarter and stronger than I am. What I'm doing to him will bring out his genius. If I had to go through it myself, it would crush me. Major Anderson, I know I'm wrecking the game, and I know you love it better than any of the boys who play. Hate me if you like, but don't stop me.
I reserve the right to communicate with the hegemony and the strategoi at any time. But for now, do what you want.
Thank you so very kindly.
Ender Wiggin, the little farthead who leads the standings. What a pleasure to have you with us. The commander of Rat Army lay sprawled on the lower bunk wearing only his desk. With you around, how can any army lose? Several of the boys nearby laughed. There could have not been two more opposite armies than Salamander and Rat. The room was rumpled, cluttered, noisy. After Bonzo, Ender had thought that undiscipline would be a welcome relief. Instead, he found that he had come to expect quiet and order, and the disorder here made him uncomfortable. We doing okay, Ender Bender? I rose the nose, Jew boy extraordinaire, and you ain't nothing but a pinhead pinprick of a goy. Don't you forget it. Since the IF was formed, the strategos of the military forces had always been a Jew. There was a myth that Jewish generals didn't lose wars, and so far it was still true. It made any Jew in the battle school dream of being strategos, and conferred prestige on him from the start. It also caused resentment. Rat Army was often called the Kike Force, half in praise, half in parody of Mazer Rackham's Strike Force. There were many who liked to remember that during the second invasion, even though an American Jew as president was hegemon of the alliance, an Israeli Jew was strategos in overall command of IF defense, and a Russian Jew was polemarch of the fleet, it was Mazer Rackham, a little-known, twice court-martialed, half-Maori New Zealander whose strike force broke up and finally destroyed the bugger fleet in the action around Saturn. If Mazer Rackham could save the world, then it didn't matter a bit whether you were a Jew or not, people said. But it did matter. And Rose the Nose knew it. He mocked himself to forestall the mocking comments of anti-Semites. Almost everyone he defeated in battle became, at least for a time, a Jew-hater. But he also made sure everyone knew what he was. His army was in second place, bucking for first. I took you on, Goy, because I didn't want people to think I only win because I got great soldiers. I want them to know that even with a little puke of a soldier like you, I can still win. We only got 3 rules here. Do what I tell you, and don't piss in the bed. Ender nodded. He knew that Rose wanted him to ask what the 3rd rule was. So he did. That was 3 rules. We don't do too good in math here. The message was clear. Winning is more important than anything. Your practice sessions with half-assed little launchies are over, Wiggin. Done. You're in the big boys' army now. I'm putting you in Dink Mika's tune. From now on, as far as you're concerned, Dink Mika is God. Then who are you? The personnel officer who hired God. Rose grinned. And you are forbidden to use your desk again until you've frozen 2 enemy soldiers in the same battle. This order is out of self-defense. I hear you're a genius programmer. I don't want you screwing around with my desk. Everybody erupted in laughter. It took Ender a moment to understand why. Rose had programmed his desk to display and animate a bigger-than-life-size picture of male genitals, which waggled back and forth as Rose held the desk on his naked lap. This is just the sort of commander Bonzo would trade me to, thought Ender. How does a boy who spends his time like this win battles? Ender found Dink Meeker in the game room, not playing, just sitting and watching. "A guy pointed you out," Ender said. "I'm Ender Wiggin." "I know," said Meeker. "I'm in your toon." "I know," he said again. "I'm pretty inexperienced." Dink looked up at him. "Look, Wiggin, I know all this. Why do you think I asked Rose to get you for me?" He had not been dumped. He had been picked up. He had been asked for. Meeker wanted him. "Why?" asked Ender. "I've watched your practice sessions with the launchies. I think you show some promise. Bonzo is stupid, and I wanted you to get better training than Petra could give you. All she can do is shoot. I needed to learn that. You still move like you were afraid to wet your pants. So teach me. So learn. I'm not going to quit my free time practice sessions. I don't want you to quit them. Rose the Nose does. Rose the Nose can't stop you. Likewise, he can't stop you from using your desk. So why did he order it? Listen, Ender. Commanders have just as much authority as you let them have. The more you obey them, the more power they have over you. What's to stop them from hurting me?" Ender remembered Bonzo's blow. "I thought that was why you were taking personal attack classes." "You've really been watching me, haven't you?" Dink didn't answer. "I don't want to get Rose mad at me. I want to be part of the battles now. I'm tired of sitting out till the end." "Your standings will go down." This time Ender didn't answer. "Listen, Ender. As long as you're part of my toon, you're part of the battle." Ender soon learned why. Dink trained his toon independently from the rest of Rat Army with discipline and vigor. He never consulted with Rose, and only rarely did the whole army maneuver together. It was as if Rose commanded one army, and Dink commanded a much smaller one that happened to practice in the battle room at the same time. Dink started out the first practice by asking Ender to demonstrate his feet-first attack position. The other boys didn't like it. "How can we attack lying on our backs?" they asked. To Ender's surprise, Dink didn't correct them, didn't say, "You aren't attacking on your back, you're dropping downward toward them." He had seen what Ender was doing, but he had not understood the orientation that it implied. It soon became clear to Ender that even though Dink was very, very good, his persistence in holding on to the corridor gravity orientation instead of thinking of the enemy gate as downward was limiting his thinking. They practiced attacking an enemy-held star. Before trying Ender's feet-first method, they had always gone in standing up, their whole bodies available as a target. Even now, though, they reached the star and then assaulted the enemy from one direction only. "Over the top!" cried Dink, and over they went. To his credit, he then repeated the exercise, calling, "Again, upside down." But because of their insistence on a gravity that didn't exist, the boys became awkward when the maneuver was under, as if vertigo seized them. They hated the feet-first attack. Dink insisted that they use it. As a result, they hated Ender. "Do we have to learn how to fight from a launchie?" one of them muttered, making sure Ender could hear. "Yes," answered Dink. They kept working, and they learned it. In practice skirmishes, they began to realize how much harder it was to shoot an enemy who was attacking feet first. As soon as they were convinced of that, they practiced the maneuver more willingly. That night was the first time Ender had come to one of his launchy practice sessions after a whole afternoon of work. He was tired. "Now you're really in an army," said Eli. "You don't have to keep practicing with us." "From you I can learn things that nobody knows," said Ender. "Dink Meeker is the best. I hear he's your toon leader." "Then let's get busy. I'll teach you what I learned from him today." He put Eli and 24 others through the same exercises that had worn him out all afternoon. But he put new touches on the pattern, made the boys try the maneuvers with one leg frozen, with both legs frozen, or using frozen boys for leverage to change directions. Halfway through the practice, Ender noticed Petra and Dink together standing in the doorway watching. Later, when he looked again, they were gone. "So they're watching me. And what we're doing is known." He did not know whether Dink was his friend. He believed that Petra was, but nothing could be sure. They might be angry that he was doing what only commanders and toon leaders were supposed to do, drilling and training soldiers. They might be offended that a soldier would associate so closely with launchies. It made him uneasy to have older children watching. "I thought I told you not to use your desk." Rose the Nose stood by Ender's bunk. Ender did not look up. I'm completing the trigonometry assignment for tomorrow. Rose bumped his knee into Ender's desk. I said not to use it. Ender set the desk on his bunk and stood up. I need trigonometry more than I need you. Rose was taller than Ender by at least 40 centimeters, but Ender was not particularly worried. It would not come to physical violence, and if it did, Ender thought he could hold his own. Rose was lazy and didn't know personal combat. You're going down in the standings, boy, said Rose. I expect to. I was only leading the list because of the stupid way Salamander Army was using me. Stupid? Bonzo's strategy won a couple of key games. Bonzo's strategy wouldn't win a salad fight. I was violating orders every time I fired my gun. Rose hadn't known that. It made him angry. So everything Bonzo said about you was a lie. You're not only short and incompetent, you're insubordinate too. But I turned defeat into stalemate all by myself. We'll see how you do all by yourself next time. Rose went away. One of Ender's toonmates shook his head. You dumb as a thumb. Ender looked at Dink, who was doodling on his desk. Dink looked up, noticed Ender watching him, and gazed steadily back at him. No expression, nothing. Okay, thought Ender, I can take care of myself. Battle came 2 days later. It was Ender's first time fighting as part of a toon. He was nervous. Dink's toon lined up against the right-hand wall of the corridor, and Ender was very careful not to lean, not to let his weight slip to either side. Stay balanced. Wiggin, called Rose the Nose. Ender felt dread come over him from throat to groin, a tingle of fear that made him shudder. Rose saw it. Shiverin, tremblin', don't wet your pants, little launchy. Rose hooked a finger over the butt of Ender's gun and pulled him to the force field that hid the battle room from view. We'll see how well you do now, Ender. As soon as that door opens, you jump through. Go straight ahead toward the enemy's door. Suicide. Pointless, meaningless self-destruction. But he had to follow orders now. This was battle, not school. For a moment, Ender raged silently. Then he calmed himself. Excellent, sir, he said. The direction I fire my gun is the direction of their main contingent. Rose laughed. You won't have time to fire anything, pinprick. The wall vanished. Ender jumped up, took hold of the ceiling handholds, and threw himself out and down, speeding toward the enemy door. It was Centipede Army, and they only began to emerge from their door when Ender was halfway across the battle room. Many of them were able to get under cover of stars quickly, but Ender had doubled up his legs under him, and holding his pistol at his crotch, he was firing between his legs and freezing many of them as they emerged. They flashed his legs, but he had 3 precious seconds before they could hit his body and put him out of action. He froze several more, then flung out his arms in equal and opposite directions. The hand that held his gun ended up pointing toward the main body of Centipede Army. He fired into the mass of the enemy, and then they froze him. A second later, he smashed into the force field of the enemy's door and rebounded with a crazy spin. He landed in a group of enemy soldiers behind a star. They shoved him off and spun him even more rapidly. He rebounded out of control through the rest of the battle, though gradually friction with the air slowed him down. He had no way of knowing how many men he had frozen before getting iced himself, but he did get the general idea that Rat Army won again, as usual. After the battle, Rose didn't speak to him. Ender was still first in the standings, since he had frozen 3, disabled 2, and damaged 7. There was no more talk about insubordination and whether Ender could use his desk. Rose stayed in his part of the barracks and left Ender alone. Dink Meeker began to practice instant emergence from the corridor. Ender's attack on the enemy while they were still coming out of the door had been devastating. If one man can do that much damage, think what a toon can do. Dink got Major Anderson to open a door in the middle of a wall, even during practice sessions, instead of just the floor-level door, so they could practice launching under battle conditions. Word got around. From now on, no one could take 5 or 10 or 15 seconds in the corridor to size things up. The game had changed. More battles. This time, Ender played a proper role within a toon. He made mistakes. Skirmishes were lost. He dropped from 1st to 2nd in the standings, then to 4th. Then he made fewer mistakes and began to feel comfortable within the framework of the tune, and he went back up to third, then second, then first. After practice one afternoon, Ender stayed in the battle room. He had noticed that Dink Meeker usually came late to dinner, and he assumed it was for extra practice. Ender wasn't very hungry, and he wanted to see what it was Dink practiced when no one else could see. But Dink didn't practice. He stood near the door watching Ender. Ender stood across the room, watching Dink. Neither spoke. It was plain Dink expected Ender to leave. It was just as plain that Ender was saying no. Dink turned his back on Ender, methodically took off his flash suit, and gently pushed off from the floor. He drifted slowly toward the center of the room, very slowly, his body relaxing almost completely so that his hands and arms seemed to be caught by almost non-existent air currents in the room. After the speed and tension of practice, the exhaustion, the alertness, it was restful just to watch him drift. He did it for 10 minutes or so before he reached another wall. Then he pushed off rather sharply, returned to his flash suit, and pulled it on. "Come on," he said to Ender. They went to the barracks. The room was empty since all the boys were at dinner. Each went to his own bunk and changed into regular uniforms. Ender walked to Dink's bunk and waited for a moment till Dink was ready to go. "Why did you wait?" asked Dink. "Wasn't hungry." "Well, now you know why I'm not a commander." Ender had wondered. "Actually, they promoted me twice, and I refused. The second time, they took away my old locker and bunk and desk, assigned me to a commander's cabin, and gave me an army, but I just stayed in the cabin until they gave in and put me back into somebody else's army." "Why?" "Because I won't let them do it to me. I can't believe you haven't seen through all this crap yet, Ender, but I guess you're young. These other armies, they aren't the enemy. It's the teachers, they're the enemy. They get us to fight each other, to hate each other. The game is everything, win, win, win. It amounts to nothing. We kill ourselves, go crazy trying to beat each other, and all the time the old bastards are watching us, studying us, discovering our weak points, deciding whether we're good enough or not. Well, good enough for what? I was 6 years old when they brought me here. What the hell did I know? They decided I was right for the program, but nobody ever asked me if the program was right for me. So why don't you go home?" Dink smiled crookedly. "Because I can't give up the game." He tugged at the fabric of his flash suit, which lay on the bunk beside him. "Because I love this." "So why not be a commander?" Dink shook his head. "Never. Look what it does to Rosen. The boy's crazy. Rose the nose. Sleeps in here with us instead of in his cabin. Why? Because he's scared to be alone, Ender. Scared of the dark. Rose? But they made him a commander, and so he has to act like one. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's winning, but that scares him worst of all because he doesn't know why he's winning, except that I have something to do with it. Any minute, somebody could find out that Rosen isn't some magic Israeli general who can win no matter what. He doesn't know why anybody wins or loses. Nobody does. It doesn't mean he's crazy, Dink. I know. You've been here a year. You think these people are normal. Well, they're not. We're not. I look in the library. I call up books on my desk, old ones because they won't let us have anything new, but I've got a pretty good idea what children are. And we're not children. Children can lose sometimes and nobody cares. Children aren't in armies. They aren't commanders, and they don't rule over 40 other kids. It's more than anybody can take and not get crazy. Ender tried to remember what other children were like in his class at school back in the city. But all he could think of was Stilson. I had a brother, just a normal guy. All he cared about was girls and flying. He wanted to fly. He used to play ball with the guys. A pickup game. Shooting balls at a hoop, dribbling down the corridors until the peace officers confiscated your ball. We had a great time. He was teaching me how to dribble when I was taken. Ender remembered his own brother, and the memory was not fond. Dink misunderstood the expression on Ender's face. Hey, I know, nobody's supposed to talk about home, but we came from somewhere. The battle school didn't create us, you know. The battle school doesn't create anything, it just destroys. And we all remember things from home. Maybe not good things, but we remember, and then we lie and pretend that... Look, Ender, why is it that nobody talks about home ever? Doesn't that tell you how important it is? That nobody even admits that... Oh, hell. No, it's all right, Ender said. I was just thinking about Valentine, my sister. I wasn't trying to make you upset. It's okay. I don't think of her very much because I always get like this. That's right. We never cry. I never thought of that. Nobody ever cries. We really are trying to be adults, just like our fathers. I bet your father was like you. I bet he was quiet and took it and then busted out, and I'm not like my father. So maybe I'm wrong. But look at Bonzo, your old commander. He's got an advanced case of Spanish honor. He can't allow himself to have weaknesses. To be better than him, that's an insult. To be stronger, that's like cutting off his balls. That's why he hates you, because you didn't suffer when he tried to punish you. He hates you for that. He honestly wants to kill you. He's crazy. They're all crazy. And you aren't? I be crazy too, little buddy. But at least when I be craziest, I be floating all alone in space, and the crazy she float out of me. She soak into the walls, and she don't come out till there be battles, and little boys bump into the walls and squish out the crazy. Ender smiled. And you be crazy too, said Dink. Come on, let's go eat. Maybe you can be a commander and not be crazy. Maybe knowing about craziness means you don't have to fall for it. I'm not going to let the bastards run me, Ender. They've got you pegged too, and they don't plan to treat you kindly. Look what they've done to you so far. They haven't done anything except promote me. And she make you life so easy, ne? Ender laughed and shook his head. So maybe you're right. They think they got you on ice. Don't let them. But that's what I came for, Ender said. For them to make me into a tool to save the world. I can't believe you still believe it. Believe what? The bugger menace? Save the world? Listen, Ender, if the buggers were coming back to get us, they'd be here. They aren't invading again. We beat them and they're gone. But the videos, all from the first and second invasions. Your grandparents weren't born yet when Mazer Rackham wiped them out. You watch, it's all a fake. There is no war, and they're just screwing around with us. But why? Because as long as people are afraid of the buggers, the IF can stay in power. And as long as the IF is in power, certain countries can keep their hegemony. But keep watching the vids, Ender. People will catch on to this game pretty soon, and there will be a civil war to end all wars. That's the menace, Ender, not the buggers. And in that war, when it comes, you and I won't be friends, because you're American, just like our dear teachers, and I am not. They went to the mess hall and ate, talking about other things. But Ender could not stop thinking about what Dink had said. The battle school was so enclosed, the game so important in the minds of the children, that Ender had forgotten there was a world outside. Spanish honor, civil war, politics. The battle school was really a very small place, wasn't it? But Ender did not reach Dink's conclusions. The buggers were real. The threat was real. The IF controlled a lot of things, but it didn't control the videos and the nets. Not where Ender had grown up. In Dink's home in the Netherlands, with 3 generations under Russian hegemony, perhaps it was all controlled. But Ender knew that lies could not last long in America, so he believed. Believed. But the seed of doubt was there, and it stayed. And every now and then sent out a little root. It changed everything to have that seed growing. It made Ender listen more carefully to what people meant instead of what they said. It made him wise. There weren't as many boys at the evening practice, not by half. Where's Bernard? Asked Ender. Alai grinned. Shen closed his eyes and assumed a look of blissful meditation. Haven't you heard? Said another boy, a launchie from a younger group. Word's out that any launchie who comes to your practice sessions won't ever amount to anything in anybody's army. Word's out that the commanders don't want any soldiers who've been damaged by your training. Ender nodded. But the way I brain it, said the launchie, I be the best soldier I can, and any commander worth a damn, he'd take me, nay? Eh, said Ender, with finality. They went on with practice. About a half hour into it, when they were practicing throwing off collisions with frozen soldiers, several commanders in different uniforms came in. They ostentatiously took down names. Hey, shouted Eli, make sure you spell my name right. The next night, there were even fewer boys. Now Ender was hearing the stories. Little launchies getting slapped around in the bathrooms, or having accidents in the mess hall and the game room, or getting their files trashed by older boys who had broken the primitive security system that guarded the launchies' desks. No practice tonight, Ender said. The hell there's not, said Eli. Give it a few days. I don't want any of the little kids getting hurt. If you stop, even one night, they'll figure it works to do this kind of thing, just like if you'd ever back down to Bernard back when he was being a swine. Besides, said Shen, we aren't scared and we don't care, so you owe it to us to go on. We need the practice and so do you. Ender remembered what Dink had said. The game was trivial compared to the whole world. Why should anyone give every night of his life to this stupid, stupid game? We don't accomplish that much anyway, Ender said. He started to leave. Eli stopped him. They scare you too? They slap you up in the bathroom? Stick your head in the pissa? Somebody gots a gun up you bung? No, Ender said. You still my friend? Asked Eli, more quietly. Yes. Then I still you, friend Ender, and I stay here and practice with you. The older boys came again, but fewer of them were commanders. Most were members of a couple of armies. Ender recognized salamander uniforms, even a couple of rats. They didn't take names this time. Instead, they mocked and shouted and ridiculed as the launchies tried to master difficult skills with untrained muscles. It began to get to a few of the boys. Listen to them, Ender said to the other boys. Remember the words. If you ever want to make your enemy crazy, shout that kind of stuff at them. It makes them do dumb things to be mad. But we don't get mad. Shen took the idea to heart, and after each jibe from the older boys, he had a group of 4 launchies recite the words loudly 5 or 6 times. When they started singing the taunts like nursery rhymes, some of the older boys launched themselves from the wall and came out for a fight. The flash suits were designed for wars fought with harmless light. They offered little protection and seriously hampered movement if it came to hand-to-hand fighting in Nullo. Half of the boys were flashed anyway and couldn't fight, but the stiffness of their suits made them potentially useful. Ender quickly ordered his launchies to gather in one corner of the room. The older boys laughed at them even more, and some who had waited by the wall came forward to join in the attack, seeing Ender's group in retreat. Ender and Eli decided to throw a frozen soldier in the face of an enemy. The frozen launchie struck helmet first, and the two caromed off each other. The older boy clutched his chest where the helmet had hit him and screamed in pain. The mockery was over. The rest of the older boys launched themselves to enter the battle. Ender didn't really have much hope of any of the boys getting away without some injury. But the enemy was coming haphazardly, uncoordinatedly. They had never worked together before, while Ender's little practice army, though there were only a dozen of them now, knew each other well and knew how to work together. Go Nova, shouted Ender. The other boys laughed. They gathered into 3 groups, feet together, squatting, holding hands so they formed small stars against the back wall. We'll go around them and make for the door, now. At his signal, the 3 stars burst apart, each boy launching in a different direction, but angled so he could rebound off a wall and head for the door. Since all of the enemy were in the middle of the room, where course changes were far more difficult, it was an easy maneuver to carry out. Ender had positioned himself so that when he launched, he would rendezvous with the frozen soldier he had just used as a missile. The boy wasn't frozen now, and he let Ender catch him, whirl him around, and send him toward the door. Unfortunately, the necessary result of the action was for Ender to head in the opposite direction and at a reduced speed. Alone of all his soldiers, he was drifting fairly slowly, and at the end of the battle room where the older boys were gathered. He shifted himself so he could see that all his soldiers were safely gathered at the far wall. In the meantime, the furious and disorganized army had just spotted him. Ender calculated how soon he would reach the wall so he could launch again. Not soon enough. Several enemies had already rebounded toward him. Ender was startled to see Stilson's face among them. Then he shuddered and realized he had been wrong. Still, it was the same situation, and this time they wouldn't sit still for a single combat settlement. There was no leader, as far as Ender knew, and these boys were a lot bigger than him. Still, he had learned some things about weight shifting in personal combat class and about the physics of moving objects. Game battles almost never got to hand-to-hand combat. You never bumped into an enemy that wasn't frozen unless you were frozen yourself. So, in the few seconds he had, Ender tried to position himself to receive his guests. Fortunately, they knew as little about nullo fighting as he did, and the few who tried to punch him found that throwing a punch was pretty ineffective when their bodies moved backward just as quickly as their fists moved forward. But there were some in the group who had bone breaking on their minds, as Ender quickly saw. He didn't plan to be there for it, though. He caught one of the punchers by the arm and threw him as hard as he could. It hurled Ender out of the way of the rest of the first onslaught, though he still wasn't getting any closer to the door. "Stay there," he shouted at his friends, who obviously were forming up to come and rescue him. "Just stay there." Someone caught Ender by the foot. The tight grip gave Ender some leverage. He was able to stamp firmly on the other boy's ear and shoulder, making him cry out and let go. If the boy had let go just as Ender kicked downward, it would have hurt him much less and allowed Ender to use the maneuver as a launch. Instead, the boy had hung on too well. His ear was torn and scattering blood in the air, and Ender was drifting even more slowly. "I'm doing it again," thought Ender. "I'm hurting people again just to save myself. Why don't they leave me alone so I don't have to hurt them?" 3 more boys were converging on him now, and this time they were acting together. Still, they had to grab him before they could hurt him. Ender positioned himself quickly so that 2 of them would take his feet, leaving his hands free to deal with the 3rd. Sure enough, they took the bait. Ender grasped the shoulders of the 3rd boy's shirt and pulled him up sharply, butting him in the face with his helmet. Again a scream and a shower of blood. The 2 boys who had his legs were wrenching at them, twisting him. Ender threw the boy with the bleeding nose at one of them. They entangled, and Ender's leg came free. It was a simple matter then to use the other boy's hold for leverage, to kick him firmly in the groin, then shove off him in the direction of the door. He didn't get that good a launch, so that his speed was nothing special, but it didn't matter. No one was following him. He got to his friends at the door. They caught him and handed him along to the door. They were laughing and slapping him playfully. "You bad," they say. "You scary. You flame." "Practice is over for the day," Ender said. "They'll be back tomorrow," said Shen. "Won't do them any good," said Ender. "If they come without suits, we'll do this again. If they come with suits, we can flash them." "Besides," said Alai, "the teachers won't let it happen." Ender remembered what Dink had told him and wondered if Alai was right. "Hey, Ender!" shouted one of the older boys as Ender left the battle room. "You nothing, man. You be nothing." "My old commander, Bonzo," said Ender. "I think he doesn't like me." Ender checked the rosters on his desk that night. 4 boys turned up on the medical report, 1 with bruised ribs, 1 with a bruised testicle, 1 with a torn ear, and 1 with a broken nose and a loose tooth. The cause of injury was the same in all cases: accidental collision in null G. If the teachers were allowing that to turn up on the official report, it was obvious they didn't intend to punish anyone for the nasty little skirmish in the battle room. Aren't they going to do anything? Don't they care what goes on in this school? Since he was back to the barracks earlier than usual, Ender called up the fantasy game on his desk. It had been a while since he last used it, long enough that it didn't start where he had left off. Instead, he began by the giant's corpse. Only now it was hardly identifiable as a corpse at all unless you stood off a ways and studied it. The body had eroded into a hill entwined with grass and vines. Only the crest of the giant's face was still visible, and it was white bone like limestone protruding from a discouraged, withering mountain. Ender did not look forward to fighting with the wolf children again, but to his surprise they weren't there. Perhaps killed once, they were gone forever. It made him a little sad. He made his way down underground, through the tunnels to the cliff ledge overlooking the beautiful forest. Again he threw himself down, and again a cloud caught him and carried him into the castle turret room. The snake began to unweave itself from the rug again, only this time Ender did not hesitate. he stepped on the head of the snake and crushed it under his foot. It writhed and twisted under him, and in response he twisted and ground it deeper into the stone floor. Finally, it was still. Ender picked it up and shook it until it unwove itself and the pattern in the rug was gone. Then, still dragging the snake behind him, he began to look for a way out. Instead, he found a mirror. And in the mirror, he saw a face that he easily recognized. It was Peter, with blood dripping down his chin and a snake's tail protruding from a corner of his mouth. Ender shouted and thrust his desk from him. The few boys in the barracks were alarmed at the noise, but he apologized and told them it was nothing. They went away. He looked again into his desk. His figure was still there, staring into the mirror. He tried to pick up some of the furniture to break the mirror, but it could not be moved. The mirror would not come off the wall either. Finally, Ender threw the snake at it. The mirror shattered, leaving a hole in the wall behind it. Out of the hole came dozens of tiny snakes, which quickly bit Ender's figure again and again. Tearing the snakes frantically from itself, the figure collapsed and died in a writhing heap of small serpents. The screen went blank, and words appeared. Play again. Ender signed off and put the desk away. The next day, several commanders came to Ender or sent soldiers to tell him not to worry. Most of them thought the extra practice sessions were a good idea, he should keep it up. And to make sure nobody bothered him, they were sending a few of their older soldiers who needed extra practice to come join him. They're as big as most of the buggers who attacked you last night. They'll think twice. Instead of a dozen boys, there were 45 that night, more than an army. And whether it was because of the presence of older boys on Ender's side, or because they had had enough the night before, none of their enemies came. Ender didn't go back to the fantasy game, but it lived in his dreams. He kept remembering how it felt to kill the snake, grinding it in, the way he tore the ear off that boy, the way he destroyed Stilson, the way he broke Bernard's arm. And then to stand up, holding the corpse of his enemy, and find Peter's face looking out at him from the mirror. This game knows too much about me. This game tells filthy lies. I am not Peter. I don't have murder in my heart. And then a worse fear. That he was a killer, only better at it than Peter ever was. That it was this very trait that pleased the teachers. It's killers they need for the bugger wars. It's people who can grind the enemy's face into the dust and spatter their blood all over space. Well, I'm your man. I'm the bloody bastard you wanted when you had me spawned. I'm your tool. And what difference does it make if I hate the part of me that you most need? What difference does it make that when the little serpents killed me in the game, I agreed with them and was glad?
I didn't call you in here to waste time. How in hell did the computer do that?
I don't know.
How could it pick up a picture of Ender's brother and put it into the graphics in this Fairyland routine?
Chronograph. I wasn't there when it was programmed. All I know is that the computer's never taken anyone to this place before. Fairyland was strange enough, but this isn't Fairyland anymore. It's beyond the end of the world, and...
I know the names of the places. I just don't know what they mean.
Fairyland was programmed in. It's mentioned in a few other places. But nothing talks about the end of the world. We don't have any experience with it.
I don't like having the computer screw around with Ender's mind that way. Peter Wiggin is the most potent person in his life, except maybe his sister Valentine.
And the mind game is designed to help shape them, help them, find worlds they can be comfortable in.
You don't get it, do you, Major Imbu? I don't want Ender being comfortable with the end of the world. Our business here is not to be comfortable with the end of the world.
The end of the world in the game isn't necessarily the end of humanity in the Bugger Wars. It has a private meaning to Ender.
Good. What meaning?
I don't know, sir. I'm not the kid. Ask him.
Major Imbu, I'm asking you.
There could be 1,000 meanings.
Try one.
You've been isolating the boy. Maybe he's wishing for the end of this world, the battle school. Or maybe it's about the end of the world he grew up with as a little boy. His home, coming here. Or maybe it's his way of coping with having broken up so many other kids here. Ender's a sensitive kid, you know. And he's done some pretty bad things to people's bodies. He might be wishing for the end of that world.
Or none of the above.
The mind game is a relationship between the child and the computer. Together they create stories. The stories are true, in the sense that they reflect the reality of the child's life. That's all I know.
And I'll tell you what I know, Major Imbu. That picture of Peter Wiggin was not one that could have been taken from our files here at the school. We have nothing on him, electronically or otherwise, since Ender came here. And that picture is more recent.
It's only been a year and a half, sir. How much can the boy change?
He's wearing his hair completely differently now. His mouth was redone with orthodontia. I got a recent photograph from Landside and compared. The only way the computer here in the battle school could have gotten that picture was by requisitioning it from a Landside computer. And not even one connected with the IF. That takes requisitionary powers. We can't just go into Guilford County, North Carolina and pluck a picture out of school files. Did anyone at this school authorize getting this?
You don't understand, sir. Our battle school computer is only a part of the IF network. If we want a picture, we have to get a requisition. But if the mind game program determines that the picture is necessary,
it can just go take it.
Not just every day. Only when it's for the child's own good.
Okay, it's for his good. But why? His brother is dangerous. His brother was rejected for this program because he's one of the most ruthless and unreliable human beings we've laid hands on. Why is he so important to Ender? Why, after all this time?
Honestly, sir, I don't know. And the mind game program is designed so that it can't tell us. It may not know itself, actually. This is uncharted territory.
You mean the computer's making this up as it goes along?
You might put it that way.
Well, that does make me feel a little better. I thought I was the only one.
Valentine celebrated Ender's 8th birthday alone, in the wooded backyard of their new home in Greensboro. She scraped a patch of ground bare of pine needles and leaves, and there scratched his name in the dirt with a twig. Then she made a small teepee of twigs and needles, and lit a small fire. It made smoke that interwove with the branches and needles of the pine overhead. "All the way into space," she said silently. "All the way to the battle school." No letters had ever come, and as far as they knew, their own letters had never reached him. When he first was taken, Father and Mother sat at the table and keyed in long letters to him every few days. Soon, though, it was once a week, and when no answers came, once a month. Now it had been 2 years since he went, and there were no letters, none at all, and no remembrance on his birthday. He is dead, she thought bitterly, because we have forgotten him. But Valentine had not forgotten him. She did not let her parents know, and above all never hinted to Peter how often she thought about Ender, how often she wrote him letters that she knew he would not answer. And when Mother and Father had announced to them that they were leaving the city to move to North Carolina, of all places, Valentine knew that they never expected to see Ender again. They were leaving the only place where he knew to find them. How would Ender find them here among these trees, under this changeable and heavy sky? He had lived deep in corridors all his life, and if he was still in the battle school, there was less of nature there. What would he make of this? Valentine knew why they had moved here. It was for Peter, so that living among trees and small animals, so that nature, in as raw form as Mother and Father could conceive of it, might have a softening influence on their strange and frightening son. And in a way, it had. Peter took to it right away. Long walks out in the open, cutting through woods and out into the open country, going sometimes for a whole day, with only a sandwich or two sharing space with his desk and the pack on his back, with only a small pocket knife in his pocket. But Valentine knew. She had seen a squirrel, half-skinned, spiked by its little hands and feet, with twigs pushed into the dirt. She pictured Peter trapping it, staking it, then carefully parting and peeling back the skin without breaking into the abdomen, watching the muscles twist and ripple. How long had it taken the squirrel to die? And all the while Peter had sat nearby, leaning against the tree where perhaps the squirrel had nested, playing with his desk while the squirrel's life seeped away. At first, she was horrified and nearly threw up at dinner, watching how Peter ate so vigorously, talked so cheerfully. But later she thought about it and realized that perhaps, for Peter, it was a kind of magic, like her little fires, a sacrifice that somehow stilled the dark gods that hunted for his soul. Better to torture squirrels than other children. Peter has always been a husbandman of pain, planting it, nurturing it, devouring it greedily when it was ripe. Better he should take it in these small, sharp doses than with dull cruelty to children in the school. A model student, said his teachers. I wish we had 100 others in the school just like him. Studies all the time, turns in all his work on time. He loves to learn. But Valentine knew it was a fraud. Oh, Peter loved to learn all right, but the teachers hadn't taught him anything, ever. He did his learning through his desk at home, tapping into libraries and databases, studying and thinking, and above all, talking to Valentine. Yet at school he acted as though he were excited about the puerile lesson of the day. Oh, wow, I never knew that frogs looked like this inside, he'd say. And then at home he studied the binding of cells into organisms through the phylotic collation of DNA. Peter was a master of flattery, and all his teachers bought it. Still, it was good. Peter never fought anymore, never bullied, got along well with everybody. It was a new Peter. Everyone believed it. Father and Mother said it so often it made Valentine want to scream at them. It isn't the new Peter, it's the old Peter, only smarter. How smart? Smarter than you, Father. Smarter than you, Mother. Smarter than anybody you have ever met. But not smarter than me. I've been deciding, said Peter, whether to kill you or what. Valentine leaned against the trunk of the pine tree, her little fire a few smoldering ashes. I love you too, Peter. It would be so easy. You always make these stupid little fires. It's just a matter of knocking you out and burning you up. You're such a firebug. I've been thinking of castrating you in your sleep. No, you haven't. You only think of things like that when I'm with you. I bring out the best in you. No, Valentine, I've decided not to kill you. I've decided that you're going to help me. I am. A few years ago, Valentine would have been terrified at Peter's threats. Now, though, she was not so afraid. Not that she doubted that he was capable of killing her. She couldn't think of anything so terrible that she didn't believe Peter might do it. She also knew, though, that Peter was not insane. Not in the sense that he wasn't in control of himself. He was in better control of himself than anyone she knew, except perhaps herself. Peter could delay any desire as long as he needed to. He could conceal any emotion. And so Valentine knew that he would never hurt her in a fit of rage. He would only do it if the advantages outweighed the risks. And they did not. In a way, she actually preferred Peter to other people because of this. He always always acted out of intelligent self-interest. And so, to keep herself safe, all she had to do was make sure it was more in Peter's interest to keep her alive than to have her dead. Valentine, things are coming to a head. I've been tracking troop movements in Russia. What are we talking about? The world, Val. You know, Russia, big empire, the Second Warsaw Pact, rulers of Eurasia from the Netherlands to Pakistan. They don't publish their troop movements, Peter. Of course not. But they do publish their passenger and freight train schedules. I've had my desk analyzing those schedules and figuring out when the secret troop trains are moving over the same tracks. Done it backward over the past 3 years. In the last 6 months, they've stepped up. They're getting ready for war. Land war. But what about the League? What about the buggers? Valentine didn't know what Peter was getting at, but he often launched discussions like this, practical discussions of world events. He used her to test his ideas, to refine them. In the process, she also refined her own thinking. She found that while she rarely agreed with Peter about what the world ought to be, they rarely disagreed about what the world actually was. They had become quite deft at sifting accurate information out of the stories of the hopelessly ignorant, gullible news writers. The news herd, as Peter called them. The Polemarch is Russian, isn't he? And he knows what's happening with the fleet. Either they found out that the buggers aren't a threat after all, or we're about to have a big battle. One way or another, the bugger war is about to be over. They're getting ready for after the war. If they're moving troops, it must be under the direction of the Strategos. It's all internal, within the Warsaw Pact. This was troubling. The facade of peace and cooperation had been undisturbed almost since the bugger wars began. What Peter had detected was a fundamental shift in the world order. She had a mental picture, as clear as memory, of the way the world had been before the buggers forced peace upon them. So it's back to the way it was before. A few changes. The shields make it so nobody bothers with nuclear weapons anymore. We have to kill each other thousands at a time, instead of millions. Peter grinned. Val, it was bound to happen. Right now there's a vast international fleet and army in existence with North American hegemony. When the bugger wars are over, all that power will vanish because it's all built on fear of the buggers. And suddenly we'll look around and discover that all the old alliances are gone, dead and gone except one, the Warsaw Pact. And it'll be the dollar against 5 million lasers. Oh, we'll have the asteroid belt, but they'll have Earth. And you run out of raisins and celery kind of fast out there, without Earth. What disturbed Valentine most of all was that Peter did not seem at all worried. Peter, why do I get the idea that you're thinking of this as a golden opportunity for Peter Wiggin? For both of us, Val. Peter, you're 12 years old. I'm 10. They have a word for people our age. They call us children, and they treat us like mice. But we don't think like other children, do we, Val? We don't talk like other children, and above all, we don't write like other children. For a discussion that began with death threats, Peter, we've strayed from the topic, I think. Still, Valentine found herself getting excited. Writing was something Val did better than Peter. They both knew it. Peter had even named it once, when he said that he could always see what other people hated most about themselves and bully them, while Val could always see what other people liked best about themselves and flatter them. It was a cynical way of putting it, but it was true. Valentine could persuade other people to her point of view. She could convince them that they wanted what she wanted them to want. Peter, on the other hand, could only make them fear what he wanted them to fear. When he first pointed this out to Val, she resented it. She had wanted to believe she was good at persuading people because she was right, not because she was clever. But no matter how much she told herself that she didn't ever want to exploit people the way Peter did, she enjoyed knowing that she could, in her way, control other people. And not just control what they did. She could control, in a way, what they wanted to do. She was ashamed that she took pleasure in this power, and yet she found herself using it sometimes, to get teachers to do what she wanted and other students, to get mother and father to see things her way. Sometimes she was able to persuade even Peter. That was the most frightening thing of all, that she could understand Peter well enough, could empathize with him enough to get inside him that way. There was more Peter in her than she could bear to admit, though sometimes she dared to think about it anyway. This is what she thought as Peter spoke. "You dream of power, Peter, but in my own way, I am more powerful than you." "I've been studying history," Peter said. "I've been learning things about patterns in human behavior. There are times when the world is rearranging itself, and at times like that, the right words can change the world. Think what Pericles did in Athens. And Demosthenes. Yes, they managed to wreck Athens twice. Oh, Pericles, yes, but Demosthenes was right about Philip, or provoked him. See? This is what historians usually do. Quibble about cause and effect, when the point is, there are times when the world is in flux, and the right voice in the right place can move the world. Thomas Paine and Ben Franklin, for instance. Bismarck. Lenin. Not exactly parallel cases, Peter. Now she was disagreeing with him out of habit. She saw what he was getting at, and she thought it might just be possible. "I didn't expect you to understand. You still believe that teachers know something worth learning." "I understand more than you think, Peter." "So, you see yourself as Bismarck." "I see myself as knowing how to insert ideas into the public mind." Haven't you ever thought of a phrase, Val, a clever thing to say, and said it, and then 2 weeks or a month later, you hear some adult saying it to another adult, both of them strangers, or you see it on a video or pick it up on a net? I always figured I heard it before and only thought I was making it up. You were wrong. There are maybe 2,000 or 3,000 people in the world as smart as us, little sister. Most of them are making a living somewhere, teaching the poor bastards or doing research. Precious few of them are actually in positions of power. I guess we're the lucky few. Funny as a one-legged rabbit, Val. Of which there are, no doubt, several in these woods, hopping in neat little circles. Valentine laughed at the gruesome image and hated herself for thinking it was funny. Val, we can say the words that everyone else will be saying 2 weeks later. We can do that. We don't have to wait until we're grown up and safely put away in some career. Peter, you're 12. Not on the nets, I'm not. On the nets, I can name myself anything I want, and so can you. On the nets, we are clearly defined as students, and we can't even get into the real discussions except in audience mode, which means we can't say anything anyway. I have a plan. You always do. She pretended nonchalance, but she listened eagerly. We can get on the nets as full-fledged adults. with whatever net names we want to adopt, if Father gets us onto his citizens' access. And why would he do that? We already have student access. What do you tell him? I need citizens' access so I can take over the world? No, Val. I won't tell him anything. You'll tell him how you're worried about me. How I'm trying so very hard to do well at school, but you know it's driving me crazy because I can never talk to anybody intelligent. Everybody always talks down to me because I'm young. I never get to converse with my peers. You can prove that the stress is getting to me. There's even evidence. Valentine thought of the corpse of the squirrel in the woods and realized that even that discovery was part of Peter's plan. Or at least he had made it part of his plan after it happened. So you get him to authorize us to share his citizens' access, to adopt our own identities there, to conceal who we are so people will give us the intellectual respect we deserve. Valentine could challenge him on ideas, but never on things like this. She could not say, "What makes you think you deserve respect?" She had read about Adolf Hitler. She wondered what he was like at the age of 12. Not this smart. Not like Peter that way, but craving honor. Probably that. And what would it have meant to the world if in childhood he had been caught in a thresher or trampled by a horse? "Val," Peter said, "I know what you think of me. I'm not a nice person, you think." Valentine threw a pine needle at him. "An arrow through your heart. I've been planning to come to talk to you for a long time, but I kept being afraid." She put a pine needle in her mouth and blew it at him. It dropped almost straight down. Another failed launch. Why was he pretending to be weak? "Val, I was afraid you wouldn't believe me, that you wouldn't believe I could do it." "Peter, I believe you could do anything, and probably will. But I was even more afraid that you'd believe me and try to stop me." "Oh, come on. Threaten to kill me again, Peter." Did he actually believe she could be fooled by his nice and humble kid act? "So I've got a sick sense of humor. I'm sorry. You know I was teasing. I need your help. You're just what the world needs. A 12-year-old to solve all our problems. It's not my fault I'm 12 right now. And it's not my fault that right now is when the opportunity is open. Right now is the time when I can shape events. The world is always a democracy in times of flux, and the man with the best voice will win. Everybody thinks Hitler got to power because of his armies, because they were willing to kill. And that's partly true, because in the real world, power is always built on the threat of death and dishonor. But mostly he got to power on words. On the right words at the right time. I was just thinking of comparing you to him. I don't hate Jews, Val. I don't want to destroy anybody, and I don't want war either. I want the world to hold together. Is that so bad? I don't want us to go back to the old way. Have you read about the world wars? Yes. We can go back to that again, or worse. We could find ourselves locked into the Warsaw Pact. Now there's a cheerful thought. Peter, we're children. Don't you understand that? We're going to school. We're growing up. But even as she resisted, she wanted him to persuade her. She had wanted him to persuade her from the beginning. But Peter didn't know that he had already won. If I believe that, if I accept that, then I've got to sit back and watch while all the opportunities vanish. And then when I'm old enough, it's too late. Val, listen to me. I know how you feel about me. You always have. I was a vicious, nasty brother. I was cruel to you, and crueler to Ender before they took him. But I didn't hate you. I loved you both. I just had to be... had to have control. Do you understand that? It's the most important thing to me. I can see where the weak points are. I can see how to get in and use them. I just see those things without even trying. I could become a businessman and run some big corporation. I'd scramble and maneuver until I was at the top of everything. And what would I have? Nothing. I'm going to rule, Val. I'm going to have control of something. But I want it to be something worth ruling. I want to accomplish something worthwhile. A Pax Americana through the whole world. So that when somebody else comes after we beat the buggers, when somebody else comes here to defeat us, they'll find we've already spread over 1,000 worlds. We're at peace with ourselves and impossible to destroy. Do you understand? I want to save mankind from self-destruction. She had never seen him speak with such sincerity, with no hint of mockery, no trace of a lie in his voice. He was getting better at this. Or maybe he was actually touching on the truth. So a 12-year-old boy and his kid sister are going to save the world. How old was Alexander? I'm not going to do it overnight. I'm just going to start now. If you'll help me. I don't believe what you did to those squirrels was part of an act. I think you did it because you loved to do it. Suddenly, Peter wept into his hands. Val assumed that he was pretending, but then she wondered. It was possible, wasn't it, that he loved her, and that in this time of terrifying opportunity, he was willing to weaken himself before her in order to win her love. He's manipulating me, she thought, but that doesn't mean he isn't sincere. His cheeks were wet when he took his hands away, his eyes rimmed in red. I know, he said. It's what I'm most afraid of. That I really am a monster. I don't want to be a killer, but I just can't help it. She had never seen him show such weakness. You're so clever, Peter. You saved your weakness so you could use it to move me now. And yet, it did move her. Because if it were true, even partly true, then Peter was not a monster. And so she could satisfy her Peter-like love of power without fear of becoming monstrous herself. She knew that Peter was calculating even now, but she believed that under the calculations, he was telling the truth. It had been hidden layers deep, but he had probed her until he found her trust. Val, if you don't help me, I don't know what I'll become. But if you're there, my partner in everything, you can keep me from becoming like that, like the bad ones. She nodded. You are only pretending to share power with me, she thought. But in fact, I have power over you, even though you don't know it. I will. I'll help you.
As soon as Father got them both onto his citizens' access, they began testing the waters. They stayed away from the nets that required use of a real name. That wasn't hard, because real names only had to do with money. They didn't need money. They needed respect, and that they could earn. With false names on the right nets, they could be anybody. Old men, middle-aged women, anybody, as long as they were careful about the way they wrote. All that anyone would see were their words, their ideas. Every citizen started equal on the nets. They used throwaway names with their early efforts, not the identities that Peter planned to make famous and influential. Of course, they were not invited to take part in the great national and international political forums. They could only be audiences there until they were invited or elected to take part. But they signed on and watched, reading some of the essays published by the great names, witnessing the debates that played across their desks. And in the lesser conferences, where common people commented about the great debates, they began to insert their comments. At first, Peter insisted that they be deliberately inflammatory. We can't learn how our style of writing is working unless we get responses, and if we're bland, no one will answer. They were not bland, and people answered. The responses that got posted on the public nets were vinegar. The responses that were sent as mail for Peter and Valentine to read privately were poisonous. But they did learn what attributes of their writing were seized upon as childish and immature, and they got better. When Peter was satisfied that they knew how to sound adult, he killed the old identities, and they began to prepare to attract real attention. We have to seem completely separate. We'll write about different things at different times. We'll never refer to each other. You'll mostly work on the West Coast nets, and I'll mostly work in the South. Regional issues, too, so do your homework. They did their homework. Mother and father worried sometimes, with Peter and Valentine constantly together, their desks tucked under their arms. But they couldn't complain. Their grades were good, and Valentine was such a good influence on Peter. She had changed his whole attitude toward everything. And Peter and Valentine sat together in the woods, in good weather, and in pocket restaurants and indoor parks when it rained. And they composed their political commentaries. Peter carefully designed both characters so that neither one had all of his ideas. There were even some spare identities that they used to drop in third-party opinions. Let both of them find a following as they can, said Peter. Once tired of writing and rewriting until Peter was satisfied, Val despaired and said, "Write it yourself, then." "I can't," he answered. "They can't both sound alike, ever. You forget that someday we'll be famous enough that somebody will start running analyses. We'll have to come up as different people every time." So she wrote on. Her main identity on the nets was Demosthenes. Peter chose the name. He called himself Locke. They were obvious pseudonyms, but that was part of the plan. With any luck, they'll start trying to guess who we are. If we get famous enough, the government can always get access and find out who we really are. When that happens, we'll be too entrenched to suffer much loss. People might be shocked that Demosthenes and Locke are two kids, but they'll already be used to listening to us. They began composing debates for their characters. Valentine would prepare an opening statement, and Peter would invent a throwaway name to answer her. His answer would be intelligent, and the debate would be lively, lots of clever invective and good political rhetoric. Valentine had a knack for alliteration that made her phrases memorable. Then they would enter the debate into the network, separated by a reasonable amount of time, as if they were actually making them up on the spot. Sometimes a few other netters would interpose comments, but Peter and Val would usually ignore them or change their own comments only slightly to accommodate what had been said. Peter took careful note of all their most memorable phrases, and then did searches from time to time to find those phrases cropping up in other places. Not all of them did, but most of them were repeated here and there, and some of them even showed up in the major debates on the prestige nets. "We're being read," Peter said. "The ideas are seeping out." "The phrases, anyway. That's just the measure. Look, we're having some influence. Nobody quotes us by name yet, but they're discussing the points we raise. We're helping set the agenda. We're getting there. Should we try to get into the main debates? No, we'll wait until they ask us." They'd been doing it only 7 months when one of the West Coast nets sent Demosthenes a message, an offer for a weekly column in a pretty good news set. "I can't do a weekly column," Valentine said. "I don't even have a monthly period yet." "The two aren't related," Peter said. "They are to me. I'm still a kid." "Tell them yes. But since you prefer not to have your true identity revealed, you want them to pay you a network time, a new access code through their corporate identity. So when the government traces me, you'll just be a person who can sign on through CalNet. Father's Citizens Access doesn't get involved. What I can't figure out is why they wanted Demosthenes before Locke. Talent rises to the top." As a game, it was fun. But Valentine didn't like some of the positions Peter made Demosthenes take. Demosthenes began to develop as a fairly paranoid anti-Russian writer. It bothered her because Peter was the one who knew how to exploit fear in his writing. She had to keep coming to him for ideas on how to do it. Meanwhile, his Locke followed her moderate, empathic strategies. It made sense in a way. By having her write Demosthenes, it meant he also had some empathy, just as Locke also could play on others' fears. But the main effect was to keep her inextricably tied to Peter. She couldn't go off and use Demosthenes for her own purposes. She wouldn't know how to use him. Still, it worked both ways. He couldn't write Locke without her. Or could he? "I thought the idea was to unify the world. If I write like you say I should, Peter, I'm pretty much calling for war, to break up the Warsaw Pact. Not war, just open nets and the prohibition of interception. Free flow of information. Compliance with League rules, for heaven's sake." Without meaning to, Valentine started talking in Demosthenes' voice, even though she certainly wasn't speaking Demosthenes' opinions. "Everyone knows that from the beginning of the League, the Second Warsaw Pact was to be regarded as a single entity where those rules were concerned. International free flow is still open. But between the Warsaw Pact nations, these things are internal matters. That was why they were willing to allow American hegemony in the League. You're arguing Locke's part, Val. Trust me. You have to call for the Warsaw Pact to lose official status. You have to get a lot of people really angry. Then, later, when you begin to recognize the need for compromise, then they stop listening to me and go off and fight a war. Val, trust me, I know what I'm doing. How do you know? You're not any smarter than me, and you've never done this before either. I'm 13, and you're 10, almost 11, and I know how these things work. All right, I'll do it your way, but I won't do any of these liberty or death things. You will too. And someday, when they catch us and they wonder why your sister was such a warmonger, I can just bet you'll tell them that you told me to do it. Are you sure you're not having a period, little woman? I hate you, Peter Wiggin. What bothered Valentine most was when her column got syndicated into several other regional news nets, and Father started reading it and quoting from it at table. Finally, a man with some sense, he said. Then he quoted some of the passages Valentine hated worst in her own work. It's fine to work with these hegemonist Russians with the buggers out there, but after we win, I can't see leaving half the civilized world as virtual serfs in the Russian Empire. Can you, dear? I think you're taking this all too seriously, said Mother. I like this Demosthenes. I like the way he thinks. I'm surprised he isn't in the major nets. I looked for him in the international relations debates, and, you know, he's never taken part in any of them. Valentine lost her appetite and left the table. Peter followed her after a respectable interval. So you don't like lying to Father, he said. So what? You're not lying to him. He doesn't think that you're really Demosthenes, and Demosthenes isn't saying things you really believe. They cancel each other out. They amount to nothing. That's the kind of reasoning that makes Locke such an ass. But what really bothered her was not that she was lying to Father. It was the fact that Father actually agreed with Demosthenes. She had thought that only fools would follow him. A few days later, Locke got picked up for a column in a New England Newsnet, specifically to provide a contrasting view for their popular column from Demosthenes. Not bad for two kids who've only got about 8 pubic hairs between them, Peter said. It's a long way between writing a Newsnet column and ruling the world, Valentine reminded him. It's such a long way that no one has ever done it. They have, though, or the moral equivalent. I'm going to say snide things about Demosthenes in my first column. Well, Demosthenes isn't even going to notice that Locke exists. Ever. For now. With their identities now fully supported by their income from writing columns, they used Father's access now only for throwaway identities. Mother commented that they were spending too much time on the nets. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, she reminded Peter. Peter let his hand tremble a little, and he said, "If you think I should stop, I think I might be able to keep things under control this time. I really do." No, Mother said. I don't want you to stop. Just be careful, that's all. I'm careful, Mom.
Nothing was different. Nothing had changed in a year. Ender was sure of it, and yet it all seemed to have gone sour. He was still the leading soldier in the standings, and no one doubted that he deserved it now. At the age of 9, he was a toon leader in Phoenix Army, with Petra Arkanian as his commander. He still led his evening practice sessions, and now they were attended by an elite group of soldiers nominated by their commanders, though any launchy who wanted to could still come. Alai was also a toon leader in another army, and they were still good friends. Shen was not a leader, but that was no barrier. Dink Meeker had finally accepted command and succeeded Rose the Nose in Rat Army's command. All is going well, very well. I couldn't ask for anything better. So why do I hate my life? He went through the paces of the practices and games. He liked teaching the boys in his toon, and they followed him loyally. He had the respect of everyone, and he was treated with deference in his evening practices. Commanders came to study what he did. Other soldiers approached his table at mess and asked permission to sit down. Even the teachers were respectful. He had so much damn respect he wanted to scream. He watched the young kids in Petra's army, fresh out of their launch groups, watched how they played, how they made fun of their leaders when they thought no one was looking. He watched the camaraderie of old friends who had known each other in the battle school for years, who talked and laughed about old battles and long-graduated soldiers and commanders. But with his old friends, there was no laughter, no remembering, just work. Just intelligence and excitement about the game, but nothing beyond that. Tonight, it had come to a head in the evening practice. Ender and Alai were discussing the nuances of open space maneuvers when Shen came up and listened for a few moments, then suddenly took Alai by the shoulders and shouted, "Nova, Nova, Nova!" Alai burst out laughing, and for a moment or two, Ender watched them remember together the battle where open room maneuvering had been for real, and they had dodged past the older boys, and suddenly they remembered that Ender was there. "Sorry, Ender," Shen said. "Sorry? For what? For being friends?" "I was there too, you know," Ender said. And they apologized again. Back to business, back to respect. And Ender realized that in their laughter, in their friendship, it had not occurred to them that he could have been included. How could they think I was part of it? Did I laugh? Did I join in? Just stood there, watching, like a teacher. That's how they think of me, too. Teacher, legendary soldier, not one of them. Not someone that you embrace and whisper salam in his ear. That only lasted while Ender still seemed a victim, still seemed vulnerable. Now he was the master soldier, and he was completely, utterly alone. Feel sorry for yourself, Ender. He typed the words on his desk as he lay on his bunk. Poor Ender. Then he laughed at himself and cleared away the words. Not a boy or girl in this school wouldn't be glad to trade places with me. He called up the fantasy game. He walked as he often did through the village that the dwarves had built in the hill made by the giant's corpse. It was easy to build sturdy walls with the ribs already curved just right, just enough space between them to leave windows. The whole corpse was cut into apartments opening onto the path down the giant's spine. The public amphitheater was carved into the pelvic bowl, and the common herd of ponies was pastured between the giant's legs. Ender was never sure what the dwarves were doing as they went about their business, but they left him alone as he picked his way through the village, and in return he did them no harm either. He vaulted the pelvic bone at the base of the public square and walked through the pasture. The ponies shied away from him. He did not pursue them. Ender did not understand how the game functioned anymore. In the old days, before he had first gone to the end of the world, everything was combat and puzzles to solve. Defeat the enemy before he kills you, or figure out how to get past the obstacle. Now, though, no one attacked. There was no war, and wherever he went, there was no obstacle at all. Except, of course, in the room in the castle at the end of the world. It was the one dangerous place left, and Ender, however often he vowed that he would not, always went back there, always killed the snake, always looked his brother in the face, and always, no matter what he did, died. It was no different this time. He tried to use the knife on the table to pry through the mortar and pull out a stone from the wall. As soon as he breached the seal of the mortar, water began to gush in through the crack, and Ender watched his desk as his figure, now out of his control, struggled madly to stay alive to keep from drowning. The windows of his room were gone, the water rose, and his figure drowned. All the while, the face of Peter Wiggin in the mirror stayed and looked at him. I'm trapped here, Ender thought, trapped at the end of the world with no way out. And he knew at last the sour taste that had come to him despite all his successes in the battle school. It was despair.
There were uniformed men at the entrances to the school when Valentine arrived. They weren't standing like guards, but rather slouched around as if they were waiting for someone inside to finish his business. They wore the uniforms of IF Marines, the same uniforms that everyone saw in bloody combat on the videos. It lent an air of romance to this day at school. All the other kids were excited about it. Valentine was not. It made her think of Ender, for one thing, and for another, it made her afraid. Someone had recently published a savage commentary on Demosthenes' collected writings. The commentary, and therefore her work, had been discussed in the open conference of the International Relations Net, with some of the most important people of the day attacking and defending Demosthenes. What worried her most was the comment of an Englishman. Whether he likes it or not, Demosthenes cannot remain incognito forever. He has outraged too many wise men and pleased too many fools to hide behind his too appropriate pseudonym much longer. Either he will unmask himself in order to assume leadership of the forces of stupidity he has marshaled, or his enemies will unmask him in order to better understand the disease that has produced such a warped and twisted mind. Peter had been delighted, but then he would be. Valentine was afraid that enough powerful people had been annoyed by the vicious persona of Demosthenes that she would indeed be tracked down. The IF could do it, even if the American government was recruiting grounds for the IF Marines. She was not surprised to find a message marching around her desk as soon as she logged in. Please log off and go to Dr. Lineberry's office at once. Valentine waited nervously outside the principal's office until Dr. Lineberry opened the door and beckoned her inside. Her last doubt was removed when she saw the soft-bellied man in the uniform of an IF colonel sitting in the one comfortable chair in the room. "You're Valentine Wiggin?" he said. "Yes," she whispered. "I'm Colonel Graff. We've met before." Before? When had she had any dealings with the IF? "I've come to talk to you in confidence about your brother." It's not just me then, she thought. They have Peter. Or Is this something new? Has he done something crazy? I thought he stopped doing crazy things. Valentine, you seem frightened. There's no need to be. Please, sit down. I assure you that your brother is well. He has more than fulfilled our expectations. And now, with a great inward gush of relief, she realized that it was Ender they had come about. This must be the officer who had taken him away. Ender. It wasn't punishment at all. It was little Ender, who had disappeared so long ago, who was no part of Peter's plots now. You were the lucky one, Ender. You got away before Peter could trap you into his conspiracy. How do you feel about your brother, Valentine? Ender? Of course. How can I feel about him? I haven't seen him or heard from him since I was 8. Dr. Lineberry, will you excuse us? Lineberry was annoyed. On second thought, Dr. Lineberry, I think Valentine and I will have a much more productive conversation if we walk outside, away from the recording devices that your assistant principal has placed in this room. It was the first time Valentine had seen Dr. Lineberry speechless. Colonel Graff lifted a picture out from the wall and peeled a sound-sensitive membrane from the wall, along with its small broadcast unit. Cheap, said Graff, but effective. I thought you knew. Lineberry took the device and sat down heavily at her desk. Graff led Valentine outside. They walked out into the football field. The soldiers followed at a discreet distance. They split up and formed a large circle to guard them from the widest possible perimeter. Valentine, we need your help for Ender. What kind of help? We aren't even sure of that. We need you to help us figure out how you can help us. Well, what's wrong? Well, that's part of the problem. We don't know. Valentine couldn't help but laugh. I haven't seen him in 3 years. You've got him up there with you all the time. Valentine, it costs more money than your father will make in his lifetime for me to fly to Earth and back to the battle school again. I don't commute casually. The king had a dream, said Valentine, but he forgot what it was. So he told his wise men to interpret the dream, or they'd die. Only Daniel could interpret it, because he was a prophet. You read the Bible? We're doing classics this year in advanced English. I'm not a prophet. I wish I could tell you everything about Ender's situation, but it would take hours, maybe days. And afterward, I'd have to put you in protective confinement because so much of it is strictly confidential. So let's see what we can do with limited information. There's a game that our students play with the computer. And he told her about the end of the world, and the closed room, and the picture of Peter in the mirror. It's the computer that puts the picture there, not Ender. Why not ask the computer? The computer doesn't know. I'm supposed to know? This is the second time since Ender's been with us that he's taken this game to a dead end, to a game that seems to have no solution. Did he solve the first one? Eventually. Then give him time. He'll probably solve this one. I'm not sure. Valentine, your brother is a very unhappy little boy. Why? I don't know. You don't know much, do you? Valentine thought for a moment that the man might get angry. Instead, though, he decided to laugh. No, not much. Valentine, why would Ender keep seeing your brother Peter in the mirror? He shouldn't. It's stupid. Why is it stupid? Because if there's ever anybody who was the opposite of Ender, it's Peter. How? Valentine could not think of a way to answer him that wasn't dangerous. Too much questioning about Peter could lead to real trouble. Valentine knew enough about the world to know that no one would take Peter's plans for world domination seriously as a danger to existing governments, but they might well decide that he was insane and needed treatment for his megalomania. "You're preparing to lie to me," Graf said. "I'm preparing not to talk to you anymore," Valentine answered. "And you're afraid. Why are you afraid?" "I don't like questions about my family. Just leave my family out of this." "Valentine, I'm trying to leave your family out of this. I'm coming to you so that I don't have to start a battery of tests on Peter and question your parents. I'm trying to solve this problem now, with the person Ender loves and trusts most in the world, perhaps the only person he loves and trusts at all. If we can't solve it this way, then we'll sequester your family and do as we like from then on. This is not a trivial matter, and I won't just go away." The only person Ender loves and trusts at all. She felt a deep stab of pain, a regret, of shame, that now it was Peter she was close to. Peter, who was the center of her life. "For you, Ender, I light fires on your birthday. For Peter, I help fulfill all his dreams. I never thought you were a nice man, not when you came to take Ender away, and not now. Don't pretend to be an ignorant little girl. I saw your tests when you were little, and at the present moment there aren't very many college professors who could keep up with you. Ender and Peter hate each other. I knew that. You said they were opposites. Why? Peter can be hateful sometimes. Hateful in what way? Mean, just mean, that's all. Valentine, for Ender's sake, tell me what he does when he's being mean. He threatens to kill people a lot. He doesn't mean it. But when we were little, Ender and I were both afraid of him. He told us he'd kill us. Actually, he told us he'd kill Ender. We monitored some of that. It was because of the monitor. Is that all? Tell me more about Peter. So she told him about the children in every school that Peter attended. He never hit them, but he tortured them just the same, found what they were most ashamed of and told it to the person whose respect they most wanted, found what they most feared and made sure they faced it often. Did he do this with Ender? Valentine shook her head. Are you sure? Didn't Ender have a weak place? A thing he feared most or that he was ashamed of? Ender never did anything to be ashamed of. And suddenly, deep in her own shame for having forgotten and betrayed Ender, she started to cry. Why are you crying? She shook her head. She couldn't explain what it was like to think of her little brother, who was so good, whom she had protected for so long, and then remember that now she was Peter's ally, Peter's helper, Peter's slave in a scheme that was completely out of her control. Ender never surrendered to Peter, but I have turned. I've become part of him, as Ender never was. Ender never gave in, she said. To what? To Peter. To being like Peter. They walked in silence along the goal line. How would Ender ever be like Peter? Valentine shuddered. I already told you. But Ender never did that kind of thing. He was just a little boy. We both wanted to, though. We both wanted to kill Peter. Ah. No, that isn't true. We never said it. Ender never said that he wanted to do that. I just thought it. It was me, not Ender. He never said that he wanted to kill him. What did he want? He just didn't want to be... To be what? Peter tortures squirrels. He stakes them out on the ground and skins them alive and sits and watches them until they die. He did that for a while after Ender left. He doesn't do it now, but he did it. If Ender knew that, if Ender saw him, I think he'd what? Rescue the squirrels? Try to heal them? No. In those days, you didn't undo what Peter did. You didn't cross him, but Ender would be kind to squirrels. Do you understand? He'd feed them. But if he fed them, they'd become tame, and that much easier for Peter to catch. Valentine began to cry again. No matter what you do, it always helps Peter. Everything helps Peter, everything. You just can't get away no matter what. Are you helping Peter? Asked Graf. She didn't answer. Is Peter such a very bad person, Valentine? She nodded. Is Peter the worst person in the world? How can he be? I don't know. He's the worst person I know. And yet you and Ender are his brother and sister. You have the same genes, the same parents. How can he be so bad if... Valentine turned and screamed at him. Screamed as if he were killing her. Ender is not like Peter. He is not like Peter in any way. Except that he's smart, that's all. In every other way a person could possibly be like Peter, he is nothing like Peter. Nothing. I see, said Graf. I know what you're thinking, you bastard. You're thinking I'm wrong, that Ender's like Peter. Well, maybe I'm like Peter, but Ender isn't. He isn't at all. I used to tell him that when he cried. I told him that lots of times. You're not like Peter. You never like to hurt people. You're kind and good. And not like Peter at all. And it's true. His acquiescence calmed her. Damn right it's true. It's true. Valentine, will you help Ender? I can't do anything for him now. It's really the same thing you always did for him before. Just comfort him and tell him that he never likes to hurt people, that he's good and kind and not like Peter at all. That's the most important thing, that he's not like Peter at all. I can see him? No, I want you to write a letter. What good does that do? Ender never answered a single letter I sent. Graf sighed. He, answered every letter he got. It took only a second for her to understand. You really stink. Isolation is the optimum environment for creativity. It was his ideas we wanted, not the... Oh, never mind, I don't have to defend myself to you. Then why are you doing it? She did not ask. But he's slacking off. He's coasting. We want to push him forward, and he won't go. Maybe I'd be doing Ender a favor if I told you to go stuff yourself. You already helped me. You can help me more. Write to him. Promise you won't cut out anything I write? I won't promise any such thing. Then forget it. No problem. I'll write your letter myself. We can use your other letters to reconcile the writing styles. Simple matter. I want to see him. He gets his first leave when he's 18. You told him it would be when he was 12. We changed the rules. Why should I help you? Don't help me. Help Ender. What does it matter if that helps us too? What kind of terrible things are you doing to him up there? Graf chuckled. Valentine, my dear little girl, the terrible things are only about to begin.
Ender was 4 lines into the letter before he realized that it wasn't from one of the other soldiers in battle school. It had come in the regular way, a mail-waiting message when he signed into his desk. He read 4 lines into it, then skipped to the end and read the signature. Then he went back to the beginning and curled up on his bed to read the words over and over again.
Ender. The bastards wouldn't put any of my letters through till now. I must have written 100 times, but you must have thought I never did. Well, I did. I haven't forgotten you. I remember your birthday. I remember everything. Some people might think that because you're being a soldier, you are now a cruel and hard person who likes to hurt people, like the Marines in the videos, but I know that isn't true. You are nothing like you-know-who. He's nicer seeming, but he's still a slum bitch inside. Maybe you seem mean, but it won't fool me. Still paddling the old canoe. All my love, turkey lips. Val. Don't write back. They'll probably psychoanalyze your letter.
Obviously, it was written with the full approval of the teachers, but there was no doubt it was written by Val. The spelling of psychoanalyze, S-I-K-O-W-A-N-A-L-I-Z-E, the epithet slum bitch for Peter, the joke about pronouncing new like canoe, were all things that no one could know but Val. And yet, they came pretty thick, as though someone wanted to make very sure that Ender believed that the letter was genuine. Why should they be so eager if it's the real thing? It isn't the real thing anyway. Even if she wrote it in her own blood, it isn't the real thing because they made her write it. She'd written before, and they didn't let any of those letters through. Those might have been real, but this was asked for. This was part of their manipulation. And the despair filled him again. Now he knew why. Now he knew what he hated so much. He had no control over his own life. They ran everything. They made all the choices. Only the game was left to him, that was all. Everything else was them and their rules and plans and lessons and programs, and all he could do was go this way or that way in battle. The one real thing, the one precious, real thing was his memory of Valentine. The person who loved him before he ever played a game. Who loved him whether there was a bugger war or not. And they had taken her and put her on their side. She was one of them now. He hated them and all their games, hated them so badly that he cried, reading Val's empty, asked-for letter again. The other boys in Phoenix Army noticed and looked away. Ender Wiggin crying. That was disturbing. Something terrible was going on. The best soldier in any army lying on his bunk, crying. The silence in the room was deep. Ender deleted the letter, wiped it out of memory, and then punched up the fantasy game. He was not sure why he was so eager to play the game, to get to the end of the world, but he wasted no time getting there. Only when he coasted on the clouds, skimming over the autumnal colors of the pastoral world, only then did he realize what he hated most about Val's letter. All that it said was about Peter, about how he was not at all like Peter. The words she had said so often as she held him comforted him as he trembled in fear and rage and loathing after Peter had tortured him. That was all that the letter had said. And that was what they had asked for. The bastards knew about that, and they knew about Peter in the mirror in the castle room. They knew about everything, and to them Al was just one more tool used to control him. Just more trick to play. Dink was right. They were the enemy. They did nothing and cared for nothing. He was not going to do what they wanted. He would damn well not anything for them. He had only one man that was safe, one thing, and bastard, and those bits had plowed into him, arrested him, and finished. He was going to play. He was finished. He was going to play. As all surplus waited in the tower room, unraveling itself from the rug on the floor. This time Ender didn't grind it underfoot. This time he caught it in his hands, knelt before it, and gently, so gently, brought the snake's gaping mouth to his lips and kissed. He had not meant to do that. He had meant to let the snake bite him on the mouth. Or perhaps he had meant to eat the snake alive, as Peter in the mirror had done, with his bloody chin and the snake's tail dangling from his lips, but he kissed it instead. And the snake in his hands thickened and bent into another shape, a human shape. It was Valentine, and she kissed him again. The snake could not be Valentine. He had killed it too often for it to be his sister. Peter had devoured it too often for Ender to bear it, that it might have been Valentine all along. Was this what they planned when they let him read her letter? He didn't care. She arose from the floor of the tower room and walked to the mirror. Ender made his figure also rise and go with her. They stood before the mirror, where instead of Peter's cruel reflection there stood a dragon and a unicorn. Ender reached out his hand and touched the mirror, and so did Valentine. The wall fell open and revealed a great stairway downward, carpeted and lined with shouting, cheering multitudes. Together, arm in arm, he and Valentine walked down the stairs. Tears filled his eyes, tears of relief that at last he had broken free of the room at the end of the world, and because of the tears, he didn't notice that every member of the multitude wore Peter's face. He only knew that wherever he went in this world, Valentine was with him.
Valentine opened the letter that Dr. Lineberry had given her. Dear Valentine, it said, we thank you and commend you for your efforts on behalf of the war effort. You are hereby notified that you have been awarded the Star of the Order of the League of Humanity, First Class, which is the highest military award that can be given to a civilian. Unfortunately, IF security forbids us to make this award public until after the successful conclusion of current operations. But we want you to know that your efforts resulted in complete success. Sincerely, General Shimon Levy, Strategos. When she had read it twice, Dr. Lineberry took it from her hands. I was instructed to let you read it and then destroy it. She took a cigarette lighter from a drawer and set the paper afire. It burned brightly in the ashtray. Was it good or bad news? She asked. I sold my brother, Valentine said, and they paid me for it. What? That's a bit melodramatic, isn't it, Valentine? Valentine went back to class without answering. That night, Demosthenes published a scathing denunciation of the population limitation laws. People should be allowed to have as many children as they like, and the surplus population should be sent to other worlds to spread mankind so far across the galaxy that no disaster, no invasion could ever threaten the human race with annihilation. The most noble title any child can have, Demosthenes wrote, is third. For you, Ender. she said to herself as she wrote. Peter laughed in delight when he read it. That'll make him sit up and take notice. Third, a noble title. Oh, you have a wicked streak.
Now?
I suppose so.
It has to be an order, Colonel Graff. Armies don't move because a commander says, I suppose it's time to attack.
I'm not a commander. I'm a teacher of little children.
Colonel, sir, I admit I was on you. I admit I was a pain in the ass. But it worked. Everything worked just like you wanted it to. The last few weeks, Ender's even been
Happy.
content. He's doing well. His mind is keen, his play is excellent. Young as he is, we've never had a boy better prepared for command. Usually they go at 11, but at 9.5 he's top flight.
Well, yes. For a few minutes there, it actually occurred to me to wonder what kind of a man would heal a broken child of some of his hurt, just so he could throw him back into battle again. A little private moral dilemma. Please overlook it. I was tired.
Saving the world, remember?
Call him in.
We're doing what must be done, Colonel Graff.
Come on, Anderson. You're just dying to see how he handles all those rigged games I had you work out.
That's a pretty low thing to...
So I'm a low kind of guy. Come on, Major. We're both the scum of the earth. I'm dying to see how he handles them, too. After all, our lives depend on him doing real well, nay?
You're not starting to use the boy's slang, are you?
Call him in, Major. I'll dump the rosters into his files and give him his security system. What we're doing to him isn't all bad, you know. He gets his privacy again.
Isolation, you mean?
The loneliness of power. Go call him in.
Yes, sir. I'll be back with him in 15 minutes.
Goodbye. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I hope you had fun. I hope you had a nice time being happy, Ender. Might be the last time in your life. Welcome, little boy. Your dear Uncle Graff has plans for you.
Ender knew what was happening from the moment they brought him in. Everyone expected him to go commander early. Perhaps not this early, but he had topped the standings almost continuously for 3 years. No one else was remotely close to him, and his evening practices had become the most prestigious group in the school. There were some who wondered why the teachers had waited this long. He wondered which army they'd give him. 3 commanders were graduating soon, including Petra, but it was beyond hope for them to give him Phoenix Army. No one ever succeeded to command of the same army he was in when he was promoted. Anderson took him first to his new quarters. That sealed it. Only commanders had private rooms. Then he had him fitted for new uniforms and a new flash suit. He looked on the forms to discover the name of his army. Dragon, said the form. There was no Dragon Army. I've never heard of Dragon Army, Ender said. That's because there hasn't been a Dragon Army in 4 years. We discontinued the name because there was a superstition about it. No Dragon Army in the history of the battle school ever won even 1/3 of its games. It's got to be a joke. Well, why are you reviving it now? We had a lot of extra uniforms to use up. Graff sat at his desk looking fatter and wearier than the last time Ender had seen him. He handed Ender his hook, the small box that allowed commanders to go where they wanted in the battle room during exercises. Some said they worked magnetically, some said it was gravity. Many times during his evening practice sessions, Ender had wished that he had a hook instead of having to rebound off walls to get where he wanted to go. Now that he'd got quite deft at maneuvering without one, here it was. It only works, Anderson pointed out, during your regularly scheduled practice sessions. Since Ender already planned to have extra practices, it meant the hook would only be useful some of the time. It also explained why so many commanders never held extra practices. They depended on the hook, and it wouldn't do anything for them during the extra times. If they felt that the hook was their authority, their power over the other boys, then they were even less likely to work without it. That's an advantage I'll have over some of my enemies, Ender thought. Graff's official welcome speech sounded bored and over-rehearsed. Only at the end did he begin to sound interested in his own words. "We're doing something unusual with Dragon Army, I hope you don't mind. We've assembled a new army by advancing the equivalent of an entire launch course early and delaying the graduation of quite a few advanced students. I think you'll be pleased with the quality of your soldiers. I hope you are, because we're forbidding you to transfer any of them." "No trades?" asked Ender. It was how commanders always shored up their weak points, by trading around. "None. You see, you've been conducting your extra practice sessions for 3 years now. You have a following. Many good soldiers would put unfair pressure on their commanders to trade them into your army. We've given you an army that can, in time, be competitive. We have no intention of letting you dominate unfairly." "What if I've got a soldier I just can't get along with?" "Get along with him." Graf closed his eyes. Anderson stood up, and the interview was over. Dragon was assigned the colors gray, orange, gray. Ender changed into his flash suit, then followed the ribbons of light until he came to the barracks that contained his army. They were there already, milling around near the entrance. Ender took charge at once. Bunking will be arranged by seniority. Veterans to the back of the room, newest soldiers to the front. It was the reverse of the usual pattern, and Ender knew it. He also knew that he didn't intend to be like many commanders who never even saw the younger boys because they were always in the back. As they sorted themselves out according to their arrival dates, Ender walked up and down the aisle. Almost 30 of his soldiers were new, straight out of their launch group, completely inexperienced in battle. Some were even underage. The ones nearest the door were pathetically small. Ender reminded himself that that's how he must have looked to Bonzo Madrid when he first arrived. Still, Bonzo had had only one underage soldier to cope with. Not one of the veterans belonged to Ender's elite practice group. None had ever been a toon leader. None, in fact, was older than Ender himself, which meant that even his veterans didn't have more than 18 months' experience. Some he didn't even recognize. They had made so little impression. They recognized Ender, of course, since he was the most celebrated soldier in the school, and some, Ender could see, resented him. At least they did me one favor. None of my soldiers is older than me. As soon as each soldier had a bunk, Ender ordered them to put on their flash suits and come to practice. "We're on the morning schedule, straight to practice after breakfast. Officially, you have a free hour between breakfast and practice. We'll see what happens after I find out how good you are." After 3 minutes, though many of them still weren't dressed, he ordered them out of the room. "But I'm naked," said one boy. "Dress faster next time. 3 minutes from first call to running out the door. That's the rule this week. Next week, the rule is 2 minutes. Move." It would soon be a joke in the rest of the school that Dragon Army was so dumb they had to practice getting dressed. 5 of the boys were completely naked, carrying their flash suits as they ran through the corridors. Few were fully dressed. They attracted a lot of attention as they passed open classroom doors. No one would be late again if he could help it. In the corridors leading to the battle room, Ender made them run back and forth in the halls, fast, so they were sweating a little, while the naked ones got dressed. Then he led them to the upper door, the one that opened into the middle of the battle room, just like the doors in the actual games. Then he made them jump up and use the ceiling handholds to hurl themselves into the room. "Assemble on the far wall," he said, "as if you were going for the enemy's gate." They revealed themselves as they jumped, 4 at a time, through the door. Almost none of them knew how to establish a direct line to the target, and when they reached the far wall, few of the new ones had any idea how to catch on or even control their rebounds. The last boy out was a small kid, obviously underage. There was no way he was going to reach the ceiling handhold. "You can use a side handhold if you want," Ender said. "Go suck on it," said the boy. He took a flying leap, touched the ceiling handhold with a fingertip, and hurtled through the door with no control at all, spinning in 3 directions at once. Ender tried to decide whether to like the little kid for refusing to take a concession or to be annoyed at his insubordinate attitude. They finally got themselves together along the wall. Ender noticed that without exception they had lined up with their heads still in the direction that had been up in the corridor. So Ender deliberately took hold of what they were treating as a floor and dangled from it upside down. "Why are you upside down, soldier?" he demanded. Some of them started to turn the other way. "'Tention!" They held still. I said, "Why are you upside down?" No one answered. They didn't know what he expected. I said, "Why does every one of you have his feet in the air and his head toward the ground?" Finally, one of them spoke. "Sir, this is the direction we were in coming out of the door." Well, what difference is that supposed to make? What difference does it make what the gravity was back in the corridor? Are we going to fight in the corridor? Is there any gravity here? No, sir. No, sir. From now on, you forget about gravity before you go through that door. The old gravity is gone, erased. Understand me? Whatever your gravity is, when you get to the door, remember, the enemy's gate is down. Your feet are toward the enemy gate. Up is toward your own gate. North is that way. South is that way. East is that way. West is... What way? They pointed. That's what I expected. The only process you've mastered is the process of elimination, and the only reason you've mastered that is because you can do it in the toilet. What was that circus I saw out here? Did you call that forming up? Did you call that flying? Now, everybody, launch and form up on the ceiling. Right now. Move. As Ender expected, a good number of them instinctively launched, not toward the wall with the door in it, but toward the wall that Ender had called north, the direction that had been up when they were in the corridor. Of course, they quickly realized their mistake, but too late. They had to wait to change things until they had rebounded off the north wall. In the meantime, Ender was mentally grouping them into slow learners and fast learners. The littlest kid, the one who had been last out of the door, was the first to arrive at the correct wall, and he caught himself adroitly. They had been right to advance him. He'd do well. He was also cocky and rebellious, and probably resented the fact that he had been one of the ones Ender had sent naked through the corridors. "You," said Ender, pointing at the small one. "Which way is down?" "Toward the enemy door." The answer was quick. It was also surly, as if to say, okay, now get on with the important stuff. "Name, kid?" "This soldier's name is Bean, sir." "Get that for size or for brains?" The other boys laughed a little. "Well, Bean, you're right onto things. Now listen to me, because this matters. Nobody's going to get through that door without a good chance of getting hit. In the old days, you had 10, 20 seconds before you even had to move. Now, if you aren't already streaming out of the door when the enemy comes out, you're frozen. Now, what happens when you're frozen?" "Can't move," one of the boys said. "That's what frozen means," Ender said. "But what happens to you?" It was Bean, not intimidated at all, who answered intelligently. "You keep going in the direction you started in, at the speed you were going when you were flashed." "That's true." "You 5, they're on the end. Move." Startled, the boys looked at each other. Ender flashed them all. "The next 5, move." They moved. Ender flashed them, too, but they kept moving, heading toward the walls. The first 5, though, were drifting uselessly near the main group. "Look at these, so-called soldiers," Ender said. "Their commander ordered them to move, and now look at them. Not only are they frozen, they're frozen right here, where they can get in the way, while the others, because they moved when they were ordered, are frozen down there, plugging up the enemy's lanes, blocking the enemy's vision. I imagine that about 5 of you have understood the point of this. And no doubt Bean is one of them, right, Bean?" He didn't answer at first. Ender looked at him until he said, "Right, sir." "Then what is the point?" "When you are ordered to move, move fast, so if you get iced, you'll bounce around instead of getting in the way of your own army's operations." "Excellent. At least I have one soldier who can figure things out." Ender could see resentment growing in the way the other soldiers shifted their weight and glanced at each other, the way they avoided looking at Bean. Why am I doing this? What does this have to do with being a good commander, making one boy the target of all the others? Just because they did it to me, why should I do it to him? Ender wanted to undo his taunting of the boy, wanted to tell the others that the little one needed their help and friendship more than anyone else. But of course Ender couldn't do that. Not on the first day. On the first day, even his mistakes had to look like part of a brilliant plan. Ender hooked himself near the wall and pulled one of the boys away from the others. "Keep your body straight," said Ender. He rotated the boy in midair so his feet pointed toward the others. When the boy kept moving his body, Ender flashed him. The others laughed. How much of his body could you shoot? Ender asked the boy directly under the frozen soldier's feet. Mostly all I can hit is his feet. Ender turned to the boy next to him. What about you? I can see his body. And you? A boy a little farther down the wall answered, all of him. Feet aren't very big. Not much protection. Ender pushed the frozen soldier out of the way. Then he doubled his legs under him as if he were kneeling in midair, and flashed his own legs. Immediately the legs of his suit went rigid, holding them in that position. Ender twisted himself in the air so that he knelt above the other boys. What do you see? He asked. A lot less, they said. Ender thrust his gun between his legs. I can see fine, he said, and proceeded to flash the boys directly under him. Stop me, he shouted. Try and flash me. They finally did, but not until he had flashed more than a third of them. He thumbed his hook and thawed himself and every other frozen soldier. Now, he said, which way is the enemy's gate? Down. And what is our attack position? Some started to answer with words, but Bean answered by flipping himself away from the wall with his legs doubled under him, straight toward the opposite wall, flashing between his legs all the way. For a moment, Ender wanted to shout at him, to punish him. Then he caught himself, rejected the ungenerous impulse. Why should I be so angry at this little boy? Is Bean the only one who knows how? Ender shouted. Immediately, the entire army pushed off toward the opposite wall, kneeling in the air, firing between their legs, shouting at the top of their lungs. There may be a time, thought Ender, when this is exactly the strategy I'll need. 40 screaming boys in an unbalancing attack. When they were all at the other side, Ender called for them to attack him all at once. Yes, thought Ender, not bad. They gave me an untrained army with no excellent veterans, but at least it isn't a crop of fools. I can work with this. When they were assembled again, laughing and exhilarated, Ender began the real work. He had them freeze their legs in the kneeling position. Now, what are your legs good for in combat? Nothing, said some boys. Bean doesn't think so, said Ender. They're the best way to push off walls. Right, Ender said. The other boys started to complain that pushing off walls was movement, not combat. There is no combat without movement, Ender said. They fell silent and hated Bean a little more. Now, with your legs frozen like this, can you push off walls? No one dared answer for fear they'd be wrong. Bean? Asked Ender. I've never tried it, but maybe if you faced the wall and doubled over at the waist. Right, but wrong. Watch me. My back's to the wall, legs are frozen. Since I'm kneeling, my feet are against the wall. Usually, when you push off, you have to push downward. So you string out your body behind you like a string bean, right? Laughter. But with my legs frozen, I use pretty much the same force, pushing downward from the hips and thighs, only now it pushes my shoulders and my feet backward, shoots out my hips, and when I come loose, my body's tight, nothing stringing out behind me. Watch this. Ender forced his hips forward, which shot him away from the wall. In a moment, he readjusted his position and was kneeling, legs downward, rushing toward the opposite wall. He landed on his knees, flipped over on his back, and jackknifed off the wall in another direction. Shoot me, he shouted. Then he set himself spinning in the air as he took a course roughly parallel to the boys along the far wall. Because he was spinning, they couldn't get a continuous beam on him. He thawed his suit and hooked himself back to them. That's what we're working on for the first half hour today. Build up some muscles you didn't know you had. Learn to use your legs as a shield and control your movements so you can get that spin. Spinning doesn't do any good up close, but far away, they can't hurt you if you're spinning. At that distance, the beam has to hit the same spot for a couple of moments, and if you're spinning, it can't happen. Now freeze yourself and get started. Aren't you going to assign lanes? Asked the boy. No, I'm not going to assign lanes. I want you bumping into each other and learning how to deal with it all the time, except when we're practicing formations, and then I'll usually have you bump into each other on purpose. Now move. When he said move, they moved. Ender was the last one out after practice, since he stayed to help some of the slower ones improve on technique. They'd had good teachers, but the inexperienced soldiers, fresh out of their launch groups, were completely helpless when it came to doing 2 or 3 things at the same time. It was fine to practice jackknifing with frozen legs, They had no trouble maneuvering in midair, but to launch in one direction, fire in another, spin twice, rebound with a jackknife off a wall, and come out firing facing the right direction, that was way beyond them. Drill, 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 that was all Ender would be able to do with them for a while. Strategies and formations were nice, but they were nothing if the soldiers didn't know how to handle themselves in battle. He had to get this army ready now. He was early at being a commander, and the teachers were changing the rules now, not letting him trade, giving him no top-notch veterans. There was no guarantee that they'd give him the usual 3 months to get his army together before sending them into battle. At least in the evenings he'd have Alai and Shen to help him train his new boys. He was still in the corridor leading out of the battle room when he found himself face to face with little Bean. Bean looked angry. Ender didn't want problems right now. "Ho, Bean. Ho, Ender." Pause. "Sir," Ender said softly. "I know what you're doing, Ender, sir, and I'm warning you." "Warning me?" "I can be the best man you've got, but don't play games with me." "Or what?" "Or I'll be the worst man you've got, one or the other." "And what do you want? Love and kisses?" Ender was getting angry now. Bean looked unworried. "I want a tune." Ender walked back to him and stood looking down into his eyes. "Why should you get a tune?" "Because I'd know what to do with it." "Knowing what to do with a tune is easy," Ender said. "It's getting them to do it that's hard. Why would any soldier want to follow a little pinprick like you?" "They used to call you that, I hear. I hear Bonzo Madrid still does." "I asked you a question, soldier." "I'll earn their respect, sir, if you don't stop me." Ender grinned. "I'm helping you." "Like hell," said Bean. "Nobody would notice you except to feel sorry for the little kid, but I made sure they all noticed you today. They'll be watching every move you make. All you have to do to earn their respect now is be perfect." "So I don't even get a chance to learn before I'm being judged?" "Poor kid. Nobody's treating him fair." Ender gently pushed Bean back against the wall. "I'll tell you how to get a tune. Prove to me that you know what you're doing as a soldier. Prove to me that you know how to use other soldiers, and then prove to me that somebody's willing to follow you into battle. Then you'll get your tune. But not bloody well until." Bean smiled. "That's fair. If you actually work that way, I'll be a tune leader in a month." Ender reached down and grabbed the front of his uniform and shoved him into the wall. "When I say I work a certain way, Bean, then that's the way I work." Bean just smiled. Ender let go of him and walked away. When he got to his room, he lay down on his bed and trembled. "What am I doing? My first practice session, and I'm already bullying people the way Bonzo did. And Peter, shoving people around. Picking on some poor little kid so the others will have somebody they all hate. Sickening. Everything I hated in a commander, and I'm doing it. Is it some law of nature that you inevitably become whatever your first commander was? I can quit right now if that's so." Over and over he thought of the things he did and said in his first practice with his new army. Why couldn't he talk like he always did in his evening practice group? No authority except excellence. Never had to give orders, just made suggestions. But that wouldn't work, not with an army. His informal practice group didn't have to learn to do things together. They didn't have to develop a group feeling. They never had to learn how to hold together and trust each other in battle. They didn't have to respond instantly to commands. And he could go to the other extreme, too. He could be as lax and incompetent as Rose the Nose, if he wanted. He could make stupid mistakes no matter what he did. He had to have discipline, and that meant demanding and getting quick, decisive obedience. He had to have a well-trained army, and that meant drilling the soldiers over and over again, long after they thought they had mastered a technique, until it was so natural to them that they didn't have to think about it anymore. But what was this thing with Bean? Why had he gone for the smallest, weakest, and possibly the brightest of the boys? Why had he done to Bean what had been done to Ender by commanders that he despised? Then he remembered that it hadn't begun with his commanders. Before Rose and Bonzo treated him with contempt, he had been isolated in his launch group, and it wasn't Bernard who began that either. It was Graf. It was the teachers who had done it, And it wasn't an accident. Ender realized that now. It was a strategy. Graf had deliberately set him up to be separate from the other boys, made it impossible for him to be close to them. And he began now to suspect the reasons behind it. It wasn't to unify the rest of the group. In fact, it was divisive. Graf had isolated Ender to make him struggle, to make him prove not that he was competent, but that he was far better than everyone else. That was the only way he could win respect and friendship. It made him a better soldier than he would ever have been otherwise. It also made him lonely, afraid, angry, untrusting, and maybe those traits, too, made him a better soldier. That's what I'm doing to you, Bean. I'm hurting you to make you a better soldier in every way, to sharpen your wit, to intensify your effort, to keep you off balance, never sure what's going to happen next, so you always have to be ready for anything, ready to improvise, determined to win no matter what. I'm also making you miserable. That's why they brought you to me, Bean. So you could be just like me. So you could grow up to be just like the old man. And me, am I supposed to grow up like Graf? Fat and sour and unfeeling, manipulating the lives of little boys so they turn out factory perfect, generals and admirals ready to lead the fleet in defense of the homeland. You get all the pleasures of the puppeteer until you get a soldier who can do more than anyone else. You can't have that. It spoils the symmetry. You must get him in line, break him down, isolate him, beat him until he gets in line with everyone else. Well, what I've done to you this day, Bean, I've done. But I'll be watching you, more compassionately than you know. And when the time is right, you'll find that I'm your friend, and you are the soldier you want to be. Ender did not go to classes that afternoon. He lay on his bunk and wrote down his impressions of each of the boys in his army, the things he noticed right about them, the things that needed more work. In practice tonight he would talk with a lie, and they'd figure out ways to teach small groups the things they needed to know. At least he wouldn't be in this thing alone. But when Ender got to the battle room that night, while most others were still eating, he found Major Anderson waiting for him. There's been a rule change, Ender. From now on, only members of the same army may work together in a battle room during free time, and therefore battle rooms are available only on a scheduled basis. After tonight, your next turn is in 4 days. Nobody else is holding extra practices. They are now, Ender. Now that you command another army, they don't want their boys practicing with you. Surely you can understand that. So they'll conduct their own practices. I've always been in another army from them. They still sent their soldiers to me for training. You weren't commander then. You gave me a completely green army, Major Anderson. Sir, you have quite a few veterans. They aren't any good. Nobody gets here without being brilliant, Ender. Make them good. I needed a Lai and Shen to... It's about time you grew up and did some things on your own, Ender. You don't need these other boys to hold your hand. You're a commander now, so kindly act like it, Ender. Ender walked past Anderson toward the battle room. Then he stopped, turned, asked a question. Since these evening practices are now regularly scheduled, does it mean that I can use the hook? Did Anderson almost smile? No, not a chance of that. We'll see, he said. Ender turned his back and went on into the battle room. Soon his army arrived, and no one else. Either Anderson waited around to intercept anyone coming to Ender's practice group, or word had already passed through the whole school that Ender's informal evenings were through. It was a good practice. They accomplished a lot. But at the end of it, Ender was tired and lonely. There was a half hour before bedtime. He couldn't go into his army's barracks. He had long since learned that the best commanders stay away unless they have some reason to visit. The boys have to have a chance to be at peace, at rest, without someone listening, to favor or despise them depending on the way they talk and act and think. So he wandered to the game room, where a few other boys were using the last half hour before final bell to settle bets or beat their previous scores on the games. None of the games looked interesting, but he played one anyway, an easy animated game designed for launchies. Bored, he ignored the objectives of the game and used the little player figure, a bear, to explore the animated scenery around him. "You'll never win that way," Ender smiled. "Missed you at practice, Eli." "I was there. But they had your army in a separate place. Looks like you're big time now. Can't play with the little boys anymore." "You're a full cubit taller than I am." "Cubit? Has God been telling you to build a boat or something, or are you in an archaic mood?" "Not archaic, just arcane. Secret, subtle, roundabout. I miss you already, you circumcised dog." "Don't you know? We're enemies now. Next time I meet you in battle, I'll whip your ass." It was banter as always, but now there was too much truth behind it. Now when Ender heard Eli talk as if it were all a joke, he felt the pain of losing his friend and the worse pain of wondering if Eli really felt as little pain as he showed. "You can try," said Ender. "I taught you everything you know, but I didn't teach you everything I know." "I knew all along that you were holding something back, Ender." A pause. Ender's bear was in trouble on the screen. He climbed a tree. "I wasn't, Eli, holding anything back." "I know," said Eli. "Neither was I." "Salam, Eli." "Alas, it is not to be." "What isn't?" "Peace. It's what salam means. Peace be unto you." The words brought forth an echo from Ender's memory. His mother's voice reading to him softly when he was very young. "Think not that I am come to bring peace on earth. I came not to bring peace but a sword." Ender had pictured his mother piercing Peter the Terrible with a bloody rapier, and the words had stayed in his mind along with the image. In the silence, the bear died. It was a cute death with funny music. Ender turned around. Eli was already gone. Ender felt as if part of himself had been taken away, an inward prop that was holding up his courage and confidence. With Eli, to a degree impossible even with Shen, Ender had come to feel a unity so strong that the word "we" came to his lips much more easily than "I." But Eli had left something behind. Ender lay in bed, dozing into the night, and felt Eli's lips on his cheek as he muttered the word "peace." The kiss, the word, the peace were with him still. I am only what I remember, and Eli is my friend in a memory so intense that they can't tear him out. Like Valentine, the strongest memory of all. The next day he passed Eli in the corridor, and they greeted each other, touched hands, talked, but they both knew that there was a wall now. It might be breached, that wall, sometime in the future, but for now, the only real conversation between them was the roots that had already grown low and deep under the wall where they could not be broken. The most terrible thing, though, was the fear that the wall could never be breached, that in his heart Eli was glad of the separation and was ready to be Ender's enemy. For now that they could not be together, they must be infinitely apart, and what had been sure and unshakable was now fragile and insubstantial. From the moment we are not together, Eli is a stranger, for he has a life now that will be no part of mine, and that means that when I see him we will not know each other. It made him sorrowful, but Ender did not weep. He was done with that. When they had turned Valentine into a stranger, when they had used her as a tool to work on Ender, from that day forward they could never hurt him deep enough to make him cry again. Ender was certain of that. And with that anger, he decided he was strong enough to defeat them, the teachers, his enemies.
You can't be serious about this schedule of battles.
Yes, I can.
He's only had his army 3.5 weeks.
I told you, we did computer simulations on probable results, and here's what the computer estimated Ender would do.
We want to teach him, not give him a nervous breakdown.
The computer knows him better than we do.
The computer is also not famous for having mercy.
If you wanted to be merciful, you should have gone to a monastery.
You mean this isn't a monastery?
This is best for Ender, too. We're bringing him to his full potential.
I thought we'd give him 2 years as commander. We usually give them a battle every 2 weeks, starting after 3 months. This is a little extreme.
Do we have 2 years to spare?
I know. I just have this picture of Ender a year from now. Completely useless, worn out, because he was pushed farther than he or any living person could go.
We told the computer that our highest priority was having the subject remain useful after the training program.
Well, as long as he's useful.
Look, Colonel Graff, you're the one who made me prepare this, over my protest, if you'll remember.
I know, you're right. I shouldn't burden you with my conscience. But my eagerness to sacrifice little children in order to save mankind is wearing thin. The Polomark has been to see the hegemon. It seems Russian intelligence is concerned that some of the active citizens on the nets are already figuring how America ought to use the IF to destroy the Warsaw Pact as soon as the buggers are destroyed.
It seems premature.
It seems insane. Free speech is one thing, but to jeopardize the League over nationalistic rivalries? And it's for people like that, short-sighted, suicidal people, that we're pushing Ender to the edge of human endurance.
I think you underestimate Ender.
But I fear that I also underestimate the stupidity of the rest of mankind. Are we absolutely sure that we ought to win this war?
Sir, those words sound like treason.
It was black humor.
It wasn't funny. When it comes to the buggers, nothing...
Nothing is funny, I know.
Ender Wiggin lay on his bed staring at the ceiling. Since becoming commander, he never slept more than 5 hours a night. But the lights went off at 2200 and didn't come on again until 0600. Sometimes he worked at his desk anyway, straining his eyes to use the dim display. Usually, though, he stared at the invisible ceiling and thought. Either the teachers had been kind to him after all, or he was a better commander than he thought. His ragged little troop of veterans, utterly without honor in their previous armies, were blossoming into capable leaders. So much so that instead of the usual 4 toons, he had created 5, each with a toon leader and a second. Every veteran had a position. He had the army drill in 8-man toon maneuvers and 4-man half-toons, so that at a single command his army could be assigned as many as 10 separate maneuvers and carry them out at once. No army had ever fragmented itself like that before, but Ender was not planning to do anything that had been done before either. Most armies practiced mass maneuvers, performed strategies. Ender had none. Instead, he trained his toon leaders to use their small units effectively in achieving limited goals, unsupported, alone on their own initiative. He staged mock wars after the first week, savage affairs in the practice room that left everybody exhausted. But he knew, with less than a month of training, that his army had the potential of being the best fighting group ever to play the game. How much of this did the teachers plan? Did they know they were giving him obscure but excellent boys? Did they give him 30 launchies, many of them underage, because they knew the little boys were quick learners, quick thinkers? Or was this what any similar group could become under a commander who knew what he wanted his army to do and knew how to teach them to do it? The question bothered him because he wasn't sure whether he was confounding or fulfilling their expectations. All he was sure of was that he was eager for battle. Most armies needed 3 months because they had to memorize dozens of elaboration formations. We're ready now. Get us into battle. The door opened in darkness. Ender listened. A shuffling step. The door closed. He rolled off his bunk and crawled into darkness the 2 meters to the door. There was a slip of paper there. He couldn't read it, of course, but he knew what it was. Battle. How kind of them. I wish, and they deliver. Ender was already dressed in his Dragon Army flash suit when the lights came on. He ran down the corridor at once, and by 0601, he was at the door of his army's barracks. We have a battle with Rabbit Army at 0700. I want us warmed up in gravity and ready to go. Strip down and get to the gym. Bring your flash suits, and we'll go to the battle room from there. What about breakfast? I don't want anybody throwing up in the battle room. Can we at least take a leak first? No more than a deciliter. They laughed. The ones who didn't sleep naked stripped down. Everyone bundled up their flash suits and followed Ender at a jog through the corridors to the gym. He put them through the obstacle course twice, then split them into rotations on the tramp, the mat, and the bench. Don't wear yourselves out, just wake yourselves up. He didn't need to worry about exhaustion. They were in good shape, light and agile, and above all excited about the battle to come. A few of them spontaneously began to wrestle. The gym, instead of being tedious, was suddenly fun because of the battle to come. Their confidence was the supreme confidence of those who have never been in the contest and think they are ready. Well, why shouldn't they think so? They are, and so am I. At 0640, he had them dress out. He talked to the Toon leaders and their seconds while they dressed. Rabbit Army is mostly veterans, but Karn Karbi was made their commander only 5 months ago, and I never fought them under him. He was a pretty good soldier, and Rabbit has done fairly well in the standings over the years. But I expect to see formations, and so I'm not worried. At 0650, he made them all lie down on the mats and relax. Then, at 0656, he ordered them up, and they jogged along the corridor to the battle room. Ender occasionally leaped up to touch the ceiling. The boys all jumped to touch the same spot on the ceiling. Their ribbon of color led to the left. Rabbit Army had already passed through to the right, and at 0658 they reached their gate to the battle room. The Toons lined up in 5 columns. A and E were ready to grab the side handholds and flip themselves out toward the sides. B and D lined up to catch the 2 parallel ceiling holds and flip upward into null gravity. C-Toon were ready to slap the sill of the doorway and flip downward. Up, down, left, right. Ender stood at the front between columns so he'd be out of the way and reoriented them. Which way is the enemy's gate? Down, they all said, laughing, and in that moment up became north, down became south, and left and right became east and west. The gray wall in front of them disappeared, and the battle room was visible. It wasn't a dark game, and it wasn't a bright one either. The lights were about half, like dusk. In the distance, in the dim light, he could see the enemy door, their lighted flash suits already pouring out. Ender knew a moment's pleasure. Everyone had learned the wrong lesson from Bonzo's misuse of Ender Wiggin. They all dumped through the door immediately so that there was no chance to do anything other than name the formation they would use. Commanders didn't have time to think. Well, Ender would take the time and trust his soldiers' ability to fight with flashed legs to keep them intact as they came late through the door. Ender sized up the shape of the battle room. The familiar open grid of most early games, like the monkey bars at the park, with 7 or 8 stars scattered through the grid. There were enough of them, and in forward enough positions, that they were worth going for. Spread to the near stars, Ender said. C, try to slide the wall. If it works, A and E will follow. If it doesn't, I'll decide from there. I'll be with D. Move. All the soldiers knew what was happening. But tactical decisions were entirely up to the Toon leaders. Even with Ender's instructions, they were only 10 seconds late getting through the gate. Rabbit Army was already doing some elaborate dance down at the end of the room. In all the other armies Ender had fought in, he would have been worrying right now about making sure he and his Toon were in their proper place in their own formation. Instead, he and all his men were only thinking of ways to slip around, past the formation, control the stars and the corners of the room, and then break the enemy formation into meaningless chunks that didn't know what they were doing. Even with less than 4 weeks together, the way they fought already seemed like the only intelligent way, the only possible way. Ender was almost surprised that Rabbit Army didn't know already that they were hopelessly out of date. C-Toon slipped along the wall, coasting with their bent knees facing the enemy. Crazy Tom, the leader of C-Toon, had apparently ordered his men to flash their own legs already. It was a pretty good idea in this dim light, since the lighted flash suits went dark wherever they were frozen. It made them less easily visible. Ender would commend him for that. Rabbit Army was able to drive back C-Toon's attack, but not until Crazy Tom and his boys had carved them up, freezing a dozen rabbits before retreating to the safety of a star. But it was a star behind the rabbit formation, which meant they were going to be easy pickings now. Hanzo, commonly called Hot Soup, was the leader of D-Toon. He slid quickly along the lip of the star to where Ender knelt. How about flipping off the north wall and kneeling on their faces? Do it, Ender said. I'll take B south to get behind them. Then he shouted, A and E, slow on the walls. He slid footward along the star, hooked his feet on the lip, and flipped himself up to the top wall, then rebounded down to E-Toon's star. In a moment, he was leading them down against the south wall. they rebounded in near-perfect unison and came up behind the 2 stars that Karn Karbi's soldiers were defending. It was like cutting butter with a hot knife. Rabbit Army was gone. Just a little cleanup left to do. Ender broke his tunes up into half-tunes to scour the corners for any enemy soldiers who were whole or merely damaged. In 3 minutes, his tune leaders reported the room clean. Only one of Ender's boys was completely frozen. One of C-Tune, which had borne the brunt of the assault, and only 5 were disabled. Most were damaged, but those were leg shots and many of them were self-inflicted. All in all, it had gone even better than Ender expected. Ender had his tune leaders do the honors at the gate, 4 helmets at the corners, and Crazy Tom to pass through the gate. Most commanders took whoever was left alive to pass the gate. Ender could have picked practically anyone. A good battle. The lights went full, and Major Anderson himself came through the teacher gate at the south end of the battle room. He looked very solemn as he offered Ender the teacher hook that was ritually given to the victor in the game. Ender used it to thaw his own army's flash suits, of course, and he assembled them in tunes before thawing the enemy. Crisp, military appearance, that's what he wanted when Karbi and Rabbit Army got their bodies under control again. They may curse us and lie about us, but they'll remember that we destroyed them, and no matter what they say, other soldiers and other commanders will see that in their eyes. In those rabbit eyes, they'll see us in neat formation, victorious and almost undamaged in our first battle. Dragon Army isn't going to be an obscure name for long. Karn Karbi came to Ender as soon as he was unfrozen. He was a 12-year-old who had apparently made commander only in his last year at the school. So he wasn't cocky like the ones who made it at 11. I will remember this, thought Ender, when I am defeated, to keep dignity and give honor where it's due so that defeat is not disgrace, and I hope I don't have to do it often. Anderson dismissed Dragon Army last, after Rabbit Army had straggled through the door that Ender's boys had come through. Then Ender led his army through the enemy's door. The light along the bottom of the door reminded them of which way was down once they got back to gravity. They all landed lightly on their feet, running. They assembled in the corridor. "It's 07:15, Ender said, and that means you have 15 minutes for breakfast before I see you all in the battle room for the morning practice." He could hear them silently saying, "Come on, we won, let us celebrate." "All right," Ender answered, "you may. And you have your commander's permission to throw food at each other during breakfast." They laughed. They cheered. And then he dismissed them and sent them jogging on to the barracks. He caught his tune leaders on the way out and told them that he wouldn't expect anyone to come to practice until 07:45, and that practice would be over early so the boys could shower. Half an hour for breakfast, and no shower right after a battle. It was still stingy, but it would look lenient compared to 15 minutes, and Ender liked having the announcement of the extra 15 minutes come from the tune leaders. Let the boys learn that leniency comes from their tune leaders and harshness from their commander. It will bind them better in the small, tight knots of this fabric. Ender ate no breakfast. He wasn't hungry. Instead, he went to the bathroom and showered, putting his flash suit in the cleaner so it would be ready when he was dried off. He washed himself twice and let the water run and run on him. It would all be recycled. Let everybody drink some of my sweat today. They had given him an untrained army, and he had won. And not just nip and tuck either. He had won with only 6 frozen or disabled. Let's see how long other commanders keep using their formations now that they've seen what a flexible strategy can do. He was floating in the middle of the battle room when his soldiers began to arrive. No one spoke to him, of course. He would speak, they knew, when he was ready, and not before. When all were there, Ender hooked himself near them and looked at them one by one. "Good first battle," he said, which was excuse enough for a cheer, and an attempt to start a chant of "Dragon, Dragon," which he quickly stopped. "Dragon Army did all right against rabbits, but the enemy isn't always going to be that bad. If that had been a good army, C-Tune, your approach was too slow. They would have had you from the flanks before you got into good position. You should have split and angled in from 2 directions so they couldn't flank you. A&E, your aim was wretched. The tallies show that you averaged only 1 hit for every 2 soldiers. That means most of the hits were made by attacking soldiers close in. That can't go on. The competent army would cut up the assault force unless they have much better cover from the soldiers at a distance. I want every toon to work on distance marksmanship at moving and unmoving targets. Half-toons, take turns being targets. I'll thaw the flash suits every 3 minutes. Now move. Will we have any stars to work with? Asked Hot Soup. To steady our aim. I don't want you to get used to having something to steady your arms. If your arm isn't steady, freeze your elbows. Now move. The toon leaders quickly got things going, and Ender moved from group to group to make suggestions and help soldiers who were having particular trouble. The soldiers knew by now that Ender could be brutal in the way he talked to groups, but when he worked with an individual, he was always patient, explaining as often as necessary, making suggestions quietly, listening to questions and problems and explanations. But he never laughed when they tried to banter with him, and they soon stopped trying. He was commander every moment they were together. He never had to remind them of it. He simply was. They worked all day with a taste of victory in their mouths and cheered again when they broke half an hour early for lunch. Ender held the toon leaders until the regular lunch hour to talk about the tactics they had used and evaluate the work of their individual soldiers. Then he went to his own room and methodically changed into his uniform for lunch. He would enter the commander's mess about 10 minutes late, exactly the timing that he wanted. Since this was his first victory, he had never seen the inside of the commander's mess hall and had no idea what new commanders were expected to do. But he did know that he wanted to enter last today, when the scores of the morning's battles were already posted. Dragon Army will not be an obscure name now. There was no great stir when he came in. But when some of them noticed how small he was and saw the dragons on the sleeves of the uniform, they stared at him openly, and by the time he got his food and sat at a table, the room was silent. Ender began to eat, slowly and carefully, pretending not to notice that he was the center of attention. Gradually conversation and noise started up again, and Ender could relax enough to look around. One entire wall of the room was a scoreboard. Soldiers were kept aware of an army's overall record for the past 2 years. In here, however, records were kept for each commander. A new commander couldn't inherit a good standing from his predecessor. He was ranked according to what he had done. Ender had the best ranking. A perfect one-lost record, of course, but in the other categories he was far ahead. Average soldiers disabled, average enemy disabled, average time elapsed before victory, in every category he was ranked first. When he was nearly through eating, someone came up behind him and touched his shoulder. Mind if I sit? Ender didn't have to turn around to know it was Dink Meeker. Oh, Dink, said Ender, sit. You gold-plated fart, said Dink cheerfully. We're all trying to decide whether your scores up there are a miracle or a mistake. A habit, said Ender. One victory is not a habit, Dink said. Don't get cocky. When you're new, they send you against weak commanders. Karn Karby isn't exactly on the bottom of the rankings. It was true, Karby was just about in the middle. He's okay, Dink said, considering that he only just started. Show some promise. You don't show promise, you show threat. Threat to what? Do they feed you less if I win? I thought you told me that this was all a stupid game and none of it mattered. Dink didn't like having his words thrown back at him, not under these circumstances. You were the one who got me playing along with them, but I'm not playing games with you, Ender. You won't beat me. Probably not, Ender said. I taught you, Dink said. Everything I know, said Ender. I'm just playing it by ear right now. Congratulations, said Dink. It's good to know I have a friend here. But Ender wasn't sure Dink was his friend anymore. Neither was Dink. After a few empty sentences, Dink went back to his table. Ender looked around when he was through with his meal. There were quite a few small conversations going on. Ender spotted Bonzo, who was now one of the oldest commanders. Rose the Nose had graduated. Petra was with a group in a far corner, and she didn't look at him once. Since most of the others stole glances at him from time to time, including the ones Petra was talking with, Ender was pretty sure she was deliberately avoiding his glance. That's the problem with winning right from the start, thought Ender. You lose friends. Give them a few weeks to get used to it. By the time I have my next battle, things will have calmed down in here. Karn Karby made a point of coming to greet Ender before the lunch period ended. It was again a gracious gesture, and unlike Dink, Carby did not seem wary. "Right now I'm in disgrace," he said frankly. "They won't believe me when I tell them you did things that nobody's ever seen before. So I hope you beat the snot out of the next army you fight, as a favor to me." "As a favor to you," Ender said, "and thanks for talking to me." "I think they're treating you pretty badly. Usually new commanders are cheered when they first join the mess. But then usually a new commander has had a few defeats under his belt before he first makes it in here. I only got in here a month ago. If anybody deserves a cheer, it's you. But that's life. Make 'em eat dust." "I'll try." Karn Carby left, and Ender mentally added him to his private list of people who also qualified as human beings. That night, Ender slept better than he had in a long time. Slept so well, in fact, that he didn't wake up until the lights came on. He woke up feeling good, jogged on out to take a shower, and did not notice the piece of paper on his floor until he came back and started dressing in his uniform. He only saw the paper because it moved in the wind as he snapped out the uniform to put it on. He picked up the paper and read it. Petra Arkanian, Phoenix Army, 0700. It was his old army, the one he had left less than 4 weeks before, and he knew their formations backward and forward. Partly because of Ender's influence, they were the most flexible of armies, responding relatively quickly to new situations. Phoenix Army would be the best able to cope with Ender's fluid, unpatterned attack. The teachers were determined to make life interesting for him. 0700, said the paper, and it was already 0630. Some of his boys might already be heading for breakfast. Ender tossed his uniform aside, grabbed his flash suit, and in a moment stood in the doorway of his army's barracks. "Gentlemen, I hope you learned something yesterday, because today we're doing it again." It took a moment for them to realize that he meant a battle, not a practice. It had to be a mistake, they said. Nobody ever had battles 2 days in a row. He handed the paper to Fly Molo, the leader of Aytoon, who immediately shouted, "Flash suits!" and started changing clothes. "Why didn't you tell us earlier?" demanded Hot Soup. Hot had a way of asking Ender questions that nobody else dared ask. "I thought you needed a shower," Ender said. "Yesterday, Rabbit Army claimed we only won because the stink knocked them out." The soldiers who heard him laughed. "Didn't find the paper till you got back from the showers, right?" Ender looked for the source of the voice. It was Bean, already in his flash suit, looking insolent. "Time to repay old humiliations, is that it, Bean?" "Of course," Ender said contemptuously. "I'm not as close to the floor as you are." More laughter. Bean flushed with anger. "It's plain we can't count on old ways of doing things," Ender said, "so you'd better plan on battles any time, and often. I can't pretend I like the way they're screwing around with us, but I do like one thing, that I've got an army that can handle it." After that, if he had asked them to follow him to the moon without spacesuits, they would have done it. Petra was not Karn Carby. She had more flexible patterns and responded much more quickly to Ender's darting, improvised, unpredictable attack. As a result, Ender had 3 boys flashed and 9 disabled at the end of the battle. Petra was not gracious about bowing over his hand at the end either. The anger in her eyes seemed to say, "I was your friend, and you humiliate me like this." Ender pretended not to notice her fury. He figured that after a few more battles she'd realize that in fact she had scored more hits against him than he expected anyone ever would again. And he was still learning from her. In practice today he would teach his toon leaders how to counter the tricks Petra had played on them. Soon they would be friends again. He hoped. At the end of the week, Dragon Army had fought 7 battles in 7 days. The score stood 7 wins and 0 losses. Ender had never had more losses than in the battle with Phoenix Army, and in 2 battles he had suffered not one soldier, frozen or disabled. No one believed any more that it was a fluke that put him first in the standings. He had beaten top armies by unheard-of margins. It was no longer possible for the other commanders to ignore him. A few of them sat with him at every meal, carefully trying to learn from him how he had defeated his most recent opponents. He told them freely, confident that few of them would know how to train their soldiers and their toon leaders to duplicate what his could do. And while Ender talked with a few commanders, much larger groups gathered around the opponents Ender had defeated, trying to find out how Ender might be beaten. There were many, too, who hated him for being young, for being excellent, for having made their victories look paltry and weak. Ender saw it first in their faces when he passed them in the corridors. Then he began to notice that some boys would get up in a group and move to another table if he sat near them in the commander's mess, and there began to be elbows that accidentally jostled him in the game room, feet that got entangled with his when he walked into and out of the gym, spittle and wads of wet paper that struck him from behind as he jogged through the corridors. They couldn't beat him in the battle room, and knew it, so instead they would attack him where it was safe, where he was not a giant, but just a little boy. Ender despised them, but secretly, so secretly that he didn't even know it himself, he feared them. It was just such little torments that Peter had always used, and Ender was beginning to feel far too much at home. These annoyances were petty, though, and Ender persuaded himself to accept them as another form of praise. Already the other armies were beginning to imitate Ender. Now most soldiers attacked with knees tucked under them. Formations were breaking up now, and more commanders were sending out tunes to slip along the walls. None had caught on yet to Ender's 5-tune organization. It gave him the slight advantage that, when they had accounted for the movements of 4 units, they wouldn't be looking for a 5th. Ender was teaching them all about null-gravity tactics, but where could Ender go to learn new things? He began to use the video room, filled with propaganda vids about Mazer Rackham and other great commanders of the forces of humanity in the first and second invasion. Ender stopped the general practice an hour early and allowed his tune leaders to conduct their own practice in his absence. Usually they staged skirmishes, tune against tune. Ender stayed long enough to see that things were going well, then left to watch the old battles. Most of the vids were a waste of time. Heroic music, close-ups of commanders and medal-winning soldiers, confused shots of Marines invading bugger installations. But here and there he found useful sequences. Ships, like points of light maneuvering in the dark of space. Or better still, the lights on shipboard plotting screens, showing the whole of a battle. It was hard from the videos to see all 3 dimensions, and the scenes were often short and unexplained, but Ender began to see how well the buggers used seemingly random flight paths to create confusion, how they used decoys and false retreats to draw the IF ships into traps. Some battles had been cut into many scenes which were scattered through the various videos. By watching them in sequence, Ender was able to reconstruct whole battles. He began to see things that the official commentators never mentioned. They were always trying to arouse pride in human accomplishments and loathing of the buggers, but Ender began to wonder how humanity had won at all. Human ships were sluggish. Fleets responded to new circumstances unbearably slowly, while the bugger fleet seemed to act in perfect unity, responding to each challenge instantly. Of course, in the first invasion, the human ships were completely unsuited to fast combat, but then so were the bugger ships. It was only in the second invasion that the ships and weapons were swift and deadly. So it was from the buggers, not the humans, that Ender learned strategy. He felt ashamed and afraid of learning from them, since they were the most terrible enemy, ugly and murderous and loathsome. But they were also very good at what they did. To a point. They always seemed to follow one basic strategy only: gather the greatest number of ships at the key point of conflict. They never did anything surprising, anything that seemed to show either brilliance or stupidity in a subordinate officer. Discipline was apparently very tight. And there was one oddity. There was plenty of talk about Mazer Rackham, but precious little video of his actual battle. Some scenes from early in the battle, Rackham's tiny force looking pathetic against the vast power of the main bugger fleet. The buggers had already beaten the main human fleet out in the Comet Shield, wiping out the earliest starships and making a mockery of human attempts at high strategy. That film was often shown to arouse again and again the agony and terror of bugger victory. Then the fleet coming to Mazer Rackham's little force near Saturn, the hopeless odds, and then one shot from Mazer Rackham's little cruiser. One enemy ship blowing up. That's all that was ever shown. Lots of film showing Marines carving their way into bugger ships, lots of bugger corpses lying around inside, but no film of buggers killing in personal combat,
and welcome to the
unless it was spliced in from the first invasion. It frustrated Ender that Mazer Rackham's victory was so obviously censored. Students in the battle school had much to learn from Mazer Rackham, and everything about his victory was concealed from view. The passion for secrecy was not very helpful to the children who had to learn to accomplish again what Mazer Rackham had done.
Thanks for tuning in.
Of course, as soon as word got around that Ender Wiggin was watching the war vids over and over again, the video room began to draw a crowd. Almost all were commanders, watching the same vids Ender watched, pretending they understood why he was watching and what he was getting out of it. Ender never explained anything, even when he showed 7 scenes from the same battle, but from different vids. Only one boy asked tentatively, "Are some of those from the same battle?"
Good day,
Ender
Ed Cal
only
Mark,
shrugged, as if
over
it
on
didn't matter.
YouTube, my brother from
It was
down
during
under.
the last
Thanks
hour
for
of
tuning into the
practice on the
broadcast.
7th day, only a few hours after Ender's army had won
They
its
say
7th battle,
Israel on the brink
that
of
Major
civil
Anderson
war. We
himself
started
came into the
reading
video
some of these
room.
articles
He handed a
yesterday.
slip of paper to one of the
I don't know
commanders
much
sitting
about
there and then spoke to
politics
Ender.
over in Israel.
Colonel Graff
Netanyahu.
wishes to
We're
see you in his
broadcasting
office
live
immediately.
from the Philadelphia,
Ender got up and
Pennsylvania
followed
area
Anderson through
in
the
these
corridors.
here United States.
Anderson palmed the locks that kept
And I
students
could
out of
see
the
what
officers' quarters.
goes on in the Knesset
Finally, they came to where Graff had taken root
Israel,
on a
a little
swivel
bit different
chair
than what we
bolted to
do
the
here in
steel
the
floor.
United States. Here in the
His
United
belly
States,
spilled
we
over
are
both
a
armrests now,
republic.
even when he sat upright.
Unlike Israel, which is more
Ender
of a,
tried to
like a
remember.
true democracy. That's
Graff
why it
hadn't
goes
seemed
back and
particularly
forth so
fat
much.
at all when Ender first
You know,
met him
unlike
only 4
a
years ago.
representative republic here
Time
that
and
we are.
tension were not being
So
kind
things are a
to
little
the
bit different,
administrator of
and
the battle school.
but I was tuned into the war room, and what Steve Bannon was saying
7
over there,
days
and now
since
he
your
broke
first
down
battle,
this
Ender,
what was going
said
on
Graff.
in Israel, and broke it down
Ender did
almost
not
as
reply.
what's going on in the military there is they
And
have the
you won
infection of
7 battles
wokeness
once a
in
day.
some ways of the left in
Ender
the
nodded.
military, and
Your
that these
scores are
stand-downs or
unusually high, too.
reservists, you know,
Ender blinked.
it's actually going to
To
weaken
what,
the country.
Commander,
And this is
do
an
you
article.
attribute your remarkable
The headline
success?
over on the Drudge Report, they get into it. Israel
You gave
on
me
the
an army
brink,
that does
violent
whatever I can
clashes,
think
only
for
the
it to
beginning.
do.
A
And
Mossad
what have you thought for
chief
it to do?
warns.
We orient
What's up, the
downward
real
toward the
John
enemy gate and use
Lester?
our lower
I'd like to
legs as a
apologize
shield.
to anybody that tried to get into
We
my
avoid
locals chat
formations
yesterday.
and keep our
I
mobility.
couldn't get it to go
It helps
right,
that I've
so
got 5
I went and
tunes
did
of
a
8
live
instead of
stream
4
over
of
on
10.
Instagram with my
Also,
cats
our enemies
yesterday
haven't the
afternoon.
time to
If you
respond
wanna see a
effectively
nice
to our
cat
new
video,
techniques, so
go
we
over to
keep beating them
Newstime
with the same
over on
tricks.
Instagram.
That
I
won't
was
hold
hanging
up for
out
long.
with my cats.
So
Okay,
you
so
don't
Israel's
expect to keep
Mossad
winning.
chief says,
Not with the same tricks.
I'll be on the right
Graff
side
nodded.
of history
Sit down, Ender.
if a
Ender and Anderson
constitutional
both sat.
crisis unfolds.
Graff looked at Anderson, and Anderson
And
spoke
this is
next.
from
What condition is your army in, fighting so
We're
often?
Go through some of this,
They're
this
all
Israel
veterans now.
stuff as n-
But how are they
NBC
doing? Are they tired?
News, and we're going to
If
check
they are,
out
they won't admit it.
what's going on
Are
CNN,
they
some of the
still alert?
CNN articles, because the first
They're the
hour of the
ones with
show that
computer
we're going to
games
do
that play
on
with
first
people's
week up
minds,
here
you
on
tell me.
Newstime Live. What's up, Easy Money?
We know what
is,
we know. We
we're
want to
gonna
know
read
what
some
you
of this
know.
news just on the
These are very
mainstream
good
media
soldiers, Major
articles, so we don't
Anderson.
get in
I'm
trouble.
sure
And
they
then
have
in the second
limits,
hour,
but we
do
haven't
Gateway
reached them yet.
Pundit, we'll go to
Some of the newer
Breitbart,
ones are having trouble because they never really
Washington
mastered some
Examiner,
basic techniques,
Okay,
but
it
they're
says,
working hard and
Israel's
improving.
Mossad chief says,
What do you want me
I'll
to
be
say?
on the
That they
right
need to
side
rest? Of course
history,
they need to
that the
rest. They need a
constitutional
couple of
crisis
weeks
unfolds.
off.
So
The
far,
studies are shot
no
to hell.
Mossad
None of us are
members
doing any
have
good in our
threatened to
classes.
retire or
But
suspend
you know that.
duty in protest of
Apparently you
President
don't care.
Benjamin
So why should
Netanyahu's
I?
ongoing judicial
Graff
overhaul.
and Anderson
Though the former
exchanged
Mossad
glances.
chief
Ender,
urged the
why are
premier
you studying
to halt
the
the
videos
legislation
of the
on
bugger
Sunday in
wars?
an opinion piece.
To learn strategy, of course.
It says Israel's
Those
Mossad
videos were
chief
created for
David
propaganda
Barnea
purposes.
convened agency
All our
members
strategies
early on
have been
Monday ahead of
edited
the
out.
Knesset vote
I know.
on a judicial overhaul bill,
Graff and
assuming
Anderson
them
exchanged
that if
glances
a
again.
constitutional crisis
Graff
unfolds, I'll be on
drummed
the
on
right
his
side of
table.
history, but we're not there yet, an Israeli
You don't
investigative
play the
journalism
fantasy
show
game
revealed.
anymore,
So far,
he said.
no Mossad members
Ender
have
didn't
threatened to
answer.
retire or suspend their
Tell
duty
me
in
why you
protest
don't
of
play.
Prime Minister Benjamin
Because I won.
Netanyahu's ongoing judicial overhaul.
You
Though
never
recently,
win everything
non-senior
in that
members
game.
were permitted
There's
to
always
partake in
more.
demonstrations against the
won.
legislation. Monday's meeting marked
Ender,
the second
we
time
wanna
that
help
Barnea
you be
convened the
as happy
agency's
as
members to
possible, but
discuss
if you-
the overhaul.
you
The
wanna
first
make
meeting
me the
took
best
place in
soldier
March after Prime
possible.
Minister Benjamin Netanyahu
Go down and look at the
fired
standings.
Defense
Look at the
Minister
all-time
Yoav
standings.
Gallant for
So far,
objecting
you're
to the
doing an excellent
legislation
job
in
with
an
me.
opinion piece
Congratulations.
Published on Sunday.
Now, when are you going to put
in
me up against the good on?
The Oath
Grass said lips
Aronoth
turned to a
Daily.
smile. and he shook a
Yossi
little
Cohen,
with silent
the close
laughter.
Netanyahu ally
Anderson
and former
handed Ender a
Mossad chief
slip of
and national
paper.
security advisor, urged
Now,
the premier to
he
halt
said,
the legislation,
Bonzo
citing
Madrid,
concerns for Israel's security
Salamander
in the
Army,
face of an Iranian
1200.
threat. Cohen
That's 10
warned
minutes
that
from
the
now,
current
said Ender. My
disagreements
army
over
will
the
be in the middle of
legislation
showering up
pose
after
a risk
practice.
to Israel's
Graf
immediate
smiled.
security and
Better
national
hurry then,
resilience, and advised that these disputes be kept separate
He got
from
to his
the
army's
IDF and
barracks 5
security
minutes later.
agencies.
Most were dressing after their showers.
They'll have-
Some had already
they'll
gone to the
have,
game room or the video room to wait
bombs
for
raining
lunch.
down on them, and they got to
He
keep
sent
the
3
iron
younger
going up.
boys
They're
to call
always under
everyone
attack,
in and made
you
everyone
know,
else dress for battle
it
as
says
quickly
there
as
right
they
in the
could.
Bible,
This
all
was
the
hot
countries
and
are
there's
gonna
no
line
time,
up
Ender
for,
said.
the
They
Battle
gave
of
Bonzo
Armageddon.
notice about 20 minutes ago,
Over in
and by
that
the
part of the
time we
world,
get to the
Israel,
door,
so
they'll have been
they say
inside for a
Israel's
good
on the
5
brink.
minutes at least.
Violent clashes,
Boys were
only the
outraged,
beginning,
complaining
could be the
loudly in the
beginning of the
slang
end.
that they usually avoided around the commander. What they doing to us?
Netanyahu ignores
They be crazy,
Biden
nay?
and masses
Forget
of
what?
Israeli protesters.
We'll worry about that
A
tonight.
step back
Are
from
you tired?
democracy.
Fly Molo
That's what they're
answered.
claiming it is. It says
We
the
worked
law
our butts off in
weakens
practice
judges.
today, not to mention beating
That's
the
just some
crap
of the
out of
stories.
Ferret
They
Army
say
this
a
morning.
Navy and
Same
Marine
day
Corps
nobody ever
conduct
do
another
true battles, said
large-scale
Crazy Tom.
exercise
Ender
up in
answered
North
in the
Korea.
same tone. Nobody
North
ever
Korea
beat
fires
Dragon
2
Army either.
missiles
This
after
be your
US
big chance
sub
to lose?
arrives in the south. This
Ender's
is an article
taunting question
from
was the
Reuters.
answer to their complaints.
And there's a United
Win
States
first.
submarine. I don't
Ask
know if
questions
that's
later.
poking the
All of them
tiger
were back
over
in the
here
room, and
with
most of them
North
were dressed.
Korea
Move! Shouted Ender.
now
And they
firing
ran along
2
behind
missiles.
him, some of them still
Yeah, what's
dressing
up?
when they reached the
One
corridor
easy
outside
money.
the battle room. Many of them were panting.
Is that how you
a bad
spell it?
sign. They were too tired for this battle.
Damn deets, Uncle Phil.
The door was
Good
already
morning over
open.
there.
There were no stars
Andy,
at all.
thanks for tuning
Just
in. Pam.
empty
for
space
tuning in,
in a dazzlingly
Philly
bright
Camden,
room.
Rico
Nowhere to
Man.
hide.
Over there on
Not
D
even
Live. We're
darkness.
going live over on
heart,
pill.net,
said
over on
Crazy Tom.
Odyssey.
They
We got the
haven't come out
Facebook
yet
chat, the YouTube going on.
Ender put his hand across his own mouth to tell them to be
We
silent.
got Good Morning Annie
With
Hall.
the door
Thanks
open,
for tuning
of
in.
course, the enemy could hear every
Yeah,
word
Gilbert
they
Glenn
said.
chilling with the Taco
Ender
Tuesday,
pointed
man.
all around the door to tell them that
Taco
Salamander
Tuesday
Army
here
was
on Newstime
undoubtedly
Live. Okay, let's
deployed
go. North
against
Korea,
the wall
Yahoo
all around
News.
the door, where they couldn't be seen but could easily
I know
flash
some
anyone
people are
that came
upset
out.
that I only go live for an hour
Ender
on
motioned
Facebook
for
and
them
YouTube,
all
but
to
it's the
back
only
away
way I'm
from
going
the
to keep
door.
the channel.
Then he pulled forward a few of the taller boys, including Crazy
Okay,
Tom.
North Korean
and
fires
made them
2
kneel,
submarines after
not
U.S.
squatting back
submarine,
to sit on their
2
heels, but
missiles.
fully
Fires two-
upright,
I said
so they
fires
formed
2
an L
submarines.
with their bodies.
North Korea fires 2
He flashed
missiles after U.S.
In
submarine
silence, the
arrives
army
in the
watched him.
south.
He
It says
selected the
North Korea
smallest boy,
fired 2
Bean,
ballistic missiles.
handed him
Man, Cal
Tom's
Mark,
gun,
thanks for the diamond
and
on
made
D
Bean
Live. North
kneel
Korea
on Tom's
fired 2
frozen
ballistic
legs.
missiles into the sea
Then he
off its
pulled
east
Bean's
coast on
hands,
Monday.
each
South
holding
Korea's
a gun,
military said
through
hours
Tom's
after
armpits.
a U.S. nuclear
Now the
powered
boys
submarine
understood
arrived
Tom
at a
was a
naval base
shield,
in the south.
an armored
Japan's defense ministry
spacecraft,
also reported
and
the launch
Bean was
of what
hiding
it said were 2
inside.
ballistic missiles
He was certainly not
fired by
invulnerable,
Rocket Man
but
in
he
North
had
Korea,
time.
both of which fell
Ender
outside
assigned
its
2 more
exclusive
boys to
economic
throw
zone.
Tom and Bean through the
The
door,
rocket launches
but
come amid
signaled
heightened
them to
tensions
wait.
on the Korean
He went
Peninsula.
on
South
through the army,
Korea and the
quickly
United
assigning
States
groups
take
of 4, a
steps
shield
to increase
shooter,
their
and to
military
throwers.
readiness against North Korea's
Then,
weapons
when
program
all
with the
were frozen
deployment of
or
U.S.
armed or
strategic
ready to throw,
military assets.
he
North
signaled
Korea
the
has
throwers to
reacted
pick up their
angrily,
burdens,
saying
throw
such a
them through the
deployment
door, and
could
then
meet
jump
the
through
criteria
themselves.
for its use of nuclear
Move!
weapons.
Shouted Ender.
The United States said it
They
was
moved.
consulting closely with its
2 at
allies
a
about
time, the
North
shield
Korean
pairs
missile
went through
launches,
the
which
door,
it described
backward,
as
so
being
that the shield would be
destabilizing.
between the shooter and the enemy.
In a statement on Monday,
The
the
enemy
U.S.
opened fire at
military
once,
added that the
but they
launches
mostly
posed
hit
no
the frozen
immediate
boy
threat
in
to
front.
U.S.
In the
personnel in
meantime, with
territory
2
or
guns
the
to
U.S.
work with and
allies.
their
Earlier
targets
on
neatly
Monday, a
lined up and
nuclear-powered
spread
U.S.
flat along the
submarine
wall,
entered
the
the naval
Dragons had an
base
easy
in
time
South
of it. It
Korea's
was almost
southern
impossible to
island
miss.
of Jeju
And as
to
the
load
throwers
military
also jumped
supplies
through the door, they
while
got
on an
handholds on the same wall with the
unspecified
enemy,
operational
shooting at a
mission.
deadly
The
angle,
South
so that the
Korean
salamanders
Navy
couldn't
said
figure out
over the
whether to
weekend, the
shoot at
North
the
Korea
shield
fired
pair
a
slaughtering slaughtering them
barrage of
from
cruise
above,
missiles
or
into
the
the sea off
throwers
the west
shooting
coast.
at them from
Last
their
week,
own
North
level.
Korea conducted ballistic missile
By the time Ender himself
ballistic
came through
missile
the door, the
tests
battle was over.
after a nuclear-armed
It
U.S.
hadn't
submarine
taken a
arrived at the
full
South Korean
minute
port for the
from the
first
time
time
the
since
first
the
dragon passed through the
1980s.
door until the shooting stopped.
So that's going on there.
Dragon had lost
over in
20
the Korea.
frozen or
Ooh, let me
disabled,
get my little sticker back
and
up
only
here.
12 boys were undamaged.
Two
It was their
missiles.
worst score yet.
Okay, and then you got this
But they
situation,
had won.
which I guess it'll
When
eventually
Major
turn into
Anderson
like
came
a
out and gave Ender the
hostage-style
hook,
situation. The Daily
Ender could not
Mail.UK
contain his
reporting
anger.
about
I
Travis
thought you were going to put us
King,
against an army that could match us in a fair
the
fight.
soldier, I guess, that went AWOL and
Congratulations on the
decided,
victory, Commander. Bean, shouted Ender.
went running
If you had
across
commanded
the
Salamander
sea
Army,
line.
what would you have done? Bean,
Travis
disabled
King,
but not completely frozen,
African-American.
called out from where he drifted near the enemy door.
The only
Keep a
African
shifting
American
pattern of
probably
movement
in
going in
North
front of
Korea.
the door. You never hold still
At
when
this
the enemy
point,
knows exactly
Travis
where you
King
are.
talks about
As long as you're cheating, Ender said to Anderson,
talks begin
why don't you
between
train
North
the other
Korea
army
and
to cheat
American-led
intelligently?
command as Deputy
I
Commander
suggest that
warns
you
that none of us know
remobilize
where
your
this is
army,
going to
said
end. It
Anderson.
says the announcement comes
Ender pressed the buttons to
days
thaw
after
both armies at once.
23-year-old
Dragon Army dismissed,
African-American
he shouted
Army
immediately.
Private Travis
There
King
would
made
be
the
no
mad
elaborate
dash
formation
into
to
the
accept the
country.
surrender of the other army. This had not been a
crazy
fair fight,
dash. What
even
is
though
he
they had
thinking?
won. The teachers had
Having
meant them
been
to
on a
lose.
tour of the
It was
areas
only
notoriously
Bonzo's
misnamed
ineptitude
demilitarized
that had
zone,
saved
he'd
them.
recently been
There was no
released
glory
from
in
South
that.
Korean jail after a string of offenses.
Only as Ender
He was
himself
meant
was
to go
leaving
back
the
to his
battle room
home
did he
country the day
realize
before the
that
incident, but crossed one of
Bonzo
the
would not
world's most
realize that
fortified
Ender was
borders
angry at the
into
teachers.
its most
Spanish
isolated
honor.
nation. And you know, if we're going to have another
Bonzo would
Brittany
only
Griner
know that he
situation,
had
we're
been
gonna have to,
defeated even when the odds were
trade
stacked in
something.
his favor.
The American-led
That Ender had
UN
had the young
command
child in
announced
his
that it had
army
started talks
publicly
with
state
North
what
Korea
Bonzo should
about
have done
U.S.
to
soldier
win,
Travis King,
and that Ender
who
had
ran
not even
across the
stayed to
country's
receive
heavily
Bonzo's dignified
fortified
surrender.
border from
If
South
Bonzo
Korea.
had not already hated
The announcement
Ender, he would
made at
surely
the
have
Foreign
begun.
Correspondents
And
Club
hating him
in
as he
Seoul
did,
comes days
this would
after
surely turn his
23-year-old
rage
U.S. Army
murderous.
Private King made a mad dash
Bonzo
after
was the
skipping a
last
flight
person
back
to
to the
strike
U.S.
me,
where he was
thought Ender.
facing disciplinary action.
I'm sure he has not
Andrew
forgotten
Harrison, Deputy Commander
Nor
of the
had he
U.S.
forgotten the bloody affair in the battle room when
confirmed
the older
talks
boys tried to
get
break
him
up
home
Ender's
have now
practice session.
commenced, but warned that
Nor
the
had many
agency
others.
does not know where this is going to
They
end.
were hungry for blood then.
There's a mechanism that
Bonzo
exists
would be
under
thirsting
the
for a
armistice agreement whereby
Ender
lines
toyed
of
with the idea of
communication are
taking
open
advanced
between
personal
the
defense.
UNC and the
But with
Korean
battles now
People's
possible
Army.
not only
That
every
takes
day, but
place
twice in
joint
the same
security
day,
area.
Ender knew
Harrison
he
told
could
the
not stay
press
at the time.
that process has
I'll
started.
have to take my
Harris
chances.
emphasized how restricted he
got me
was
into
on the
this.
detail that
They
he
can
could
keep me
provide
safe.
about the talks, but stressed that he remained optimistic about King's safe
Bean
return to
flopped
the U.S.
down on his
At
bunk
this
in
point,
utter
King's
exhaustion.
formal status in the
Half the
military
boys in
is
the barracks were
AWOL,
already
absent
asleep, and it was
without
still
leave, and
15
his
minutes
condition,
before lights
whereabouts,
out.
and status and health
Wearily, he
all
pulled his
remain
desk
unknown.
from its locker and signed on. There was a test tomorrow, and geometry, and
incident
Bean was woefully
Is now putting
unprepared.
America's relationship
He could always
with the
reason
Hermit
things out if
Kingdom
he had
to a
enough
test
time.
as
and
speculation
he had
for
read
days
Euclid
swirled
when he was
as to
5,
exactly
but the test
what was
had a
being
time
done
limit,
to
so there
avoid
wouldn't be
another
a chance
national
to
embarrassment like the one
You had to
several
know.
years ago with Otto Warmbier. And remember,
He
he
would
came back,
probably do badly
brain
on the
dead. They
test,
destroyed the
but
man's
they
mind.
had won
Otto
twice
Warmbier,
today.
who
And so he
died
felt
soon
good.
after coming back to the United States,
As soon as
having
he
been on
signed
a tour
on,
of the
however,
areas
all
notoriously
thoughts of geometry
misnamed
were banished.
demilitarized zone. King had
A
recently been
message
released from a South
paraded
Korean
around the
jail
desk.
after a string of run-ins
See
with
me at
police.
once. Ender.
He was meant to go back to his home country the day
time
before
was
the incident, but
21:50,
instead
only
crossed
10
one of
minutes
the world's
before lights
most
out.
heavily fortified borders
How
of
long
perhaps
ago
the
had Ender sent it?
most mysterious, isolated
Still,
nation.
you'd better not ignore it. There might be another battle
So
in
you
the
might
morning.
not ever find out or see this
Thought
guy again
made
until
him
they get a
weary,
big
and
trade
whatever
off.
Ender wanted to talk to
You
him
may
about,
not get
there
the
wouldn't be
answers
time
for
then.
what you're desperate for.
So Bean
Harrison
rolled
told
off
the
the bunk
journalist
and walked
before explaining how
through the
shaky
corridor to
the
Ender's
figurative foundation holding up the
Enough.
all-important talks actually is. Obviously,
Come in,
there's
said
much
Ender.
welfare at stake, and we're in a
Saw
very
your
difficult,
message.
complex situation, he said.
Fine,
I don't want to
said
risk
Ender.
by speculation or going into
It's near
detail
lights
too
out.
much about the communications that are
I'll help you
existing.
find your way
When
in the
asked,
dark.
the UN officer also declined to
I just
detail
didn't
about the
know if you
command
knew what
currently
time it
knows
was.
about King's
I always
condition.
know what
None of
time
us
it
know
is.
where this is going to end, Harrison told attendees at the
Bean
conference.
sighed
He added in
heavily.
King's case, the U.S. military
Never
said
failed.
willfully and without
Whenever he had
authorization
any
crossed the North
conversation
Korea
with Ender,
while
it
taking a
turned
civilian
into an
tour of the
argument.
joint security area
Bean
is still under
hated it.
investigation, and he could not
He
provide any further
recognized
detail.
Ender's
He said the
genius and
prospect of a
honored
safe
him for
return.
it. Why couldn't Ender
I'm
ever
gonna
see anything good
he
in
says,
him?
I am in life an optimist,
Remember 4
and I
weeks ago,
remain
Bean?
optimistic, but then
told me
again,
to
I
make you a
will
tune
leave it
leader.
at that.
Huh?
Because you've seen what happened to
I've
Otto.
made 5 tune leaders and 5 assistants
And
since
the way
then.
but the only
And
other
none of them was
African American I think that was over there, I think
Ender
they got
raised
sent
his
Dennis
eyebrows.
Rodman over there. Maybe
Was
he'll
I
get him
right?
out. What's up, Maggie Catware?
Yes,
Good
sir.
morning. Thanks for tuning in. Good morning
So tell
from
me how you've
Ohio,
done in
Matthew
these 8
W.
battles.
Brown. Maggie Catware
Today was the
over there
first time
on
they disabled
YouTube.
me.
Tune in
But
over
the
on
computer listed
YouTube
me
and
as getting
Facebook.
11
We go
hits
live
before I
for
had to
1
stop.
hour, 4 a.m. to
I've never
5
had
a.m.
less than
And then we
5
continue
hits
with phone
in a
calls
battle.
over on our
I've
Rumble
also also completed every assignment I've been given.
Facebook, YouTube for the first hour, and then when we
Why
take
did they
phone
make you a
calls the
soldier
second
so
hour,
young,
you got to go
Dean?
over to Rumble.
No younger than you were. But
I
why?
just decided to do it like that when we're
I don't know.
going live here.
Yes,
Let me
you
go
do.
back over to the Drudge Report.
so do
like I
I.
said, we're going to start off the first
I've
hour,
tried
just kind of go
to
through
guess,
some
but they're
Drudge
just
Report
guesses.
stories. Keep up what's going on.
You're
Shepherding Shepherd, thanks for
very
tuning in.
good.
Somebody did
They know
something.
that.
Yeah, trying
pushed
hard
you
to start
ahead.
World War III.
Tell me
I agree
why,
with that.
Bean.
Yeah, everybody hit that red
Because
pill.
they need
over on
us, that's
pill.net.
why. Bean
What's
sat
up,
down on
MD
the floor
Cook? Thanks for
and
tuning
stared
in.
at Ender's feet.
Yeah, Mad Cow Mark, thank you for those
Because
ice
they
cream
need
cones
somebody
over
to
there.
beat the
over on
buggers.
D Live.
That's the only
Going
thing they
live
care
on
about.
D Live. We got
It's important that
Odyssey,
you know that,
Vaughn, kick.com.
Because most boys in this school think the game.
You know, the second
is
hour we go
important for
live on
itself,
Twitch too.
but it isn't.
You know, we turn off YouTube and
It's
Facebook.
only
but we go
important
live
because
on
it
Twitch.
helps them find kids who might
Okay,
grow
so
up to be real
Kevin McCarthy,
commanders
here's
in
one of the
real
top
war.
things over on the Sludge
But as for the
Report.
game, screw that.
The Sludge Report.
That's what they're doing.
Kevin
Screwing up
McCarthy
the game.
says that,
Funny.
and this is coming from
I
Real
thought they were
Clear
just doing it to
Politics.
us.
They got, I guess,
A
Real
game
Clear Politics must
9
have paid
weeks earlier than it
Drudge for the
should
top
have come.
headline. It's like pay to
A
play
game
over on the
every
Sludge
day.
Report nowadays.
And now
but the
2
top report
games
says
in the
Kevin
same
McCarthy
day.
says that Biden's weaponization of government is rising to the
I don't know
level
what
of
the
an
teachers are
impeachment
doing.
inquiry. So they get it
My
on.
army
Let's
is
get it
getting
on.
tired.
Let's get it on before
I'm
they
getting
go on
tired,
6 weeks of
and
vacation over
they
there in the
don't
House of
care at
Representatives.
all
How about
about
that?
the
Let's
rules
impeach,
of the
impeach,
game.
impeach. And I guess he must
I've
have went
pulled
over
the
on
old
Sean
charts up from the
Hannity.
computer.
Sean
No
Hannity
one
show
has
last
ever
night. House Speaker
destroyed
Kevin
so
McCarthy
many
on Monday
enemies and
told
kept
Fox
so
News
many of his
host
own
Sean
soldiers
Hannity
whole
that the
in the history of the
investigations
game.
into the Biden family
You're the
business
best,
dealings
Ender.
are rising
shook
to
his
the
head.
level of an impeachment inquiry.
Maybe.
McCarthy asked
But it
why
was no
Biden took the
accident
money from
that I got
countries
the
with real
soldiers I
challenges
got.
and not friendly countries
Launchies,
like France and the UK.
Rejects from
Yeah, I
other
wonder
armies,
why.
but put them together and
I
my
wonder why,
worst soldier could be a
Ukraine-
tune leader in another army.
Wonder why
They've
the Biden
loaded
crime
things
family
my
got
way, but no.
insane in the Ukraine.
They're
Get that
loading it
money.
all against me.
Insane in the Ukraine.
They want to break us down. They can't
House
break you.
Speaker Kevin McCarthy
You'd be surprised.
when President Biden was
And
running for
breathe
office, he told the American
sharply,
people that he
suddenly,
never talked about
as if there were
business. He said his
stab of
family
pain
never
or
received a
he had to
dollar
catch
from
a sudden
China,
breath in a wind.
which we now prove
Bean
is
looked
not
at him and
true.
realized
We now have some of the
what the
most credible
impossible was
whistleblowers. These tenured
Far
IRS
from
agents who have
baiting
come
him, Ender
forward
Reagan was
said that the
actually
Biden family has been
confiding
treated
in him.
differently, and that Weiss has told
Not
us
much,
has been different
but a little.
than what Garland and Weiss has
Ender
told
was
the public.
human.
And you're sitting
And Bean
here
had been alive
where
to
you've now
see.
found millions of foreign money.
Maybe you'll be surprised.
Just what the
said
1023
Bean.
alleges
There's a
they
limit
did to the
to how
Biden
many
family.
clever new
Now,
ideas I can
we
come up
found
with
that
every
it's funneled
day.
through all these shell companies.
Somebody's
If you're
going to come
sitting
up with
in our position
something to
today,
throw at me that I haven't
we
thought
would
of
know
before, and I
none of
won't
this
be
if
ready.
Republicans have
What's
not
the
taken
worst
the
that could
majority.
happen?
We only followed where the
You lose one
information has
game.
taken us, but
Yes.
this is rising to the level of
That's
the
the worst
impeachment
that could
inquiry,
happen. I
which
can't
provides
lose
Congress
any
the strongest
games.
power to get the rest of the knowledge
Because
and
if I
information
lose
needed,
any,
because this president
He didn't
has
explain
also
himself.
used something we have
And
not
Bean
seen
didn't
since
ask.
Richard Nixon. He has used the
I knew you'd
weaponization
be
of government
clever,
to
Bean.
benefit his family and
I
deny
knew you would
Congress the
think of
ability to have the
solutions to
oversight.
problems we
Sean
haven't
Hannity
seen
said,
yet.
if we were talking about
I
millions of
want you to
dollars
try
coming from top
things that
geopolitical
no
foes
one
and
has
that the
ever
Biden
tried
family's been
because they're
corrupted and
absolutely
took in all this
stupid.
money and was complicit in that,
Why
wouldn't
not?
that mean that we have a
Because
criminal
even though
enterprise as president of
there
the
are
United
some
States that
better
had to
soldiers than
be
you in
on
Dragon
every level
Army?
compromised by countries
Not
that
many,
are not
but some.
particularly fond of us? Kevin
There's nobody who
McCarthy
can
said,
think better
well, it's interesting
and
that the
faster
Biden
than you.
family runs, they say, a company,
Bean
but
said
they
nothing.
never an office in
They
a
both
shell
knew it was
company to
true.
be able to but it
Ender
says they
showed him
say
his
they
desk.
run a company but never had an office
With 12
and shell
names.
companies to be
2 or
able to
3
pay
from
through.
each
But
tune.
if they ran it for foreign
Choose 5 of
countries,
these,
why did
said
you get
Ender.
the money from France, from
One
Germany,
from
from
each
the
tune.
UK? Why does it have to be from China,
special
Romania,
squad, and
countries
you'll
that have real
train them.
challenges and have problems?
Only
I
during the
will
extra
follow
practice
this all the
sessions.
way to the end, and this is going to
Talk to me
rise
about what you're
from an
training them to
impeachment
do.
inquiry.
Don't
That
spend
way that the
too long on
Constitution
any one
tells
thing.
us to do this,
Most
and
of
we
the
have to get
time,
the answers
you
to these
and your
questions.
squad will
Get
be
the
part of the
Constitution,
whole
get
army.
it rolling there.
Part of your regular
You
tunes.
got the power invested upon
But when I
you,
need you,
Kevin McCarthy. Take the hammer.
when there's something
and
to be done.
bash
only
that
you can
hammer
do.
and start this impeachment.
These
you
are
got the
all new,
right. That's
said
what it's
Bean.
there for. That's why
No veterans.
they convened the Congress to the first
After
place
last
and
week,
not
Bean,
the Senate. That's why the
all
Senate
our
doesn't have the
soldiers are
power to
veterans.
convict. Okay, so
Don't
there
you
you go.
realize
McCarthy
that on the
flipping
individual
impeachment
soldier
inquiry.
standings, all 40 of our
Let me update
soldiers
all
are in
the
the
stuff on
top
the chat.
50? That you have to go
Let me
down
update my chat,
17
the
places
Pill.net
to
chat when
find
we
a
first
soldier
get,
who
kicking.
isn't
I
a
gotta-
dragon?
I got to zoom it up. Bucks
What if I
County
can't think of
Bear.
anything?
Good morning. Thanks for tuning in over there, Bucks
Then I was
County
wrong
Bear.
about you. Bean
Is
grinned. brain.
I don't know. Travis King, I thought
are
was a
wrong.
biological male. You know what? I'd
The
have to
lights
go
went
see
out.
what the real story is. I look
Can
at
you
the
find a way
picture and I'm
back
starting
in?
to question sometimes. I never know.
Probably not.
With these young people anymore.
Then stay
The
here.
identity of them. This Travis
If you
King
listen
story,
very
I think
carefully,
we're
you
going to
can
hear
hear
more
the
about
good
it in the
fairy
next
come
couple
in the
weeks.
night and leave our assignment for tomorrow.
Okay, so they say, but the Navy and the Marines,
give
they're
us
going to
another
conduct
battle
another
tomorrow, will
large-scale exercise, a war-fighting
didn't
simulation. Taiwan
Being heard
holding its
inclined
annual
into bed.
evacuation drill.
He got up from the floor and did likewise. He thought of a
Let
half
me see what
dozen
else they got.
ideas
They got
before he
some
went to
tabloid
sleep.
stories over here.
Ender would be pleased.
A lot of people making a lot of
Every one of
big
them was
issues about Florida's so-called
General,
new
please,
slavery
sit down.
curriculum. And I
I
see
understand you've come to me about a matter of
Kamala
some
Harris.
urgency.
She was losing her
Ordinarily,
mind the
Colonel
other
Graff,
day. People are going
I
after
would not
Ron
presume to
DeSantis.
interfere with the
That was
internal
one of the
workings of
stories.
the battle school.
I think they're blowing it
Your
way out of
autonomy is
proportion.
guaranteed.
Here you go. The standoff
And despite
between
our difference in
Trump
ranks, I am
and
quite
Joe
aware that it
Rogan
is my
over a
authority only to
podcast
advise, not to
invite.
order
What
you
did,
to take action.
Did Joe Rogan
Action.
invite Donald
Do
Trump
not be
over to the
disingenuous with
podcast?
me,
What's
Colonel
this
Graff.
about?
Americans are
There's
quite
an article
apt at
from
playing stupid when they choose
DNYUC.
to.
It says
But I am not
standoff
to be
between
deceived.
Trump and Joe
You know
Rogan
why I am
over
here.
podcast invite. Let's see.
I guess this means
I didn't
death
think Joe
filed a
Rogan
report.
wanted Donald Trump on the
He
podcast.
feels
I thought he said that on the
paternal
podcast
toward the
before.
students here.
But
He
I guess,
feels your
it's
neglect
election
of a
season. But it
potentially
says
lethal
that Donald
situation is
Trump
more
has
than
made his career both in
negligence.
business and politics.
That it borders
blah, blah,
on
blah, blah,
conspiracy
blah,
to
blah,
cause
blah.
the death
But what are they saying there?
or serious
The mere
injury of one of the
discussion
students here.
of Donald Trump on a
This is a
blockbuster
school for children,
podcast like
General
Joe
Pace.
Rogan builds a remarkable
Hardly a matter
audience,
to
and
bring
Trump
the chief of
advisor told the
IF
Daily
military
Beast,
police
perhaps the
here
only
for.
person bigger
Colonel
in the
Graff,
new media world than
the
Joe
name of Enter
Rogan
Wiggin
is Donald
has
Trump,
percolated
and the
through
whole
the high
idea that the
command.
two of them would be
It
together
has even
at
reached
long
my
last,
ears.
it would be an incredible
I have heard him
audience.
described modestly as our only hope for victory
They say
in the
after
upcoming
shaking
invasion.
hands with
When
Joe
it is
Rogan
his
at a
life
recent
or
UFC
health
fight
that
in
is in
Vegas,
danger, I do not think
there's
it
a, it
untoward
said
that the military
conversations with
police take some
advisors and
interest in preserving
allies,
and
they say
protecting
Trump has
the boy.
encouraged those close
Do
to him
you?
to hype up a potential
damn
podcast
you too,
invite.
sir. I know
okay,
what
so
I'm
it's not
doing.
happening.
Do you?
Trump's
Better
just
than
trying to
anyone
like make
else.
some waves
Oh,
after
that
they
is
met each
obvious,
other over
since
the
nobody else has the
UFC
faintest
fight.
idea what you're doing.
I think it's cool that Donald
You
goes
have
over to
known
those
for
UFC
8
fights and he
days
gets
that there is a
gets a lot of
conspiracy among
respect
some
at
of the
those
more
fights. You
vicious
just
of
see he
these
goes to those,
children
UFC stuff.
to cause the beating
Yes,
of
good
Ender
morning from
Wiggin if they
Indiana.
can. And that
Good morning
some
from
members of this
Indiana. Thanks for
conspiracy,
tuning
notably
in.
the boy named Bonito
Yeah, I heard
de Madrid,
KGP, I
commonly
heard is
called
trying
the
to
Bonzo,
turn the narrative over
are
there
quite likely
on
to
the
exhibit
corruption.
no
She's in
self-restraint
denial mode.
when this punishment
There's a couple
takes place,
stories over.
so
Let me
that
go back
Enter
over
Wiggin,
the Drudge Report,
an
where I was
inestimably
at.
important international resource,
A lot of different
will be
news to
placed in
bounce around
serious
on today.
danger
But
of
I know
having his brains
KGP,
pasted on the
Cameron
walls of your
Jean-Pierre
orbiting
was taking
schoolhouse.
questions
And
yesterday.
you, fully warned of this danger,
BS in the
propose to
public.
do
We'll get to that.
exactly
Nothing.
You can
Is there
see
anything
how
else on? I
this
just want to double
excites our
check to make sure there
puzzlement.
wasn't anything.
Ender
Really not
Wiggin
too much
has
on
been
the
in this
Drudge Report. The
situation
Drudge
before.
Report, the big thing is
Back
this,
on Earth, the day he lost his monitor,
Twitter-
and again
Twitter
on a large
changing
group of
to
older
X?
boys.
I don't
did
know
not
about
come
that.
here
I just
ignorant of
signed
the
up and got
past.
my blue check on
Ender
Twitter.
Wiggin has
I was
provoked
happy about
Bonzo
having the
Madrid
little blue
beyond
check to
human
tweet.
endurance.
And now they're changing
And you have
everything.
no
and they're
military
saying it's not
police
even gonna be
standing
called
by to
Twitter
break up
anymore,
disturbances.
And you're not going
It
to
is
tweet. It's
unconscionable.
going to be called
When Ender
X,
Wiggin
and you're
holds our
gonna
fates
X.
in his control,
That sounds like
when
squat.
he must make the
I didn't
decisions
pay
that
for a
bring us
blue check
victory
so
or
I could X.
destruction,
I
will there be
wanted to
military
tweet.
police to come save him if things get out of hand?
I fail to see the
So
connection.
they're changing everything over
Obviously.
there.
But the connection
I don't
is
know
there.
if it's for the better or not.
Ender Wiggin must believe that no matter what
Over
happens,
on,
no adult will ever
on Twitter,
step
but
in
check
to
me
help
out
him
at
in
Newstime
any
Live
way.
over on Twitter. We're
He must
streaming
believe
live over
to
there.
the
I'm going to
core of
start
his
doing
soul
some
that he can only do what he and the other children
what
work
do they call
out
it?
for
Spaces.
themselves.
I'm going to do some Twitter
If he does not
spaces over
believe
there,
that,
and then
then he will
share them
never
on the
reach the
broadcast
peak of
here
his
along with the
abilities.
phone calls sometimes.
He will
but
also
let me go
not reach
back
the
over.
peak of his abilities if
There
he
was
is
some
dead
stories about what
or
Cameron
permanently crippled.
Jean-Pierre and others were saying, but
won't
I got
be.
some stuff.
Why don't
some
you
articles
simply
I shared
graduate
from
Bonzo?
yesterday over on
He's old enough.
my timeline.
Because Ender knows
on
that
my getter.
Bonzo plans to kill him. If we
Part of it
transfer
was,
Bonzo
okay, yeah,
ahead of
part of it
schedule,
was this
we'll know
Travis
that we
King,
saved
that
him.
was one story.
Heaven
A
knows
poll
Bonzo is a
shows
good
that
enough
Donald
commander
Trump
to be promoted on merit.
way ahead
What
in
about the
New
other children?
Hampshire.
Getting them to help him.
Did you see this? They,
We'll see
you know,
what
there's
happens.
they say
is my
India's
first,
rice
final, and
export
only
ban. Did you see this?
decision.
I think we're on
God
the
help
amount
you
of
if you're
like
wrong.
God help
everything
us
that's
all
going
if I'm
on with the
wrong.
war over in the Ukraine.
I'll have you before a capital
and the
court-martial.
grain harvest shortage.
I'll have your
Now
name
they're
disgraced
saying there's going
throughout
to be
the world
a
if
rice
you're wrong.
shortage, and there's
Fair
already
enough.
panic shopping here.
But
and
do
some
remember,
people in the
If
states,
I happen to be right,
you know, different
make
ethnic
sure I get a
groups,
few
you know, they're
dozen
really
men.
aware of a lot of this stuff, and they're
For what?
There's stories now
keeping you from
of
meddling.
people loading up carts. People are taking, not letting
Ender
rice
sat
be
in the
taken for
corner of the
granted
battle
as
room,
prices
his arm
on
hooked
rice
through a
around the
handhold,
world
watching
and
Bean
India's
practice with his
export
squad.
prices
Yesterday they had worked on
are
attacks
causing
without guns,
panic buying
disarming enemies
at
with
U.S.
their feet.
supermarkets. Cost
Ender
of
had helped them
20-pound
with some
bags
techniques
soared
from
from
gravity
$16
personal combat.
to almost $50.
Many
So
things had
there's
to be
a run
changed,
on the rice.
but inertia in flight was
I
a
don't know if
tool
you're
that
gonna be able
could
to
be
get the
used
little
against the
bags at
enemy
the
as
dollar
easily
store
and
anymore.
nullo
You know,
as
this
in
could end
Earth's
up with food
gravity.
crisis. People are loading their
Today,
shelves
though,
up to get
Bean had a
prepared.
new
Rice
toy.
is one of the ones
There
they're
was a
going to do with
deadline.
it. India ordered
One
a
of the
halt
thin,
to its
almost
largest
invisible
rice
twines
export to
used
calm
during
domestic
construction in
prices.
space to hold two
Videos
objects
and
together.
reports shared on social
Deadlines
media
were sometimes
show
kilometers
shoppers
long.
panic buying
This one was just
in
a
Texas,
bit longer
Michigan, and
than
New
a
Jersey,
wall
and
of the battle
Alabama,
room.
Ohio, and
And yet
Illinois,
it looped easily,
California.
almost invisibly
South
around
Asian
Bean's
country
waist.
accounts 40%
He
of the
pulled it
world's
off like an article of clothing
rice.
and handed one end to one of his soldiers.
Does an
to
impeachment
a
only
handhold and
legitimize
wind
the
it around a
2020
few
elections? I don't
Bean
know.
carried the other end
Kirsten,
across the
thanks
battle
for
room.
tuning in over
As
there
a
from
tripwire,
Indiana
it wasn't
also.
too
Now,
useful,
one
Bean
easy money,
decided.
the
It
House
was
of
invisible
Representatives
enough,
got to
but
do
one
what the House
strand
got
of
to do.
twine
You know?
wouldn't have
They
much
gotta do
chance
their
of stopping an enemy
Constitution
that
they
could
were
easily
sworn
go
to,
above
and
or below it.
impeach is the way to go.
Then he got the idea of using it to
But
change
India's
his
rice
direction
export,
of
man.
movement in midair.
This really
He
sucks. The
fastened it
South
around
Asian
his
country,
waist,
which
the other
accounts
end
for
still fastened
40%
to a
of the world
handhold,
rice
slipped a
exports,
few meters
ordered
away,
a halt
and
to
launched
its largest
himself straight
rice
out.
export category.
The twine caught him, changed his direction
Non-basmati
abruptly,
rice. Ooh, and I like
and
the
swung him in
basmati
an
rice.
arc
Oh,
that
my
crashed
battery's
him
running
brutally
low.
against the
Give
wall.
me 1 second. I gotta
He screamed
plug
and screamed.
in.
It took Ender a moment to realize that he
my
wasn't
laptop
screaming in
real
pain.
quick. I didn't realize
Did
my
you see how
laptop
fast I
power's
went?
getting
Did you
low.
see how I
didn't
changed
realize it wasn't even
direction?
plugged in.
Soon, all of Dragon Army stopped work to watch Bean practice with the twine.
1 minute here.
The changes in direction were stunning, especially when you didn't know where to look for the twine. When he used the twine to wrap himself around a star, he attained speeds no one had ever seen before.
Sorry about that. I
It
gotta
was
plug this in so my
2140 when
computer
Ender
don't
dismissed
fall.
the evening practice. Weary,
Using my laptop
but
to
delighted
read.
at having
Okay, here we
seen
go. It
something
says
new,
the,
his
the
army
South
walked through the
Asian
corridors
country
back to the barracks.
accounts for 40%
Ender walked among
of
them,
the world's rice
not
exports,
talking, but
ordered a
listening
halt
to
to
their
its
talk.
largest rice
They were
export
tired, yes.
category,
The battle every day
non-basmati
for
rice.
more than 4 weeks, often in
So you
situations
can
that
still, I guess
tested
you
their
can get, I
abilities
like
to
that
the
long grain
utmost.
basmati rice though.
But
But
they
it says
were proud, happy.
report shared on
close.
social media over the
They
weekend
had
show
never lost,
Indian
and they
Americans
had learned
standing
to
in
trust
long
each other.
lines or panic
They
buying
trusted
rice
their fellow
in
soldiers
Texas
to fight
and
hard
Michigan.
and well, trusted
You know,
their
so you
leaders
gotta wonder
to
if
use
the
them
if, you know,
rather
people
than
over
waste their
Southeast
efforts.
Asian America, maybe
Above all,
people
they
should be paying
trusted
attention to
Ender
what's
to
going
prepare
on.
them for
Remember, it
anything
was
and
I
everything
remember
that
seeing the
might happen.
videos, the Asians buying up
As
all the
they walked the
toilet paper
corridor,
before
Ender
the
noticed
pandemic for
several
the panic
older
buying.
boys seemingly engaged in
Some
conversations
of the stores
in
have
branching
hiked prices
corridors
of
and
the
ladderways.
20-pound bags. The
Some were in
$46.99
their
has started
corridor,
making money
walking
schemes to
slowly in the
capitalize
other
on the
direction.
panic, according to Business Line.
It became too
A
much of a
few
coincidence,
Desi grocery
however, that
shops
so
came
many
in
of
with
them were
innovative
wearing
ideas to force
salamander
customers to spend a
uniforms,
minimum of $35 to
and
$50
that
on
those
other
who
items
weren't
to
were
purchase a
often
single
older
bag of
boys
rice, which is
belonging to
outrageous.
armies
The
whose
shopper told
commanders
the
most
outlet.
hated Ender Wiggin.
You know, so
A few
panic
of them looked
buy
at him
New
and
Jersey,
looked away
Alabama,
too quickly.
Ohio. So
Others
it
were
says
too tense,
rice prices
too
in the U.S.
nervous
have
as
shot
they
up around
pretended to be
11% on
relaxed.
average, according to PBS Frontline.
What will I
One
do
store
if
in
they
Mason,
attack me
Ohio,
out
is
here in the
rationing the
corridor?
grain to
My boys are
20-pound
all
bag
young,
per
all
head,
small,
costing
and completely
$24.
untrained in
PBS
gravity
reported
combat.
non-basmati rice
When would
is
they learn?
the most common rice
Ho,
used in
Ender,
traditional American
someone
recipes,
called.
as well as in
Ender
Asian
stopped
and
and looked
Mexican
back. It
cuisine.
was Petra.
The move demonstrates the
Ender,
sensitivity
can I
of
talk to
government
you?
of Prime Minister Modi to food
Ender
inflation
saw in
ahead
a
of the
moment
general
that
election
if he
next year.
stopped and
The Indian
talked,
government said the ban
his
would be
army would
effective from
quickly
July
pass him
20th,
by,
and
and he would
only
be alone with
vessels
Petra in the
currently
hallway.
loading would be allowed to export parboiled rice,
Walk
which
with me,
represents
Ender said.
7.4 million tons of
It's
exports
just for a
in
moment.
2022 is not
Ender
included in the
turned
ban.
around
The
and
government
walked on with his
specified
army.
rice is a staple
He heard
for more than
Petra
3
running to
billion
catch up.
people, and nearly 90% of the
I'll walk with you.
water-intensive crop is produced in
Ender
Asia,
tensed when
where
she
the
came
El
here.
Nino
Was
weather
she
pattern
one of
usually
them, one of
brings
the ones who
lower
hated him
rainfall.
enough to hurt him?
But rain in the north of
friend of
India over the
yours
last
wanted
few
me
weeks
to
has
warn you.
damaged newly planted
There are
crops
some
in
boys who want to
Punjab
kill you.
and Haryana
Surprise,
states.
said
Paddy
Ender.
fields have been submerged for over a week,
Some of his
destroying
soldiers
seedlings
seemed
and
to perk
forcing
up at
farmers
this.
to wait
Plots
until they
against
can
their
replant
commander
their
were
rice seeds.
interesting news, it
Sounds like
seemed.
a famine. And other major rice growing
can
states,
do it.
farmers have prepared
He
paddy
said they've been
nurseries that
planning it ever since
able
you
to
went commander.
untransplant the seedlings
Ever
due
since
to
I
inadequate
beat
rainfall.
Salamander, you mean?
You know, so they're having all these things. So
I
Panic
hated you after you
shopping
beat
here in
Phoenix
the
on
United
it, too,
States. They got pictures from
I didn't
Dallas,
say I blamed
Texas.
anybody.
This
It's
week, the
true.
prices of rice exported
He
from
told me to take
Vietnam,
you
the world's
aside
third
today
largest
and warn
exporter
you
after
on the
India
way
and
back from the battle room
Thailand,
to
soared
be
to their
careful
highest in
tomorrow
more than a
because
decade.
Petra,
So, you know, they can
if
sit
you
and
had
tell us in
actually taken
America.
me
Well, I
aside
gotta
just
sit up a
now,
little bit more. You know, I
there
gotta get
are
my
about
camera.
a dozen boys following
I
along
gotta
who
fix
would have
this
taken me
camera a
in the
little bit.
corridor.
It's too high
Can you
up,
tell
and when
me
I
you
read, I
didn't
go
go
like
upstairs?
this. Okay, yeah, it's a little bit
Suddenly
better.
her face
It's
flushed.
cutting half my face off, but
No.
I don't have my camera on a
didn't.
tripod yet. I gotta get a new tripod.
How can you
so
think I
watch
did?
out, you know, it could be.
Don't you know who your friends
Yeah,
are?
Klaus Schwab is smiling. They're trying to
She
starve
pushed her
us.
way through
You know,
the
they say they're going to
got
keep
ahead of
us
him,
from eating
and
meat.
scrambled
That's
up a
what they're
ladder
trying
way
to
to a
do.
higher
Shut down, you know, because of cow farts
Is it
and
true?
whatnot.
Asked Crazy
Extra
Tom.
alien.
Is what
you know,
true?
but you know,
Ender
also they
scanned
don't
the room
have.
and
You know,
shouted
how
to
do
two
you get
roughhousing
through a
boys to
winter?
get
How
to
do you
bed.
survive? You know,
But some of the older
meat's
boys
way to
want to
go
kill you.
to get through a hard
All
winter.
talk, said Ender.
Yeah,
But he
especially
knew
when
that
the
it
crops
wasn't.
don't. and the crops
Petra
ain't
had known
going.
something.
But you know, they
And
don't eat
what he
cows in
saw
India.
on the
They
way
just eat
here
a whole lot of
tonight
rice.
wasn't
Okay, so panic
imagination.
buying, that's a story.
It may be all talk, but I hope you'll understand
So
when I
get
say you
yourself
got
some
5
rice,
tomb leaders who
and
are going
maybe
to
just get
escort you
yourself
to
some
your room
toilet
tonight.
paper and just
Completely
get paper
unnecessary.
towels like they did
Humorous.
during that
You owe
panic
us a
shopping.
favor.
Remember that?
I owe you nothing.
Okay, let
You'd
me
be a
go. What's
fool
up,
to turn him
Jazz
down.
Blue? Pickle Man.
Do
What's
as you
up,
want.
Pickle Man?
He turned and
Pickle
left.
Man in the house.
The
Thanks for
tomb
tuning
leaders
in.
trotted along with him. One ran
Okay, let me
ahead
see
and
what else
opened
we
his
got.
door.
In
They checked the room,
That was
made
from
Ender promise to lock it,
dailymail.uk.
and left him just before lights out. There was a message on his desk.
They got Hunter Biden investigations.
Don't be alone,
You got
ever.
Devin Archer today.
Dink.
That's what's good. Devin Archer
Ender grinned.
is going to
So Dink
sit
was still
for a
his friend.
transcribed interview.
Don't
Devin
worry,
Archer's
they
going
won't
to
do anything
sit.
to me.
Well, that's
I
going to
have
be
my
next
army.
Monday. It says Devin Archer,
But in the
Hunter
darkness,
Biden
he did not have his
investigation.
army.
Former
He dreamed
Burisma
that
board
night of
member
Stilson.
Devin Archer
Only he
is
saw
going to
now
sit
how small
for a
Stilson was,
transcribed
only
interview
6 years old, how ridiculous his
They
tough guy
say,
posturing was.
next
And
Monday.
yet in the dream, Stilson
So we
and
don't
his
know
friends
if-
tied Ender so he couldn't fight
I
back.
guess if the
And
lawyers that he
everything
hired
Ender
and
had done to
are going to give him the
Stilson in life,
transcripts
they
it
did
is
to
that he was
Ender
looking
in the
for
dream.
that proved the big guy.
And afterward,
And the
Ender saw
10%.
himself battling like an idiot, trying hard to give
What's up,
orders to
Valerie
his army,
Long?
but all his words
Yeah, you got to get the
came out
fried
as
rice. The
nonsense.
fried rice is going to be
He
expensive.
awoke in darkness, and he was
You
afraid.
know, they want us to eat that
Then he
bioengineered
calmed
meat.
himself by remembering that the
Ugh, give me a
teachers obviously
hamburger.
valued him, or they wouldn't be putting so much pressure on him.
Okay,
They
let's
wouldn't let
see.
anything
It says
happen
Hunter
to him,
Biden
nothing bad
investigation,
anyway.
and this is going to go
Probably
on,
when
I
the
guess,
older kids attacked him in the
Monday.
battle
It's gonna
room
be
years ago, there were
transcribed.
teachers
We
just
probably won't
outside
hear
the
much
room waiting
about
to see
it,
what would
but,
happen.
Devin Archer,
If things had got out of
former
hand,
Burisma board
they would
member
have
and
stepped in
business
and stopped
partner
it.
of Hunter Biden,
I
will sit
probably
for a
could have sat there and done
transcribed
nothing, and
interview
they would have
before
seen
the
to it
House
that I came
Oversight
through all
and
right.
Accountability Committee
They'll
on
push me as hard as
Monday,
they
July
can in the game,
31st.
but outside the game, they'll
spokesperson
keep me safe.
told the Washington
With
Examiner,
that assurance, he
Oversight
slept
Committee
again
Chairman James Comer
until the
issued a
door opened
subpoena
softly,
in June for
and the
Devin
morning's
Archer to
war was
appear
left on the
for a
floor for him to
deposition
find.
as part of the committee's investigation
They
into the
won,
Biden
of
family's
course,
finances
but
with
it
an
was a
original
grueling
deadline of June
affair, with the
16th.
battle
Devin
room
Archer
so
missed that
filled with a
deadline
labyrinth
and
of
canceled the
stars
scheduled
that hunting
deposition
down
before
the enemy
committee
during
approval
mop-up took
time.
45 minutes. It was Paul Slattery's
Comer said that he
Badger
wants
Army,
Archer to
and they
testify because the
refused to give
committee
up.
believes Devin
There
Archer
was a new
possesses
wrinkle in the game,
information
too.
relevant to
When
its
they
investigation.
disabled or damaged
Devin
an
Archer's
enemy, he
testimony
thawed in about
is
5
critical
minutes.
to the committee's
The way it worked
investigation.
in
Mr.
practice.
Archer was Hunter
Only
Biden's
when the
business
enemy was
partner in a
completely
number of
frozen did he
transactions
stay out of
involving
action the
foreign
whole time.
nationals and foreign
But the
companies.
gradual thawing did
James
not
Comer
work for
told
Dragon
Archer's
Army.
lawyer in a letter, Mr.
Crazy
Archer
Tom
is
was the one who
associated with
realized
the
what was
corporate
happening
entities
when
that
they
the committee
started
has
getting hit from
identified in the
behind by
Biden
people
family's
they
role
thought
in
were
each of them.
safely out of the
Furthermore,
way.
he has
And at
significant
the end of the
information
battle,
regarding the
Slattery
purpose of
shook
these
Ender's
companies
hand and said,
and knowledge of relevant documents related to
"I'm
the
glad
committee's
you won.
investigation.
If I
Prior
ever
to both
beat you,
men
Ender,
joining the
I
board of
wanna
the
do it
Ukrainian
fair.
energy company
Use
Burisma
what
in
they give you,"
2014,
Ender said.
Devin Archer and
If
Hunter
you've ever
Biden
got an
worked
advantage
alongside
over
each
the
other at the
enemy, use it.
Rosemont Seneca Partners investment
I
firm.
did, said
Devin
Slattery.
Archer was convicted in
He grinned.
connection to
I'm
a
only
fraudulent
fair-minded
bond
before
scheme
and after
involving
battles.
Native American tribe in
The battle
2018,
took
was
so
later
long that
sentenced to
breakfast
over a
was
year
over.
in prison. In
Ender looked at his
2022,
hot,
Devin
sweating,
Archer
tired
is
soldiers
believed to
waiting
have
in the corridor
information
and said,
relating to a foreign bribery
"Today you
scheme
know
involving
everything.
Hunter Biden, then
No
Vice
practice.
President Joe Biden,
Get some rest.
and Mykola
Have some fun.
Zalchevsky, the head of
Pass the
Burisma,
test."
according to the FBI
It was a
generated
measure of their
FD
weariness that they
2023
didn't even
sheet
cheer or
released
laugh
by
or
Senator
smile.
Chuck Grassley last week.
Just walked into the
Zalchevsky
barracks
paid
and stripped
both the
off their
Bidens
clothes.
$5 million.
They would have practiced
$5 million
if he
for
had asked
Hunter,
them to,
$5 million
but
for
they
the
were
big
reaching
guy.
the end of their
H.
strength, and going without breakfast was
The
one
big
unfinished
guy,
scheme.
an H.
Ender meant to shower right
That's,
away, but he
you
was
know,
also
creepy, sleepy
tired.
Joe Biden, crooked
He lay
Joe,
down on his bed in his
Ukrainian
flash
government.
suit, just for
And
a
this is
moment.
all to fire
woke
prosecutor
up at the
Victor
beginning of lunchtime.
Shokin, who was allegedly
So much for his
investigating
idea of
Burisma.
studying
And
more about
son
the
of a
buggers
bitch,
this
they
morning.
gave it to him
Just
because
time
Joe
to
wouldn't
clean
give
up,
them the
go
billion.
eat, and head for
And
class.
they got to investigate, honestly.
He peeled off his flash
and, you know,
suit,
they
which
can still
stank from
have an
the sweat.
impeachment
His body
inquiry
felt cold, his
into
joints oddly
President
weak.
Obama's
Shouldn't have slept in the middle of the
handling
day.
of the
I'm
firing
beginning to slack off.
of
I'm beginning
Victor
to wear
Shokin,
down.
because it happened
Can't
on
let
his
it get to
watch.
me.
And remember, they impeached Donald
So he
Trump
jogged to the gym and
after
forced
he was
himself
out
to
of
climb the
office. And I
rope 3
think
times before going
Barack
to the bathroom
Hussein
to shower.
Obama could be
It
impeached
didn't
because
occur
of
to
this
him that
corruption
his
that happened
absence
during
in
the
the
Obama
commander's nest would be
administration.
noticed. That showering during the noon
So we'll
hour
see
when
where
his
it
own army
goes.
would be wolfing down their first meal of the day.
Like, share,
he would be
subscribe to
completely
News Time Live. Like
helpless
everybody
and
over on
alone.
Facebook and everybody on
Even
YouTube.
when he heard
you
them
know,
come into
please
the bathroom, he
share
paid
this
no
stream.
attention.
I'm trying to do an
He was
average
letting the
stream
water
every
pour
morning
over
that they
his
can't
head,
take
over his
down.
body.
Anybody over on
The muffled
Facebook,
sound of footsteps was
if you want
hardly
to watch the
noticeable.
full broadcast,
Maybe lunch
you can
was
watch
over,
it for
he
free
thought.
over on Rumble.
He started
For
to soak
$5
himself
a
again.
month, you can become a subscriber.
somebody finished
You do
practice
the
late.
show the entire
And
live
maybe not.
stream on our subscriber-only
He turned
page.
around.
The only reason I'm not doing it on my main
There were
page
7
anymore is
of them,
because all the censorship
leaning
and the
back against the
Facebook
metal
jail and
sinks
the
or
threats.
standing
I'm
closer
sick
to
of
the
it.
showers,
So
watching
if
them.
you're watching on Facebook, if you want to see the
Bonzo
full
stood in
hour
front of
or the
them.
full 3 hours of
And then he was
broadcast, you gotta go
smiling,
to our Rumble
the
channel
condescending
or
leer of
you
the
know, catch us
hunter
over
for his
on the
cornered
Foxhole
victim.
app or
Bonzo
even
was not
over on Twitter.
smiling, however.
Or
Oh,
one of the many other
Ender said.
social media platforms you got. You got to
Nobody
get away
answered.
from Facebook. You know, you got to get
So
away
Ender
from YouTube.
turned off the shower,
You know, unfortunately,
even though there was
it's-
still soap
well,
on
we
him,
have
and reached
a
for
lot
his
of other
towel.
alternatives
It
to
wasn't there.
that. One of them is
One of the boys was
Orbeez,
holding it.
Orbeez.net.
It was
Everybody
Bernard.
on Facebook.
All it
If you
would
like
take for the
Facebook
picture to
and
be
you really like
complete
free
was for
speech, you
Stilson
should
and
really
Peter
get
to be
yourself
there,
an
too.
Orbeez.net account.
They needed
You can go
Peter to
down on the
smile.
Google Play Store
needed
and
Stilson's
download the
obvious stupidity.
Orbeez.net app. You can
Ender
follow
recognized
me,
the
Pat
towel as
Walsh,
their
at
opening
News
point.
Time Live. We go
Nothing would
live
make him
every
look weaker
morning
than to
in
chase
the
naked
AM.
after the
The
towel.
whole entire show,
That was what they wanted, to
uncensored,
humiliate
on
him, to break him
Orbeez.net.
down.
You know, join
He wasn't
our
going to play.
group. It's called
He
World
refused to
Watchers,
feel
our
weak
news
because he
group
was
over there
wet and
on
cold
Orbeez
and
and our
unclothed.
News Time Live
He
broadcast
stood
page.
strongly, facing them.
So, you know, go,
his
when you
arms
got
at
a
his
chance,
sides.
you know,
He
download the
fastened
app
his
on your
gaze on
phone,
Bonzo.
and you know you can contact me,
Your
message
move,
me. It's one of the
Ender
great social media
This is no
platforms out
game,
there.
said
Orbeez.
Bernard. We're tired of you,
The other
Ender.
place I go live and
You
I gotta
graduate
remember
today
to do it and set it up. I always
on
forget
ice.
is my
Ender did
my
not look
Telegram
at Bernard.
Ooh,
It was
let me turn this
Bonzo who
off
hungered
real
for
quick.
his
Give me 1
death,
second.
even though he was silent. The others were along for the
Okay,
ride,
a couple more stories
daring
on my
themselves to see
timeline.
how far
And
they
the
might
second
go.
hour of the show, when we take phone calls,
Bonzo
I'll go
knew
over to
how far
Gateway
he would
Pundit
go.
and go through all this stuff.
Bonzo, Ender said softly.
Okay, in New Jersey,
Your
here's a
father would
story
be
from the
proud of you.
Epic Times about the
Bonzo stiffened.
page has not been found. Oh, they
He
removed
would love
an
to
Epic
see
Times
you
story.
now.
Let me move
Come
this
to
around.
fight a
I
naked boy
clicked
in
on
a
the link and
shower
it was
smaller
gone.
than you, and you brought 6 friends.
Oh no.
He would say, "Oh, what honor."
Okay, let's see this one.
Nobody came to fight
Here's the
you,
story.
said
This is a
Bernard.
story from the,
We just
these
came to
pages
talk you
from
into
the
playing
Epic Times.
fair
I
with
know
the
I shared
games.
these links
Maybe
from Epic
lose a
Times.
couple now and then.
I must have got them off
The others
something that was a
laughed.
bad link.
But
Oh
Bonzo
no.
didn't laugh.
Okay, let me see
And
this.
neither did Ender.
A Democratic memo.
Be
This is
proud,
from the Hill. The
Bonito,
Democrats are
pretty
trying to
boy.
fight back against Chuck
You can go home
Grassley
and tell your father, yes,
James
I beat
Comer
up Ender Wiggin, who
and
was
all
barely
the
10 years old,
allegations,
and I
and
was
they're
13.
doubling down. The
And I
Democrats
had only
with the
6
Biden
of my
crime
friends to
family.
help me, and somehow we managed
So
to
here's another
defeat him,
story
even though he
about-
was
from
naked
the
and
Hill
wet and alone.
about
Ender Wiggin is
a
so
memo.
dangerous
A
and
memo that the
terrifying.
Democrats
It
have
was
put together.
all we could do
It
not
takes
to bring
aim
200.
at the
Shut your mouth,
GOP
Wiggins,
released
said one of the
FBI
boys.
form.
We
with
didn't
the
come to
Biden
hear the
and
little
Burisma
bastard talk, said
allegations.
another.
And let's read
You
about
shut
this
up,
Democratic
said Bonzo.
memo that came out
Shut up
yesterday.
and stand
this is
out of
from
the
the
way.
Hill.
He began to take off his
TheHill.com.
uniform. Naked and wet and alone, Ender, so we're even.
It says Democrats on the House
I can't help
Oversight
that I'm bigger than you. You're such a
and
genius.
Accountability
you figure out how to
Committee
handle
are
it.
poking holes
He turned
in
to
the
the others.
GOP arguments that
What's
President
the door?
Biden is corrupt.
Don't let anyone else in.
Claims that are founded on
bathroom wasn't
unverified
large, and
allegations
plumbing
from an
fixtures
FBI
protruded
form released
everywhere.
in a
It had been
controversial
launched in
fashion
one
last
piece
week. It
as a
says
low-orbit
the uncorroborated
satellite packed full of
allegations
the water
of
reclamation
Biden corruption
equipment.
and bribery
It was designed to
are
have
related
no
to his
wasted
son
space.
Hunter's
It was
relationship
obvious
with the
what their
Ukrainian
tactics
energy
would have to
company
be.
Burisma and were part of an
Throw the
FBI
other boy
form
against
released by Senator
fixtures
Chuck
until one of them
Grassley
does
and
enough
House
damage
Oversight
that
Committee
he
Chairman
stops.
James Comer last week. Did
When
you hear
Ender
the way
saw
the Hill
Bonzo's
put this?
stance, his
You know,
heart
they would
sank.
never give Donald Trump the
Bonzo
benefit
had
of the
also
doubt.
taken
The way
classes,
that
and probably
TheHill.com
more
is talking
recently
about
than
Creepy
Ender.
Sleepy
His
Joe.
reach was better. He was stronger.
It says the
And he was
they
full of
want to
hate.
sync with this ship,
He would not be gentle.
you know, and Creepy
He will
Sleepy
go for my
Joe's behind
head,
the
thought Ender.
behind
He
the
will try
wheel.
above
Let me
all
start
to
off
damage
my
my brain.
stream
And if
on
this fight is long,
Telegram.
he's bound to win.
I always forget to
His
flip the
strength
switch
can
on
control me.
Telegram, but here we go.
If I'm
We're
to
streaming
walk
on
away from
Telegram
here, I have
now.
to win
News Time
quickly
Live
and
over
permanently.
on Telegram.
He could
Thank
still
you for
feel
tuning
again
in.
the sickening way that Stilson's
On my
bones
Telegram
had given
peeps.
way. But this time, it will be my body that breaks,
Okay,
unless
let me
I
see.
can break
Is it live?
him
Yes.
first.
Yeah, we're live. We got a viewer
Ender
over there
stepped
on
back,
Telegram.
flipped the shower
Got
head
the
so it turned
Telegram
outward,
chat open.
and turned on pure hot water. water.
Okay, so it
Almost
says
at once, the
this is
steam
this
began to
form.
rise. He turned on
This
the next,
memo
and
the
the next.
Democrats put out. They say they're going to put
I'm not
goals
afraid of
in
hot
it.
water, said
Okay,
Barbara.
it says the
His
form
voice
of
was
documents
soft.
and information that
But
a
it wasn't the
confidential
hot
human source
water that
relayed to an
Ender
FBI
wanted. It was
agent,
the
but
heat.
it doesn't
His body still
assess
had
that
soap on it,
information.
and his
While the
sweat
GOP
moistened
sees
it,
the
made
document
his
as key
skin
to
more
its
slippery than
investigation of the
Bonzo would
Biden family's
expect.
business dealing. Democrats view the
Suddenly, there
release
was a voice
as
from the
stunning
door.
move that jeopardizes
Stop
the
it.
FBI's ability to
For a
work
moment,
with
Ender thought
confidential
it was a
sources
teacher
while
come to stop the
offering
fight,
no
but it was
proof of
only
any
Dink Meeker.
wrongdoing.
Bonzo's friends caught
The
him
FBI
at the door,
last
held
week
him.
admonished James
Stop it,
Comer and
Bonzo.
Chuck Grassley
Deep
for
fried.
releasing the
Don't
form.
hurt him.
Chairman Comer and Senator
Why not?
Grassley's decision to
Asked Bonzo.
publicly release the
For the
form in
first
its
time he
brazen
smiled.
disregard of safety for
I
FBI
thought
human
Ender,
sources
he loves
and
to
the
have
integrity of
someone
its
recognize that he
investigations.
is the
House
one in
Oversight
control,
Committee
that
Democratic
has power.
staff wrote to Democratic
Because he's the
lawmakers
best,
in a memo
that's why.
obtained by
Who
the
else
Hill.
can fight the
Contrary
buggers?
to the
That's what
Republican
matters, you
messaging,
fool, the
form
buggers.
provides no new or
Bonzo,
additional
stop
support for
smiling.
their corruption allegations against
It was the thing
President
he hated
or
most
Hunter
about
Biden.
Ender, that
Instead,
Ender
its release
really
merely
mattered
seeks
to
to
other
breathe new
people.
life into
And in the
years-old
end, Bonzo
conspiracy
did not.
theories initially peddled
You
by
killed me
Rudy
with those words,
Giuliani
Dink.
that had been thoroughly
Bonzo doesn't want
debunked.
to hear that I might save
Republicans
the world.
pushed back on the
Where are the
Democratic
teachers?
memo.
Thought Ender.
The
Don't they
Democratic's
realize
latest
that the
memo is
first
another
contact
piece of
between us and
garbage
his
that
wife
should
might
be
be
thrown in
limited?
the trash. Senator
isn't like
Grassley
the fight in the
acquired
battle
the
room. No one had the
unclassified
leverage
FD
to do any
1023
terrible
form
damage.
through illegally protected
There's gravity in
disclosures
here.
by the Justice Department
The floor
whistleblowers.
and
A
walls
GOP
are hard
Oversight
and
Committee
jutted with metal.
spokesperson said in a statement,
Stop this
the
now
record
or
is
not at
based on
all.
a trusted confidential human
If you
sources
touch him,
conversations
you're
with
a
the president
bugger lover,
executive.
cried
It has
Dink.
nothing
You're a
to do with
traitor.
Rudy Giuliani.
If you touch
The
him, you
tipster,
deserve to
dubbed
die.
CHS.
They jammed Dink's
confidential
face
human
backward
source.
into the door,
Related
and he was
conversations
silent.
he had with my Mykola
The mist from the
Zalchevsky,
showers
the
dimmed the
CEO
room,
of
and
the
the sweat
Ukrainian energy
streaming
company
down Ender's
Burisma.
body.
Zalchevsky
Now, before
thought
the
that
soap is
having Hunter
carried off
Biden on
me,
the
now,
board could help
while I'm still
insulate
too
the company
slippery to
from its
hold,
problems with being
Ender
investigated by
stepped back,
Ukrainian
letting the
authorities, the
fear he
crux of
felt
the
show in his
unproven
face.
bribery allegation. And then this is
Bonzo,
the hell. It's an
don't hurt me, he said.
unproven bribery
Please.
allegation. But if you look at
It was
any of
what
the
Bonzo was
allegations that
waiting
Jack
for,
Smith
the
throws out
confession that he
there
was in power.
about Donald Trump, the Hill
For
doesn't
other boys, it
report
might have been
unproven
enough
or
that Ender had
anything about
submitted.
that.
For Bonzo, it
Such
was
bullcrap.
only a sign
The
that
crux
his
of
victory
the
was sure.
unproven bribery
He swung his
allegation
leg as if to kick,
has been
but
pushed by
changed it to a
allies of
leap
former
at the last
President
moment.
Trump for years.
Ender noticed the
That
shifting
then
weight and
Vice
stooped
President
lower
Biden's
so
threat
that
to
Bonzo
withhold
would be
funding
more
from
off
Ukraine unless
balance when he
prosecutor
tried
Victor
to grab
Shokin was
Ender and throw
removed
him.
was intended to benefit
Bonzo's
Burisma,
tight, hard
which was
ribs
paying his
came
son.
against Ender's
But
face,
Democrats
and
point
his
to
hands
numerous
slapped
facts and
against his
comments,
back, trying
including
to
from
grip
an
him.
FBI source, from
But Ender
congressional
twisted,
Republicans, and from a man
and Bonzo's
who was involved in
hands
pushing
slipped.
these series.
In
You
an
know, and they're
instant,
talking
Ender was
about
completely turned, yet still
lead
inside
harness.
Bonzo's grasp.
They
The
severely
classic move at
undercut
this
that
moment would
theory.
be to
Some
bring up
reports,
his
and they're going
heel
into
into
this,
Bonzo's
the
crotch.
mainstream media,
But
they're
for
going to
that
go
move to be
into this
effective required too much
malinformation,
accuracy, and Bonzo
disinformation,
expected it.
conspiracy
He was
theory
already
stuff.
rising
Again,
onto his
the cover
toes,
up for the
thrusting his
Biden
hips
fact.
backward to keep Ender from reaching his
Some
groin.
reports say that the investigation into
seeing him,
Burisma was in
Ender
fact
knew
dormant by
it
the
would
time that
bring his
Biden called
face
for
closer,
Shokin's
almost
ouster.
in
Victor
Ender's
Shokin
hair.
was also
So
criticized
instead
for
of
failure to
kicking,
prosecute
he
corruption, and
lunged
his
upward
ouster
off the
was
floor
supported
with
by
the most
numerous U.S.
powerful lunge of
officials
the
as well as other
soldier, bounding
European
from the
allies
wall,
far
and
beyond
jammed his
Biden.
head
You know,
into
all the
Bonzo's
Council on
face.
Foreign Relations members.
Ender whirled
The Democratic
in time
memo
to see
also
Bonzo
quoted
stagger
numerous
backward, his
Republicans,
nose
including
bleeding,
Chuck
gasping
Grassley,
from
casting
surprise
doubt
and
on the
pain.
veracity of the claims
Ender
in the memo.
knew that at this moment he might be able to walk out of the room and
You know, it
end the
says
battle.
some reports say the
The way he had
investigation into
escaped from the
Burisma
battle
was in
room
fact
after drawing
dormant.
blood. But the battle would only be
I
fought
read the
again,
report. Let me go back there. I
again
gotta get
and
my chat
again
back up.
until the
I
will to
opened up
fight
the,
is finished.
But I do
The
have
only way to end things
I do
completely
have
was to
the
hurt Bonzo
Telegram
enough
chat open.
that his
Welcome everybody
fear
over on
was stronger
Telegram.
than his hate.
News Time Live on Telegram.
Ender
You got to
leaned
go
back
find us.
against the wall
Download
behind
the
him,
Telegram
then
app.
jumped up and
Especially
pushed
a lot
off
of
with
my
his arms.
viewers, they may be
His
watching
feet
from
landed in Bonzo's
Australia,
belly and
South
chest.
Africa.
Ender spun in the air and
you
landed
will
on his
not a
toes
lot
and
of
hands.
times get
He
the
flipped over,
notifications
scooted
for News
under
Time
Bonzo,
Live
and this
over
time
on
when he kicked
Facebook.
upward into
And, you know,
Bonzo's
me and
crotch,
Cal Mark
he
and my
connected
brother from
hard
down under and other
and sure.
people that from around the world that
Bonzo
may
did
be
not
tuned
cry out
in.
in
One of the
pain.
best ways to
He did
stay
not
in touch
react
with
at
News
all,
Time Live
except
is
that
to
his body
download the
rose a
Telegram
little in
app,
the air.
follow News Time Live
It was
broadcast
as
on
if Ender
Telegram,
had kicked
and
a piece
join
of
us over
furniture.
there.
Bonzo collapsed, fell to the side, and
we're
sprawled
streaming there right
directly
now.
under the spray of steaming
So this
water from the
Democratic
shower.
memo, it
He made
quotes
no movement
numerous
whatever to
Republicans,
escape the
including Chuck
murderous heat.
Grassley, casting doubt
My
on the
God,
veracity
someone shouted.
of the
Bonzo Bonzo's
claims
friends leave
next
to
month
turn off the
Senator
water.
Johnson, Ron Johnson,
Ender
who led the
slowly
Senate
rose to his
Republicans'
feet.
2020 investigations
Someone
into
thrust
the
his towel at
allegations involving
It was
Burisma,
Dink.
conceded the
Come on out of
issues
here,
with the
Dink
Form
said.
1023. That
He
what
led
this
Ender
person
away.
says, but again, take that with a grain of
Behind
salt.
them,
This
they
could be
heard
coming
the
from a
heavy
very
clatter
corrupt
of adults
oligarch and
running
could be
down the
making this
ladderway.
stuff up. The Democratic memo
Now
said,
the teachers
citing
would
a June
come.
podcast,
The medical
Senator
staff
Grassley also
addressed the wounds of Ender's
tactically
enemy.
questioned the truthfulness
Where
of the
were they before
allegations
the
in the
fight?
1023 form
And there might
when he
have been
admitted
no
that he was
wounds
not
at all.
interested in whether the accusations in the form
There
were
was no
accurate
doubt
or
now in
not.
Ender's
But
mind.
Grassley had argued that
There was
the
no
interest
help
in
for
the
him.
FBI form rests more with whether the
Whatever he
FBI and the
faced,
Department
now
of
and
Justice
forever, no
adequately
one would save
investigated
him from
the tip
Peter might
rather
be
than the
scum, but
bribery
Peter had been
allegations
right,
themselves.
always right.
What did the
power to
Justice
cause
Department and the
pain
FBI
is the
do with the
only power
detailed
that
information in the
matters.
document?
The power to
And
kill
why did they
and
try to
destroy.
conceal it from Congress and the
Because
American
if you
people
can't
for so
kill,
long? Chuck
you are
Grassley
always
said in a
subject to
statement
those who
alongside the
can.
memos released
And
last
nothing
week. But Democrats
and no
pushed
one
back on that
will ever
reasoning.
save you.
Under U.S. Attorney Brady,
Think
the
led him to his
DOJ
room
and the
later
FBI
that
thoroughly
day.
investigated the allegations
Are
as
you
part of
hurt
an
anywhere?
eight-month
He asked.
formal
Andrew shook his head.
assessment, which included
You took him
interviewing Mr.
apart. I thought you were
Giuliani and
dead
the
meat,
confidential
the way
human
he grabbed
sources
you.
and reviewing suspicious
took him
activity
apart.
reports SARS from the
If he'd
bank.
stood
the
up
memo said.
longer, you
The
would've killed
FBI
him.
also confirmed to
He meant to
Chairman
kill me.
Comer that ranking
I know
member
it.
Jamie
I know him.
Fink Raskin
Nobody
during the
hates like
June
Bonzo.
5th, 2023 briefing
anymore.
that Mr. Brady's
They
assessment
don't
was
ice
closed
him
in
for
August
this and
2020
send him
because
home. He'll
the
never
team
look
found
you in the eye
insufficient
again.
evidence to
You or
warrant
anybody.
escalating the probe from an
He had
assessment
20
to a
centimeters on
preliminary
you.
or
You
a
made
full
him look like a
investigation.
crippled cow
The GO
standing there
committee
chewing her
spokesperson,
cud.
though, pointed to public comments from Attorney
All
General
Ender could
Bill
see,
Barr
though, was the way
refuting a
Bonzo
previous
looked
claim
as
from
Ender
Think
kicked
Raskin
upward
that
into
the
the
investigation into the claims had
The
ended.
empty,
Bill Barr
dead
told the
look in his
conservative
eyes.
website The Federalist in June
He
that it
was
was sent to
already
Delaware
finished
for
then,
further
already
investigation.
unconscious.
The memo also notes
His
that
eyes
the
were
FBI
open,
source
but
could
he wasn't
verify the
thinking or
veracity of
moving
Zalchevsky's
anymore.
claims,
Just
explaining
that
it was
dead,
very common for
stupid
businessmen
look
in
on his
post-Soviet
face, that
countries
terrible
to
look.
brag or show off
The way
and
he
to make
still
bribe
looked
payments
when
to
I
government
finished with him.
officials.
They'll
Says
ice him, though,
Democrats
Fink said.
focused heavily on
Everybody
a recent
knows
letter
he
to
started
Comer
it.
from
I saw
Lev
them get up and leave the
Parnas.
commander's mess.
You know, and Lev
Took me a
Parnas
couple
was
of
in
seconds to
communication
realize
with
you weren't
Pete
there
Santilli,
either, and
according
then a
to
minute
Pete
more to
Santilli.
find out where you'd gone.
Around this time,
told you not to
when
be around.
Rudy Giuliani was
Sorry.
doing the investigation, Pete
They're
Santilli
bound
was
to ice him.
saying, even on the
Troublemakers. Him
air,
and
that he
his
was
stinking
sending
honor.
information to Lev Parnas when Lev
Then,
Parnas
to
was
Dink's
picked up by the
surprise,
FBI and his phone was
Ender
taken
began
from
to
him.
cry,
Back in, like, I guess
lying
it
on
was
his back,
2019.
still soaking wet with sweat and water.
Or no, 2020, I think,
Gasp,
right sometime right
his
before
sobs,
the election,
tears
they put the
seeping out
charges
of
on
his
Lev
closed
Parnas
eyelids
and his other buddy.
and disappearing in the water on his face.
Two guys that were hanging down there in D.C.
you
with
all right?
Giuliani all the time. But so
I
there we
didn't
go. It says,
want to hurt him,
here's
Ender cried. Why
It
didn't
says
he just
Democrats
leave me
focused
alone?
heavily on a recent letter to James Coner from Lev Parnas, a Ukrainian who was
He
later
heard his
convicted
door
of
open
making
softly,
illegal
then
campaign
close.
contributions to Donald
He
Trump,
knew at once
and with
that it
whom
was his special
Giuliani
instructions.
relied on to dig up dirt
He
about the
opened his eyes,
Bidens
expecting
and
to find the
Ukraine
darkness of
ahead of the
early
2020
morning
election.
before 0600.
Lev Parnas urged
Instead,
James
the lights
Comer
were
to
on.
abandon efforts to
He
uncover
was
the
naked,
wrongdoing for the
and when
Biden
he
family
moved,
in Ukraine.
the bed was soaking wet.
And this is what Lev
His
Parnas
eyes were
said.
puffy and painful from
Never
crying.
during any of my
He
communications
looked at
with
the clock on
Ukrainian
his
officials
desk.
or connections to
18:20
Burisma
it
did
said.
any of them confirm or
It's
provide
the same
concrete
day.
facts linking the
I
Bidens to
already
illegal
had a battle
activities. In
today.
fact,
I had
they asked
two
me multiple
battles
times
today.
why our team
The
was so
bastards
concerned
know
with this
what I've been
idea.
through, and
Parnas
they're
wrote in a
doing
letter
this
to
to me.
Comer last week. The truth is that
William
everyone involved in this
B.
effort to
Griffin
discredit the
Army,
Bidens knew that
Tallow
these allegations
Momo,
against the Bidens
Tiger
were false.
Army.
There's never been any actual
19.
evidence, only conspiracy theories
He
spread
sat
by
on the edge
people
of the
who knew
bed.
exactly what they were doing.
note
So Lev
trembled in his
Parnas
hand.
calling everybody else a conspiracy
Do
theorist.
this, he said silently. And then
You
not
know, but
silently.
Democrats also
I
take
can't
Republicans
do
to
this.
task for sharing information. The
He got
FBI
up,
expressly
bleary,
asked them
and
not
looked
to
for
release
his flash
publicly.
suit.
Jamie the Rat
Then
Think
he
Raskin
remembered he
says
had
the
put it in
publicly
the cleaner
released
while he showered.
form
It was
does
still
not
there.
include all the same redactions
Holding
as the
the
version
paper,
first
he
shared with
walked out of his
lawmakers,
room.
disclosing
Dinner was
names of
nearly
individuals
over,
in
and there were a few
Ukraine as
people in the
some
corridor,
specific
but no one
locations
spoke to him.
referenced during the
Just watched
conversation.
him,
Chairman Comer
perhaps
and
in
Senator
awe of what had
Grassley
happened
chose
at
to
noon in the
expose those
bathroom,
additional
perhaps
details
because of the
despite
forbidding,
repeated
terrible
cautioning
look
from the
on his
FBI
face.
about the critical need
Most
to
of his
protect the
boys were in
safety
the
of its
barracks.
human sources and its ability to
"Ho,
conduct
Ender, they're gonna
investigations
be at practice
effectively.
tonight?"
Jamie the Rat
Ender
Think
handed the paper to
Raskin
Hot
wrote.
Soup.
Indeed, a
Those
June
sons of
9th letter
bitches, he
obtained
said.
by the Hill shows the
Two at
FBI
once.
warned James Comer about the GOP
Two
members
armies?
handling
Shouted Crazy
of
Tom.
the record
They'll
just a
just
day after
trip over
offering
each other, said
the
Bean.
brief to the full committee.
I've got to clean up, Ender said.
It says
Get
the
them ready,
committee and
get
its
everybody
members were
together. I'll meet you
specifically
there at
told
the
that the
gate.
wider
He
distribution
walked out
could
of the
pose a
barracks.
risk
A
of
tumult of
physical harm
conversation rose
to
behind
FBI
him.
sources and others.
He heard Crazy
The full
Tom
text
scream,
of this
"Two
admonishment is
fart-eating
included below for your
armies
reference.
will
We are
whip
concerned
their
that members
butts."
disregarded the committee's agreement that the information
bathroom
from the
was empty,
document
all
should not be
cleaned
further
up.
disclosed.
None of
Several
the blood
committee
that poured
members
from Bonzo's
publicized
nose into the
specific
shower
details
water.
regarding the recollection
All
of the
gone.
confidential source
Nothing bad
reporting
ever happened
purportedly specifically referenced in the document the Bureau
Ender
wrote
stepped
in the
under
letter.
the water and rinsed himself.
But
took the
Republicans
sweat of
defend the
combat
release
and
of the
let it
FBI
run down
form
the drain.
and refuted claims of it
All gone,
endangering a source.
except they recycled
Before
it.
publicly
and would be
releasing the
drinking
document,
Bonzo's blood
redactions
water
were
in the
made to
morning.
protect the identity of the confidential
life
human
gone
source.
out of it,
The
but his blood just the
FD-1023 is
same.
also
His blood and
unclassified
my sweat
and not marked
washed
law
down
enforcement
their
sensitive, the
stupidity or
GOP
cruelty or
oversight
whatever
committee
it was that made
spokesperson
them let
said,
it happen.
pointing to statements from Democrats and
dried
information
himself,
shared with the
dressed in
press
his
that
flash
linked the
suit,
documents
and
to
walked to the
Ukraine before it
battlefield.
became public. Those
His
early
army was
public
waiting in the
statements
corridor.
based on an apparent
The door still
FBI or
not
DOJ leaks
They watched
exposed
him
the
in
source
silence
well
as he
before the
walked to the
document
front
became
to stand
public.
by the blank gray
Despite the
force field.
Democratic pushback, Republicans
Of course,
signaled
they
that
all
the
knew
FBI
about his
form
fight
will
in the
fuel its
bathroom today.
investigations.
That and their own
Comer said
weariness from
in
the
a
battle
statement
that
last
morning
week
kept
that
them
the
quiet.
form backs up his committee's
While the
investigation of the
knowledge that they
Biden
would be
family's
facing
business
two
dealings.
armies
That sounds an
filled
awful
with
like how the
Everything
Bidens
they
conduct
can do to
business,
beat me,
using
Father.
multiple bank accounts to hide the source and the
Everything
total
they can
amount of
think
money,
change
Comer
all
said.
the rules. They don't care, just so they
I think
beat
they
me.
got him. I think they got the Biden crime
I'm
family.
sick of the game.
The only problem is
No
creepy
game is
Sleepy
worth
Joe's
Bonzo's
110
blood,
years old, and
drinking the water on the
will he
bathroom
be
floor.
around to
I
serve
say,
justice?
send me
Will
home.
justice be
I
able to
don't
even
play
be
anymore.
served to an old
door
ass man
disappeared.
like that.
Only 3
You know
meters
what I mean?
out, there were 4 stars together, completely
Ohio
blocking the view
Kimmy,
of the door.
thanks for the cookie.
2 armies
Thanks
weren't
for the
enough.
support over there.
They had to make
over
Ender
there
deploy
on
his forces
Pill.net,
blind.
over on the Foxhole.
Bean, said Ender,
Ladies and gentlemen, you
take
can
your
go
boys
over
and tell me
to
what's on the other side of the star.
thefoxhole.net.
Bean pulled the coil
You know
of
what?
twine
I gotta
from
make
his
an
waist,
advertisement.
tied
because
one
we're
end
getting ready
around
to-
him,
We're gonna
handed
shut
the other
down
end to a
the,
boy in the
the
squad, and
Facebook
stepped
and the
gently through the
YouTube
door.
stream.
His
We only
squad
do
quickly
1
followed.
hour. 1
They
hour
practiced
of
this
news
several
power
times, and it took only a
on
moment before they
Facebook
were braced on
and
the star,
YouTube because of
holding
the
the end of the
censorship.
twine. Bean pushed
So,
off at great speed
We're gonna
in a
go for
line
about
almost
like
parallel
50
to the
odd
door.
minutes on Facebook
When he
and
reached the
YouTube
corner of the
every
room,
day,
he pushed off
but
again
we
and
will
rocketed
continue
straight
this
out toward the end.
broadcast on
Spots of light on the
Rumble,
wall showed that the enemy was
on
shooting at him.
the Foxhole.app.
As the rope was
Anybody
stopped
on
by each
Facebook,
edge
on
of the star
YouTube, if you're
in
watching
turn,
right now,
his
go
arc
to your
became
browser,
tighter,
type in
his direction changed,
thefoxhole.app,
and he became
watch
an
the
impossible
show
target to hit.
over on
His squad caught him neatly
Pill.net,
as he
over on
came
the
around the star
Foxhole
from
app,
the other
where we're
side.
streaming live
He
right
moved
now,
all his
or
arms and
go
legs
over
so
to
those
Rumble.
waiting
You can
inside
watch
the
us
door would
live
know that the
over
enemy
on
hadn't
Rumble,
flashed him anywhere.
Or for $5
Ender dropped
a
through the
month,
gate.
become a Facebook
It's really dim, said Bean,
subscriber
but light
and
enough you
join
can't
our
follow people easily by
subscriber
the lights
group.
on their suits.
You know,
Where's
for the
possible
price of
for
a super
seeing?
chat, so
It's
show
all
support
open
for
space from
Newstime
this
Live.
star to the
Well,
enemy
tune
side of
in
the room.
tomorrow morning,
They've got
right
8
here
stars
on
making a
YouTube,
square around
right
their
here
door.
on Facebook.
I
We'll
didn't
be
see
back
anybody
for another
except the ones
hour
peeking
of
around the
news. That's what
boxes.
we do.
They're just sitting
Monday
there waiting
through
for us.
Friday for 1
As if to
hour on
corroborate Bean's
Facebook
statement, the
and
enemy
on
began to
YouTube,
call out to
and then
them.
we continue the show
Hey,
over
we
on
be
Rumble
hungry.
and
Come and
D-Live,
feed us.
and,
Your ass is
over
dragging.
where free
Your ass is
speech
dragon.
is allowed.
Ender's mind felt
Which I think
dead.
is kind of funny.
This was stupid.
If you want to,
He didn't have a
we're going to
chance.
shut down the
Outnumbered
YouTube,
2-1 and forced to
and
attack
we're
a
going to shut down
protected
the
enemy.
Facebook, and we're going
In a
to
real
open
war,
up the
any
live
commander with
stream
brains at all
where
would
free
retreat and
speech
save
is
his
still
army.
alive. Russia.
What the hell, said Bean?
We're going to open up
It's only
the
a game.
VK app and stream
stopped being a
live
game
where you're
when they threw
allowed
away
to
the
have
rules.
free speech. In
So you threw
Russia,
them away
unlike
too.
on Facebook and YouTube in
Ender
America,
grinned.
in Russia,
Okay.
on the VK platform, they don't censor you.
Let's
So,
see how they
you
react
can
to
watch
a
us on
formation.
Rumble, you can watch us on
Bean was
Telegram,
appalled.
you know.
A formation?
Get over there now.
We've never
Thank
done
you
a
everybody
formation
for
in the
tuning
whole
in
time we've
on
been an army.
YouTube. God bless each and every
We've still
one
got
of
a
you.
month
And
to go
everybody
before
on
our training
YouTube and
period is
Facebook,
normally
get over to the
supposed to end.
Tiger channel.
About time we started
Get over
doing
to
the formation.
Vaughn.live. Get
Always
over to
have to know
Odyssey. Get
formations.
over to Clout Hub.
He formed an A with his fingers, showed it to the
Like,
blank
share,
door,
subscribe
and
to Newstime
a
Live.
platoon
Don't
quickly
miss it.
emerged,
Be
and
there
Ender began
tomorrow
arranging them
morning.
behind the star. 3 meters wasn't enough room to
But
work
we're going
in.
to keep the
boys were
subscriber
frightened
only
and
chat
confused, and it took nearly
the,
5
the
minutes
Twitter
just to get them to
and the
understand
Rumble
what they were
going.
doing.
But sayonara
Tiger
YouTube,
and Griffin soldiers
sayonara
were reduced to chanting
Facebook. I'll
cat
see
calls
y'all
while their
tomorrow
commanders
morning.
argued
Thanks for
about whether to
watching.
try to use their overwhelming force to attack Dragon Army while they were still behind the star. Momo was all for attacking. We outnumber him 2-1, while B said, "Sit tight and we can't lose.
so I
Move
just
out and you can figure out a way to
removed-
beat us." So they sat tight. Until finally, in the
I
dusky
can't open
light,
it up
they
till
saw
5
a
o'clock. At
large
5 o'clock,
mass
I'm gonna
slip
open
out
up
from
the,
behind Ender's star.
At
It
5
held its
o'clock, I'm
shape,
going to open
even when it
up the
abruptly stopped moving
stream.
sideways and
5
launched
o'clock,
itself
right on
toward
the
the
dot.
dead
We're going to
center
go
of
live
the 8
on
stars,
VK.
where 82
We'll take the phone
soldiers
calls
waited.
over on Blog Talk Radio. We'll open up the
Doopy-doo,
phone
said
lines. This is
Griffin.
what we do.
They're
I
doing
kind
a
of have
formation.
it. See, I'm trying to get
They
my
must have been
YouTube
putting that
channel
together for all
monetized
5
again.
minutes, said
So the
Momo.
only way I can do
If
it
we'd
is
attacked
if
while
I
they were
just
doing
go
it,
for
we
an
could have
hour.
destroyed
I
them.
don't say
Eat it,
nothing
Momo,
too much.
whispered B.
That could get me taken
You
down.
saw the way that little
and I
kid
just
flew.
behave.
He
And
went
the
all
same
the way
thing on
around the star
Facebook,
and
too.
back
Like,
behind without ever
if
touching
I
a
stream
wall.
for 3 hours
Maybe
and I
they've all
say
got
everything I
hooks.
gotta
Did you
say,
think of that?
eventually I'm gonna say something,
something new there.
against terms of service that's
The
gonna make
formation
me
was a
lose the
strange
channel.
one.
So
A
there you
square
go.
formation of
Let me go
tightly
to the next
packed bodies in
story,
front,
and we'll
making a
flip
wall.
open,
Behind it, a
and then I'll flip
cylinder,
open the
6
stream
boys in
for, like,
circumference and
twitching
2
them
boys
in a
deep.
minute.
Their limbs outstretched and frozen,
Sorry
so they
about
couldn't
that.
possibly be holding on to each other. Yet they they held together
Okay, what
as
do we got
tightly
here?
as if they had been tied, which in fact they were. From
Man, I wish
inside
this
the
Epic
formation,
Times article
Dragon
I tried
Army
to
was
share
firing
over
with
my
deadly
getters. The link
accuracy,
is not
forcing
working. Okay.
griffins and
Mitt
tigers
Romney.
to stay
Here's-
tightly
Mitt
packed on
Romney
their
is
stars.
urging long shot
back of that sucker is open,
GOP
said he.
candidates
As soon as
to,
they get between
drop
the stars, we can
out
get
of the
around
race by
behind.
late
Don't talk
February
about it, do it, said Momo.
and back
Then he took his own
one
advice and
Trump
ordered his boys to launch
challenger.
against
So
the wall and
Mitt
rebound out behind the Dragon formation.
Shit Romney.
In the chaos of their
And I think
takeoff,
Mitt
while
Romney's
Griffin
gonna
Army
throw
held
it. I
tight
think
to their
he's waiting
stars,
until like February
the Dragon
to, throw his
formation
hat into the
abruptly
race. I think
changed.
this is what Matt's
Both the cylinder and the front wall split in two
old Mitt
as
Romney.
boys inside
I
it
think this
pushed
is what
off.
he's up to.
Almost at once, the formations
It says
also
Romney
reversed
urges
direction,
long shot
heading back
GOP
toward the
candidate
Dragon
to drop
gate.
out by late
Most of the
February
Griffins
and
fired at
back
the formations,
one Trump
and the
challenger.
boys moving backward with them, and the Tigers took the survivors of Dragon Army from
We
behind.
add the VK in that.
But there was something wrong.
Okay, we'll do that
William
right
B.
now.
thought for a moment and realized what it was. Those formations couldn't have
And
reversed
welcome
direction in
everybody on
mid-flight unless someone
Twitch.com
pushed
and
off in the
VK
opposite
and the
direction.
VK platform
And if they
to the
took off
News
with
Time
enough
Live
force to make
broadcast.
that 20-man formation
We're going to open up
move
the
backward,
Blog Talk Radio phone
they
lines
must
now,
be going
so people can
fast.
call into the show.
There they were, 6 small dragon soldiers down near William B.'s own door.
And it
From
says,
the
okay,
number
so
of
Mitt
lights
Romney,
showing on their
this is,
flash suits,
old
V
Mitt.
could see that 3 of them were disabled and 2 of them damaged. Only 1 was whole. Nothing
And
to be
Mitt Romney
frightened of.
comes from a
V casually
family.
aimed at them,
His
pressed the
father
button,
stabbed the GOP in the back
Nothing happened.
back in 1968
The lights went on. The game was over.
when he turned his back on Barry Goldwater.
Even though he was looking
and
right
got
at them,
all
it
of his
took V a moment
followers to
to
go
realize what
and
had just
support
happened.
LBJ.
4 of the
You know,
dragon
that's what the
soldiers had
Romneys
their
do.
helmets
You know,
pressed
they're
on the
rhino,
corners
a
of the
family
door,
of
and one of them had
rhinos.
just passed through.
And they got
They
their
had just carried out the victory
they
ritual.
got people that vote for them
They were
like
getting
there's some
destroyed.
kind of
They had hardly
mindless
inflicted any casualties, and they had the gall to perform the victory
robotic,
and end the
cult
game
member.
right under their noses.
You know, and I think they look at some of the followers of
Only
Mitt
then
Romney
did
truly
it
do
occur
look
to
at Mitt
William
Romney
B. that
with
not
some
only
kind of
had Dragon
messiah
Army ended
complex
the
of some
game,
type.
it was possible that
And they
under
did the
the
same thing
rules
with
they
his
had
father.
won it.
You know, they expect him to be
After
the, I
all,
guess,
no
the
matter what
president
happened,
and the
you were
leader
not
of
certified as
LDS
the
or
winner
whatever.
unless you had enough unfrozen soldiers
Okay, so we're
to
open
touch
up. We're
the
going to
corners
go
of the gate
live
and
on the
pass
Blog
someone
Talk
through
Radio
into
line.
the
The
enemy's
phone
corridor.
lines are
Therefore,
going to be open
by
in like
one way
2
of thinking,
seconds.
you could argue
As
that
we
the
go
ending
live over
ritual
here,
was victory.
like we do every morning in the
battle room
AM, we
certainly
open up the
recognized
Blog
it as the
Talk
end of the
Radio
game.
call-in line.
The teacher
And
gate
people are going
opened
to be able
and
to give
Major
a call
Anderson came
at
into the room.
515-602-9619.
One of the frozen dragon soldiers tried to answer him through jaws that were clamped shut by the flash suit. Anderson hooked over to him and thawed him. Ender was smiling. I beat you again, sir.
Your show is
he said.
scheduled to start in 30
Nonsense, Ender.
seconds.
30
Anderson said
seconds.
softly. Your battle was with Griffin
Okay, so
and
here we
Tiger.
go. Here's Mitt Romney.
How
What a
stupid do you
piece of
think I
crap.
am?
What a
said
piece of
Ender.
work.
Loudly, Anderson said,
Mitt Romney,
after that little
toad
maneuver,
your
the
shitty
rules are
dog
being
off
revised
the
to
roof of
require
your
that
car.
all of the enemy's soldiers must be frozen or
Mitt
disabled
Romney has a
before the
plan to
gate
take
can be
down former
reversed.
President Donald Trump in the
They
GOP
could only work
primary.
Your
the
show
same
will
way,
go
he
live
said.
in 5 seconds.
Anderson
4,
handed him the hook.
3,
Ender unfroze
2,
everyone at once.
1.
To hell with protocol. To hell with everything.
Blog
Hey,
Talk Radio.
he shouted as Anderson moved away. What is it next time?
Ladies
My
and
army
gentlemen,
in a cage
boys and
without
girls,
guns
children
with
of
the
all
rest of the
ages,
battle school
welcome to
against them?
Blog
How
Talk
about a little
Radio.
equality?
You can call into the
There
Blog
was a
Talk
loud
Radio
murmur of agreement
hotline
from the
at
other boys, and not all of it came from Dragon Army.
515-602-9619.
Anderson did not so much as turn around to acknowledge
Okay, so
Ender's
Senator
challenge.
Mitt Romney,
Finally,
Republican
it was
of
William
Utah,
B. who
has a
answered.
plan to take down former President
Ender,
Donald
if
Trump
you're
in
on
the
one
GOP
side of the
primaries,
battle,
and
it won't be
requires
equal
the
no matter what
cooperation
the
of the
conditions
2024 Republican
Right,
presidential
called
field
the
to pull
boys.
it off.
Many of them
In
laughed.
an op-ed published by the
Momo
Wall Street
began
Journal
clapping
on
his
Monday,
hands.
Mitt
Ender
Romney urged
Wiggin, he
Republican
shouted.
donors and party
The other boys
influencers
also
to
clapped
unite
and
behind
shouted
a single
Ender's name.
candidate who can face Trump
Ender passed
one-on-one
through the enemy
to
gate.
clinch the
His soldiers
GOP
followed
nomination.
him.
If every
The sound of
candidate
them
and
shouting his
mega-donor
name
is able
followed
to
him through the
coalesce
corridors.
around one candidate, it could be
Practice
possible to
tonight?
defeat
Asked
Trump
Crazy
despite
Tom.
his front-runner status,
Ender shook his head.
according to Mitt Romney.
Tomorrow morning, then.
Despite Donald Trump's apparent inevitability, a baker's dozen Republicans are
Never
hoping to
again,
become
as
the
far as I'm
party's
concerned.
2024 nominee for president,
He could hear the
Mitt
murmurs
Romney
behind
wrote.
him.
That is
Hey,
possible
that's not
for
fair,
any of
said
them
one of the
in
boys. It's
field
not our fault the
narrows to a
teachers are
two-person
screwing up
race
the
before
game.
Mr.
You
Trump
can't
has
just
the
stop
nomination
teaching us
sewn up.
stuff because
In order to do
Ender
so, each
slammed
candidate
his
must be
open
willing to
hand
drop
against
out of
the
the
wall
race.
and shouted
Once it
at the
becomes
boy.
clear that their
I
path
don't
is effectively
care
closed,
about the
Mitt
game
Romney said.
anymore.
Not only that,
His
but the
voice
Utah
echoed
senator
through the
is also
corridor.
establishing
Boys
a
from other
set
armies came
deadline
to
for
their
that
doors.
requirement to be met.
He
Oh,
spoke
thanks,
quietly
Mitt.
into the silence.
Mitt thinks he's in charge of
Do
everything.
you
That decision day
understand that?
should be no later than,
And he
say,
whispered.
February the 26th, the Monday following the
The game is
contest in
over.
Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, and South Carolina, he wrote.
He walked back to
Romney,
his room
once a
alone.
presidential
He
nominee
wanted to lie
himself,
down,
and he
but
was
couldn't
horrible.
because the bed was wet.
He was horrible. Horrible
It
nominee.
reminded him of all that had happened
Acknowledge
today,
that
and in fury
there can be
he
major
tore the
incentives to
mattresses
stay in the
blankets
race,
from the bed
even
frame,
when one knows the
shoved them
chances
out
are
into the
bleak.
corridor.
Candidates could be
Then he
motivated by
wadded
gaining
up a
national name
uniform to serve
recognition
as a
for
pillow
future
and
runs,
lay on
or
the fabric
others could be
wires
purely
strung across the
interested in
frame.
getting high-profile jobs in
It
the
was
next
uncomfortable,
administration. Doing
but
so,
Ender didn't
however,
care
would
enough to
merely
get up.
split the non-Trump vote.
He had
Romney
only been
wrote
there a few
effectively,
minutes when
ensuring the
someone
former
knocked on
president
the
would
door.
win the nomination. Yeah,
Go
exactly.
away,
It's what
he said
Republicans want.
softly.
We want Trump,
Whoever was
you
knocking
son of
didn't
a
hear him or didn't care.
Mitt Romney.
Finally, Ender said to come in.
For his plan
It
to
was
work,
Bean.
Romney's calling on anyone
away,
who
Bean.
has sway over a candidate's
Bean
decision to
nodded,
step
but didn't
in.
leave.
Everyone from the mega donors
Instead,
to
he
family
looked at his
members,
shoes.
family, friends, and campaign
Ender
donors
almost
are the
yelled at
only
him,
ones
cursed at
who
him,
can get a
screamed
lost
at
cause
him to
candidate
leave.
to exit the race. He wrote,
Instead, he noticed how very
February
tired
26th, they
Bean
should
looked,
start
his whole
just
body
doing
bent
that.
with weariness,
Mitt Romney
his
did not
eyes
specify
dark from
who
lack
he
of
would
sleep.
prefer as the candidate to
And
face
yet
Trump
his skin
head
was
on,
still soft
and the
and
Utah
translucent,
Republican
the
has
skin of a
largely
child,
refrained from
the soft,
endorsing
curved
anybody in the
cheek,
primary election.
the slender limbs
Romney's
of a
plea
little boy.
comes as Trump continues to dominate the
wasn't
primary
8 years
field, with
old
national
yet.
polling showing the former
didn't
president
matter.
at
He
least
was
30
brilliant,
points ahead of his closest
dedicated, and
challenger,
good.
Governor Ron DeSantis.
He
An
was a
average
child. He
of
was
roughly
young.
51% of voters say they
No, he
back
isn't,
Trump,
thought
compared to
Andrew.
just 19%
Small, yes.
for DeSantis.
But Bean has been through a battle
So
with
there
a
you
whole
go.
army
That's,
depending on him
you know,
and on
Mitt
the
Romney
soldiers
putting
that
his
he
two
led,
freaking
and he
cents in.
performed splendidly,
I
and
think
they
he
won.
can shut his Mormon
There's
mouth.
no youth in that, no childhood.
Go look at your bag of rocks.
Taking
and
Ender's
figure it
silence
out.
and softening
Okay, let me go
expressions
over. That's
permission to
Mitt
stay,
Romney.
Bean
That was
took
over
another
on my
step
getter.
into
I
the
shared
room.
that.
Only then did Ender see the small slip of paper in
What
his
else we
hand.
got over here?
transferred? Asked
DOJ files
He was
a
incredulous,
lawsuit
but his
against
voice came out
Texas
sounding
for building
uninterested,
a
dead.
Rio Grande barrier without federal
rabbit army.
authorization. And these are
Ender nodded.
these buoys
Of
that
course,
Governor,
it was
Governor
obvious.
Greg Abbott
If I can't
has
be
put in the
defeated with
Rio
my
Grande
army, they'll
River
take my
to
army
try to
away.
dissuade
Karn
legal
Carby's a good
border
man, said
crossers
Ender.
from
I
coming
hope
into
he
our country.
recognizes what you're worth.
Because
Karn
nobody really
Carby was
seems to be doing
graduated
anything
today.
about it. So now,
He
of
got
course,
his
the
notice while we were
DOJ
fighting our
and
battle.
Merrick Garland, they want to keep the borders wide
Well,
open.
Who's commanding Rabbit?
So the Department of Justice filed a
Bean held his
lawsuit
hands
against
out
Governor
helplessly.
Greg Abbott, Republican of Texas, demanding the removal of a floating
looked at the ceiling
barrier
and nodded.
that his government installed in
course.
the Rio Grande.
After all, you're
In its
only
court
4
filing,
years younger than the regular age.
The DOJ demanded the
funny.
Texas government
I don't know what's
remove
going
the
on here.
obstruction
All the
at their own
changes in the game,
expense,
and
and
now
argued
this.
that
I wasn't
such a
the only
move
one
was illegal,
transferred, you know.
and it was done
They
without
graduated
federal
half the commanders
authorization.
and transferred a lot of our guys to command
We
their
allege
armies.
that Texas has
Which
flouted
guys?
federal law by installing
Looks like
a barrier in the
every
Rio
team leader
Grande
and
without
every
obtaining
system.
required federal authorization, Associate
If they
General
decide to wreck my army,
Benita
they'll cut it to the
Gupta
ground.
said in a statement.
Whatever they're doing,
Oh,
they're
Benita
sure.
Gupta. Don't you sound great?
You still
Isn't
win,
it
Ender.
great here in
We all
America
know
that we have an
Crazy
Benita
Tom,
Gupta
you said,
in charge of
you mean I'm
anything?
supposed to figure out how to beat Dragon
This
Army?
floating barrier
Everybody
poses
knows
threats
you're
to
the best.
navigation
They
and
can't
public
break
safety
you down
and
no matter
presents
what they already
humanitarian
have.
concerns. Additionally,
No,
the
Ender.
presence of the
They
floating
can't-
barrier
I don't
has
care about their
prompted
game
diplomatic
anymore, Bean.
protests by
I'm not
Mexico
going to play it
and
anymore.
risks
No more
damaging U.S.
practices, no more
foreign
battles.
policy.
They can
The
put
move
their
comes the
little slips of
same
paper
day
on
that
the floor
Abbott
all they
stood
want,
firm
but
amid the
no
White
time.
House warnings, telling
I
President Joe Biden
decided
in a
that
letter
before
that
I
he'll see
went
you
through
in
the door
court.
today. That's
If you
why I
truly care
had
about
to go
human
for
life,
the gate.
you must
I
begin
didn't think it would
enforcing
work,
federal
but I didn't
immigration
care.
laws, the Texas governor
I
wrote.
just wanted to go
By
out and
doing
stop.
so, you can help me stop
You
migrants
should
from
have seen
wagering their
William
lives
B's face.
in the
He
waters.
just stood there
of
trying
the
to
Rio
figure out
Grande
how
River.
he had
You
lost
can
when you only
also
had
help
7 boys who could
Texans
wiggle their toes, and
indeed
he only
all
had 3 who
Americans with
couldn't.
deadly drugs like fentanyl, cartel violence,
should I
and the
wanna see William
horrors
B's
of
face?
human trafficking.
Why should I want to
And the
beat
risk
anybody?
that migrants will be harmed crossing the border
Ender
illegally
pressed
and
his
must
palms
fully enforce
against
the
his
laws of
eyes.
the United States that prohibit illegal
I
immigration
hurt
between ports
Bonzo
of entry.
really bad
In a
today,
statement regarding the lawsuit,
really
the White
hurt
House
him
touted
bad.
its own work towards
had it
border
coming.
security, criticizing
knocked him
Abbott's
out
policies towards the
standing up.
situation as dangerous
It was
and
like he was
unlawful.
dead, standing
President
there.
Biden's border
And I kept
enforcement
hurting
plan
him.
has led to the lowest
No one
levels
said nothing.
of unlawful boarding
I just
crossers in
wanted
2
to make
years.
sure
White
he
House
never
Assistant
hurt
Press
me
Secretary
again.
Abdullah
He
Hassan
won't.
said, "Yeah, right. Governor
Just got
Abbott's
home
dangerous and unlawful
already.
actions are undermining
The teachers
that
didn't say
effective
much.
plan,
They never do.
making it harder for
The
men and
official
women of the
notice says
Border
he was
Patrol to do their
graduated,
job
but where
securing
they
the
put
border
the
and putting
assignment,
migrants and border agents in
tactical
danger.
school
Get the
support,
heck out of
pre-command,
here. They just say the
navigation, that kind of thing.
opposite.
It just said,
They just say the
Cartagena,
opposite to
Spain.
back up these
That's his home.
Democrats. What a bunch of liars.
I'm glad they graduated him. Hell, Ender,
Yeah,
we're
and I
just
heard
glad
that
he's
they
gone.
they
If we'd
found
known what
a
he was doing to you, we would have killed him on the
barrier
spot.
in Martha's
Was it true he
Vineyard.
had a whole
Hey,
bunch
you know
of
what?
guys
That's a
gang up
good
on you?
talk about
No.
what was
It was
going
just
on
him and me.
Martha's Vineyard over
He
there.
fought with honor.
DailyMail.com.
If it
They
weren't
have a
for his
story
honor,
about
he
there.
and
They
the others
found,
would
I
have
guess,
beaten me together.
at the Obama's
They might have killed me
residence,
then.
somebody
His sense of honor
floating
saved my
in a
life.
pond, and a mysterious
I I didn't fight with
circumstances
honor, Ender added.
being questioned.
I fought to win.
And this is the
Being
body of
And you
Obama's personal
Kicked him
chef
right out of orbit.
recovered
A knock
from
on
a
the door.
Martha Vineyards lake.
Before
Did you see
Ender
this?
could
This is,
answer,
I
the
mean,
door
and you wonder
opened.
what the mystery is
Ender had
behind
been
this.
expecting more
Is
of his
this
soldiers.
a whodunit?
Instead, it was Major Anderson.
Does this
And
get
behind
added to
him
the
came
Obama,
Graf.
the Barack Hussein Obama
Ender
body
Wiggin,
count, possibly?
said Graf. Ender got to his feet. Yes, sir.
It says the body of
Your display
Obama's
of
personal
temper in
chef
the battle room today was
recovered from
insubordinate
a
and
Martha's
was not to be
Vineyard
repeated.
lake.
Yes, sir, said Ender.
You know, and this really
Bean
isn't
was
even
still
getting that
feeling
much press.
insubordinate, and
This,
he
you
didn't
know,
think Ender
you think
deserved
about
the rebuke.
Chappaquiddick and the things
I
that
think
have
it was about
happened.
time somebody told a teacher how he felt about what you've been doing.
Here we go.
The
They said
adults ignored him.
Reuters, a missing
Anderson
paddle
handed
boater
Ender
boarder.
a sheet of paper. A full-sized
They
sheet,
said he was a
not one of the
paddle
little
boarder
slips of
whose
paper
body
that
was
served for
recovered from
internal
the lake
orders
in the
within the battle
Massachusetts
school.
resort community of Martha's
It was a
Vineyard, was the
full-fledged
personal chef
set of orders.
President Barack
Bean knew what
Hussein
it meant.
Obama, authorities said.
Ender was being transferred out of the school.
Safari Campbell, 45,
Graduated?
was the
Asked
subject
Bean.
of a 2-day search
Ender
after a
nodded.
paddleboarder
What
was
took
seen
them so
to
long?
struggle in
You're
the
only
water of the
2 or 3
water
years
in
early.
Edgerton Great Pond
You've
near
already
home,
learned
owned by
how
the
to walk
Obamas
and
on
talk and
Sunday
dress
night.
yourself.
Well, what was he doing out there?
What will they have
And
left
who's
to teach
seen
him?
him? Who are the witnesses? That's
Ender
what I
shook
want
his
to know.
head.
He'd been a
All I know
sous
is
chef
the
at the
game's
White
over.
House and
He folded up
came
the
to work
paper.
for a family after the
None
Obama
too
completed
soon.
his second
Can I tell
term in
my army?
2016. The former
There isn't
president
time,
and his wife,
said Graf.
Michelle,
Your shuttle
my
leaves in
balls
20
Obama,
minutes.
said in a
Besides, it's
statement
better
on
not to
Monday.
talk to them after you
I
get
think
your
she's
orders.
got balls.
Makes
It
it
looks
easier.
like it. Michelle
For
Obama's
them or
got
for you?
balls. I've seen the
Ender asked.
pictures.
He
got
didn't wait
something
for an answer. He turned
bouncing
quickly to
around down
Bean,
there.
took his hand for a moment.
Tafari
And then
was a
headed for the
beloved part
door.
of our family.
Wait, said
the
Bean.
Obama said in a
Where are
quick
you going?
statement. He was
Tactical,
creative,
navigational,
passionate about
support?
food and his ability to bring people
Command
together. And in the
school,
years that
Ender
followed,
answered.
we got to know him as warm, fun,
Pre-command?
extraordinary kind of person.
Command,
We made all of our
said
lives a
Ender.
little bit brighter.
then
Divers
he was
began
out the
searching
door.
for Campbell on Sunday after receiving a
Anderson
call
followed him
that a
closely.
male
Bean
paddleboarder had
grabbed
gone
Colonel Graf
into the
by the
water
sleeve.
and then appeared to
Nobody
struggle
goes to command
before
school
going
unless they're
under.
16.
Police said he did not research.
Graf shook off
So I
Bean's
don't get
hand
these
and
people.
left,
People
closing
that
the
go in
door
water
behind
don't
him.
know how to swim correctly.
Bean stood alone in the room.
See, I don't really adventure too
trying
much
to
out
grasp
there.
what
You know,
this might mean.
you don't see me out in the middle
Nobody
of a
went
pond
to
or a lake.
command school without
But
3
since
years
Campbell's
of
body was
pre-command
recovered
in
from
either
Edgerton Great
tactical or
Pond on
support.
Monday, the Massachusetts State Police
But
said
then,
the chef leaves behind his
nobody
wife,
left battle school without at
Sharice's
least
twin
6
sons. The
years.
Obama said at the time of his death,
Ender
Campbell,
had
who lives
had
in
only
Dumfries,
4.
Virginia, was visiting Martha's Vineyard, but the
The
Obamas were
system
not
is
present. The
breaking up.
Massachusetts State Police said
No doubt
his death
about
is
it.
being investigated by
Either
authorities.
somebody at the top is
So let
going
me see what the
crazy,
Gateway
or
Pundit
something's
says
gone wrong with
up
the war.
behind it, because I just want to see
The
if there's
real
any
war.
conspiracy
The bugger
theory behind
war.
this. And if anybody in the
Why
chat
else would
knows
they
any
break
weird
down the
conspiracy
training
theories
system
that
like
people
this?
are talking about this
Wreck
being
the
part of the
game the way they did.
body count, let me know.
Why else
When I see a
would they
dead
put a
body
little kid
and,
like
then
me
Obama's in the story
command of an army?
and something crooked's happening. So here's a breaking
Bean
update.
wondered about
This
it
is-
as
they
he walked
identified
back
this
down
guy.
the
This is
corridor to his
from,
own bed. The lights went
These are
out
the headlines
just
from
as
the
he reached
Gateway
his bunk.
Pundit.
He
So
undressed
even
in
if
darkness,
the Gateway Pundit
fumbling to
thinks
put
there's
his
a
clothing
possibility
in
of
a
a
locker he
conspiracy
couldn't
theory,
see.
they'll talk about it. So let me read their
It felt
article real
terrible.
quick about the
At
dead
first he
black guy
thought he
floating
felt
in the
bad
dead
because he was
black chef
afraid of
floating in the
leaving an
pond
army, but it
down at
wasn't
the
true.
Obama's house. That's
He
getting all
knew
the news
he'd make a good
out
commander.
there. Breaking news story.
He felt himself
Let's see what the Jim Hall.
wanting to cry.
He's
He
got
hadn't
on there
cried since the first
45-year-old
few days of
black
homesickness
man
after he got
drowns off Obama's Martha's
He
Vineyard.
tried to
You know,
put a
there's always
name
those
on the
jokes
feeling
that
that
black
put a
people
lump
can't
in
swim.
his throat and
I
made him
think it's, like,
sob
true.
silently, however
Someone
much he
should teach
tried to
the-
hold it
the
down.
blacks how to swim better, maybe.
He bit down on his hand.
My
to
dad
stop
taught
the
me how to
feeling,
swim. He
to
just threw me in
replace
the
it
deep end, said
pain.
swim, and I swam. That's how
It
I
didn't
learned.
help.
Okay, so it starts off.
He would never
Divers
see
discover
her
the
again.
body of 45-year-old African
Once he
American
named
black
the feeling,
man, paddleboarder
control
in
it.
a pond on
He lay
Obama's
back
Martha's
and
Vineyard.
forced himself to
The
go through the
911
relaxing
call
routine
came from the Obama
until he
residence.
didn't feel
it
like
said.
crying anymore. Then he drifted off to sleep.
Said the
hand
911 call
was
came
near
from
his
the
mouth.
Obama residence.
It lay
Yeah, why
on his
not you have
pillow,
that? Oh,
hesitantly,
exactly. What's
as
up,
if
Mr.
Bean couldn't
McMaster? Why not a
decide
life
whether to
jacket?
bite his nails or
He knew
suck
how to
on his
swim.
fingertips. His forehead was creased and furrowed. His
They say
breathing was
someone
quick and
last
light.
night was looking on satellite, and it's actually
was a
part
soldier.
of the bay cut off by a
And if
sand
anyone had
bar.
asked
Wow.
him what he wanted to be when he grew
In
up,
2 days to find a body in a lake.
he wouldn't have known what they meant.
Mr. McBastard
When he was
says something
crossing into
about
the shuttle,
look
Ender
at what
noticed for the
happened
first
to
time that the
Clinton's,
insignia on Major
let me
Anderson's
see this
uniform had
one.
changed.
Clinton's private
Yes,
chef in
he's a colonel now,
2015.
said
I'm
Grant.
thinking repeat
In
narrative.
fact,
I gotta look
Major
into that.
Anderson has been placed in command of the battle
The cat
school as of
disappearing?
this
Oh,
afternoon.
no.
I have been reassigned to other duties. Ender
Chef
did
was
not
in
ask
the
him what
audience
they
when
were.
Joe was boasting to Richard
Graf
Haas at the
wrapped himself
CFR.
into a suit seat
fact. Is
across
that
the aisle
true?
from him.
Whoa!
There was only one other
Maybe
passenger,
he
a
knows more
quiet
about
man
what's
in
going on
civilian
down
clothes,
there.
who was introduced as General Pace.
Okay, so we got this.
Pace
Here's
was
what
carrying
about
a
this is what the
briefcase.
Gateway pundit's saying, and I got
Graf
my eye on
carried
the
no
chat.
more luggage than Ender
If there's
did.
any mystery behind
Somehow
this,
that
we'll
was
get in the
comforting
mystery
to
machine
Ender.
and find
But
out.
Graf also came away empty.
Where's Scooby
Ender
and Shaggy?
spoke only once on the
Obama's
voyage home.
personal chef was identified
Why
as
are
the
we
paddle
going
boarder
home?
who
He
drowned.
asked.
The body of the
I
45-year-old
thought
paddle
command
boarder
school
was
was
found
in
in
the
a pond near
asteroids
Obama's
somewhere.
Martha's Vineyard mansion,
It
and
is,
911
said
came from
Graf.
Obama's residence late
But the
Sunday
battle
night.
school
Police were
has no
searching for a
facilities
missing
for
black
docking
male paddle
long-range
boarder in
ships,
Edgar,
so you get a short line
Edgartown,
side lead.
Great Pond Sunday night.
Ender
The
wanted to ask if
Edgartown,
that meant he could see his family.
Edgartown police at Edgartown
Suddenly,
police said
at the thought
EPD
that it might be
assisting multiple
possible he was
agencies searching
afraid,
for missing
and so he
adult
didn't
male
ask.
paddleboarder in
Just
Edgartown Great
closed his eyes
Pond.
and tried to sleep.
Police remain away from this
Behind
area.
him, General
Police
Pace
remain
was
away
studying
from this
him.
area and allow emergency
purpose, Ender
responders
could
to
not
perform
guess.
their search. And that was
It was a hot
10:01
summer
PM,
afternoon
I guess
in Florida when
Saturday.
they landed.
According to reports, another
Ender
paddleboarder
had
saw
been
the
so long
unidentified
without sunlight that the
45-year-old
light nearly
struggle to
blinded
stay
him.
afloat
He
on the
squinted and
surface
sneezed
before he
and wanted to
drowned.
get back
After
indoors.
several hours of searching last
Everything
night,
was far
efforts
away
to
and
locate the
flat.
missing paddleboarder were
The ground,
unsuccessful, and the
lacking
operation
the
was
upward
paused to
curve
allow
of battle
documents,
school
flight crews,
floors,
and other
seemed
responders
instead to
re-equip.
fall away,
The Daily Mail reported
so that on
they
level
found the body of
ground,
the
Ender
paddleboarder
felt as
who
though
went
he were
missing
on
off
a
the water at
pinnacle.
Martha's Vineyard.
The pull
And
of
it backs-
real gravity felt different,
It
and he
backs up
scuffed his
Barack
feet when
Obama's
he walked.
sprawling
He
$12
hated
million
it. He wanted to
estate.
go back home, back to the battle school.
43-year-old
the
vanished
only
on
place
Sunday
in the
while he was with
universe
another
where he
paddleboarder.
belonged.
Witnesses told the cops the man went underwater and then briefly
Arrested?
reappeared as he struggled to stay afloat
Well, it's a
before
natural
submerging
thought.
again around 7:46
General
p.m.
Pace
So, I mean,
is the
you
head
gotta
of the
wonder, was
military
somebody
police.
pulling him under the water
There
from below?
was a death in the battle school.
You know what I mean? You had all
They
these,
didn't tell me
all
whether
this
Colonel
weird stuff
Graff
going
was
on in
being
Washington,
promoted or
D.C. near the
court-martialed.
Obama's house.
Just transferred with orders to
A
report to
massive
the
joint
poll
agency
marshal.
search resumed
Is that a
on
good
Monday
sign
morning.
or
The
bad?
African-American male
Who
who was
knows?
last seen wearing
On the
all
one
black
hand,
without a
Ender
life
Wiggin not
jacket,
only
his
survived,
paddleboard
he
and
passed
hat
a
were
threshold.
recovered on Sunday.
He graduated
His body
in
was
dazzlingly
found
good
in the
shape.
8-foot
You have
deep
to give
waters
old Graff
approximately
credit for
100
that.
feet away from the shore
On
at
the
10
other hand,
a.m.
there's the
The
fourth
dispatch
passenger
address
on
for
the
the
shuttle,
incident
the
came
one
from Obama's
traveling in the
Martha's
back.
Vineyard waterfront
Only the
vineyard
second
home.
death in
It's
the history
unclear
of
if
the
the former
school.
president, 61,
At
is
least it
staying
wasn't
at
a
the
suicide
estate.
this
So,
time.
I mean, did
How
Barack
is
Hussein
murder
make the
better,
phone call
Major
himself? I don't know. You
It
can
wasn't.
call now at
We have it on video
515-602-9619. You could call
No
us
one
right
can
now.
blame him.
Call into the Blog
But they
Talk
might
Radio
blame Graff.
call-in line.
After all this is over,
Okay, so they
the
got this
civilians
other
can
story
rake
over
over
here
our
on,
files
Gateway
and
Pundit.
decide what was right and what was
So
not.
the phone call came
Give us
from the
medals
Obamas.
where they think we were right, take away our pensions and put us in jail where they
Obama's
decide we were wrong.
personal
At least
chef,
they had the good sense
Tafari
not to tell
Campbell.
Ender that the boy died.
Who's that? Tafari Campbell.
It's the second time,
43-year-old.
too.
This is the guy's
They
name.
didn't tell
Tafari
him about
Campbell.
Stilson either.
The kid is scary.
Paddleboarders have
Ender
leashes
Wiggin
like
isn't a killer.
surfboards. Yeah, you figure
He
you could
just
hold on to
wins.
this. Hold on to the board.
If anybody's going to be scared, let it be the
Okay,
buggers.
so this is another one. The Gateway Pundit
Makes you
about
almost feel
this.
sorry for them, knowing Ender's going to be coming
This is
after
the
them.
update from last night.
The only one I feel
It
sorry
says
for
body,
is
the
Ender.
43-year-old paddleboarder.
But
Chicago
not sorry
Sun-Times
enough to
identified
suggest they
the
ought to
victim
let up.
as Obama's chef. His
I
name
just
is
got
Tafari
access to the
Campbell.
material that Graff's been getting all this time about fleet movements, that
In a
sort of
statement,
thing.
the Obamas said,
I
one of the
used
top
to sleep
chefs in the
easy
White
at
House
night.
kitchen, Tafari was
Time's
a
getting
beloved
short.
part of our family.
I shouldn't have
When
mentioned
we first
it.
met him, he
I
was a
can't tell you
talented sous
secured
chef of the
information.
White House, creative and passionate about food and
Let's
his ability
leave
to
it
bring
at
people
this.
together. And the years
They
that
didn't
followed,
get
we
him
got
to
to know him
command
as a
school a
warm,
day
fun,
too
extraordinary,
soon.
kind person
And
who made
maybe
all of our lives a
a
little bit
couple of
brighter.
years
That's
too
why
late.
when we were getting ready to leave the White House, we asked Tafari to stay with us, and he
Children?
generously
Brother and
agreed.
sister.
He's been part of our lives ever since
They'd
then,
layered
and our
themselves
hearts are
5
broken
times
that
to
he's
the
gone.
nets, writing for
Today,
companies that paid
we
for their
join
memberships.
everyone who knew and loved
That sort of
Tafari,
thing.
especially
Devil of a time
his
tracking
wife
him down.
Cherise and the twin boys,
What are they
Xavier
hiding?
and Saban,
Could be anything.
in grieving the
The
loss
most
of a
obvious
truly
thing to
wonderful
hide,
man. The
though,
Obamas have been
is their
spending
ages.
part of
The
the
boy is
summer
15,
in
the girl
Martha's
is
Vineyard
12.
for years.
Which one is
The body of the
Demosthenes?
43-year-old
The girl,
paddleboarder was found
the
in a pond at
12-year-old.
Arthur's Vineyard Mansion on Sunday night. The
I don't really
911
think it's
call
funny,
came
but I
from
can't
Barack
help but
Obama's
laugh.
residence.
All
On
this
Martha's
time we've
Vineyard
been
late
worried.
on
All the
Sunday
time
night.
we've been trying to persuade the
So
Russians
that's part
not
of
to
it.
take
According to
Demosthenes
reports,
too
another
seriously.
paddleboarder saw
We
the
held up
unidentified
Locke as
43-year-old
proof
struggle
that
to stay
Americans
afloat.
weren't all crazy warmongers. Brother and sister, pubescent.
So there you
And
go.
their last name
They
is
said
Wiggin.
police said the deceased was located
Coincidence?
using
The Wiggin is
side
the third.
scan sonar
They
from
are
a
one
boat
and
and
two.
was retrieved
Oh,
shortly before
excellent.
10 a.m.
The
Monday
Russians will never
from an
believe
8-foot deep
that
water
Demosthenes and Locke
approximately
aren't
10
as
feet
much
away from
under
the
our
shore.
control
An
as
investigation
the
into the
Wigan.
fatality is being conducted
Is there a
by State Police
conspiracy?
Detective
Is
Unit
someone
for the Cape and
controlling them?
Islands of Edgartown
We have been
Police.
able to detect no
Massachusetts State
contact
Police
between
issued
these
a
two
press
children
release on
and an
Sunday
adult
night
who might be
saying that
directing
at
them.
7:46 p.m. Martha's
But that is
Vineyard
not to
Police
say that
and
someone
fire
might not
agencies
have
responded to a
invented
call
some
concerning the
method
adult
you
male
can't
paddleboarder who had
detect.
gone into the water,
It's hard to believe
could briefly
that
struggle to
two
stay on the
children-
surface
I
and then
interviewed Colonel
submerge and
Graff
did
when he
not
arrived
resurface.
from the battle
First
school.
responders were dispatched to
It
the
is his
former
best
President
judgment
Barack
that
Obama's
nothing these children
Taconic
have done
state.
is out of their reach.
You know,
Their
you see a
abilities
lot of
are
things
virtually
in the
identical
news,
with
you know, a lot of
the
activists
Wigan.
like,
Only their
you know,
temperaments are
I
different.
got like a question. You know, Al
What surprised
Sharpton's
him,
always
however, was the
crying and whining
orientation
about
of
police
the two
brutality
personas.
and all this. You know,
Demosthenes
why
is
don't they
definitely
teach
the
black
girl,
people
but
how to
Graff
swim?
says the
Can we
girl
just
was
teach black
rejected
people how to
for
swim
battle
once and
school
for all?
because she was too
I mean,
pacific,
over and over and
too
over again.
conciliatory,
I live in the Philadelphia
and above
area,
all,
always on the
too
news.
empathic.
Always on the news.
Definitely
a brother
not
always drowning.
Demosthenes.
And the boy has the soul of a jackal.
People gotta learn how to
Wasn't it
swim.
Locke that was recently
I don't
praised
know.
as the only truly
got a
open-minded in
canoe?
America?
It's hard to know what's really happening.
I don't know.
But
It said
Graf recommended,
45,
and I agree,
43. It
that
could
we
be
should leave them
changed.
alone, not expose
I don't
them.
have the, but they
Make
got
no
the name over
reports at
there.
this
But that
time
was from the
except that
Gateway
we have
Pundit.
determined that Locke and
Repeating a
Demosthenes
story
have
from the
no
Daily
foreign
Mail,
connections,
and that had the
and have
name
no
in it, so the
connections
second
with any
story may have
domestic
been
group
more
either.
accurate. Thank you,
except
everybody,
those
for
publicly
tuning in
declared
over on
on the news.
Rumble. What's up,
In
Rumble?
other words,
News
give
Time
them a
Live
clean
over
bill
on
of
Rumble.
health.
One Robin.
I know
Thanks for
Demosthenes
tuning
seems
in.
dangerous, in part because he,
Tony
or she,
Cole, good morning.
has such a wide following. But I
We
think
got
it's
Pam
significant
Dietz
that
over
the
in the chat,
one of the
Uncle
two of them
Filthy.
who is most ambitious
How does
has
one
chosen
leave
the
the office
moderate,
of POTUS and
wise
buy a
persona.
$20 million
And they're
property
still
in
just
one of the
talking.
priciest
They have
areas of the
influence, but
country?
no power.
Oh, wait! Big
In
Mike
my
wrote a book!
experience,
Never
influence
mind, that's
is
right, Big
power.
Mike.
If we ever find them
Big
getting out of line,
Mike, Big Mike
we
might
can
be running
easily
for
expose
vice.
them.
They think Big Mike
Only in
might
the
run
next
for
few
president.
years. The longer we wait, the older
You know,
they get.
if Big
And
Mike
the less
does run
shocking
for
it is to
president, we
discover
have
who
to
they
have,
are.
You know what the
Michelle
Russian
My
troop
Balls
movements have
Obama
been.
posters out there.
There's
with
always the
Big
chance
Mike
that
all over.
Demosthenes is
Big Mike
right,
for president.
in which
Michelle
case-
for the man
We
Obama.
better have Demosthenes around. All right. We'll show them
Okay, let's see
clean
what else we got
for
on the
now.
Let me see what
But watch 'em.
dailymail.com's popping
And
over
I,
here.
of
Thank
course,
you,
have to
everybody, for
find
tuning
ways
in on
of keeping the Russians
pick.com.
calm.
Yeah, Pam Dietz says, just saw
In
some
spite
pictures
of all
of
her
his or her junk
misgivings,
in the trunk
Valentine
just
was
to
having
swinging.
fun being
Everybody knows the Ellen
Demosthenes.
DeGeneres show with
Her
that
column
dance
was
in the
now
white
being carried
pants.
on practically
We've
every
seen it.
news net in the country. And it was fun to watch the money
They
pile
took
up
down
in
a
her
lot of live
attorney's
streamers,
accounts.
and one
Every
of the
now
things
and
that
then,
they
she and
took
Peter
down
Wood,
that Ricky Vaughn
in
guy, I'm going to lock him
Demosthenes'
up for
name,
10 years, is not only
donated
the Hillary
carefully
Clinton
calculated
memes, is
sum to a
lot of the
particular
memes people were making
candidate or
about,
cause. Enough money
Michelle My
that
Bell.
the donation would be noticed,
Michelle My
but
Bell.
not so
Oh,
much
you know what
that
I
the
got,
candidate
too?
would feel
I
she
just
was
remembered
trying
I
to
got
buy
me
a
some honey
vote.
buns.
She was getting so
I
many
take me
letters
a
now
quick little
that her
honey
Newsnet
bun
had
break.
hired a secretary
Stay
to
tuned
answer
here to
certain
News Time
classes
Live.
of routine
This
correspondence
is
for
my
her.
little
The
break
fun
that we
letters
got
from
here.
national and international leaders, sometimes
Got myself
hostile,
a honey
sometimes
bun.
friendly, always diplomatically trying to
And stay tuned.
pry
I'll be back.
into
Give me like
Demosthenes'
T-minus
mind.
15 seconds.
Those
News
she
Time
and
Live
Peter read
broadcast.
together,
Check us out.
laughing in delight
over
sometimes
on
that
the
people like
Tiger
this
channel.
were writing to children
News Time Live on
and didn't
Torah
know
3.
it.
Stay tuned. I'll be back in like 2 seconds.
Sometimes, though, she was ashamed. Father was reading Demosthenes regularly. He never read Locke, or if he did, he said nothing about it. At dinner, though, he would often regale them with some telling point Demosthenes had made in that day's column. Peter loved it when Father did that. See, it shows that the common man is paying attention. But it made Valentine feel humiliated for Father. If he ever found out that all this time I was writing the columns he told us about, and that I didn't even believe half the things I wrote, he would be angry and ashamed.
Just a honey bun break.
At school, she
That was
once
a good
nearly
one,
got
too.
them in trouble
Got me a big
when her
box
history
of it, the
teacher
great
assigned the
value.
class to write a paper contrasting
It
the
is a great
views of
value.
Demosthenes
$1.88
and
for a whole
Locke
bunch of them
as
bad boys.
expressed in two of their early
Nice
columns.
little sugar rush in the morning.
Valentine was careless and did a
Okay.
brilliant job of
Let me go to
analysis.
some headlines on the Washington
As a
Examiner.
result, she had to work
Anybody
hard
can
to talk the
call
principal
News
out of
Time
having
Live
her
at
essay published
515-602-9619.
on the very newsnet that carried Demosthenes'
As you
column.
can see on the screen going
Peter
across
was
the million.
savage
You
about
may
it.
have to dial a 1
You
while
write too
calling
much
this
like
number.
Demosthenes. You can't get published.
Your
I should
big
kill
news in the
Demosthenes
streaming,
now.
man.
You're getting out
I
of
was
control.
tuned into the
If
kill
he raged
stream
about that blunder,
with the Ralph report
Peter frightened
last
her
night.
still more when he went
And
silent.
man,
It
there
happened
is
when
a war
Demosthenes
going
was
on
invited to take part in the
between
President's Council on Education for the
the
Future,
Groypers, the
a
civil
blue
war
ribbon
going
panel
on
that
to
was
the
designed to do
Groypers
nothing
as
but
people
do
are
it
sinking from
splendidly.
that sinking
Valentine
ship.
thought Peter would take it as a triumph,
They
but
say
he did
now-
not. Turn it down, he said. Why
The-
should I? She
the
asked.
Ralph report
it's no
is
work at
literally
all.
saying that the
And they even
Groypers
said that because
are
of Demosthenes' well-known
a
desire for
pedophilic
privacy,
sex
they would
cult.
net all
and
the
that's
meetings.
what and these are what
It makes
former
Demosthenes
Groypers, the
into
former
a
Groypers,
respectable
part of the
person.
Nick Fuentes America
and you
First
love
movement.
It. You got it before
One
I
in
did.
particular, the Ralph
Sure.
report. He's a great
It
live
isn't you
streamer.
and
He's on
me.
Kick.com.
It's Demosthenes
He's on
and
D Live.
Locke.
He does the kill
We
stream.
made them up. They
Well,
aren't real.
he had a little. There's been a little bit of
Besides,
shake up there in
disappointment doesn't mean they
Grieperville
like Demosthenes
with the
better
little
than
frogs,
Locke.
the boiling
It just
frogs
means
out
that
there.
Demosthenes has a much stronger
And
base of
a
support.
little war
You
going
know
on
he
between
would.
Nick Fuentes now
Appointing
and then
him pleases
the
a large
Ralph
number
report
of Russian
over there on the
haters
kill
and
stream.
chauvinists. It wasn't supposed to work
And
this way.
he basically,
Locke was
now
supposed to be
Ralph
the
has
respected
turned
one.
on the Groypers
He
and
is.
says his new
Real
mission
respect
in
takes
life
longer than
is to
official
stop
respect.
the
Peter, don't be
pedophile
angry
cult
at me
called the
because I've done
Groypers,
well
and that's
with
what
the
he's
things you
saying
told
about
me to do.
Nick Fuentes and his associations with
angry
Ali
for days.
Alexander and some of
And
the
ever
stuff that they
since,
were
he had
doing
left
down
her
in
to think
D.C.
through all her own columns instead of telling her what
and this
to
is
write.
over on the kill stream. It's amazing to just see how this is
assumed
going
that this
down
would
out
make
there.
the
You know, I think
quality
someone's
of
going to get hurt.
Demosthenes'
I think
columns
someone could definitely
deteriorate.
get hurt though.
But if
So,
it
but
did,
check out
no
Ethan
one
Ralph as
noticed.
he's gotten together now with
Perhaps it made
Milo
him even angrier
Yiannopoulos
that
to
she
take
never
out
came to him
old,
weeping for help.
Nick Fuentes, the so-called
She had been
white
Demosthenes
supremacist
too
out
long
there.
now to need anyone to tell her
it's
what
quite-
Demosthenes would think about things.
It's quite a feud they got going on,
And as her
we'll get
correspondence
updates,
with
but
other
it's amazing to
politically
just see what's
active
happening. Like,
citizens
literally,
grew.
they're pointing fingers at
She
each
began
other.
to learn things,
And,
information that simply wasn't
I thought it was
available
weird when
to
I
the
was down in
general
Washington,
public.
D.C. on J6, and they
Certain
were all
military
standing around,
people
a
who
bunch of young men
corresponded with
chanting,
her
"Death to the
dropped
GOP!
hints
Death to the
about
GOP!"
things without meaning
But now
to.
it's being exposed
And she
by
and
people
Peter
like
put them
Ethan
together
Ralph,
to build
Milo
up a
Yiannopoulos,
fascinating and
that the
frightening
Groypers
picture
are, in
of
fact,
Warsaw
according
Pact
to what
activity.
they're testifying to,
They were indeed
a,
preparing for war,
a dangerous,
a vicious and bloody earthbound
pedophile
war.
cult. That's what he says. That's what they're
Demosthenes
saying
wasn't
out
wrong
there.
to
So,
suspect
you know,
that the
stay
Second
away from
Warsaw
those
Pact
creeps. That's all
was
I can
not
say.
abiding
Stay
by
away
the
from the
terms of the
Groypers.
League.
They're according
character
to
of
the people that
Demosthenes
are
gradually
getting out and
took on a
deprogramming
life of
from
his
that
own.
ish and from the
At times she
control
found
of
herself
freaking
thinking like
Wolf Boy
Demosthenes at
Eddie
the end of a
Munster,
writing
aka
session,
Nick Fuentes,
agreeing with
Taco
ideas that were
Hernandez,
supposed
the
to be
not so white
calculated
supremacists. See,
poses.
I like my
And
white
sometimes
supremacists.
she read
Boy,
Peter's Locke essays.
if I'm gonna listen to a white supremacist and a white nationalist, damn it,
to what
he
was
better
really
be
going on.
very white. You know.
Perhaps it's impossible to wear
Not
an
a
identity
half
without
Mexican,
becoming what you
like old Wolf
pretend
Boy
to be.
Eddie Munster. So people are fleeing
thought
from
of
the that
worried about it for a few
that
days,
branch of
and then
America
wrote a column
First. It's
using that
toast.
as a premise.
It's burning up.
To show
You know,
that
there ain't nothing
politicians
MAGA
who toadied
or
to the
America
Russians in
First
order to keep the peace
about
would inevitably
a
end up
pedophile
subservient
sex
to
cult
them
of
in
little
everything.
green frogs. There's nothing cool
It was a
about
lovely
that.
bite
Put
at
a
the party
fork in
in
it.
power,
It's over.
and she
It's
got
done.
a lot of good mail
Get this
about
guy
it.
out of here.
She
Bag
also
him and
stopped
tag
being
him.
frightened of the idea of becoming, to a
But
degree,
we can't let America First be connected
smarter
with
than Peter and I ever
pedophilic,
gave him
child
credit
molesting
for,
cults.
she thought.
So, down with the Groypers,
Graf
America
was waiting
First,
for her
right
after
here on
school.
News Time Live.
He stood
quit
leaning on
that
his
money.
car.
They only get their donations
He
and
was in
super chats from
civilian
St.
clothes,
Petersburg
and
anyway.
he had gained weight,
so it's over. Put
so
a
she
fork
didn't
in it.
recognize him at first. But he
I
beckoned
can't wait to
her,
see, what
and
goes
before
down.
he could introduce himself,
Because in the next
she
few
remembered
weeks,
his name.
The
I won't write another letter, she said. I never should have written that one.
Committee on
You
Weaponization
don't
of
like
Government
medals, then, I guess.
is going to release
Not
all the
much.
redacted versions of that
Come for a ride
FBI
with
memo
me,
in
Valentine.
Richmond, Virginia,
I
which
don't
was
ride with
actually a
strangers.
informant operation where
He
they
handed her
were
a paper.
sending
It was a
informants in
release
the
form,
Catholic
and her parents had
churches,
signed
and
it.
it seems from a lot of the redacted versions, a lot of the informants that
I
were in the
guess you're
Catholic
not a
churches
stranger.
they were Groypers,
Where are we
according
going?
to a lot of the redactions. In what happened
To see a young
in that
soldier
Catholic
who was
church
in
that was being
Greensboro on leave.
basically infiltrated by
She
the
got in
Richmond
the car. Ender's only
FBI
10
field
years old,
office.
she
So
said.
we're going to hear more and more
I
about
thought you
that.
told
It's
me
going to be
last
in the
time
news. It's
he'd
all
be
being
eligible for leave
exposed.
when he was 16.
But I say,
He
a lot of
skipped a few
the QAnon
grades.
shaman
So he's
was
doing
saying
well?
that he was going to confront the
Ask
whole
him when you
group
see
for
him.
group for supposedly this Nick Fuentes
Why me?
creeps out there doing a
Why
live
not
stream
the whole
saying he's going to
family?
marry a 16-year-old.
Graf
And with
sighed.
people waking up
Ender sees the
to the
world
truth
his
about
own way.
the child
We had
sex
to persuade
trafficking.
him to see you.
With the movie
As
Sound
for
of
Peter and the
Freedom.
parents, he was not interested.
And people want to, the people like
Life at
Donald
the
Trump are
Bible
talking
school
about,
was
we need to execute
intense.
and start taking these child
What do you
traffickers
mean?
and these
He's gone crazy?
child sex
Oh, on the contrary.
offenders
He's the
and sending
sanest
them to their
person I
maker,
know.
executing
He's sane
them
enough to
for,
know that
for
his
their
parents are
perversion.
not
And here we got
particularly
this,
eager
supposedly
to
according to
reopen
Ethan
a book
Ralph,
of
right here in
affection
the
that was
American
closed
First
quite
Movement,
tightly
a
4 years ago.
pedophilic
As for
child
Peter,
sex cult called the Groypers.
we
It must
didn't
be
even
stopped
suggest arranged a meeting.
The rise
and so he didn't have
of
a chance
Latino
to tell
white
us to go to
supremacy
hell.
has to come to an end, and so
They
I'm
went
part of that
out
battle,
Lake
and I
Grant
support,
Road
the
and turned
Ralph
off
Report and
just
Ethan
past
Ralph
the lake,
fighting against that
following a road that wound
pedophile
down and
cult
up until they came to a white
once and for
clapboard
all.
mansion.
So I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Sprawled
We're
along
keeping
the
an
top
eye
of
on
a
there.
hill.
I think it's going to get nasty.
He'd
I
looked
wouldn't be
over Lake
surprised if a
Grant
bunch of
on one
groypers
side
fucking getting a
and a
Mexican
5-acre
standoff and all
private
fucking
lake on
shoot
the
each other.
other.
It'll be great. It's like,
This is
I
the
knew it
house
was going to
that
be like
Medley's
a
Miss E.
car
Rubb
accident,
built
like on the
the
side of a
draft.
highway that you
The
want to
IF
slow
picked it
down
up
and
in a
look at when
tax
you get
sale
to
about
it at
20
the
years
end.
ago.
And it finally
Ender
happened.
insisted
So,
that his conversation with you should not be
congratulations to
bugged.
Ethan Ralph getting
I
independent
promised him
and
it
out
wouldn't
of
be,
it.
and to
Getting
help
yourself
inspire confidence,
deprogrammed and
the
away
two
from
of you are
that
going
child sex
out on a
cult that's
raft
run by
he built
freaking Eddie
himself.
Munster.
I should warn you, though.
Breaking news, breaking news.
I intend to ask you questions
that's
about
kind of the
your
investigative
conversation when
journalism
it
we're
is
doing here. We
finished.
got to keep the America First ship
You
tight,
don't
you know what I'm
have to
saying?
answer, but I hope
if
you
you're
will.
going to have an America First program like
I
we
didn't
have
bring
here
a
on News
swimming
Time
suit.
Live,
We can provide
you got to
one.
be up and at 'em.
One
You
that
got to
isn't
cross your
bugged.
T's and dot your I's, and
At some point, there must be trust.
Sebastian Gorka, that's America
instance,
First. Nick Fuentes,
I know who Demosthenes really is.
not so much. Okay,
She
so
felt
here we
the thrill
go.
of
It's
fear
over.
run through her,
We're done
but
with
said
that.
nothing.
Put a fork in it. Let's go to the next story
I've
here.
known since I landed
This
from
is
the battle
from
school.
The Hill.
There are perhaps 6
Here's
of
what
us in the world who
scientists
know his
say
identity.
about whistleblower
Not counting the
claims
Russians.
that
God
the
only
Pentagon
knows what they
has
know.
evidence of alien
But
crashes.
Demosthenes has
Yeah, the
nothing to fear
the
from
groupers.
us.
That's what they're saying.
Demosthenes
Ethan
can
Ralph is saying the
trust
groupers are the
our
groupers, and
discretion.
Ali Alexander and Nick Fuentes are a bunch of
Just
fucking
as
pedophiles.
I
That's
trust
what,
Demosthenes
that's what
not
Ethan
to
Ralph
tell
and
Locke
well, Milo
what's going
Yiannopoulos
on
said it,
here
but I heard
today.
he's a freaking kitty toucher too.
Mutual trust.
But it says,
We
here's what scientists
tell
say about
each
the
other
whistleblower
things.
claims that the Pentagon
Valentine
has
couldn't
evidence
decide
of
whether it
alien
was
crashes. If
Demosthenes
anybody
they
has any
approved of,
opinions in that,
or
they could give us a call
Valentine
on the
Wiggin.
Blog Talk Radio call line, 515-602-9619.
If the latter, then perhaps she could.
Okay, so let's see. This is
The fact that
here's
they
what
did not
the
want her to
scientists say
discuss
about
this with
whistleblower
Peter
claims that the
suggested
Pentagon
that
has
perhaps
evidence
they
of
knew the
alien
difference
crashes.
between them. She did not stop to wonder whether she herself
Here's the article. This is from The
knew
Hill.
the difference
Interesting,
anymore.
frustrating, potentially
You said
even
he built
credible,
the
it
raft.
says,
How long has he
but
been there?
nothing
2
that
months.
science can work
We meant his leave
on
to
in
last
its
only a
current
few
form.
days, but you see,
That was
he
how
doesn't seem interested in
physicists
going
and
on with
astronomers
his
interviewed by The Hill
education.
described
Oh.
recent allegations that the U.S.
So
government's been
I'm
hiding evidence of
therapy
multiple alien
again.
crash sites.
This time we can't censor your letter. We're
So to
just
take those
taking our
claims
chances.
beyond buzzy conjecture, the country
We
needs a
need
plan to
your
acquire
brother
more hard
badly.
data, scientists said. On
Humanity
Wednesday, the
is
House
on the
Oversight
cusp.
Committee is going to hold
This time Val
controversial
had grown up
hearings
enough
about
to know just how
unidentified
much
aerial
danger
phenomenon or
the world was
UAP.
in.
Okay, so that's on Wednesday.
And she had been
Ooh, I'm
Demosthenes
excited.
long
That's
enough
tomorrow.
that she didn't
They're gonna
hesitate
this.
to
The
do
House
her duty.
Oversight Committee is going to hold their
Where is he?
controversial hearings
Down at the boat
on
slip.
unidentified phenomenon.
Where's the swimming suit?
Those hearings will focus on
Ender didn't
eyewitness
wave when
accounts
she
by
walked
U.S.
down the
military
hill toward
pilots
him.
of what have
Didn't
appeared to be
smile
strange
when she
craft moving
stepped
in
onto the
ways
floating
that
boat
known
slip.
human technology cannot.
But
on
she
the
knew that
broader
he was
claims
glad
of a
to see
cover-up
her.
made by Air Force
Knew
and
it
intelligence official
because of
David
the way
Grush.
his
The
eyes
hearings are
never
part of
left her
a
face.
broader and unusually bipartisan congressional
bigger
mainstreaming of a
than I
long taboo
remembered,
question as the U.S.
she said
military made
stupidly.
contact with craft or creatures from
You
another
too,
world.
he said.
In July, Senate
I also
Majority Leader
remembered that you were
Chuck
beautiful.
Schumer, a Democrat in New York, introduced legislation that would require
Memory
the
does
Pentagon to
play
release any
tricks on
information
us.
it had gathered
No.
around contact with
Your
non-human
face is the
intelligences,
same, but
according to the UAP.
I don't remember
But as
what
an
beautiful
odd
means
scientific
anymore.
saying goes, the plural of
Come on,
institute
let's
is
go out
data,
into the lake.
and scientists told The Hill that trouble with all these
She
claims
looked
by
at the
David
small
Grush and
raft
others
with
isn't that
misgivings.
they're impossible.
Don't
It's that while
stand
they're
up on
compelling,
it, that's
they give
all,
the scientific apparatus
he said.
almost nothing to work with. In June,
He got
David
on by
Grush told
crawling,
News Nation
spider-like
that as an
on
official with the
toes
Defense
and
Department's
fingers.
National Reconnaissance Office looking
It's the
into
first
the
thing I built with
UAP,
my own
he
hands
became
since you and
aware
I
of
used to
secret
build with
crash
blocks.
retrieval program
Peter
for which he was denied
buildings.
access. They are retrieving non-human origin technical
They
vehicles,
used to take
call
pleasure
it
in building
spacecraft,
things
if you
that would
will,
stand up,
non-human
even
exotic
when a lot
origin
of the
vehicles
obvious
that have
supports
either
had been
landed or
removed.
crashed, David Grush said.
Peter, in turn,
Beyond his own
liked
status
to
as a
remove
decorated
a
veteran and
block
former
here or
intelligence
there,
officer, David
so the
Grush was
structure would be
unable to
fragile
provide
enough
any
that the
hard
next
evidence
person
for
to
his claim.
touch it
Though he
would
says
knock
he
it
was shown
down.
classified documents,
Peter was
he has
an
not
ass.
released them.
But he
But he
did
said that the
provide
Pentagon has up
some
to a dozen
focus to
alien
their
spacecraft
childhood.
complete with bodies of the pilots. When David
Peter's
Grush interview
changed,
first aired, one
she
prominent
said.
astronomer described his his immediate
Let's not
response
talk about
as
him,
frustration.
said Ender.
It's so exciting,
All right.
but it's another example of a
She
personal
crawled onto
testimony
the
and
boat,
nothing beyond that,
not
said
as
David
deftly as
Kipling, an
Ender.
astrophysicist
He
at the
used a
Columbia
paddle to
University who
maneuver them
specializes
slowly
in
toward
the
the
search
center
for
of the
life on
private
worlds
lake.
around other stars.
She noticed
Congress
aloud
is right
that
to be
he was
intrigued, Kipling
sun-browned
said.
and
Grush's claims
strong.
are built on years of leaked Pentagon videos and
The strong
eyewitness
part
accounts
comes
of what
from
appear to
battle
be
school.
aircraft behaving in bizarre
The
and
sunbrowning
even
comes from this
otherworldly
lake.
ways.
I spend a lot of
These have
time on
attracted
the water.
attention of the highest levels of Congress and the Defense Department
When
for
I'm
decades.
swimming,
In
it's like
2017,
being
the New York Times
weightless.
released evidence of a
I miss
secret
being
Pentagon
weightless.
UFO spotting program
Also,
begun
when
at the
I'm here on the
behest of
lake,
one-time Senate
the
Majority
land
Leader
slopes
Harry
up
Reid
in
of
every
Nevada.
direction.
And in 2020, the Pentagon
Like
itself
living in a
released
bowl.
3 grainy videos of
I've lived in a
unidentified
bowl for
aerial
4
phenomena.
years.
These are parts of a larger investigation within the
So we're
military, which
strangers
included
now.
an unclassified 2021
Aren't we,
report on the
Valentine?
Office of Director of National
No,
Intelligence.
she
In a
said.
limited number of incidents, UAP
She reached out
reportedly
and
appeared to
touched his
exhibit
leg.
unusual
Then
flight
suddenly,
characteristics. Officials
she
from the Office of
squeezed his
Director of
knee,
National Intelligence
right where
wrote
he
in
had
that
always
report to
been most
emphasize the
ticklish.
natural explanations existed.
But
And a
almost at the same
2023
moment, he
follow-up
caught
to
her
that
wrist in
report
his hand.
identified some
His
170
grip was very
instances
strong,
worthy of
even
further
though his
study,
hands were
including some
smaller
in which
than
that
hers,
appear to have
and his
demonstrated
own
unusual
arms were
flight
slender
characteristics or
and tight.
performance capabilities. All that,
For a
Kipling
moment,
said,
he looked
suggests that
dangerous,
something strange
and then
is
he
going
relaxed.
on. As a member of the
Oh,
internal
yes, he
UAP
said.
task force, David Grush is a credible
used to
source.
tickle me.
Kipling added, "There's no reason to believe
Not
he's
anymore,"
lying or
she
disingenuous.
said,
But after
taking
70
back
years
her
of
hand.
UFO culture wars,
Wanna
conspiracy
swim?
theories, and cynicism, it's not
In
enough to
answer,
move the
she
needle
dropped
to have
herself
another
over the side of the
anecdotal
raft.
account."
The
Kipling
water was
said.
clear
The questions
and clean.
America should ask about
There was no
allegations of possible
chlorine in
alien
it.
contact are the same ones they should
She
ask
swam for a
of any
while,
new and dramatic claims.
then returned to the raft
Said,
and lay on
"Melissa,
it in the hazy sunlight.
Finucane, a socialist
A
at the Rand
wasp
Corporation and
circled
vice
her,
president of
then landed on
Union
the
of
raft
Concerned
beside her
Scientists.
head.
The first question I
She
asked
knew it
myself
was
is,
there and
what is the
ordinarily
motivation
would
of
have
the
been afraid of
communicators
it.
sharing this information?
But not
Why are they
today.
sharing it? Do they have training or expertise? Could they
Let
have
it walk
bias?
on this
And who
raft.
benefits if we don't
Let
apply
it
a
bake
rigorous,
in the sun,
systematic,
as I'm
scientific
doing.
approach to these claims? But you know, there's a lot
Then
of
the
different
raft
claims, and we've heard a lot of these
rocked.
claims before. You
And she
people
turned
put
to
this
see
stuff
Ender
out for years, so we're going to
calmly
find out
crushing
tomorrow.
the life
Tomorrow's
out
going
of
to
the
be like the
wasp
big
with
day
one finger.
where they're going to have this big
These are a
hearing down
nasty
in Washington
breed,
D.C.
Ender
We'll have
said.
something to talk about on
They sting
Thursday,
you without waiting to be
and I think we'll
insulted
have definitely
first.
something to go through on Saturday.
She smiled.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to go through
I've
this
been
whole
learning
thing, though.
about
But see,
preemptive
the thing is, I gotta
strategies.
freaking work. All this stuff goes on in the afternoon
I'm
while I'm at
very
work.
good.
It totally sucks. I'd be sitting here
No
live
one ever
streaming
beat
that out.
me. I'm the best soldier they ever had.
What's up, Johnny Dangerously? Thanks
would
for
expect
tuning in,
less,
Johnny
she said.
Dangerously.
You're a
News Time
Wiggin.
live broadcast.
Whatever that means.
Thank you for
He
tuning in.
said. It means that
Yeah,
you
we
are
only
going
see
to
about
make a
1%
difference
about
in
what's
the
really
world.
out there. Yeah, and they'll
And
never
she
show
told
us the
him what
rest.
she and Peter were doing.
I still wish they would declassify
How old is Peter? 14?
a document that
Already
Bill Cooper
planning to take
called
over the world?
Bill Cooper, the
He
hour of
thinks
the
he's
time. He's
Alexander
the
the Great.
inspiration
And
of
why
my
shouldn't he be?
broadcasting
Why shouldn't you be,
thing
too?
that I do here on News Time Live
We
broadcast.
can't both
Milton
be
William
Alexander.
Cooper of the Hour of the Time, writer of the
Two
book
faces
Behold a
of the
Pale
same
Horse.
coin.
He was part of naval
And
intelligence.
I am the metal in
He said
between.
he witnessed some of these UFOs, and his
Even as she
descriptions
said
of the
it, she
UFOs are
wondered
exactly the
if it
same
was
descriptions
true.
that they have
She had shared
50
so
years
much
later.
with
He
Peter
talked about
these
seeing
last few
UFOs in
years
1970.
that even when she thought she
he talked
despised
about
him,
seeing a document
she
called
understood him.
a top secret
While Ender
classified
had been only a
Q
memory till now,
compartmentalized document called
a very
Majesty
small,
12.
fragile boy who needed her protection.
And he said it
Not this
described
cold-eyed,
everything about the
dark-skinned
unidentified
manling
aerial
who
phenomenon,
kills
the
wasps
UFO
with his
phenomenon,
fingers.
top secret, explained top
Maybe
and down.
he and Peter and
he
I
wrote
are all
about
the
this in his
same,
book, Behold a Pale
and
Horse.
have been all
He was called a
along.
crazy, a Looney
Maybe
Tune.
we only thought
He talked
we were
about
different from each other
when the Navy took him
out of
aside after his
jealousy.
experience witnessing an
The trouble with
unidentified
coins
aerial
is,
phenomenon
when
out
one
in the
face is
Pacific
up,
Ocean,
the other
rising
face is
out of
down.
the water and flying into the sky
Right now, you
back
think
in
you're
like
down.
1971. You know,
They want me to
brought him in for
encourage you to
questioning,
go
and
on
they
with
told
your
him over and over
studies.
again, "You didn't see anything," and he said, "I did
They
see
aren't
something,"
studies,
and they said,
they're
"You didn't say
games.
anything," and he said, "I
All
did see
games from
something,"
beginning
and he
to
said, "I
end,
didn't see
only they
anything."
change the
He
rules
said, "I
whenever
did
they
see
feel like
something,"
it.
and they said, "No,
He
you
held up a limp
didn't see
hand.
anything," and he said, I
See
didn't
the
see anything,"
strings?
and that's what they do.
But you can use
That's what
them,
they made you do.
too. Only if they
but,
want to
but
be used.
he's seen
Only
something,
if they think
and he
they're
talked about it for
using
years,
you.
and it's all the same stuff.
No, it's too
that's being
hard. I don't want
declassified
to
now.
play anymore.
Except for here's
Just
the
when I
kicker.
start to be happy,
He
just
didn't
when I
believe
think I
that it
can
was
handle
little green
things,
men or
they
little gray
stick
men
in
or
another
aliens
knife.
or anything like that. He
I
said
keep having
those
nightmares now that I'm
UFOs
here.
were being controlled
I
by
dream
the
I'm in the battle
Illuminati
room.
New World Order
Only
and their
instead of being
secret
weightless,
government that
they're
really
playing
has
games with
complete
gravity.
control
They
over the
keep
entire
changing its
Earth.
direction, so I
That
never
was what
end
he
up on the
said.
wall I launched for. I never end up where I meant to go.
And it seems like a lot of the
And
other
I keep
stuff he
pleading
said
with
was
them
true.
just
So
to let
we'll
me
have to
get
find
to
out
the
what David
door.
Grush says, and we're going to
And they
find
won't
out
let me
probably
out.
more on
They keep
Wednesday
sucking
than
me
we
back
have in the
in.
last 50 years.
She heard the anger in
So,
his
you know,
voice
tune in on
and
Thursday.
assumed
We'll
it
be
was
talking
directed
about
at
that. It's
her.
just like one of the things that are
I
out there.
suppose that's what
The
I'm here
Streamer,
for.
thanks for tuning in
To
over there
suck you
on
back
V
in.
Live. Thanks for tuning in.
I didn't want to see you.
Pickle Man, damn,
They
just look at
told
that
me.
administration. That's all the proof.
I was
needed
afraid
for
that I'd still
extraterrestrial
love
visits.
you.
Yeah, you know, creepy, sleepy Joe
I
Biden. Don't
hoped
be
that you
surprised
would.
if he gets in the alien ship and just
My
flies
fear,
away.
your wish. Both
It's
granted.
like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, creepy, sleepy Joe. But
Ender.
who would pick his body? I don't know.
It really is true.
Okay, let me see. What
We
else
may
do
be
we have?
young, but we're not
Unions vow
powerless.
not to picket the
We
Democratic
play by
National
their rules
Convention.
long
A
enough,
group of
and it
10
becomes
labor
our
unions
game.
are expected to sign a peace agreement
She giggled.
with the Democratic officials on Tuesday.
I'm
So
on a
everybody's getting ready for
presidential
their
commission.
conventions.
Peter is so angry.
Let me see what's going on.
They don't
check
let
out
me
some more
use the
Gateway Pundit.
nets.
Let me scroll through
There
some
isn't a
Gateway Pundit,
computer
and then
in
I'm
the
gonna go over and
place,
check out what Breitbart's
except the
doing.
household machines
Check
that
out
run the
some John
security
Solomon,
system and
Just
the
News.
lighting.
I heard a little bit of
Ancient
John
things
Solomon
installed
on
back
the
a
radio
century
last
ago
night,
when they
doing
made
an
computers that
interview
didn't
with
hook up with
Sebastian
anything.
Gorka. I was tuning in Sebastian Gorka's radio
They took
show
away
a
my
little bit
army.
last
They
night.
took away my desk.
Like
and you
I
know
said, I was going to
something?
do this
I
locals
don't
chat
really
last night,
mind.
but I couldn't figure out the way to do it the
You
way
must
that I
be good
wanted
company
to.
for yourself.
So I went live on Instagram
Not me.
and just
My memories.
hang out with my cats last night.
Maybe
You can
that's
check out
who
the
you
video
are.
over on
What you
Newstime
remember.
Live on Instagram.
No.
I got the Newstime
My memories
cats.
of strangers.
Ooh, live for like an hour. Let me get my
My
microphone.
memories of the
My
buggers.
microphone's falling.
Valentine shivered, as if a cold breeze had suddenly passed. I refuse to watch the
Good
bugger
morning,
vids
T. Sam.
anymore. They're always the same.
At Newstime Live, Bill Cooper was screaming
used to
from the
study them for
rooftops, and
hours.
plenty of us listened.
The way
Mr.
their
Big
ships
Bastard.
moved
Yeah, I
through
have
space.
Yeah, Majesty
It's
12.
something funny.
No, there's
that only
Majestic
occurred to
12,
me
but it was
lying out here on
Majesty
the
12,
lake.
all in cap letters
I
with
realized
spaces.
that
That's what he said. The
all
document.
the battles in
the
which
Majesty
buggers
12
and humans
document.
fought hand to hand,
And I've read documents on
all
this.
those are from the first
That's
invasion.
the document. That's maybe one of the
all the
documents
scenes
Donald
from
Trump
the second
has that's
invasion,
declassified
when
out
our
there.
soldiers are in
That
IF
goes way back to the
uniforms.
50s. The
In those
Majesty
scenes,
12. Okay, let me
the
go back
buggers are
to
always
Gateway
already
Pundit. Let me
dead,
see what Gateway Pundit's got
lying
anything.
there,
I'm just going to scroll through
slumped
some of
over the controls.
conservative leading
Not a sign of struggle or anything.
publications now.
And Mazer
it's
Rackham's
5:34 a.m. here on Newstime
They never
Live.
show us any
You can call
footage
into
from
the
that
Newstime
battle.
Live broadcast at
Maybe it's a secret weapon.
515-602-9619.
No, I
We're
don't
going
care
live
about
on
how we
Blog
killed them.
Talk Radio.
It's the buggers themselves.
Radio,
I don't know anything about them, yet
coast to coast
someday
AM,
I'm
starting at
supposed to
5
fight
a.m.
them.
Monday through Friday.
I've been through a lot of fights in my
It's
life.
the Newstime
Sometimes
Live
games,
broadcast.
sometimes not games.
I don't have an echo machine,
Every time I've
but I
won
can do it
because I could
myself.
understand
Mega,
the way
mega,
my enemy
mega.
thought
That's how we do
from
it.
what they did.
Okay,
I could
so
tell
the,
what they
this
thought
is new.
I
It
was
says
doing,
The Department of
how
Justice,
they
and actually I
wanted
found
the
another
battle to
article
take
about
shape.
this. They say the
And I played
DOJ
off
is
of
going to
that.
allow David
I'm very
Weiss
good at that. Understanding
to
how other people
testify
think.
about the allegations of the Hunter Biden
The
cover-up.
curse
I don't
of
think
the
it's, I think I
Wigan
read it's going to be in
children.
September, though. Let me check out.
She
I don't know
joked,
why they
but
got
it
to wait so
frightened
long.
her.
I know they got that
That Ender
6-week
might
recess that they're
understand
all
her
going
as
to do,
completely
supposedly. I don't know
as
why
he
they're
did
even
his
doing this.
enemies.
Okay,
Peter
so this
always
is,
understood her,
from
or at
Gateway
least thought he
Pundit.
did. But he was such a moral sinkhole
It says
that she
Biden's
never had to
Justice
feel
Department
embarrassed
will
when he
allow
guessed even
U.S.
her
Attorney
worst
David
thoughts.
Weiss to testify to Congress
But
about the
Ender,
IRS whistleblower
she did not
allegations
want
of a Hunter
him
Biden cover-up.
to
The
understand
department
her.
is ready to offer U.S.
It would make
Attorney
her
Weiss to
naked
testify
before him.
shortly after Congress
She would be
returns from
ashamed.
August district work period.
You don't
Read the
think you
letter
can beat
to
the
House
buggers
Judiciary
unless you
Chairman
know
Jim
them.
Jordan. The
Can't go
DOJ
deeper
believes
than
it
that.
is strongly
Being
in the
here
public
alone with
interest for
nothing
the
to do, I've
American
been
people
thinking about
and for
myself,
Congress
too,
to
trying
hear
to
directly
understand
from U.S. Attorney
why
Weiss on these
I hate
allegations
myself
and the
so
questions about
badly.
the authority at a public hearing. He
No,
said,
Ender.
and then John
Don't
Solomon,
tell me
he put
no,
this out,
Ender.
breaking. John
It
Solomon
took me a
reports
long time to
DOJ
realize
will
that I
allow
did, but
Weiss to
believe me,
testify.
I
And this is
did.
part of, I think, what I was hearing on the radio
Do.
last night. At least 2 IRS whistleblowers have
And
come
it came
forward to
down to
reveal
this.
Hunter Biden received the preferential treatment through
In
the
the
mop-up
moment when
operation
I
disguised as
truly
an investigation.
understand
The
my
anonymous
enemy,
whistleblower,
understand
identified
him
as
well
Joseph
enough to
Ziegler,
defeat
finally
him,
came forward publicly on
then in
Wednesday.
that
Today I
very
sit here before
moment,
you, not as a hero or victim, but as a
I
whistleblower
also
compelled to disclose the
love
truth,
him.
he said. Ziegler said that David Weiss, the
I
U.S.
think it's
attorney from
impossible to
Delaware,
really
was
understand
hamstrung
somebody
and
what they want,
marginalized
what
by
they
the
believe,
DOJ
and
officials.
not
It appeared to
love
me,
them
based
the
on
way
what
they
I
love
experienced, that the U.S.
themselves.
Attorney in Delaware and our
then
investigation
in
was
that
constantly
very moment,
hamstrung, limited,
when
marginalized
I
by the
love
DOJ
them,
officials. Ziegler said. IRS whistleblower Gary
you
Shapley
beat
said
them.
that Biden appointed U.S. attorneys blocked charges against
For a
Hunter Biden.
moment, she was not afraid of
The Justice
his
Department allowed the president's
understanding.
political appointees to weigh in on
No, you
whether to
don't
charge the
understand.
president's son.
I
Gary Shapley
destroy
said,
them.
referring to U.S.
I
attorneys
make it impossible
in D.C.
for them to ever
and
hurt me
California.
again.
Let me
I
see
grind
if
them
John
and
Solomon was
grind
just
them
in the
until they
news.
don't
They were
exist.
quoting
Of
this
course
bigger
you don't.
report on it. Let me see what they got over here.
And now the fear came
By
again.
DOJ. Okay,
Worse
here's
than
the whole
before.
the John Solomon version
Peter
that
has
article. I think
mellowed.
this is where I first seen it last
But
night.
you-
I just forgot where I seen it first.
They've made you into a killer.
Let me see. This is the
Two
article
sides of
by
the
John
same coin, but
Solomon.
which side is which? I
John
really heard
Solomon's
some people
Just the
vow.
News. John Solomon, one of
I'm
the
not making this up.
hardest working men in news. He
and
does so many interviews. I was on John Solomon's
How will
Just
you
the
hurt
News.
me?
Not noise, no noise on
See what I'm
RAV,
becoming,
Real
thou,
America's Voice.
he said softly.
That's like my favorite. That's my favorite news
Even
channel.
you
Real
are
America's
afraid
Voice.
of
Okay,
me.
let me go into.
And he touched her
this set up.
cheek so gently that she wanted
It
to
says the
cry.
decision comes.
Like
Okay,
the
this
touch
is the John
of his
Solomon
soft
article. It says the
baby
Biden
hand
DOJ is
when he
going to
was
let the
still an
Delaware
infant.
prosecutor testify about the
She
Hunter Biden
remembered
tax
that.
probe.
The touch of his soft and
Decision
innocent
comes as
hand
Hunter
on her
Biden's former
cheek.
business partner prepares to testify next Monday
I'm
before
not,
Congress.
she said. And in that
The
moment,
Biden
it was
Justice
true.
Department on Monday informed Congress
should
it'll
be.
allow Delaware U.S. Attorney
No.
David Weiss to testify about the
I
Hunter Biden
shouldn't.
tax case, a major concession, but one that still leaves open a subpoena fight over
You're going to
other
shrivel
witnesses
up
and
if you
evidence.
stay in the
The announcement
water.
was delivered in a letter. The House Judiciary Committee
Also, the
Chairman Jim
sharks might
Jordan.
get
It came
you.
the same day that congressional investigators
He smiled.
secured a formal date for Hunter Biden's former close
The
business
sharks
partner
learned
Devin
to leave
Archer
me
to
alone
testify
a
next
long time
Monday.
ago.
The House Oversight Committee will conduct a
But he
transcribed
pulled
interview.
himself
The
onto the
DOJ
raft,
says that it wants David
bringing
Weiss
a
to
wash of
testify
water
so that he
across
could address
it as it
allegations
tipped.
from the two IRS
It was
whistleblowers that he did not
cold
have the
on
authority to
Valentine's
indict
back.
Hunter Biden on the felony tax charges dating to
Ender,
2014,
Peter's going to do
and that
it.
there was political
He's
interference
smart
in the probe
enough
before
to
the first
take the time
struck
it
a plea
takes.
deal on
But
the
he's
two
going to
misdemeanor
win
tax
his way
charges.
into power.
The department believes
not right
it's
now,
strongly
then
in the
later.
public interest for the American
I'm
people
not
and
sure
Congress
yet
to
whether
hear
that'll
directly
be a
from
good
U.S.
thing or
Attorney
a bad
Weiss
thing.
on these assertions
Peter can
and
be
questions
cruel,
about his authority at a public
he
hearing.
knows
The
the
letter to Jim
getting
Jordan
and
said.
keeping of
To address these
power.
issues, U.S. Attorney Weiss
There are
is available
signs
to
that once
appear at
the
a public
bug of
hearing
war is
before
over,
the committee,
and maybe even
consistent with the
before it
law and
ends,
department policy,
the
and for
world
the
will
House returns
collapse
from its
into
August
chaos
district
again.
work period.
The Russian Empire was
While
on its
making the
way to
concession
hegemony
on Weiss,
before
the
the first
department also
invasion.
signaled
If
it
they
may
try for
not
it
let
afterward,
other
so even
DOJ
Peter
officials,
might be a
including
better
Weiss
alternative.
Deputy Leslie Wolf testify.
You've been discovering
turn
some
over
of the
all the
destroyer
documents sought by
in
Jordan's
yourself,
team.
Ender. Well, so have I.
It may not let other
Peter didn't have a
not
monopoly
let
on
Leslie
that,
Wolf testify
whatever the
or turn over the
testers
documents.
thought.
And you got to get Leslie
And
Wolf.
Peter
She was
has
one of
some
the
of
main
the
players
builder
in this.
in him.
The letter said because she had
He
Leslie
isn't
Wolf, she had
kind,
charges ready to
but
go
he
in
doesn't
2014
break every
that they
good
said they're
thing
ready
he
to go
sees
on
anymore.
down there in Delaware. The letter
Once
said
you
that the department
realize
was
that
deeply
power will
concerned
always end up with the
by your
sort of people who
notification
crave
today. The
it,
committee has
I think that
authorized
there are
deposition
worse
subpoenas for
people
individuals
who could have
identified
it
in the
than
letter. Any
Peter.
attempts at compulsory process are
With that
unjustified
strong
and
a
premature, it said.
recommendation, I could vote for him myself.
Whatever that means. But that's okay. So John Solomon. So they're going to hear from
Sometimes
this
it
guy
seems absolutely
Weiss,
silly.
who
A
together with
14-year-old
Attorney
boy
General
and his
Zog
kid sister
Merrick
plotting
Garland
to
trying
take
to
over the
give a
world.
slap on the wrist to Hunter
She tried
Biden
to laugh.
because they know if they dig
It
deep,
wasn't
they're going to
funny.
find out about this 10% of the big guy, and it's
We
going to be the
aren't
biggest scandal
just
in American
ordinary
history.
children, are
What they're
we?
going to have to do, but it's
None
you
of
know
us.
creepy sleepy Joe Biden's probably going to
Don't
laugh
you
all the way to the
sometimes
bank
wish
and all the
we
way to the
were?
grave, spending all the money.
She tried to
he's a
imagine
freaking
herself
old man.
being
I mean,
like the other girls
you
at
know,
school.
and
Tried
Hunter
to
Biden's gonna
imagine
get this
life
slap
if she
on the
didn't
wrist.
feel responsible for
I
the
mean,
future
but it's
of the
treasonous.
world.
If he took these bribes, $5 million
It would be so dull.
for each of them for a bribe
I don't think
to
so.
fire this Victor Shokin.
And he stretched out on the
That's
raft,
treason. That's
as if he could
it's gonna be
lie
the
on
worst
the
thing
water
any
forever.
other president did in the history of the United States.
It was true.
Biggest crime
Whatever
ever,
they did to Ender in the battle
ever.
school, they had
You
spent.
know, and this is what Donald Trump got
ambition.
impeached for. Donald Trump got impeached
He really did
for
not
trying to
want to leave the
expose this with the
sun-warmed
perfect phone
waters
call with
of this
Volodymyr
bowl.
Zelensky.
No,
What a world!
she
What a
realized. No,
What's up,
he
Tennessee Tim?
believes
Thanks for tuning
that he
in.
doesn't want to leave here, but there is still too much of Peter in him, or
Hey,
too much of me.
Good morning.
None
Thanks
of
for
us could
tuning
be
in to
happy
Newstime
for
Live
long
broadcast. We
doing
go
nothing.
live every morning in the AM
Or perhaps
or
it's just that
AM
none of us
at
could be
7 a.m.
happy living
Monday
with
through
no
Friday.
other company
We got the
than
Blog
ourselves.
Talk Radio call-in line. People can
So she
call
began to
in to
plot
Newstime
again.
Live at 515
What is the one name that everyone in the world knows?
Let me see what
Mazer
Breitbart
Rackham.
News is up to.
And what if you win the next war, the way
So we
Mazer
got the
did?
UFO thing. I'm
Mazer
excited about
Rackham
this
was a
UFO
fluke.
thing on
A
Wednesday,
reserve.
this big
Nobody
hearing.
believed in him.
Mitt
He just
Romney
happened to be in
lobbies
the
to
right
defeat
place at
Trump,
the right
asked
time.
GOP
But
donors to
suppose
pressure low polling
you
candidates to
do
get
it.
out of the race. They're talking about that.
Suppose
Kevin
you
McCarthy,
beat the buggers,
the Biden probe
and
is
your name is
raising
known
to the
the way
level of the
Mazer
impeachment
Rackham's
inquiry.
name
The
is
body
known.
of the Obama's personal
Let
shutdown
somebody else be
drowned
famous.
at Martha's
Peter wants to be
Vineyard.
famous. Let him save the
Schweitzer says
world.
the Dems won't be able to
I'm not
deny
talking
Joe
about
Biden's
fame,
role
Ender.
in the 100
I'm not
deals
talking about
after
power
Devin Archer
either.
testifies on Monday.
I'm talking about accidents.
That's what he's saying.
Just
Charlie
like
Kirk
the accident
calls out
that Mazer Rackham
cowardly
happened to
churches
be the one who was
for
there
adopting
when somebody
left-wing
had
politics.
to stop the buggers.
You know what? Let me see this.
If I'm here,
I want to read
said
this.
Ender, then I won't be there.
I've heard a couple episodes of Charlie
Somebody
Kirk.
else will.
Listen, I've been liking more and more
Let
what I've been
them
hearing from
have
Charlie
the
Kirk,
accident.
especially since that very successful Turning Point USA.
His
the last
tone of
Turning
weary
Point USA
unconcern
rally that they had, I
infuriated
really
him.
didn't like a lot of the stuff that they were doing
I'm
up
talking
until
about
the last
my
one.
life, you
The last one
self-centered
was
little bastard.
kick-ass. I think what they
If her
did with
words
Steve
bothered
Bannon
him,
and the
he
War
didn't
Room
show
and all
it.
those people out there.
Just
so
lay there.
I'm
eyes
all about
closed.
maybe trying to go to one of these Turning Point
When you were
USA
little,
events.
Peter
And talking about
tortured you.
events, we're going to
It's a
have a
good
live
thing I
event
didn't
coming
lie
up
back
in
and
like
wait
2
for
weeks.
Mom
I have
and
to
Dad
Google
to
it real
save
quick.
you.
I'll
They never
let you know
understood how
in a minute after I
dangerous
read this
Peter
next story.
was.
Because it's kind
I
of along
knew
these lines.
you had the monitor,
And
but I
culture
didn't wait
wars.
for them either.
And News Time Live, we're
Do
going to
you
get
know what
involved
Peter
in the
used to do
culture
to me
wars.
because I
Trust me,
stopped him
because
from
we're
hurting
hearing all
you?
these news stories.
Shut
It's
up.
drag queen
And the
story
whisper.
time. It's there's a whole lot of
Because
them
she
coming
saw
up,
that
and
his
there's these
chest was
massive
trembling.
protests being planned.
Because she knew that
But
she had
Charlie
indeed
Kirk
hurt
calls
him.
out cowardly churches
Because she
adopting
knew that
left-wing
just like
politics. He
Peter,
says left-wing
she had
ideology
found
has
his
infiltrated
weakest
many
place
Christian
and
churches, and I
stabbed
believe
him
that.
there.
I go all over the place.
She fell
There's all these
silent.
so-called Christian churches. They got
I
the
can't
Luciferian
beat them.
rainbow trans-Marxist
Ender
flag
said
hanging up in
softly.
front of their churches. It's disgusting.
I'll be
all
out
over the
there like
Philadelphia
Mazer
area.
Rackham one
Baptists,
day,
Presbyterians,
and everybody will be
I
depending
don't even
on
know
me.
all these other weird groups. They got rainbow
I
flags
won't
in front of their
be
churches.
able
They are
to do
evil.
it.
They are satanic sodomites.
can't enter,
And this is what we got
then
going on in
nobody
America. These trans-Marxists have
If you
taken
can't
these Satan
beat them,
worshippers, these
Then
Luciferians
they
with
deserve
their
to win because they're
Luciferian
stronger and
rainbow
better than
flag.
us. It won't be your fault.
And starting,
Tell
there's-
it to the dead.
They're taking over America.
If not you,
And so we'll read this
then
story, and I got a
who?
couple other issues we're going to get into.
Anybody.
Stay tuned.
nobody.
Ever look into why
Ender.
NATO went into Bosnia?
I'll tell you
Oh yes,
something.
I know all about some of that
If
stuff
you
that was
try
going on. I got
and lose,
videos and
then
news
it isn't
and
your
history
fault.
about all that. I actually
But if
have
you don't
an
try and
army
we
buddy
lose,
that fought for Milosevic.
then it's all your fault. You
back in
killed
the day.
us all.
Left-wing
I'm a
ideology has
killer no matter
infiltrated
what.
many Christian
What
churches in
else
the
should you
United States
be?
because they bowed down
Human
to the
beings
false god
didn't
of being
evolve
nice
brains
and
in
the false
order to
god of
lie around
tolerance
on lakes.
to win approval from the
Killing's
world.
the first
Turning
thing we
Point USA
learned.
founder Charlie
And a
Kirk
good thing
told
we did,
Breitbart
or we'd be
News
dead.
in exclusive
And the
interview.
tigers
that
would
makes
own the
sense.
earth.
I
could never
Christian churches
beat
in the
Peter.
United States,
No matter what
they
I
bowed
said
to the
or
false
did,
god
I
of
never
being nice
could.
and the false god
So
of
it
tolerance.
came back to Peter.
To win the approval
He
from
was
the world,
years
Turning
older
Point
than
USA
you
founder
and
Charlie Kirk told
stronger.
Breitbart News. It says Breitbart
So are the
News
buggers.
asked Charlie Kirk, who travels to Christian
could see
churches
his
all over the
reasoning.
country for
Or
TP USA
rather,
Faith, to comment on the
his
battle being waged for the
unreasoning.
soul of America's churches,
He could win
and pointed to
all
the
he
rising
wanted.
support for abortion
But he knew in his
and the
heart that there was
LGBTQ
always
plus
someone
agenda in
who
some
could destroy him.
denominations, as well
He
as a
always
general
knew that he had
decline in
not
fervor.
really won
these
because
Satan worshippers are opening
there
up
was
churches
Peter,
like businesses.
undefeated champion.
And literally, they're, but, the
You wanna
Bible
beat
talks
Peter?
about the
She
Satan
asked.
taking over the church.
No,
But,
he answered.
anywhere you see a rainbow flag in
Beat
front of a
the
church, you
buggers.
know that, Lucifer is
Then
there.
come home
It says,
and
we are
see who
Christians.
notices Peter Wiggins
We as Christians
anymore.
are not called to be tolerant.
Look him in the eye
And people
when all
don't
the
like
world
it when I say
loves
that.
and
Kirk
reveres
said
you.
at a 2023 Turning Point Action
That'll
Conference
be
at West Palm
defeat
Beach, Florida
in
last
his
week.
eyes,
But we
Ender.
shouldn't be tolerant of
That's
sin. We shouldn't be
how you
tolerant
win.
of rebellion from God. And
You don't
we should have
understand, he
compassion.
said.
We have kindness,
Yes, I
sympathy,
do.
and love.
No,
but
you
love
don't.
without truth is not
I
love.
don't want to beat Peter.
So the Christian
Then
church
what do
has
you
a
want?
bad theology, it says. They don't want to offend people.
I
It
want
said.
him
The
to
gospel
love
is
me.
offensive. And because of that,
She
you
had
see a
no
lot of
answer.
churches that are taken over by these
As far as she
parasitic
knew,
left-wing
Peter didn't love
idea
anybody.
pathogens. And that's the truth.
Ender said nothing more.
And when I see that these
Just lay there.
freaking sodomites
And
are
lay
opening
there.
up churches with the rainbow trans-Marxist
Finally,
Luciferian
Valentine,
flag all
the
over
sweat dripping
Philadelphia,
off
it just
her,
makes
the
me
mosquitoes
think
beginning
that
to hover
I might as
as
well
the
just be a
dusk
preacher
came
or a
on.
pastor. I could be pastor
Took
or
one
Pat,
final dip in
and
the
I would
water,
probably be able to spread the
and
word
then
and save
began to
more
push the
souls and
raft
put an end to
in
this
to shore.
madness.
Ender
Burn
showed
these
no
damn
sign that
flags
he knew
down.
what she was doing.
You know,
But
God
his
doesn't want
irregular
everybody to sit on
breathing
their
told her
hands and
that
be
he was
tolerant
not
of this
asleep.
bullshit. No
When they
way!
got to the shore, she climbed onto the dock and said,
You know, maybe the Spirit, maybe the
love
Holy
you,
Spirit
Ender.
will get inside me and Pastor
More
Pat
than
will come
ever.
out and start my own church. You know, when you
No
see these
matter
rainbow
what
flags
you
flying up
decide.
everywhere, like, you know, what the F is there to lose?
He didn't answer.
You know what I mean?
She doubted that
Gotta
he
get the
believed
fight.
her.
And so that the Christian church,
She walked
and
back
it
up
is a
the
fight,
hill,
you know.
savagely
It is a fight,
angry
you know,
at
and
them for making her
God
come to
resurrected
Ender
me
like
from
this.
the, you know, from my former
For she
past
had,
life
after
and has
all,
me in this
done
fight. I jumped in
just
feet
what they
first into the
wanted.
fire.
She had talked
Part of the
Ender
reason
into
soul
going
biblical
back
teaching has
into his
become more
training,
rare in America's churches is because
and
many
he wouldn't
pastors are
soon
afraid to speak
forgive
the
her
truth
for that.
and don't even know what the truth is because they're not comprehending what the Bible
Ender
says.
came in the door,
Yeah,
still
well, if
wet
you
from
don't,
his
if your
last
eyes
dip
aren't
in the
open to the
lake.
Bible, you can't read
It's
it.
dark
You can read the
outside,
words and
and
look
dark
at
in
all
the
the
room where
numbers, but
Graf
if it
waited
doesn't
for him.
speak to you,
Are we going now? Asked
And
Ender.
it's really too bad
If you
because
want to,
America's
Graf
church
said.
is the great bulwark
When?
against tyranny.
When you're
Liberty is
ready.
not man's idea; it's
Ender
God's
showered and
idea.
dressed.
And he said that I'm going
He was
around
finally
the churches.
used
I
to the
speak
way
to a lot of
civilian
churches trying to
clothes fit
encourage them to
together,
speak
but he
out on
still
these
didn't feel
issues.
right
I think
without
without
a
a strong
uniform
church,
or
the
a
country
flash suit.
completely and totally falls apart.
I'll never wear a flash
While
suit
traveling
again.
to churches around the
That was
country,
the battle school
Kirk
game,
often
and I'm
encounters
through with
church
that.
leaders who say they would
He heard the
avoid talking
crickets
about
chirping
politics
madly
because
in the
politics
woods.
is divisive.
In the near
But Charlie
distance,
Kirk
he heard the
asserted, quoting
crackling
Luke
sound of a
12:51,
car
that the
driving
gospel is
slowly on
divisive, but
gravel.
Jesus did not come to unite the world,
What else
but to
should he
divide
take
the
with
world.
him?
So that they
He
don't
had
want to
read
talk about
several of the
politics.
books
Do
in
they
the
want to get rid
library,
of
but they
Jeremiah
belonged to the
29:7,
house and he
where the
couldn't
Bible
take them.
says to
The only
demand the
thing he
welfare of
owned
the
was the
nation
raft
that
he had
you
made
are
with
in
his own
because your
hands.
welfare is
That
tied to
would
your
stay
nation's
here,
welfare,
too.
or get rid of Daniel.
The
Joseph
lights were
was a
on
political
now in the room
figure.
where Graf
Joseph
waited.
was a counselor to
He
the
too
Pharaoh
had
in
changed
Egypt at the end
clothing.
of the
He
famine.
was back in
Esther was a
uniform.
political figure.
They sat in the
Mordecai
back
was a
seat of
political
the car
figure.
together, driving along country
Nehemiah
roads to
was a
come at the
political
airport
figure.
from
He
the back.
continued the book of Deuteronomy.
Back when
And
the
I think we
population
touched
was
on
growing,
those.
said
I've only
Graf.
read the Bible
They
twice.
kept this area
Probably
in
twice,
woods and
but then just
farms,
pick it up and go through it
watershed
every
land.
once in a while. But from
The
beginning to end of my
rainfall
entire
here
life,
starts a
probably
lot of
twice.
rivers flowing,
Yeah,
a
I
lot of
remember some of it.
underground
When I watch
water
a lot of these
moving
like
around.
cartoon Bible
The earth
stories,
is deep,
I just actually
and
got
right to the
man,
heart
you
is
know,
alive.
I
Ender.
just found this. Tell me
We
if this is not a
people
great
only
find.
live on the top
Give
like
me
the
one
bugs
second. I
that
gotta
live
show
on
you
the
what I
scum of
found.
the still
Me and
water
my
near the
wife found
shore.
this on the curb.
Ender said
on Sunday.
nothing.
Oh, I think I got some of it right
We
here.
train our
Let me
commanders
see
the way
this.
we do because that's what it takes.
Talk
They
about
have to think in certain ways. They can't be
some of the stuff that we
distracted by a
found.
lot
Let
of
me get it
things,
over
so
here.
we
I found this whole
isolate them.
box of old VHSs.
You
We need to see some of these classics.
Keep you separate, and it works. But it's so easy when you never meet people, when you never know the earth itself, when you live with metal walls keeping out the cold of space. It's easy to forget why Earth is worth saving, why the world of people
And I might watch
be worth
some of
the price
these
you pay.
over on
So that's why you
on
brought me here,
pelt.net
Ender.
one of these times.
With
On
all
like a
your
live
hurry,
stream
that's
when
why
I
it
go
took
through. I got
3
a big
months
tub
to
of
make
like
me love
VHSs, man. And it's got
Well,
like
it
all
worked.
these old Bible
All your
stories. Look at
tricks
that.
worked.
Talking about Esther.
Valentine,
I found all
too.
these
She
just
was
on the
another
side of the
one your
road, like
tricks.
these old
Make me remember
cartoons.
that I'm not going to
You know,
school for
on
myself.
satellite, I have a satellite
Well,
TV. I pick
remember.
up KU band satellite, and there's some
I may
like
have
different
used
stations. They
Valentine,
play like
said
all
Graf.
these old cartoons.
And you
Some
may
of them
hate
are
me
from like
for
the
it, Ender,
60s.
but
Like
keep
look at
this in
this. They
mind.
got like Joshua and
It
the
only
Promised
works
Land.
because what's
You
between
know, all these
you,
like cool stories. A
that's
whole
real. That's
I got about
what
like
matters.
20. I mean, there must be like
Billions of
100 of
those
these
connections
videos. We
between
just found them
human
on the
beings.
side of the road. There was a
That's
big
what
box
you're
on that. I still got a
fighting to
VCR.
keep alive.
A big box on the side of the road.
Ender turned his
What do they
face
got?
to the
Like,
window
look at
and
this
watched the
one.
helicopters
This is my favorite, Don.
and
This is the
dirigibles
big
rise
one.
and fall.
Boom! David and
They
Goliath.
took a helicopter
That's
to the
that's
IF
the best.
spaceport at Stumpy
That is
Point.
the one there. I got so many
It was
questions.
officially named for a dead hegemon,
And, you know,
but everybody called it
interpretations of this
Stumpy
story
Point
over here, David
after
and
the
Goliath.
pitiful little
And I got
town
the-
that had been paved
that's a
over
good
when they
one.
made the approaches to the
But I
vast
found all these
island of
tapes. There we
steel and
go.
concrete
The
that
Easter
dotted
story.
Pamlico Sound.
All these tapes.
There were still water birds taking
found
their
them on the side of the
fastidious
road the
little
other day.
steps in the salt water.
Which got me
where
thinking, you know,
mossy
this
trees dipped
war's
down
going
as if
on.
to drink.
Charlie Kirk, this
It began to rain
you know, this
lightly.
holy war. They
The
were talking
concrete
about
was
it.
black and
TP
It
USA.
was hard to tell where it
Turning
left
Point
off and the
USA.
sound
The holy
began.
war against the deep state.
Graf led him through a maze of clearances.
You know, the radical left.
Authority
you know,
was
they're
a little
raising their
plastic ball that
rainbow,
Graf carried.
trans, Marxist,
He dropped it
Luciferian
into chutes
flags,
and
not
doors
only,
opened and
you know,
people
at
stood
the
up
churches.
and saluted, and the chutes spat out the ball.
You know, they're
and
trying to
Graf
spread
went
their
on.
socialist Luciferian
Ender
religion
noticed that
around the world.
at first,
Because that's what it
everyone
is. It's a
watched
religion
Graf.
of socialism.
But as they penetrated
flying
deeper
that
into the
Luciferian
spaceport,
flag
people
with.
began watching
It's the same
Ender.
Kool-Aid Jim Jones
first, first it was the
socialism
man of
tradition
real
out back in the
authority, they
60s.
noticed.
It
But
is
later,
a religion to these
where
people,
everyone had
the
authority,
socialism.
it was
True
his cargo
socialists,
they cared to
you know,
see.
and throughout history,
Only when
it
Graff
is their
strapped
religion.
himself into
Their
the shell
religion
seat
is
beside him
the
did Ender
socialist
realize
world
Graff
order. It's what
was
they
going
want.
to launch with
Complete
him.
socialism.
How far? Asked Ender. How
And people
far
are
are you
fighting
going
against it.
with
There
him?
is a holy war against it. And,
Graff smiled
you know, one of the
thinly.
people like Charlie Kirk that's fighting
All the
against it.
way,
The other one
Ender.
is Kirk Cameron. Kirk
Are they
Cameron
making
was
you
on the War
administrator
Room
of command
yesterday.
school? No.
And they have,
So they had
on
removed Graff from
August
his
5th,
post at
all
battle school
around the
solely
country,
to
August
accompany
5th,
Ender to his next assignment.
they're making
important
appearances.
am I, he
A
wondered.
See You in
And
the
like the whisper of
Library
Peter's
event
voice
that's
inside
going
his
on
mind,
around the
he
country.
heard
They're
the
promoting
question,
it. So
how can I use this?
it's a.
He shuddered and tried to think of something else.
They say
Peter could
there's a
have
couple stories
fantasies
about it. He was
ruling the
on the
world,
Lauren. Kirk
but
Cameron.
Ender didn't have them.
August 5th,
Still
see
thinking
you
back on his
at
life
the
in
library
Bible school,
event.
it
And we're
occurred to
going to
him
get
that
out to
although
some
he
of
had
these.
never
This is
sought
not
power, he
this
had
Saturday.
always
It's
had it.
next Saturday.
But he decided
Let me
that it
Google
was
it,
a
see
power
which
born
events
of
are
excellence,
local.
not manipulation.
And
He
we're
had
going to
no
go to
reason
these
be
events
ashamed
and
of
one
it.
of them and
He had
go
never, except
live.
perhaps with Bean, used
You
his
can go
power
to
to hurt someone.
bravebooks.com.
With Bean,
Bravebooks.com. They
things had
talk
worked
about
well
the
after
Brave
all.
Books and the
Bean
Kirk
had become a
Cameron
friend, finally,
book
to take
tour.
the place of the lost
See you at the
alive.
library,
In
August
turn, took
5th,
the place of
2023.
Valentine.
Join the movement.
Valentine,
And which one?
who was
Let me
helping
just
Peter
check out
in
which
his
one he's
plotting.
going to go to.
Valentine, who still
Let me see which
loved Ender
local
no matter what
library. We're going to
happened.
go to the ones, they got them all
And
over the
following
country.
that train of thought led
See,
him back
Kirk
to
Cameron,
Earth, back to
alongside
the
Brave
quiet hours
Books,
in the
has
center
been
of the
visiting
clear
libraries
water,
and holding
ringed
story
by a bowl
hours
of
across the
tree-covered
country to
hills.
teach kids about faith,
That
hope, and
is
love.
the Earth,
On
he thought.
August 5th,
Not a
2023,
globe
we're
thousands of
calling on
kilometers
all
around, but a
families who
forest
love
with
God
a
and
shining
love
lake,
America
a
to
house
gather
hidden at the
at
crest of the
local
hill,
public
high in the
libraries
trees.
to pray,
A grassy
sing,
slope
and
leading
read
upward
brave
from the
books
water.
and other books of
Fish
virtue.
leaping and
Imagine
birds
thousands of local
scraping to
public
take the bugs
libraries
that lived at the
filled by
border
you,
between
your
water and
friends,
sky.
your pastors, your teachers,
Earth
and
was
your
the
local
constant
representatives
noise
on
of
this
crickets
date.
and
We're on a
winds
mission to turn the
and
nation back to
birds
God. Are you
and the
with
voice
us?
of one girl
If
who
so,
spoke to
we
him
want to see you
out
at a
of his far-off
library on
childhood.
August 5th,
The same
2023.
voice that had
And
once
you can go over to
protected
this
him from
website
terror.
over on
The same
Brave-
voice
Now we're
that
gonna
he'd do
go.
anything to
I'm
keep
gonna go
alive.
out and get some videos on
Even
this
return
day
to
and try to
school,
find
even
the
leave
one.
Earth behind
There's going to
again
be
for another
counter protests in
4
different
or
places.
40
In
or
places like New
4,000
York City and
years.
Philadelphia. Now they're actually saying
Even if
that
she
the
loved
loony
Peter
left,
more.
the Antifa types,
His
are
eyes were
planning
closed,
and gearing
and he
up to
had not
start a
made
lot
any
of
sound
trouble
but breathing.
on August 5th.
Still, Graf
You know, and
reached
so
out and
this is
touched
one of
his
the
hand across
to take
the
America
aisle.
back, to take our culture
Ender
back,
stiffened
and
in
you know, to bring
surprise,
God
and Graf
and family
soon
back to
withdrew.
America with our, you know, the
But for
only
a
culture
moment,
that's the
Ender
real
was
American
struck
culture,
with
the
the
Christian
startling
culture.
thought that perhaps Graf felt
To bring
some
it back, you know,
affection for
there's a
him.
couple of different.
But no, it was just another calculated gesture.
For the next few weeks,
Graf was
and
creating
for the
a
summer,
commander out
you know,
of a
there's
little
a couple
boy.
different things going
No
on.
doubt Unit 17 in the course
The
of
other
studies included an affectionate
Website
gesture
between
from the
August,
teacher.
there's another campaign
The shuttle reached the
that I
IPL
want to show
satellite in
you
only a
about
few
too.
hours.
And you could go to this website, and
Interplanetary
this all
launch
starts
was a city of 3,000
on the
inhabitants breathing
28th
oxygen from the plants that also fed them,
leading up to
drinking
August
water
the
that had
5th.
already passed
There's
through their
patriots
bodies
spreading
10,000
the word,
times,
and this is before
living
this.
only
Now,
to service
August
the
5th, we're
thugs
going to get
that
down
did
there
all
on
the
the streets of the
ox work in
nitty gritty.
solar
I'm going to go to
system,
the
and
library.
the shuttles
You know
that
what?
took
I'm going to
their
go.
cargoes
I'm
and
going to go
passengers
down there
back
and
to the
read.
Earth
I'll go
or
live and we'll read the story.
It was a
of
world
David and
where
Goliath together.
briefly
Straight
Ender
from the
felt at
Bible,
home,
and then like
since
maybe
its
some other
floors
like, you know,
sloped upward
picture
as
type
they did
stories.
in the battle
That's
school.
what we'll do. I'll show up
Their
there
tug
and
was
we'll
fairly
talk
new.
about some David and Goliath.
The
on
IF
August
was
5th.
constantly casting
That's what
off
I
its
wanna
old
read about
vehicles and
on
purchasing the
that
latest
day. See you
models.
at the library.
It had just
So
brought a
tune
vast
in
load
on
of drawn
August the 5th on
steel
Saturday,
processed by a
and we'll sit
factory
around
ship
and
that
read a
was
couple
taking
Bible
apart
stories
minor planets
live
in the
at the
asteroid
library.
belt.
You know, for
The steel
the
would
Kirk
be
I don't know
dropped
which
to the moon,
library yet. I'm going to try
and
to go
now
to a
the tug
library
was
that
linked
has
to
one of these
14
counter
barges.
tests. But the other
Graf dropped
thing
his
that's
ball
going on
into
that
the reader
conservatives
again,
should be
however,
known,
and the
partake about,
barges
and
were
share stuff that's
uncoupled from
going
the
on
tug.
this next couple weeks.
It
is
would be
this
making a fast run
other
this time, to a
thing for
destination of
activists
Graf's
that they're putting out there
specification.
called Take the Rainbow
Not to be
Back.
stated
Take the
until
Rainbow
tug had cut loose
Back.com.
from IPL.
You know, and it says
It's no great
uniting
secret,
God's people to
said the
stand up
tug's
for
captain.
righteousness.
Whenever the
And they
destination
said,
is unknown, it's
don't,
for
you know,
ISL.
they got a video over there. If you go
By
to
analogy with IPL,
takingtherainbowback.com,
and decided the
and it
letters
says,
meant
you know, don't watch the
interstellar
video if you want to stay
launch.
on the sidelines.
This time it
But it
isn't,
says about
but
join the movement.
Where then?
And I guess this is
I
like
have command.
some guy, Rabbi Schneider.
I
or
don't
whatever
have
like that,
security
but it's
clearance
religious
even to
people
know where that
fighting
is,
back.
sir.
They say many
Your shipment,
people. They got a
said Graf.
T-shirt out there.
Just let the computer
They
have a
take
look
back
at
the
this
rainbow
and
T-shirt.
follow the course it plots.
But they got this whole
Hand it to
thing going
Captain
on
Plastic
between.
Ball.
It
And
starts the
I'm supposed to
28th.
close my eyes during the whole
It's
voyage so
basically
I don't
a
figure out
national
where we
Take
are.
Back the Rainbow campaign
course
that
not.
they're doing.
I have
And so you
command
can
is on
join
the
the
minor
movement,
planet
you can go over and
Eros,
check it
which
out. I've been
should be
hearing
about
they
3
say
months
enough
away
is
from here
enough,
at the highest
and
possible
they-
speed.
They
which
want to
is the
see,
speed
you know,
you
what
will
did really,
use, of
what does
course.
God mean by the
Eros.
rainbow, and take the rainbow
But I
back.
thought
You can
that
say,
the buggers burned that to a radioactive...
I want to be. It says over here, I want to be able to communicate with and
When
guarantee
did I
to unite
receive
as many
security
believers as
clearance to
possible,
know
so that
this?
God's people can rise up
You
and
didn't.
reclaim the
So
rainbow.
when we arrive
for
at
him.
Eros, you will
You know what? I agree
undoubtedly
with
be
that because they
assigned to
destroyed the
permanent duty
rainbow.
there.
All these creeps with the target,
The captain
their
understood
satanic
immediately
merchandise.
and
You see
didn't
them
like it.
dyeing their hair rainbow
I'm
colors.
a pilot, you
These
son of a
freaks.
bitch, and you got no right to lock me up
You
on
know
a
what I mean?
rock.
So check it out.
I will overlook your derisive language to a superior officer.
I think you're going to be hearing a lot about it for the next
but my
week,
orders
especially
were to take the
leading up to some of these
fastest
things that are
available
going on as
At the
drag
moment I
queen
arrived,
story time
that was
and
you.
Trantifa
It
is
isn't as though
promising
anyone
they're
were
going
out to get you.
stalk out
Cheer
Kirk
up.
Cameron and
The
they're
war may be
and
over
try to
in
put an
another
end to
15
the
years, and then the
CU
location
at the
of IF
library
Command
events.
won't have to be a
get out there
secret
with your
anymore.
family. Get to your
By
local
the way,
library.
you should be aware, in case
It's going to
you're
be a big
one of
event,
those
and
who
take
relies on
videos because I think there's
visuals
going to
to
be a lot of this
document
stuff going
that Eros
on
has
and
been
at your
blacked
local
out.
library. You may be
Its
thinking,
albedo
no,
is only
nobody's
slightly
really gonna go out.
brighter than a black
People
hole.
all over the country,
You won't see
not
it.
this Saturday, next Saturday, or
Thanks,
Christians are going to be
said
at
the
these
captain.
libraries, and I'm going to go at one of them. I'm
It
going to
was
try to
nearly a
find out
month
where the
into
real
the
action
voyage
is
before he managed to
and do the
speak
man on
civilly
the
to
road
Colonel
report.
Graff.
Let me see
The
over on his
shipboard computer
website,
had a
see what
limited
the
library
I don't know
that
if
was
it
geared
specifically
primarily to
says
entertainment rather
where
than
Kurt's going to
education.
be, because I'm
So
sure
during
that's
the
where
voyage,
they.
after breakfast and morning
Let me
exercises,
see.
Ender and
I
Graff
see
would
you at the
usually
library
talk
event. Let me see. They
about
got one
command
in
school,
Philadelphia.
about Earth,
Let me blow
about
up that map
astronomy and
over
physics,
here.
and
I'll find out
whatever
for
Ender
sure.
wanted to know. And above all, he wanted to
The
know
Brave Book
about the
Story
buggers.
locations.
We don't know
They
much,
publish.
said Graff.
If you go to the website, they got
We've
the
never had
whole
a
thing
live
published.
one
But let me
in
give me a
custody.
minute to just zoom in. I'm
Even
going to tell
when
you
we
which one
caught
I'm going to
one
go to.
unarmed
Whether I'll
and
go to the
alive,
one
he
in
died the moment
New
it became
York or
obvious he was captured.
Philadelphia. They're all over the place.
Even
They're
the
popping up.
he is uncertain. The most likely
go.
thing, in fact, is
I'm
that
really bad using
most
these
bugger
websites.
soldiers are females.
So maybe I'll just do
But
this a
with
little bit later.
atrophy
they
or
got, they
vestigial
got one in
sexual
Philadelphia,
organs.
and there's going to be
You
one in
can't
New
tell.
York.
It's
Now, it doesn't
their
say,
psychology that would be most useful to you.
which one
And
is
we
going to be
haven't
in Philly
exactly
and which
had a
one's in
chance
New York.
to
They got
interview
the okay. There's one up in
Tell me
Lindsay,
what you
New
know,
York,
and maybe I'll learn
Melville
something that I need.
branch, okay, Brooklyn and Philadelphia.
So Graff told him.
Philadelphia,
The buggers were
Camden
organisms
County
that could
Library,
conceivably
they're
have
gonna be
evolved on Earth
and
if things had
the
gone
Hockenson
a
Public
different way
Library.
a billion
Okay,
years ago.
so there you go. So I'm going
At
to go
the
to one of
molecular
these.
level,
That'll be
there were no
on
surprises.
August
Even
the
the
5th,
genetic material
2023.
was the same.
I think there's going to be
It was no accident that they
patriots and
looked
Christians around the
insect-like to
country
human
going
beings.
out there, taking
Though
back
their
the
internal
rainbow.
organs were now much more
And,
complex
tell
and
these
specialized than any insects,
LGBTQ
and they had evolved an internal skeleton and shed
mutants
most of the
to,
exoskeleton.
take your
Their physical structure still
LGBTQ
echoed
freaking
their
plus sausage
ancestors,
party
who could easily
and
have been
freaking keep it
very
away
much
from the
like
children.
Earth's ants.
Save the children, folks. That's what
But
it's all
don't be
about.
fooled by that, said Graff.
Okay.
It's just as meaningful to say that our ancestors could easily have been very much like squirrels.
Streets.
If that's all we have to go
That's
on,
just the beginning. Maybe
that's
there's something going
said
on. It
Ender.
could be DC. Maybe I'll go to DC.
Squirrels never
I gotta
built
find out where the real
starships,
action's
said
going to be.
Graff. There are usually a few changes
Okay,
on
let
the
me
way
see
from
the Daily
gathering
Mail.
nuts
Check
and
out some
seeds to
Daily
harvesting
Mail,
asteroids
and then I'm
and
gonna go
putting permanent research stations on the moons of Saturn.
Scroll around for some news
The
and
buggers
stuff.
could
Check out
probably
the
see
chat.
about the same spectrum of light as human
Anybody
beings.
can call into
And
the
there was
News Time
artificial
Live.
lighting in
Call
their
in
ships
line
and
at
ground installations.
515-602-9619.
Their antennae
Feel free to
seemed
call.
almost vestigial. There was no
They're
evidence
saying
from their
that chick,
bodies that
Carly
smell
Russell,
and tasting or hearing were
who was
particularly
in
important. to them.
Alabama,
Of course,
who-
we can't be
who
sure.
was claiming that she was
But we can't
kidnapped
see
after
any
seeing
way
a
that they
toddler
could have
being
used
on the side of the
sound for
road. They
communication.
said she was lying, and her
The
whole
oddest
family was
thing
a
of
hoax.
all was that they
was a
also
hoax.
don't have
All
any
these people with their
communication
hoaxes.
devices on their ships. No radios.
Okay, let me
Nothing
say,
that could ever transmit or
soaring
receive any kind of
sales
signal.
over
They communicate ship to ship. I've
leftover
seen the
easy
videos. They
trainers
talk
worth
to each other.
562
True.
million has helped Adidas
Body to
recoup
body, mind
huge
to
losses
mind.
incurred when they severed ties
It's
with
the
rapper
most
Kanye
important
West
thing we
because of
learn
the
from them.
anti-Semitic
Their
outbursts.
communication, however they do
Comic
it, is
Ron
instantaneous.
Sexton, who played
Light
Donnie
speed is no
Baker on the
barrier.
Bob and Tom
When
show,
Mazur Rackham
died
defeated
on
their
tour,
invasion
age
fleet,
52.
they
I
all
don't know
closed
who
up
that is.
shop at once. There was no
Funny
time for a
moment, a
signal.
911
Everything
dispatcher
just stopped.
reports a possible
Ender
drowning at
remembered
Barack
the videos
Obama's
of uninjured
$12
buggers
million
lying dead at
Martha's
their
Vineyard
posts.
estate before his
We
personal
knew then
Chef
that it was
45 was
possible
found dead with
to
the power
communicate
boarding
faster
accident
than light.
on Monday.
That was 70 years
I guess
ago.
they must have the
And once we knew
911
what
call
could be done,
or the
we
911
did it.
dispatcher. Now they
Not
said the
me,
call
you, I wasn't
got made
born
from
then.
the Obama's Martha
How is it
Vineyard
possible?
house. Now, so we don't know if it was
I
Barack
can't
on the
explain
phone
philodic
or
physics to you.
Michelle or Michael
I half
Obama,
of it nobody
you know,
understands
Michelle
anyway.
with the balls,
What
Michael,
matters is
you know,
we built
but
the
let me
Ansible.
see, ex-pastor,
The official name is Philotic
ex-pastor,
Parallax Instantaneous
83,
Communicator.
arrested
But somebody
50
dredged
years
the name
after killing a
Ansible out of an
Pennsylvania
old
girl,
book somewhere
age
and it
8,
caught
who
on.
vanished while walking the
Not that
Bible
most
school.
people
Ooh,
even
that's
know the
creepy.
machine exists.
Let me see this story. This is a story out
That
of
means
Pennsylvania.
that ships
50
could
years.
talk
This
to
is,
each other
I guess, a
even when
cold
they're
case
across
that
the
they must have
solar
found.
system, said Ender. It means, said Graff, that ships could talk to each other
They say the
even when
pastor
they're
did it.
across
David
the galaxy.
Zanstra
And the buggers can
was
do it
charged in
without
connection
machines.
with a 1975
So they
death
knew
of
about
Gretchen
their defeat
Harrington
the moment it happened,
in
said
Delaware County. That's where I live.
I always figured.
I live here in Delaware County.
Everybody
This
always
happened,
said that they probably
District
only
Attorney
found
Jack
out that they
Stolzheimer
lost the
told
battle
reporters on
25 years
Monday,
ago.
Delaware County in media
It
that the
keeps
defendant
people
was a
from
monster
panicking,
and
so
every
crap.
parent's worst nightmare. It's a man who's
I'm telling you
a
things you
remorseless
can't
child
know, by
predator
the way.
who acted
If you're ever going
as
to
he
leave
was a
IF
friend, a
Command
neighbor, and a man of
before
God,
the war's over.
and he killed the girl.
Ender was
Stolzheimer
angry.
said the girl vanished
If
while
you know
walking to
me at
Bible
all,
school.
you know I can
When
keep a
police
secret.
interviewed
It's a regulation.
Zanstra, he
People under
reportedly
25
confessed
are
to the
assumed to
cold
be a
case.
security
Let me
risk.
see this, and
It's
this is
very
why
unjust
this is
to
where I
admit
live,
many
Delaware County,
responsible children,
Pennsylvania.
but
Let me
it
see if I know anything about
helps
the church.
narrow the number of people who might let something slip.
We're talking about. I wonder if this is one
What's
of
all
those
the
churches
secrecy
now. They
for,
got the
anyway?
rainbow flag popped up
Because
in front
we've
of it.
taken some terrible risks,
David Zanstra,
and we don't want to have
83,
every net on earth
of
second-guessing those
Morelia,
decisions.
Georgia.
You
I
see,
guess he's charged with criminal
as soon as we
homicide
had a
along with
working
first and
answer,
third degree murder.
we
Gretchen
tucked it into
Harrington,
our
8
best
years old, the daughter of
starships,
a
launched them to attack the
Presbyterian
buggers'
minister,
home
and his
system.
wife disappeared in
Do we know
mid-August
where they are?
1975
Yes.
while walking from her Pennsylvania
So we're
home.
not
Her
waiting
body
for
was
the
found
third
2 months
invasion.
later by a jogger in
We
Ridley Creek
are
State Park
the
in
third
Media.
invasion.
Okay, I walk around Ridley Creek
We're
State Park all the
attacking
time
them.
in Media.
Nobody
A
says
retired
that.
minister
Everybody thinks we have
in
a huge
Georgia,
fleet of
charged with
warships
the murder
waiting
of
in
the
the
slaying of
comet
the
field.
8-year-old who
Not
vanished
one.
while heading to Bible school in
We're quite
Pennsylvania.
defenseless
David
there.
Zanstra. See, I never heard about this story.
What if they
I go
sent a
back in
fleet
that
to
woods.
attack us?
I've been back there.
We're dead.
Disappeared in
But
August
our ships haven't seen
1975
such
while
a fleet,
walking
not a
from
sign of
Marple
one.
Township home at Bible school,
Maybe
Trinity
they gave
Church
up and they're planning to leave us alone.
Chapel, where Zanstra
Maybe.
was a pastor.
You've seen the
This is
videos.
Attorney Jack Stolzheimer told
you bet the
reporters in
human
Media,
race
Pennsylvania,
on
the
the
defendant
chance
was a
of them
monster
giving up and
and every
leaving
parent's
us
worst
alone?
nightmare. This is a man who's
Ender
remorseless
tried to
child
grasp
predator.
the
We all
amounts of
and I
time
told this
that
little
had gone
girl.
by.
After allegedly
And the
killing the
ships
child,
have
he
been
acted as if
traveling
he was a
for
family
70
friend, not only
years.
during her burial,
Some
but the
of them.
period after that, but for
And
years,
some for 30
District Attorney
years.
said. The body
And
was
some for
found
20.
2 months later by a jogger at Ridley
We
Creek
make
State
better
Park
ships
in
now.
Media. Harrington
We're
usually
learning how to
accompanied by
play
her
with
sister to
space a
Bible
little
school,
better.
but alone the fateful day
But every
because of a
starship
recent birth
that
in
is
her
not
family.
still under construction is on its
Was
way
offered
to
a ride by
other world
Zanstra,
or
who was
outpost.
also the father
Every
of
starship
one of her
with
best
cruisers
friends,
and
Stolzheimer,
fighters tucked
alleged.
into its belly
So
is
he
out
offered
there
her a ride in his
approaching
car.
the
She got in the
buggers.
car. He took her to a wooded
Decelerating.
location.
Because
Struck
they're
her in
almost
the
there.
head, believing in
The
her
first
to be
ships
dead.
we
Tried
sent
to
to the
cover
most
her body.
distant objectives.
Over the
The more
ensuing
recent
days,
ships to the
hundreds of
closer
people searched
ones.
nearby woods.
Our timing
distributed
was pretty
more
good.
than 2,000
They'll all be
leaflets and set up
arriving
a
in
24-hour
combat range
hotline.
within a few months
When
of
the
each
girl's
other.
body was found in mid-October 75, her
Unfortunately,
clothing
our
was
most
folded in a neat
primitive,
pile
outdated
near her body,
equipment will be
and her
attacking
underwear
their
hanging
home
from a
world.
tree branch like a
Still,
flag if the call to
they're
attention to the
armed
place.
well enough,
Yeah,
so
you know
we
what?
have
In
some
Pennsylvania, we
weapons
got
the
that
buggers never
penalty.
saw
This
before.
guy's 83.
When
They
will
should
they
fry this
arrive?
guy like a barbecue by the time he's 84.
Within the next
get him in,
5
get him out
years,
of there. Unfortunately, Jack
Everything is ready
Stolzheimer.
at IF Command.
And
The Master
is
Ansible is
he
there
is
in
one of these
contact with
DAs
all our
that was sort
invasion
of
fleet.
funded by
Ships are all
George
working
Soros.
ready to fight.
And
all
also,
we lack, Ender,
you know,
is
but
the
he's not as
battle
bad
commander,
as
someone who
what
knows
we got
what
going
the
on
hell
in
to do
Philadelphia.
with those ships
But I would
when
think,
they get there.
you know, with Governor
And
Shapiro,
what if no one knows what to
one's
do with
gonna,
them?
you know,
We'll just
the
do
death
our best.
penalty won't be on the
The
table
best
as long as
commander
Governor
we can get.
Shapiro is the governor. Even if they give
Me,
people the death
thought
penalty,
Ender.
they got this guy. They should
want
fry
me
him if they're gonna.
to be ready
They
in
gave,
5
I think they gave the synagogue shooter the death penalty.
Colonel
They
Graf
should get this guy in and out of there.
isn't the
and make
chance
sure
I'll be
they
ready to
should
command
stick
a
this guy in
fleet
the
in
electric
time.
chair for
Graf
God's sake.
shrugged.
He's 83.
So,
They should make this guy's
do
brain
your
popcorn
best.
before he turns
If
84.
you aren't ready, we'll make do with what we've got.
And this happened.
That
This is
eased
right around
Ender's
my
mind.
area. That's sad. I didn't really
But
know
only
about that
for a
story.
moment.
But an
Of course,
ex-pastor,
Ender,
man.
what we've
I'm
got
gonna go
right
and look
now
up this church. It
is
says.
nobody.
I wonder if this church still stands.
Ender
the
knew
church
that this was another of
killer
Graf's
was
games.
a pastor of.
Make me believe that it all depends on me,
It's
so I
it's a
can't
sad
slack
story.
off, so I
Okay,
push
it's,
myself
on
as
the
hard
front
as
of
possible.
dailymail.uk.
Game or not, though, it might also be true. And so he would work as hard as possible.
Let me go to media.
It was what Val
I gotta
had
cheer
wanted
myself
of him.
up now. That was depressing.
5
Eric
years.
Trump
Only
blasts the
5
Department
years
of,
until the fleet arrives, and I
Justice for
don't
going
know
through
anything.
Barron's underwear drawer
I'll only
and
be
everything else you
15
could
in 5
possibly
years,
imagine.
Ender
Let me see
said.
this. This is from some
Going
media.
on 16, said Graff. It all depends
Remember
on
that?
what
The
you know.
FBI going through freaking Barron's underwear
Colonel
drawer?
Graff, he
What's up
said.
with that?
I just want to go
They got
back
story
and swim
McCarthy
in the lake.
teases impeachment inquiry.
After we win the
We'll
war,
follow this
said
all the way to
Graff,
the end.
or lose it,
Let me see
we'll
what
have a
else they
few decades before they get back here
We
to
all
finish
remember
us
about the damn
off.
money. They should leave
The
it.
house will be there,
They had
and I
Melania's
promise you can swim
bras.
to
They
your
were
heart's
going
content.
through the FBI, man. What's up,
But I'll
Cody
still be
Elliott?
too young for security clearance. Oh, we'll keep you under armed guard at all times. The military knows how to handle these
McCarthy
things.
teases impeachment
They both
inquiry
laughed.
will follow all the
And
way
Ender
to the
had to
end.
remind himself that
Like
Graff was only
anything else
acting
back
like
here.
a friend, that everything he did was a lie or a
Exasperated
cheat
Jen
calculated
Psaki
to turn
demands
Ender
to know
into
why
an efficient
GOP
fighting
candidates
machine.
refuse to go after Trump.
I'll become
What are they trying to
exactly
get
the
out of
tool
this?
you want me to be, said Ender silently.
Let's see,
But at
disgusting
least I won't be
anti-American
fooled into it. I'll
Democratic
do it because I
congresswoman
choose
defends
to,
Vivek
not because you
Ramaswamy
tricked
from
me,
a
you sly
MAGA
bastard.
pastor's Hindu-phobic attack.
The tug
Let me see
reached
what
Eros before they could see it. The captain showed them the
Did a
visual
MAGA
scan,
pastor
then
do a
superimposed the heat
Hindu-phobic
scan on
attack?
the same
I never
screen.
really hear
They were practically
Hindu-phobic
on top of
attacks.
it, only
Let's hear this
4,000
one.
kilometers
This
out.
is from
But Eros,
media.
only
And I guess we're
24
going,
kilometers
somebody
long,
must have said something
was
about
invisible if
Vivek
it didn't shine
Ramaswamy.
with reflected sunlight. The captain docked the ship on one of the 3 landing platforms that circled Eros. It could not land directly because Eros
It
had
says,
enhanced gravity.
oh,
and the
Representative
tug
Ro
designed for
Khanna
towing cargoes could
defended
never escape the
Republican
gravity
presidential
well.
candidate Vivek
bade them
Ramaswamy
an
for a
irritable goodbye.
pro-Trump pastor's
But Ender and Graf
disgusting and
remained cheerful.
anti-American
The
attack on
captain was
Monday.
bitter at having to leave his tug.
Hank
Ender and
Koonman,
Graf felt like
a
prisoners finally
controversial
paroled from
pastor
jail.
who, as alleged, the
When they
2020
boarded the
election
shuttle
was
that would
rigged
take them
against
to the
former
surface of
President Donald
Eros,
Trump.
they repeated perverse misquotations
Attacked
of lines from the
Ramaswamy's
videos
Hindu
that the
faith in a
captain
speech
had
last
endlessly
week and
watched
warned
and
conservatives
laughed
that
like
they would have a
madmen.
fight with God if they
The
supported his run
captain
for
grew
presidency.
surly
You know what?
and
They're right.
withdrew
We
by
need
pretending to
Christians.
go to sleep.
We don't need Hindus.
Then,
we don't need
almost as an
Islams.
afterthought,
we don't
Ender asked
need
Graf one
Jewish
last
people in
question.
office. We need Christians in office.
Why are we
Christians should
fighting
vote for
the Buckers?
Christians.
I've heard all kinds of reasons.
And if you don't like all those other people, you should still vote
because
for
they have an
Christians. We should be
overcrowded
in charge,
system
not the
they've gotta
rest of you
colonize.
jerks.
Because they can't stand the thought of other intelligent
Any Christian
life
that would
in the
vote for a
universe.
non-Christian
Because
is
they
committing a
don't
sin and
think
should go to
we
hell,
are
in my
intelligent
opinion.
life.
Vote MAGA.
Because they
Same
have
thing for
some
Democrats.
weird religion.
If you are voting
Because
for Democrats, you are
they
voting for
watched our
Satan.
old video
You gotta vote for the
broadcast and
GOP,
decided we
and
were
you gotta vote
hopelessly
for a
vile for
Republican
all
Christian.
kinds of reasons.
And I don't
What
know,
do you
maybe
believe?
something should be done about maybe
It
we
doesn't
don't really
matter what
need
I
all these
believe.
Hindus in the GOP.
I want to know
You know,
anyway.
once we let them in, it's going to be hard to get rid of them.
They
maybe
must
tell
talk
them that,
to each
you know,
other directly, Ender. Mind
there's,
to
you know,
mind. What
can we
one
please
thinks, another can
just
also
keep it a,
think.
you
What
know,
one
a Christian
remembers,
nation,
another
please.
can also
We're in
remember.
danger of this country.
Why would they
And listen
ever
to me, Generation
develop
Z,
language?
listen to me, millennials,
Why
those of you
would they
watching that
ever
are like this
learn
new
to
young
read
guy. If
and
he does
write?
not serve the Lord Jesus
How would
Christ and
they
stand
know what
primarily for
reading and writing
Judeo-Christian
were if they
principles,
saw them,
you will have a
or
fight with
signals,
God.
or
What we are
numbers,
doing, even
or
entertaining
anything
the
that
fact
we use to
you're going to have
communicate.
some dude put his hand
This
on
isn't
something other than the
just a matter
Bible.
of
You're going to let him put all
translating
these
from one language
strange
to
gods
another.
up in
They
the White
don't
House, and
have
you're
a
just supposed to
language at
blink
all.
because he understands
We
policies.
used
Oh, I
every
agree with this
means we
guy
could think of
100%.
to communicate
Koonman's
with them, but
remarks
they don't
received
even
backlash
have
on
the
social media,
machinery to know
including
we're
from
signaling.
Ro Khanna, who has publicly
And
feuded with
maybe
Ramaswamy in the
they've been
past.
trying to
Well, you know,
think
if we're
to us.
what if we
And
what
they
if we
can't
follow what the
understand
Hindus are
why
doing,
we
where we
don't
sitting around in a freaking pile of cow shit throwing cow
the whole
poop at
war
each
is
other
because
every
we
year?
can't talk
I mean,
to
do
each
we
other?
really want to do that? Do we want to hang around with a bunch of
can't
people
tell
and
you the story.
you know,
You can
up
never
to
be
our
sure he
freaking
isn't
neck in
trying to
cow
kill
dung,
you.
fucking throwing poop at each other
What if
for
we
a
just left
holiday?
them alone?
Nah, I don't think so.
And
Not the GOP. Thank you
didn't
very
go to
much.
them
That's what
first.
they do over
They
there.
came to us.
Kahneman's remarks received
If
backlash
they were going
from
to leave us
social media
alone, they
from
could have done it
Ro Khanna.
100 years ago
I've had
before the
severe
first invasion.
disagreements with Vivek Ramaswamy,
Maybe
but
they
this
didn't
is
know
a
we were
disgusting
intelligent life.
anti-American
Maybe
attack on his
Ender
faith. Ro
believed
Khanna wrote, "We are a nation
There's
of
a
many
century
faiths,
of
and the fact that
discussion
so
on
many
this very
Christian American
subject.
Republicans are
Nobody
willing to
knows the
support
answer.
Vivek speak to that
When it
ideal."
comes down to
Well,
it,
you know,
though,
I don't think a lot of
the
Christian
real
Republicans
decision is
realize it.
inevitable.
A lot of
One of us
Christians in
has to be
general
destroyed.
sometimes
Let's
don't
make
realize
sure
that
we're
the
the ones
candidate
alive
that they're
at the
voting
end.
for is not a
Our
Christian.
genes won't
You know,
let
I
us
think that's
decide
one of the
any
reasons
other
why
way.
Doug Mastriano is
Nature
not the governor of
can't
Pennsylvania
evolve
right now,
a
because he didn't
species
point
that
out the
hasn't
fact
the will to
that
survive.
Josh Shapiro was
Individuals
Jewish.
might be
You know,
bred to
Josh
sacrifice
Shapiro
themselves, but the
was
race as
attacking
a
Doug
whole can never
Mastriano,
decide
calling
to
him an
cease to
anti-Semite
exist.
and a
So,
hater, and
if
putting
we
videos
can,
of Adolf
we'll
Hitler
kill
in the
every last
commercials
one of the
attacking
buggers. And if they can,
Doug
they'll
Mastriano.
kill
And most of the
every last
Pennsylvania
one of us.
voters, most Christians, didn't even know that
As for
Josh
me,
Shapiro
said Ender,
isn't Christian. You know,
I'm
if
in
I was,
favor of surviving.
You know, if I was Doug Mastriano, I would have went around knocking on doors and you'd be
That's why
like,
you're
you know,
here.
this Josh Shapiro guy, he's not a Christian. Well, what is he?
Took
He's
your
one of
time,
those
didn't you,
Jewish
Graf?
guys. Oh, you
The
mean
voyage
them,
isn't
and the people in
short, but the
Pennsylvania
3-month
would have been,
vacation
oh, you
seems
mean one of them
excessive.
Jewish guys? Ain't that them
I
guys that
prefer
put
not to
Jesus on the
deliver
cross?
damaged merchandise.
Exactly. You can't vote for those
Some
guys. They
men
put
simply
Jesus
have no
on the
sense
cross.
of hurry.
You know?
Oh well, it's only the fate of the world. Never mind me.
But you know, but
You
Doug
must understand
Mastriano
our
didn't
anxiety.
do that. He should have
We're
done
here
that.
with the
They should have
Ansible,
had
receiving
people
constant
Christians knocking
reports of
door
the
to
progress
door,
of our starships.
you know, and go,
We
what
have
are
to
you doing?
face the coming war every day.
You gotta vote for the Christians.
If you can call them
Okay,
days.
So Rokahana,
He's
though,
such a
and
very
he's another
little
one. Him and his
boy.
family probably they freaking hang
There's
out
a
in piles
greatness
of
in
cow
him,
dung, fucking throwing
a
poop at each
magnitude of
other
spirit.
like the rest of the
A
Indians.
killer
According to Real
instinct,
Clear
too, I
Politics
hope.
poll,
Yes.
Ramaswamy is almost tied.
We've planned out
with
an
former
impromptu
President
course
Mike
of
Pence
study
for
for
third
him,
place,
all subject
and
to your
Republican
approval, of
primary
course.
5-5,
I'll look at it.
Ron DeSantis, blah blah.
I don't pretend to know the
18.5.
subject matter, Admiral
Trump
Shimraj
51.8.
Nagar.
So the
I'm
bottom
only
line
here
is
because
Trump's
I know
gonna
Ender.
win.
So don't be afraid that I'll try to
But, you know,
second guess the order of your
you let all these
presentation.
people in the conservative
Only the pace.
movement, you know, all these
How much
minorities and
can we
stuff
tell
that
him?
they take over. That,
Don't waste
you
his
know,
time on the
they
physics
send
of
you a
interstellar
game, but we
travel.
need Christians. We
Now,
need
what about the
Christians. We
Ansible?
need nationalists. That's
I
what
already
we
told
need
him
in the
about
GOP.
that and the fleets.
We don't need.
I said they would arrive at their destination within 5 years.
Vivek Ramaswamy, whose
It seems there's
ancestors
very
sit
little
around
left
in cow
for us
dung
to tell
throwing
him.
cow poop at each other and freaking
You can tell him
bathing in
about the
cow
weapon
piss,
systems.
because that's what they do.
He
over
has to
there.
know enough to make intelligent
I mean, that's
decisions.
hey, it's their religion. It's what
we
they
can
believe.
be
They believe
useful
that the
after
cow
all.
is holy
Very
and they should
kind.
fucking pour cow urine
We've
and poop
devoted
all
one
over
of the
each other.
5 simulators to his exclusive use.
But I don't want to go there.
What about
you know
the
what I
others?
mean? And I wish there was less of them
The other
here.
simulators?
This is America.
The other children.
We're us Americans and our founding
You were
fathers.
brought here to
if they
take
were
care
to
of Ender
get into a
Wiggin.
time machine and look
Well,
around
curious.
America right now, and they would
Remember,
go,
they
"Who
were
are you
all
people are
my students
crazy?"
at one time or another.
And now
This
they are
wasn't
all
supposed to
mine.
happen.
They are entering
Okay,
into the mysteries
let me
of the
see.
fleet, Colonel Graff, to which you, as a
Trump
soldier,
attorney,
have never
I
been
mean,
introduced.
Honestly, the founding fathers, I don't
You
even
make
think
it
they
sound
even
like
wanted
a
guys like
priesthood.
that to be able to
And
vote, let
a
alone
god,
run.
and a religion.
Constitution was
Even
for
those
us
of us
by
who
us.
command
Everybody
by
just forgot
Ansible
about
know
it.
the majesty of flight
Trump
among the
attorney
stars.
claims bad headlines.
I can see you
for the
find
claim
my
or
mysticism
election
distasteful.
interference, blah, blah,
I
blah,
assure you that
something
your
about
distaste only reveals
Matt
your
Gaetz'
ignorance.
TV show over
Soon
on
enough,
media.
Ender
Was that the
Wiggin
only
will
thing that
also
was
know
on?
what I know.
Let me see
He
what
will
other
dance
stories
the
they got
graceful
here.
ghost dance through the stars.
Legal
And whatever
analyst
greatness there is
claims
within
potential
him
Trump
will be
legal
unlocked,
defense,
revealed,
Jessica Tarla,
set
blah,
forth
blah, blah,
before the
blah, blah.
universe for
Okay,
all
there's
to
no-
see.
Karen Jean
You
Pierre
have the soul of a stone, Colonel
definitively
Graff, but I
states that
sing
President
to a
Biden
stone as
was
easily as to
never
another
in
singer.
business with his
You may
son.
go to your quarters
And
and
this is a
establish
story
yourself.
that Karen Jean
I
Pierre,
have nothing to establish except the clothing
press
I am wearing.
secretary.
You own nothing?
I mean, some people get offended
They
by
keep
the
my
fact
salary
that I
in an
say,
account
you know,
somewhere
we should
on
only
Earth.
have Christians in
I've never
office,
needed it,
but,
except to
you
buy
know,
civilian clothes on
we all
my
made a mistake here in Pennsylvania
vacation.
getting Dr. Oz
A
on the ticket.
non-materialist.
And look what that got
And
us.
yet you are
What a
unpleasantly
disaster.
fat. A gluttonous
Okay, let me go over
ascetic?
here.
Such a
KGP
contradiction.
definitively
When I'm
states
tense,
that,
I eat.
this is what she
Whereas
says.
when you're
Let me get
tense,
it over
you
here. This
spout
is the article.
solid waste.
So she just
I
gets up and
like
just
you,
lies.
Colonel Graff. I think we
KGP
shall get
definitively
along.
states the president was
I
never
don't
in
much
business
care,
with his
Admiral
son.
Shamraj-Nagar.
No.
I came here for
Nothing
Ender,
about the big guy.
and neither of us came
During
here for
Monday's
you.
White House press briefing, Press Secretary
Ender
Karen
hated
Jean-Pierre
Eros from the moment
provided
he
a very
shoveled
clear
down from the
response
tug.
in regards to President Joe Biden's
He had
role
been
in his son
uncomfortable
Hunter Biden's
enough on
business
Earth
dealings.
where floors
He
were
was
flat.
never in business with his
Eros
son,
was
Karen
hopeless.
Jean-Pierre
It was a
said.
roughly spindle-shaped
This direct
rock,
statement
only
is
6.5 kilometers
not
thick at
the
its narrowest
answer that
point.
KGP
Since the
usually
surface of the
provides when she
planetoid
gets
was
any
entirely
question related
devoted to
Hunter Biden,
absorbing
the ongoing
sunlight
congressional
and
probe into his
converting it to
business
energy,
activity. She often defers to
everyone
the Justice
lived in
Department
the
or says that she won't
smooth-walled
comment on
rooms
an ongoing
linked by
investigation
tunnels
on the
that laced
question
the
on whether or not the
interior of
Biden
the
had any
asteroid.
involvement in Hunter
The
is
closed-in
one that
space
she's
was
gotten
no
a million
problem for
times,
Ender.
but on
What bothered
Monday,
him
Cameron
was that all
Jean-Pierre's
the tunnel
response was
floors
blunt and
noticeably
clear.
sloped
She
downward.
just lied through her teeth.
From the start,
She
Ender
said,
was plagued by vertigo as he
Representative
walked through
Chairman
the
James
tunnels,
Comer.
especially the ones that girdled
guess this is some of the
Eros's
questions
narrow
coming up.
circumference. It did not help that gravity was only half of
Reporter.
Earth's normal. The illusion
Chairman
of
James,
being
this is
on
what
the
the
verge
reporter
of falling
said.
was
Chairman
almost
James
complete.
Comer today says that the
There was also
Oversight
something
Committee has
disturbing
evidence
about
that
the
the president
proportions
in
of
the
the
past
room. The
communicated
ceilings
directly
were
with
too
foreign
low for
business
the width.
associates of the
The
son
tunnels
Hunter
too
Biden many
narrow.
times. I'm curious if
It
the
was
White
not a
House and the
comfortable
president
place.
still stand behind this comment.
Worst of all, though,
and if he's
was
ever
the
been
number of
involved
people.
and has ever spoken
Ender
to
had
his
no
son about his
important
business.
memories of the
Cameron
scale of the
Jean-Pierre
cities of
then
Earth.
said,
His idea
so,
of a
I've
comfortable
been asked this
number of
question a
people was the
million times.
battle
The
school,
answer is not
where
going
he
to
had known
change.
by
The
sight
answer remains
every
the same.
person who
The
dwelt there.
president was never in
Here,
business
though,
with his son. I just don't
10,000
have anything
people
else to
lived within
add.
the rock. There was no crowding, despite the amount of space devoted to life support and
when
other
she's
machinery.
lying, when her mouth's
What bothered Ender was that he was
denial by
constantly
Cameron Jean-Pierre.
surrounded by strangers.
Let me get myself.
They
Oh,
never
we got
let
some
him
people
come to
over
know
on that-
anyone.
on
He saw
Odyssey,
the other command
in the
school
Odyssey
students
chat. Let
often,
me
but
play the
since he
Odyssey
never
chat.
attended
Oh,
any class regularly,
Storytime
they
Live
remained only
over on
faces.
Odyssey. It's one of the
He would
great
attend a
places we
lecture
go
here
live
or there,
every
but usually
morning.
he was tutored
Check
by
out the
one
Odyssey
teacher after
link.
another,
Let me see
or
who I got
occasionally helped
over
to learn
on
the process
Odyssey
by
over
another
here.
student,
We got,
whom he met once
What's up?
and never saw again. He He ate
blow it up
alone
so it gets-
or
We're
with
also going
Colonel
live on
Graff.
Vaughn. Good
His
morning,
recreation was in the gym,
PIR round.
but he rarely saw
Thanks
the
for
same
tuning
people
in.
in it twice.
Says the RDR
He recognized that they were
Operation
isolating
Iron
him
Wheel
again, this time not by
Sundays
setting the
are
other
worth
students
the
to hating
watch.
him, but rather
Red
by
Dawn
giving
Radio.
them no
You'll have to
opportunity
check
to
out
become
that.
friends.
Red Dawn Radio.
He could hardly have been close to most of them anyway. Except for
You know,
Ender,
thanks for,
the other students were
thanks for
all
the news
well into
sources over
adolescence.
there on the Odyssey chat.
So Ender withdrew into his
Get me,
studies
good
and
morning,
learned quickly
Beverly.
and
Thanks
well.
for tuning in over there on
Astrogation
Rumble.
and military history he absorbed like water. Abstract
honey bar.
mathematics was more difficult, but whenever he was given a problem that involved patterns in space and time, he found that his intuition was more reliable than his calculation.
Let me see what's up with the New
He
York
often
Post.
saw at once a solution that he could only prove after minutes or hours of manipulating numbers. And for pleasure, there was
Okay, the
the
New York Post got a
simulator,
whole thing about
the most perfect video
Obama's
game he
personal
had
chef.
ever played. Teachers and students trained him step by
So
step
get
in
into
its
that.
use.
We're going to be hearing about that all
At
day.
first, not knowing the awesome power of the game,
Now,
he had played only at
I'm
the
interested in
tactical
the same-
level,
when the
controlling
real
a single fighter
investigative
and continuous
journalists-
maneuvers to find and destroy an enemy.
When they start digging
The
into what really
computer-controlled
happened
enemy
here with
was
the chef.
devious and powerful, and whenever Ender tried a tactic,
I wanna
he
know what
found
the
the computer
theories are.
using it against him within
So
a
I'm
minute.
sure this is going to be coming out all day.
The game was a holographic
There's different
display,
people are going to be doing
and
different
his
shows
fighter
about it. It's
was
gonna be interesting to
represented
hear what
only by
everybody
a
has to
tiny
say.
light. The enemy was another light of a different
Says,
color.
"Quid pro
and they
Joe.
danced and spun
Hunter
and
Biden
maneuvered
sold
through a cube of space
$1.3
that
million
must have been 10
in
meters to
art.
his side. The controls
And
were
one
powerful.
buyer was a Democrat
He could
donor
rotate
friend
the display
of Joe,
in any
appointed to a
direction, so he could watch
prestigious
from any angle,
commission.
and he could move the center
Oh, this
so
is a
that the
story,
duel took
something else
place
about the
nearer
Biden crime
or
family.
farther from him. Gradually, as he became more adept at controlling the fighter's speed,
Arizona woman
direction of
died
movement,
after her power
orientation,
was
and
cut
weapons,
off over a
the game was made more
$51 debt that
complex.
forced
He
utilities
might
to
have
change.
2 enemy ships
I
at
guess
once.
she died 'cause they turned her
There might
power
be
off and
obstacles,
the air
the
conditioning.
debris of space. He began to have to
Categorically
worry about
false.
fuel and limited
A black
weapons.
member of
The
the
computer
Florida
began to assign him
curriculum group
particular things
fires
to
back
destroy
at
or
Kamala
accomplish,
Harris's
so
criticism
that he
that
had
you see
to
there's
avoid
this, like,
distractions and achieve an
this
objective in
fear
order to
campaign
win.
that
When he
black
had mastered
progressives
the
are
one-fighter
spreading.
game, they allowed
You know,
him to
black
step back
progressives,
into the 4-fighter
that's
squadron.
African Americans to
He
you
spoke
people out
commands
there
to
in
simulated
Rio
pilots
Linda.
of 4
You know,
fighters,
black people.
and instead of merely carrying
They got
out
all-
the
they're
computer's
putting out all this,
instructions, he
fake
was allowed to
news
determine tactics
about the
himself,
curriculum.
deciding which of
Curriculum
several objectives was the
that
most
Ron
valuable,
DeSantis
and
is
directing
putting
his
out there in
squadron
Florida.
accordingly.
I was tuned into
At any time, he could take
the Al
personal command of
Sharpton
one of the
show,
fighters for a
Keeping It
short
Real.
time. And at first he
I
did
was
this
listening
often.
to what Al Sharpton and
When
some
he
of
did,
his
however,
phone callers
the other 3 fighters
on
in
the
his
Al
squadron
Sharpton
were
Keeping
soon
It Real show
destroyed.
we're talking about
And
it.
as the
Al
games
Sharpton's
became
phone
harder
callers,
and
I mean, you
harder,
gotta tune in
he had to
sometime.
spend
They're
more
some of
and
the
more
most
of his time
racist,
commanding the squadron.
stupid people
When
that
he
you'll
did,
ever hear
he won
in your
more
entire
and
life
more
ever
often.
call a show. Most of them are African
By the time
American.
he had been
They
at
sound
command
like
school for a
morons.
year, he was adept at running
Al
the simulator
Sharpton
at any of 15
doesn't correct them
levels,
because he's a
from
dope
controlling
too.
an
They
individual
say some of
fighter
the most
to commanding a
racist,
fleet.
hateful things,
He had
and
long
you
since
just say to
realized
yourself, man,
that
there's
as
some
the battle
people on
room
this
was the
planet,
battle
some
school,
groups of people are
so the
never
simulator
accused
was the
of being
command school.
geniuses, and a lot of them are
Classes
Al
were
Sharpton
valuable,
listeners, if you
but
know
the
what I
real
mean.
education was the game.
And they look and sound
People
like Al
dropped
Sharpton
in
too.
from time to time
But
to
it's just
watch
not a
him
good
play.
look. It's not a good sound.
They never spoke.
And now that they're
Hardly anyone
you know,
ever did
this,
unless they
the
had something
victim
specific
class,
to
they're
teach him.
spreading all this news
The
like,
watchers
oh, they're
would
trying to
stay,
change black
silently
history.
watching him run
To
through a
rewrite
difficult
the
simulation,
curriculum.
and then
And so
leave
there's
just
all this
as he finished.
controversy, and
What are you
Connie
doing?
Kamala
He
Harris,
asked.
since she's a
Judging
total
me?
dope and the
Determining
stupidest
whether
vice
you want to
president that
trust
we've
the
ever
fleet
had,
plan.
according to
Just remember
Newt Gingrich.
that I didn't ask for it.
You know, she has nothing else to talk
He
about.
found that
She's
a great
complete
deal of
failure.
what he had learned
So
at
she
battle
just brings-
school
to bring up
transferred
race
to the
card.
simulator. He would routinely
And it's not about,
reorient
like,
the
I think
simulator
most
every few
white
minutes,
people
rotating
could give
it
a
so
crap
that he didn't
about
get
black
trapped
history
into an
or
up-down
how they
orientation,
teach black history.
constantly
We
reviewing
just
his
don't want the
position
blacks
from the enemy point
teaching
of
the
view.
fucking white kids
It was
all this bullshit
exhilarating
lies
at
that
last
they
to have
believe
such
about the whole
control
thing.
over the
Because
battle to be able to see
African
every
American
point of it.
progressive history is
It was also
fake.
frustrating
It's
to have
fake
so little
history.
control,
It's
too,
revisionist.
for the
All you gotta
computer-controlled
do
fighters
is listen
were
to them.
only as good as the
you know, they
computer
think
allowed.
that there's, you know,
They took
different
no
books,
initiative.
black
They had no
progressive
intelligence.
books out there, and
He
teachers,
began to wish for
they
his
write
tomb
books
leaders
and pass
so
around
that he could
information
count on
and
some of the squadrons doing
articles,
well without
like,
having his
like the
constant
book
supervision.
that I was hearing about
At the
on
end of his
the
first
Al
year, he
Sharpton
was winning
show,
every battle in the
that
simulator,
one of the callers was
and
going to
played the game
send
as if the machine
Governor
were a
Ron
natural part of
DeSantis.
his
There was a
body.
book entitled
One day,
"Black
eating
People
a meal with
Invented
grass, he asked,
Everything." This is what they
"Is
tell
that
each
all
other.
the simulator
And the phone
does?"
callers call into the Al
Baseball.
Sharpton show. Not
The
only
way it
do they
plays now.
talk about how black
It's
people,
easy.
they
It
believe
hasn't
this.
got
It's
any harder
revisionist
for a while.
history. Black people
Oh,
invented
Graf
everything,
seemed
and not only
unconcerned.
that black people
But
are
then
the original
Graf always
Jews.
seemed
They
unconcerned.
say this on the Al Sharpton show.
The next day,
African Americans, they
everything
really
changed.
believe this.
Graf went
I
away,
heard them. They explain it with like
and in
weird.
his place
I actually
they
heard it
gave
on the show.
Ender a
This
companion.
genius called up the Al Sharpton show yesterday and was talking about
He was
how,
in the room when
you
Ender
know,
awoke
the
the
red,
next
the
morning.
black, and the gold, and the
He
green.
was an old man,
and, the gold
sitting
represents
cross-legged
us,
on the floor.
the blacks, the real true Jewish
Ender
people.
looked at
This
him
is-
expectantly, waiting for the
So
man
not
to
only
speak.
that, it's revisionist
He said
history.
nothing.
They don't know
Ender
who
got
they
up
are.
and
They just
showered
make it
and
up as they
dressed,
go
content to
along,
let
and they
the
just
man keep his
repeat it.
silence if he wanted.
And then they want to be like,
He had
they
long
kings and
since learned that when
queens.
something unusual
Yeah,
was going
okay,
on,
sure.
something that was part of someone
Why is
else's
my
plan and not his own,
focus is totally
he would
getting
find
out of
out
focus. Let me see
more
if I stay
information
here.
by waiting
Focus,
than by
camera,
asking.
focus.
Adults
I gotta
almost
get this on
always
a
lost their
tripod. I don't
patience
know why
before
this is
Ender
doing
did.
this. Let me see if I can fix this.
The man
There
still
you go.
hadn't spoken when Ender was
But
ready and went to the
categorically
door
false.
to leave
This
the
is what
room.
they're saying. This is
The door didn't open.
there's all this criticism about
Ender
what they want
turned
to
to
teach
face
in
the man
schools.
sitting on the floor.
I just
He
don't
looked to
want
be
them
about
to,
60,
I don't
by
care
far
what
the
they teach
oldest
black
man
people.
Ender had
I just
seen
don't
on
think
Eros.
they should be able to teach
He had
white
a
kids
day's
black
growth of white
bullshit
whiskers
lies,
that
'cause
grizzled
that's what
his
it
face
is.
only
Black
slightly less
bullshit
than his
and lies.
close-cut hair.
And they can believe
His
whatever the
face
fuck they want.
sagged
I
a
don't
little,
care.
and
Most of
his
them can't
eyes
read
were surrounded
anyway.
by creases and
So
lines.
here's the story from
He looked at Ender with an
categorically
expression
false.
that bespoke only apathy.
Black member of Florida curriculum group
Ender
fires
turned
back at
back to
Kamala
the
Harris
door and
criticism.
tried again to open
A
it.
prominent civil rights figure
All
who
right,
helped
he said,
craft Florida's
giving up.
African American history
Why is
standards
the door
has
locked?
blasted Vice President Kamala
The
Harris's
old man
assessment
continued to
of
look
the
at him
curriculum
blankly.
as categorically false.
So this is a game,
And
thought
she went
Ender.
out of her freaking
Well,
brain
if
the
they
other
want me
day,
to go to
screaming
class,
and yelling
they'll
about it,
unlock
trying to
the
use the
door.
race card.
And
Dr.
if they
William
don't,
Allen,
they won't.
former
I
chairman of the
don't
U.S.
care.
Commission on Civil Rights,
Ender
says
didn't
that
like
Harris
games
was
where
way
the
off
rules
when
could
she
be anything
claimed in a
and the
speech last
objective
week
was
that the
known to
standards
them
suggest
alone.
that slavery
So
was
he wouldn't
beneficial
play.
to black Americans.
He also refused
The
to
only
get angry.
criticism I've encountered so
He went
far
through a
of the new
relaxing
curriculum
exercise as
is a
he
single
leaned on
one
the
that was
door.
articulated by the
And
vice
soon he was
president,
calm
and
again.
which was an error.
The old man
Allen,
continued
who was
to watch
black,
him
told
impassively.
ABC News in a footage
It
touted
seemed to
by
go on
Florida
for
Governor Ron
hours.
DeSantis.
Ender
As I
refusing
stated in
to
my
speak,
response to
the
the vice
old man
president,
seeming to be a
it was
mindless
categorically
mute.
false. It was never
Sometimes
said
Ender
that
wondered
slavery
if
was
you were
beneficial to
mentally ill,
Africans.
escaped from some
But,
medical
they repeated
ward
this.
somewhere in
They
Eros,
were saying
living
this
out
on
some
Instructed.
insane
They just
fantasy
repeat these
here in
lies
Ender's room.
and all this black bullshit. They say
But
it
the
over and
longer
over
it
again.
went
It's a
on,
bunch,
with
they're a
no
bunch of
one coming
lies.
to the door, no
And I
one
don't believe
looking
a
for
damn
him,
thing they say, especially on the
certain
news.
it
Anything
became
that
that
comes
this
out of
was
their fucking
something
mouth is a lie to
deliberate,
me.
meant
The Florida
to
Department of
disconcert him.
Education unveiled its revised
Ender
instruction
did
standards
not
for
want to give
African
the old
American
man the
studies
victory.
last week. I don't believe a fucking word
Past
one
the
of them
time he
says.
began to do exercise.
Yesterday, ABC
Some
News
were
aired
impossible without
a
the
very
gym
small
equipment,
section
but
of their
others,
interview
especially from
with
his
a
personal
member of
defense
Florida's
fund,
African American
he could do
History
without
Standards
any
Work
aids.
Group, Dr. William B. Allen.
The exercises moved him
Here's
around
more,
the room.
Here's more of the
He was
interview where
practicing
Dr.
lunges
Allen
and kicks.
debunks the VP's
One
narrative
move
and
took
calls
him
her
near the
criticism
old man,
categorically false. So,
as he had come near him
they're
before,
criticizing
but
him about
this
all
time
these
the old
African American
claw
studies.
shot out
They want to
and
shove black
seized
history
Ender's
down our
left
throats.
leg in the
White
middle of a
people
kick.
could really give two
It
shits.
pulled
It's
Ender
all
off
lies.
his
It's
feet
revisionist
and landed
history.
him heavily
They
on
want
the
to
floor.
pretend black people did all
Ender
the stuff
leapt
that they
to his
didn't.
feet
I don't know why they
immediately,
just,
furious.
black people did a lot of real
He
stuff.
found the
in this
old man
world.
sitting calmly,
You know,
cross-legged,
like some
not
stuff
breathing
somewhere.
heavily,
I
as
mean,
if
they're
he
good
had
at
never
basketball
moved.
and baseball and football.
Ender
But like,
stood
you know,
poised to
it's,
fight.
come on, you got to start somewhere.
But the other's immobility
But, you know,
made it
they want to do
impossible
it.
for
They
Ender
want,
to
what they
attack.
want to do
What?
is
Kick
it's
the
not
old
about
man's head off
black history,
and then
It's
explain
not-
it to
it's
Graf.
about
Oh, the old man
bullshit
kicked me and I
black
had to get
history,
even.
revisionist history that
He
they
went back
want
to his
to shove down the
exercises.
white kids' throats
The
and
old man
change
kept
history
watching.
so white people believe all
Finally,
their fucking
tired
black
and
lies.
angry at this
And their black
wasted
lies
day, a
don't
prisoner
matter.
in
That's
his
what it
room,
is. And it's all
Ender went back to his bed
propaganda.
to get his
And the
desk.
left pushes it. And they
As
call
he
it
leaned
CRT
over to pick up the desk,
and
he felt a hand
LGBTQ,
jab
all the
roughly
same
between
stuff.
his thighs,
Yeah, that
and
VP
another
was
hand
no
grabbed
way
his hair.
qualified
In
to
a
for her
moment, he had been
position.
turned
I believe
upside
that.
down.
Slept their way
His
to the
face and
top. You know, they
shoulders
called
were
her
being
heels
pressed into the
up
floor by
Harris.
the old man's knee.
And not only
while his
that,
back
you know,
was
we did a whole show
excruciatingly
here with
bent,
Gary
and
Hunt
his
from the
legs were
Outpost to
pinned by
Freedom.
the old man's
You know,
arms.
where Kamala
Ender
Harris
was
really
helpless
wasn't
to use his arms.
qualified because
He couldn't bend his
her
back to
parents
gain
really
slack
weren't
so he could use his
naturalized
legs.
citizens.
In less than
And
2
you know,
seconds,
really, you know,
the old
if
man
you
had
were to really look at it a certain
completely
way, but that
defeated
time's
Ender Wiggum.
already passed. They got sworn in.
All right, Ender
We got
gasped.
screwed. We're
You
stuck
win.
here with Kami Kamala.
The man's knee
But you know,
thrust
they want to push
painfully
all this
downward.
pro-black propaganda.
Since when?
I've listened
asked
to black
the man, his
pastors.
voice soft and
Al
rasping.
is not a pastor.
Do you
No,
have to tell the enemy
Al
when he
Sharpton,
is
Al
won?
Sharpton, he's satanic. You know, he's
Ender
he's
remained
devilish.
silent.
He's nothing
I
but a
surprised
rabble
you
rouser.
once, Ender
But I
Wiggum.
think a lot of these people aren't
Why didn't
Christian.
you
You
destroy
know, I think a
me
lot of these
immediately
Christian
afterward?
black pastors, I
because
think
I
they're
looked
phonies.
peaceful.
They end up being phonies. You always
turned
find
your
out their
back on
stories.
me.
They set up all these little church
Stupid.
things. They steal
have
off
learned
each other. A
nothing.
lot of them go to jail.
You have never had a teacher.
Okay, let me see. Let me go over to
Ender
the
was
next
angry
story
now.
here. That was so.
I made no attempt to control or
That's
conceal
the
it.
what
I've
Kamala
had too many
Harris was
teachers.
going on about.
How was I
trying to play
supposed
the
to know
race
you
card.
turned out to be a
race?
an enemy?
Race.
Ender
Let me see if
Wiggum
anything's things
whispered the
trending
old man.
over on Twitter and see what
I am
Bo
your
Schnerdly
enemy.
maybe shared over
The
on his
first
Twitter
one
account.
you've ever had who was smarter than you.
People can give us a
There
phone
is
call
no
at
teacher but the
515-602-9619.
No one but the enemy will teach you what the enemy is going to do.
Yeah, it's sad when you
No
have to
one
run
but the
Kamala
enemy
for
will ever teach
obfuscation.
you
Yeah,
how to
you know what? They're
destroy
totally sticking
and
her out there
conquer.
because they got nothing else for her
Only
to
the
do,
enemy
and they need
shows
to have a
you
distraction.
where you are weak.
Okay, so
Only
so
the
X, I'm
enemy
over here on
tells you where
Twitter,
he is
and it literally
strong,
doesn't say
and the
Twitter. It
rules of
doesn't have the
game
blue
are
bird
what you can
anymore.
do
It
to
just
him,
says
or
X.
what you
I don't
can
know what I
stop
think
him from
about
doing
that.
to you. I am your
I don't
enemy
know about X.
from now on.
So let me just get my,
From
where's
now
my mouse?
on,
I gotta do all this weird stuff to
I
get my
am your
mouse on the
teacher.
screen.
Then the old
Let's see
man
what's
let Ender's
trending
legs
over
fall.
here. Let's see if anything's trending.
Because he still
over
held
on the
Ender's
Twitter
head to the
sphere,
floor,
if I
the
can
boy couldn't
find
use
it.
his arms to compensate, and his legs hit the surface with a loud
Let's
crack
see if there's any
and a
breaking
sickening pain.
news. I guess these
Then the
fires
old
in
man
Greece
stood
are still
and
breaking
let
out
Ender
around the
rise.
world. That's like a big thing still.
Slowly,
As
Ender pulled
Greece
his
is
legs
trending,
under him with a faint
Seems like a
groan
lot of stuff
pain.
with the Indians is in here.
He knelt on all
blah,
fours
blah,
for a
blah.
moment, recovering.
Why is Alex Jones
Then his
showing
right
on
arm
that?
flashed
Alex
out,
Jones
reaching
has a
for his
message,
enemy.
somebody says.
The
I
old
don't know
man
what
quickly
they're talking
danced
about
back,
here.
and Ender's hand closed on air as his teacher's foot shot forward to catch Ender on the chin.
Heck,
Ender's
I don't know
chin
what I'm
wasn't
looking
there.
at Twitter here. Let me go back
He
over
was lying
to,
flat on his back, spinning on the floor, and during the moment that his teacher was off balance
Let me
from
see
his
what the
kick,
Washington
Ender's
Examiner's
feet
kicking up this
smashed
morning.
into the
Just
old
kinda
man's
scrolling
other
for
leg.
some news. If we don't get any phone
He
calls,
fell in a
that's
heap,
cool. Just
but
keep
close
on
enough to
talking.
strike out and hit Ender in the face.
A
Ender
close
couldn't find an
Biden
arm or a leg
aide
that held
worked
still
for
long enough
a
to be
Hunter
grabbed, and in the
investigator
meantime
when the
blows were landing
inquiry
on his back and
began.
arms. Ender was smaller. He couldn't reach past the old
It
man's
says a
flailing
close
limbs.
associate of the
Finally,
Biden
he managed
family
to pull away
appears
and
to have
scrambled
spent
back into the
years
door.
working in the
The old
Delaware
man
U.S.
was sitting
Attorney's
cross-legged
office.
again.
Let's see what this is about. This
But
is
now
a
the
story
apathy was gone.
from the
He was
Washington Examiner.
smiling. Better
I wonder
this
who
time,
they're
boy,
talking about.
but slow.
I'm going to be down there in
You will
Delaware
have to be
today
better
doing my
with a fleet
deliveries.
than you are with your body.
I
or
drive
no
right
one will be
past
safe with
John
you in
Paul
command.
Mac Isaac's old
Lesson
Apple
learned.
repair shop that's closed down
Ender
every time I
nodded
go down
slowly.
there in Wilmington.
He ached in 100 places.
Okay, it says the
Good, said the old man.
Hunter Biden investigation.
Then we'll never have to have
Says
such a battle again.
close Biden political
All
aide
the
worked
rest
for
with
Weiss
the
when the inquiry
simulator.
began.
I
A close
will
associate of the
program
Biden
your
family
battles
appears
now,
to have spent
computer.
years working
I
in the
will
Delaware
devise
U.S.
the
Attorney's
strategy of
office,
your enemy, and you will learn to be quick,
including during the
and
months when
discover what
whistleblowers
tricks
said that the
enemy has
office
for
took
you.
up the investigation of Hunter
Remember,
Biden.
boy,
Alexander
from now
Mackler
on, the
served as
enemy
press
is more
secretary in Joe
clever than
Biden's
you.
Senate
From now
office
on,
and later
the
as a
enemy
legal
is
counsel
stronger
in his
than
vice
you.
presidential office.
From now on,
Mackler
you
managed the
are
late
always
Beau
about
Biden's
to
successful
lose.
campaign for Delaware
The
Attorney
old man's
General
face grew
in
serious
2010.
again. You will be about
And
to
Mackler
lose
served on the
Ender.
Biden-Harris
But you
transition
will
team
win.
in 2020, helping the
You will
Biden
learn to
administration create the
defeat the
blueprint
enemy.
for its Justice Department.
He will
Mackler,
teach you how.
it said, also appeared
teacher
to
got
have
it.
a close personal relationship
In
with
this
Hunter
school,
Biden.
it has
In
always been the
emails found on
practice
Hunter Biden's
for a young
laptop,
student to be
Mackler
chosen
corresponded
by an older
frequently with
student.
Hunter Biden and his business
The two become
associates, and even referred
companions.
to Hunter Biden fondly
The
as his
older
brother.
boy teaches
In
the
October
younger one
2018,
everything he
Mackler
knows.
was working under
Always
U.S.
they
Attorney
fight.
David
Always
Weiss
they
in the office
compete.
at the time,
Always they
according to
are together.
LinkedIn.com
I
page,
have
which lists him
chosen
as
you.
having worked in the Delaware U.S. office from
Ender
August
spoke as the
2016
old man
to
walked
May
to the door.
2019.
You're too old to be a
According to
student.
testimony in the House
One is
Ways and
never
Means
too
Committee
old to
from
be a
Joseph
student
Ziegler, a
of
top
the
IRS agent,
I have learned from the buggers.
on the Hunter Biden case
You
for
will
years, the
learn from
Delaware
me.
office had an investigation into
As the
Hunter
old
Biden's
man
financial
palmed the door
dealings
open,
by
Ender
January
leaped into
2019.
the air and
The
kicked him
close
in the
relationship
small of the
between
back
Hunter
with
Biden and the
both
former
feet.
member of the prosecutorial office
hit hard
investigating
enough
him could
that
come under
he
scrutiny
rebounded
as
onto
House
his feet
Republicans dig
as
into
the
the
old man
reasons
cried
why
out
members of
and
Weiss's
collapsed on
team
the floor.
appear to slow or block
The old
key
man got
elements
up
of the Hunter
slowly,
Biden
holding onto the
investigation.
door handle,
Assistant
his face
Attorney
contorted
Leslie
with
Wolf
pain.
featured prominently in the
He
testimony
seemed
of two
disabled,
IRS
but Ender
agents
didn't trust
who
him.
spent years working on
Yet,
the
in
Hunter
spite of
Biden
his suspicion, he
investigation.
was caught
Both
off
Gary
guard by
Shapley
the
and
old
Ziegler,
man's
the
scheme.
IRS
In a
whistleblower,
moment,
said that Leslie
he found
Wolf
himself on the
intervened to
floor
stop
near the opposite
multiple
wall,
investigative
his nose
steps
and
from
lip
moving
bleeding,
forward, including by
where his
preventing
face had hit
FBI
the bed.
agents from asking
He was
witnesses
able to
any
turn
questions
enough
about
to
Joe
see
Biden's
the old man
involvement
standing in the
in foreign
doorway,
business affairs,
wincing and
and by
holding his
tipping off
back.
Hunter Biden's attorneys about a
The
planned
old
search
man
of the storage
grinned.
unit. Leslie Wolf
Ender
worked
grinned
alongside
back.
Mackler in the U.S. Attorney's
Teacher,
office
he
before
said,
Mackler's departure.
do you
She
have
and
a
Mackler
name?
prosecuted a major
Major
case together.
Rackham,
For example,
said the old man.
how the
Then he
relationship
was gone.
may have factored into the decisions by Leslie Wolf
From
that
then on,
whistleblowers found
Ender
inexplicable
was either with Major Rackham or alone.
remains unclear.
The old man rarely
Mackler
spoke.
now
but he was
works under
there.
Delaware Attorney General
Meals,
Kathy
at
Jennings.
tutorials,
In February,
simulator,
Hunter Biden's attorneys implored
his
Jennings
room
to
at
open
night.
an investigation into the
Sometimes
Delaware County
Mazer would
repair
leave,
shop
but
owner
always
who
when
helped
Mazer
publicize
wasn't
the
there, the
contents
door was
of Hunter
locked
Biden's
and no one
abandoned
came in
laptop,
until
as
Mazer
well as the
returned.
Donald Trump associate
Ender
who
went
helped
through a
spread
week in which
the
he called him
laptop's
Jailer Rackham.
contents, and that's
Mazer
Hunter Biden
answered
going
to the
after
name
John
as
Paul
readily as to his
Isaac.
own and showed no sign
I've
that it
seen him
bothered him
by
at
his
all.
store a few times.
Ender soon gave it up.
Wearing his hat and
There
he was
were
there, but
compensations.
supposedly he's closed the store down on now.
Major
The
took
sign
Ender
is still
through
out
the
front of the
videos
shop,
of the old battles
right
from the
down in
first
downtown
invasion
Wilmington.
and the disastrous
You know,
defeats
but
of
I
the
guess
IF
these
in the
lawyers,
second
this
invasion.
Attorney General Kathy
These
Jennings,
were not
that
pieced
this guy
together from the
Mackler
censored public
is
videos,
working
but whole
for.
and
You know,
continuous.
they're going after Steve Bannon,
Since many
Rudy
videos
Giuliani,
were working in the
and,
major
for the
battles,
death
they
with the lawsuit
studied
has to
bugger
do with.
tactics and
Jennings' office did
strategies
not
from many
respond to a
angles.
request for comment
For the first
about
time in his
Mackler's
life, a
relationship
teacher
to the
was
Bidens,
pointing out
as
things
well as
that
whether
Ender
her
had
office
not already
did
seen
ultimately
for himself.
open the investigation into
For the
the
first time,
dissemination of the
Ender
Hunter
had
Biden
found a
laptop.
living mind
Jennings
he could
herself has
admire.
extensive ties to the Biden family. family.
Why
She
aren't
endorsed
you
him
dead?
almost immediately
Ender
upon his
asked
entry into the presidential
You
race
fought
in
your battle 70
2019,
years
boasting
ago.
to social media
I
that
don't think
she's
you're even
been known
60
the
years
Biden
old.
family for most of my life.
Oh, the
Mackler's
miracle
deep
of
connections to the
relativity,
Biden
said
family
Mason.
raised questions about whether he should have
kept me
ever
here
come
for
close to an
20 years
investigation
after the
involving the
battle, even though I
Bidens.
begged
He
them to
emailed
let
with
me
Hunter
command
Biden
one of
and
the
Eric
starships they
Schwerman,
launched
one of
against
Hunter
the Bugger
Biden's
home
business
planet
partners,
and
on
the
what
Bugger
appears to be the
colonies.
first day of his new job
And they,
as Delaware U.S.
came to
Attorney's
understand
Office to
some
talk
things
about the office's
the way soldiers behave in
email
the stress of
retention
battle.
policy.
What things? You've never been
Schwerman
taught
joked to
enough
Mackler that his
psychology
response
to
was the last
understand
email he'll ever
enough to
receive
say
from
that
me.
they realized
See, these
that
crooks,
even
they
though
know
I
what
would
they're
never be
doing.
able to command the fleet,
Days
I'd
after
be dead
Mackler
before
had
the
started
fleet
working
even
for the U.S.
arrived.
Attorney's Office, he was still
I was
working
still
with the
the only
Bidens,
person
according to
able
Hunter
to
Biden's
understand the
emails.
things I
Mackler
understood
helped
about
edit
the
public
Buggers.
statements related to
I
the launch
was,
of an
they
institute
realized,
in
the
Joe
only
Biden's name
person
with the
who had
University
ever
of Delaware
defeated the
while
Buggers
working
by
for the U.S.
intelligence rather than
Delaware U.S. Attorney's
They
Office,
needed
for
me
example.
here to
It said
teach
in late
the
August
person who
2016, after
would
it would seem
command the
Mackler
fleet.
began his job in the
So they
U.S.
sent
Attorney's
you out in
Office.
a
Mackler
starship,
fired off an email to Hunter
got you up
Biden and
to a
Sherwood
relativistic
opining
speed,
on the
and
public
then
perception
turned
of Hillary
around and
Clinton's
came home.
lucrative work with the Clinton Foundation.
A very dull
He
voyage
argued that
under
there should be a distinction
50
between
years
powerful
in
people
space.
who make money once out of office
Officially
and those
only
who appear
8
to be
years passed for
monetizing
me,
their
but it
current
felt
or
like
future
500.
access to government
All
power.
so I could teach
you
the
mean
next
like
commander
Creepy Joe's
everything I
doing?
knew. Am I to
When
be
someone
the
leaves
commander
public
then?
life and they or
Let's
their
say that
spouse
you
no
are
longer
our
hold
best
prominent
bet
government
at present.
positions, they can do almost
There
whatever
are
they
others
want,
being
take money from
prepared
almost
to.
anyone they can
No.
personally stomach,
That
and
makes me
who
the only
passes their
choice, then,
personal
doesn't it?
barometer,
Mazer shrugged.
Mackler wrote. That's the
Except
point,
you,
and the
you're
good
still
news for
alive,
us.
aren't you? Why not
Yeah,
you?
freaking
Mazer shook his head.
scumbag.
Why not? You won before.
Influence
I
peddling
cannot be the
states.
commander
House
for
Republicans are
good
geared up to
and
conduct
sufficient
a
reason.
potentially explosive
Show
interview
me how
next
you
week with
beat the
Devin
buggers,
Archer, the
Mazer.
former business partner of Hunter Biden, who's
Mazer's
facing
face
conviction and
went
prison time on
inscrutable.
fraud charges. He could have
You've
more
shown
incentive
me
to divulge
every other
details to
battle
congressional
7 times at
investigators
least.
than other
I think
witnesses
I've
in
seen
Hunter
ways to
Biden's
beat what
orbit.
the buggers
Devin
did
Archer is
before, but
reportedly
you've never shown
poised
me
to
how you
testify
actually
that
did
Joe
beat
Biden
them.
frequently spoke
The
to Hunter
videos
Biden's
are very
prospective
tightly
foreign
kept
business
secret,
partners
Ender.
on
I
speakerphone
know.
as his
I
son
pieced it
sought
together
to flex
partly.
his access
You with
to
your
his
tiny
powerful father
reserve
in the
force
course of
and their
negotiations,
armada,
a clear
those
departure from
great
Joe
big
Biden's denials
heavy-bellied
of ever having
starships
discussed
launching their
business matters
swarms of
with his son.
fighters.
Yeah, we know
You
that's
dart
true.
in at
Hey,
one
Cal
ship,
Mark, thanks for the
fire
lemons
at
over
it,
there.
an explosion. That's where they always stop the clips. After that, it's
X
just
is a
soldiers
clean-
going
a
into
cleaning
bugger
aid.
ships and already finding them dead inside. Mazer grinned.
Okay, so
So
that's
much for
that's
tightly
over there,
kept
and an
secrets.
update on what
Come
we're
on.
gonna see for like the next
Let's
couple of
watch the
weeks. I
video.
guess on Monday, Devin Archer is speaking.
They were alone in the video room, and Ender palmed the door locked.
Let's see what
All
else
right.
they got over here.
Let's watch.
The Washington Examiner. FISA
The
report.
video
prompts
showed
renewed
exactly
calls
what Ender had pieced together.
for
Mazer's
for spy
suicidal
reform.
plunge
Did you
into the
see this?
heart
They were
of the
talking
enemy
about-
formation.
I
A
was
single
listening
explosion,
to
and then
the Jay
Nothing.
Secula show, the Secula brothers,
Mazer's ship
over
went
on
dodged the shockwave,
the radio
and
show.
wove his way among the
And they
other
were talking
bugger
about
ships.
you
They
know, the
did not
FISA
fire on
court.
them. They did
They were
not
talking
change
about
course.
It hasn't been
Two of
named
them
yet,
crashed into
but
each other
whoever
and
this
exploded.
senator
A needless
is
collision
that
that either
the
pilot could have
FBI
avoided.
and I believe it
Neither
was the
made the slightest
CIA
movement.
may have been
Mazer sped up
spying
the
on
action,
an actual
skipped ahead.
serving U.S. senator.
We waited for 3
And
hours.
this is this
he said.
FISA report that comes out.
Nobody could believe it. Then
And
the
this, I heard them
IS
talking
ships
about
began
that on
approaching the
Secula
bugger
Live. It says
starships.
lawmakers across the
Marines
political
began their
spectrum
cutting and
are
boarding
reiterating
operations.
calls to revise
The
a
videos
key provision
showed
of the
the
Foreign
buggers
Intelligence
already
Surveillance Act
dead
after a
at their
declassified
posts.
court ruling
So you
revealed
see,
the FBI
said Mazer.
misused it last year.
You already knew all there
They say
was
another
to
gross
see.
overstep by the FBI that
Why
further
did it
erodes the
happen?
public trust. Senator Rick Scott
Nobody
said in a
knows.
statement regarding the
I have
revelation,
my personal
adding that
opinions,
AG
but
Merrick
there are
Garland,
plenty of
who was being
scientists
held
who tell
accountable
me
for this.
I'm less than
Who was being
qualified
held
to have
accountable for
opinions.
this? This is what he asked.
You're the one who won the battle.
The ruling made by the Foreign Intelligence
I thought
Surveillance
that
Court in
qualified me to
April in
comment,
declassified and
too, but you know
redacted
how it
form
is.
by Director of
As
National
xenobiologist,
intelligence,
and
April Hands,
psychologists
last
can't
week
accept the
said an
idea that a
FBI
star
analyst
pilot scooped
inappropriately
them
conducted
by sheer
4
guesswork.
search queries of a
I think
U.S.
they all
senator
hate me
and
because
state senators'
after they
names
saw these videos,
in
they had to
January
live out the rest of their natural
what
lives
is it?
here on
Let me go back to
Eros.
this. In,
Security, you know. They weren't happy.
in June
Tell me.
2022, it says,
The buggers don't
declassified
talk.
redacted form.
They think to each other. and
Last
it's
week,
instantaneous,
FBI
like the
analysts
phonetic effect.
inappropriately conducted
Like
4
the
search
Ansible.
queries of a U.S.
But
senator
most people
and state
always
senators'
thought
names in
that meant a
2022.
controlled communication,
The
like
analyst
language.
had information
I
that
think
the
you were
legislators
thought
were the
and
target of a
answered.
foreign intelligence entity,
I
but
never
that
believed
his or her
that.
queries of the
It's
senators
too
did not meet
immediate,
search standards,
the
the
way they
ruling
respond
said.
together to things.
The ruling also revealed
You've
that an
seen the
official
videos.
had conducted
They
a
aren't
search using a
conversing
state
and
judge's social
deciding
security
among
number, and
possible
after the judge
courses
had
of
issued
action.
complaint to the FBI.
Like
The
part of a
FBI
single
improperly
organism.
used its intelligence
It
database
responds the way your
again
body responds
to search for
during combat.
information about a
Different
U.S.
parts
senator and other
automatically,
state officials.
thoughtlessly
House
doing
Judiciary
everything
Committee
they're
Chairman Jim
supposed to do.
Jordan,
They aren't
Republican of
having another
Ohio, said about the
conversation
ruling.
between people with
He
different
added,
thought
"It won't stop
processes.
until Congress reins in
All
their
their
power."
thoughts are present
Jim Jordan
together
and his Democratic counterpart, ranking member Representative
single
Jerry
person.
Nadler,
And each bugger is like
are
a
typically at
hat.
odds on the policy, but have found rare common
Yes.
ground if they both seek
I
reforms to
wasn't the first
FISA
person
Section
to
702,
suggest
which
it,
expires
but I was
this
the
year,
first person
citing
to
civil
believe it.
liberties concern.
And
Both
something
vowed to
else.
oppose its reauthorization
Something
until
so
changes to
childish and
the
stupid
Section
that the
702 are made.
xenobiologists
The provision,
laughed me
which
to
allows the
silence when I
FBI
said
to
it
conduct
after the
warrantless
battle.
surveillance for the purpose of
The buggers
collecting foreign intelligence
are bugged.
information, has
They're
been a
like
point of
ants
contention for
and
years
bees.
because of its uniquely
queen,
flexible requirements
the
compared to
workers.
other provisions in FISA.
That was maybe
While it is
100
intended to
million
allow the
years ago,
FBI to
but that's
surveil
how they
foreigners,
started, that
Friday's
kind of pattern.
ruling was the latest in
Sure
a
thing, none
years-long
of the
string of
buggers we
discoveries
saw had
that
any
show
way
that
of
the
making
Bureau
more
has
little
violated U.S.
buggers,
citizens'
so
privacy
when
with the
they
tool.
evolved
The
this
FBI
ability
said that
to
those
think
instances
together,
were
wouldn't they
unintentional
still
in
keep
almost
the queen?
every circumstance, and that the
Wouldn't
recent
the
reforms in
queen
2021 and
still be the center
2022
of the
have
group?
drastically
Why would
improved
that
the
ever change?
FBI's compliance rate
So
with
it's the
FISA.
queen who controls
The court
the whole
ruling
group? I
corroborated
had
these
evidence
improvements,
too, not
saying that it
evidence
has not
that
seen
any of them
violations
could
of
see.
comparable magnitude since
It
the
wasn't
reforms were
there in the
implemented
first
in the last 2
invasion
years.
because that
It's
was
important to note
exploratory.
that neither U.S.
The
senator
second
nor the
invasion
state senator
was a
were
colony
surveilled, and no new
set
information
up a new
was
hive or
collection
whatever.
on either of them. The primary
And
focus
so they
should
brought
be
a
that the
queen.
court found that the FBI's compliance
The
rate
videos
with
of
the
the
fire standard to be over
second invasion,
98%
when they were destroying
after our
our
reforms were
fleets
implemented.
out in the
The
comic
FBI said
shell.
in a statement,
He began to
yeah,
call
but who
them
is
up
it?
and
Who is the
display
senator? How did he get caught
patterns.
up in this? They didn't give us the name of who it is
Show
exactly.
me
FBI Director
the Queen's
Christopher
ship.
Wray wrote in letters to the Senate and
It
House
was
leaders on
subtle.
Friday that the
Ender
702
couldn't
authority
see it for a
has
long time.
also
The bugger
overall been
ships kept
imperative to
moving,
national
all of them.
security that it
There was no
needs
obvious
access to
flagship, no
702
apparent nerve
databases to
center.
keep
But
countering foreign
gradually,
threats such as international
as
terrorism
Mazer
plots
played
and
the
foreign
videos
hostile
over and
cyber
over
actors.
again, Ender began
Senator
to see
Ron
the way
Wyden,
that all
Democrat
the
of Oregon,
movements focused
a longtime
on
privacy hawk,
radiated
said that last week's
from
ruling
the center
nevertheless
point.
highlights the need
The
for
center point
reforms.
shifted,
Yeah, well,
but it was obvious
okay.
after he looked long enough that the
to
eyes
protect
of
privacy
the
of
fleet,
U.S.
the
citizens.
eye
The revelation that a
of the fleet,
702 is used
the
against foreign
perspective
governments and
from which
related
all
entities
decisions were
directly
being made
impacts
was
Americans'
one
privacy, as
particular
American journalists, business people,
He pointed
students,
it
and
out.
others all had legitimate reason to communicate
see
with foreign
it.
governments.
I see
Wyden
it.
said the fact that
That
they
makes
can be
two
swept
people
up in a 702
out of
collection
all
further
those who have
highlights the
seen
need
this
for
video,
reforms
but it's
to
true,
protect their
isn't it?
privacy.
They
Senator
make that
Mike Lee
ship
of
move just
Utah,
like any other
Republican,
ship.
stated on
They
social
know
media
it's
of
their
the
weak
ruling,
point.
we need a clean
But you're right.
reauthorization of FISA 702
That's the
like
Queen.
we need.
But then you
Please fill in
think
the
that
blank.
when you went for
Lead,
it,
the
they
backdoor
would have
searches of the
immediately
American
focused
people's
all their
private
power on you.
conversations under
They could have blown
702
you
were an
out of the
affront to the
sky.
Fourth Amendment
I
and hundreds
know.
of years of jurisprudence.
That
House
part I don't
Intelligence Chairman
understand.
Mike Turner of Ohio,
Not that they didn't
whose
try
committee
to
shares
stop me, they were
jurisdiction over
firing at me,
FISA
but
with
it's as if they
judiciary,
really
said
couldn't
there's no
believe
support in
until
Congress
it was
for a
too
clean
late
reauthorization
that I
of
would
702,
kill
and has
the
appointed
Queen.
Representative Darren LaHood,
Maybe
Republican
in
of
their
Illinois, to
world,
spearhead
queens are
a
never
group
killed, only
working to
captured and
craft reform
checkmated.
proposals.
I did something they didn't
So there you
think
go,
an
and they're
enemy
fine. They still
would
haven't.
ever
I heard
do.
them talking about this on a Secular Brothers
And
show.
when she died,
when I
the
find out
others
what an
all
abuse
died.
of power. It's more
Huh.
about the weaponization of
went
government
stupid.
thing that keeps on happening.
The first ships we boarded,
There's only
the
11
buggers were
minutes
still
left on the
alive.
phone line, so let me turn this
Organically.
off.
But
We'll
they
open the
didn't
phone
move,
lines
didn't
again
respond to
tomorrow.
anything,
Thank you,
even
everybody,
when
over
our
on Blog
scientists
Talk Radio.
dissected some of
We
them
didn't get
to
any
see
phone
if we
calls
could
today,
learn
but
a
if
few
anybody
more
got any
things
phone
about
calls,
buggers.
save it up for tomorrow.
After a
Don't
while,
let the cat
they
get
all
your
died.
tongue.
No will.
My cats are all
There's
downstairs right
nothing
now.
in
They're waiting
those
for
little
me. At about
bodies
7 o'clock,
when
I'm
the
going to go down there
queen
and
is
feed them.
gone.
We go live,
Why don't
News
they
Time
believe
Live
me?
broadcast, Monday through Friday, 4
Because we didn't
a.m. to
find the
7
queen.
a.m. on many different social
She
media
got blown to
platforms.
pieces.
Check them all out.
Fortunes of war.
Go live on Clout
Biology
Hub.
takes a second place to
Time Live on
survival.
Clout Hub as
But
always.
some of them are
Not a lot of
coming
action
around
on
to my way of
Clout Hub,
thinking.
but Clout Hub's cool.
You can't live in this place
Follow
without
me
the
at
evidence
News Time
staring
Live
you
on
in the
Clout
face.
Hub. Go over and follow my
What
Clout Hub
evidence is there in
channel.
Eros?
Clout Hub's
And
growing
there
all the
around
time.
you.
They always add new
Human
features to it every
beings
once in a
didn't
while.
carve this place.
They keep on giving me
We
all
like
these
taller
alerts on
ceilings,
Clout
for
Hub.
one
I
thing.
guess people are claiming that
This
they're
was
being
the
shadow
buggers'
banned and
advanced
shut
post
down
in
and
the
censored
first
on Clout
invasion.
Hub.
They
And
carved
Clout
this
Hub keeps
place
on
out
telling them,
before
oh
we
no, it's
even
just
knew they
technical
were here.
difficulties.
We're living in a bugger
But we're on
hive.
Cloud Hub. Iggy
But
Mom!
we
Good morning,
already paid
Iggy
our
Mom.
rent.
Thanks for tuning
It
in,
cost the
Iggy
Marines
Mom.
1,000 lives to clear them out of these
You're on the
honeycombs,
D-Live.
room by room. The buggers fought for every meter of
Also, we're
it.
going live on Josh
Now
Who
Ender
TV.
understood
That's the
why
other
the
place we
rooms
go
had
live
always
on.
felt wrong to him.
If you want to cut the cord, Josh
I knew
Who
this place
TV
wasn't
is
a
the
human
place to
place.
do it.
This
You know,
was
you
the
could watch,
treasure
they got
trove.
Comet
If they
TV,
had
Me
known we would win
TV,
that
Retro
first war, they
TV,
probably
all these
would
different
never
TV
have built this
channels,
place.
completely free, cut the
We
cord.
learned gravity
Also,
manipulation
News Time
because
Live
they
every morning
enhanced the
in the
gravity
AM.
here.
We go
learned
live and then we
efficient use of
upload the
stellar energy
videos
because
right
they
over there,
blacked out
as
this
well as
planet.
Kick.
In fact, that's how
Kick.com.
we discovered them.
The new website,
In a period
Kick.com.
of 3
I don't play
days,
video games
Eros
often,
gradually
but when I
disappeared from
do, I
telescopes.
play them on
We sent a
Kick.com.
tug to find out why. It found
Okay, let me
out.
see. What else
The
do we
tug
have
transmitted
here?
its videos, including
Media
the
New
buggers
York
boarding and
Post. Let's
slaughtering the
check
crew.
out. Let me see if John Solomon's
It kept
Just the
right
News
on
put up anything
transmitting
from the
through the
morning.
entire
A lot of times
bugger
he does that.
examination
And I'm
of
going
the
to go over to
boat.
the Guardian.
Not
and
until they
check
finally
out what,
dismantled the
oh yeah,
entire
they got
tug
something new.
did the
A
transmission
literary
stop.
license. IRS whistleblower
It was their blindness.
says that Biden's
They
book
never had to
provided
transmit anything by
evidence,
machine. And
agents
so with
evidence
the
of
crew
tax
dead,
evasion.
it didn't
let's see
occur
what
to
this
them
is.
that
This is
anybody
update.
could be watching. Why did they
Story
kill the
about
crew?
some of the whistleblowers. This
Why
is a
not?
story by John Solomon,
To
Just
them,
the News.
losing
just
a
popped
few
up
crew
on
members
here.
would be like clipping
guess-
your nails. Nothing to get upset about.
Let me see. Sometimes
They probably
people write,
thought they were
crimes in their
routinely shutting
books.
down our communications
I'll tell you
by
right now,
turning
people
off the
say some
workers running the
crazy
tug.
things in their books. Sometimes,
Not
people
murdering
write these
living,
biographies.
sentient beings with an independent genetic future.
And trust me, I know about this.
Murder's
People
no
write
big
these
deal to
biographies,
them.
and they admit to
Only
things
queen
that,
killing really is murder, because only
you know,
queen
don't get
killing
revealed till
closes
years
off
later.
a genetic path.
I can cite
they
examples of
didn't
this
know what they
happening
were
in the
doing.
past. But this is literary
Don't start
license. It
apologizing
says, this is
for
the
it
article
either.
by John Solomon.
Just because they
It's on the
didn't
top
know they were
headline of
killing
Just the
human
News right
beings
now.
doesn't mean
It says
they weren't
IRS
killing
whistleblower
human beings.
says that Biden's
We do
book
have a right to
provided
defend ourselves
agents
as best we
evidence
can.
of tax evasion.
The only way we found that works is killing the buggers before they kill us. Think of it this way.
Oh, Hunter Biden's book.
In all the bugger wars
Says Joseph
so
Ziegler
far,
says
they've
agents
killed
had
thousands
evidence
and
that
thousands
Hunter
of living,
Biden paid a
thinking
hotel
beings.
bill for Joe
And in all those wars,
and planned to give Congress
killed
more
only
damning
one.
WhatsApp messages.
if you hadn't killed the queen,
And this is
Major,
by John Solomon. He just put
Would
this
we
out
have
at
lost the war?
6:13 a.m. So this is hot
I'd
off
say
the
the
presses.
odds would have
Just
been
the
3-2
news.
against
One of the
us.
IRS whistleblowers in the Hunter
still
Biden
think I
tax
could have
case
trashed their
says
fleet
some of the
pretty badly
evidence that
before
showed
they
the
broke us
president's
out.
son was engaged in an alleged
They have
tax
great
evasion
response
came from
time
an
and a lot of
unlikely source.
firepower, but we have
Hunter
a few
Biden's
advantages,
own
too.
memoir.
Every single one
IRS
of our
agent
ships
Joseph
contains an
Ziegler told
intelligent
Just the
human
News on
being
Monday
thinking on his
that
own.
investigators looking to
Every one of us
suspect
is
business
capable
tax
of coming
deductions
up
on
with
Hunter
a brilliant
Biden's tax
solution to a
returns
problem.
found information
They can
in
only
his
come
book
up with
Beautiful
one brilliant
Things
solution at a
that the
time.
expenses
The
were for
buggers think
personal
fast,
choices and
but
not
they aren't
corporate
smart
benefit.
all over.
That's almost the biggest
But on our
component of
side,
this, and I don't think
even
the
when
general
some
public
incredibly
understands.
timid
You have
and
statements
stupid
being
commanders
made in a
lost the
book that
major
are talking
battles of the
about
second
going out to
invasion.
California,
Some
leaving
of
your
their
life, and then
subordinates
going to start
were
this
able to
new
do
life.
real
Yet,
damage to
on
the
your
bugger
tax
fleet.
return, you essentially are
What about
stating
when our
things
invasion reaches
that are
them?
completely different. Ziegler
Will we
said in a
just
wide-ranging
get the queen
interview on John Solomon's
The
Reports
buggers
podcast.
didn't learn interstellar travel
Ziegler
by
also
being
said
dumb.
that he and fellow
That
whistleblower
was a
IRS
strategy
supervisory
that could work
agent
only
Gary
once.
Shapley are gathering
I
more
suspect
documents
that
to
we'll
provide
never get near a
Congress,
queen
including
unless we
additional
actually make it
WhatsApp
to their home
messages
planet.
beyond the
After
one
all, the
made
queen
public
doesn't have
from
to be with them
2017,
to direct
in
the
which
battle.
first son Hunter
The
Biden
queen
invoked
only
his
has to
father's
be
name in an
present to
effort
have
to
little
pressure
baby
executives
buggers.
from Chinese energy
The
company
second invasion was a colony.
CEFC to pay the money.
The queen was coming to populate the earth.
Ziegler
But this
said, we
time,
told
no,
Congress
that won't
that
work.
any of those
We will have
records
to
that
beat
we were
them fleet
requesting
by fleet.
related to,
And
we
because
were
they
going
have
to
the
turn over to
resources
the
of
House Ways and
dozens of
Means
star
Committee,
systems
and then
to draw on,
essentially they
my
vote
guess
on
is they'll
those
outnumber
to
us by a
the
lot
full Congress to come
in every
out, he
battle.
said. Ziegler pushed back hard
And to
against
remember
Democrats
his
and Hunter
battle
Biden
against
lawyers who
two
have tried to
armies at once.
suggest that the message invoking Joe
And I thought they
Biden
were
was
cheating.
somehow misleading or
When
contrived.
the real war begins,
He said
it'll
that
be like
while
that
Congress
every
designed
time.
its own
And
image
there
of the
won't be
text
any
message,
gate
the actual
they can go
words
for.
and context were accurate. Yeah, and they were trying to
We've
say,
only
oh, that's
got
a
two things
fake
going
screen
for us,
share,
Henry.
that WhatsApp message
We don't
is
have
fake.
to aim
But it was,
particularly
you know,
well.
They're
Our
saying,
weapons
no,
have
we got
great
more.
spread.
We got more WhatsApp
Then we aren't
messages.
using the
What's
nuclear
up with
missiles in
that?
the first and
What's
second
that?
invasions. Doctor device.
I think they were very
is much
clearly
more
with their
powerful.
wording and what they
Nuclear
choose. He
weapons,
said,
after
I
all,
mean,
were
they
weak
were
enough to
correct
be
to
used
use
on
those
Earth
blown
at
up
one
images.
time.
They weren't the actual images that they
The
might have
little
seen if we
doctor
were going through
could
looking
never
at their
be used
forensic
on the
software.
planet.
I can tell you
Still,
that those records
I
were
wish I'd
obtained
had
via an
one during
electronic
the
search
second
warrant
invasion.
and it was done on an Apple
How does it
related to
work?
Hunter Biden's iCloud account.
I don't
and as
know.
part of that, there was
Not
information that
well
was
enough to build
summarized in a
one.
schedule for the investigators.
At the
and
focal
that was
point of
something that
two
I took
beams,
part in,
it sets
and that's
up a
what I
field
said
in which
as part of my
molecules
testimony.
can't hold
Ziegler
together
said the
anymore.
WhatsApp message wasn't the only
Electrons
evidence of
can't
Joe
be
Biden's
shared.
association in the tax case.
How much physics
He
do
said
you
that a
know at
family
that
friend
level?
named Rob Walker confirmed to the
spent most of our
FBI that
time
Joe
on
Biden, as
astrophysics,
vice president,
but
attended
I
a
know
meeting
enough to get
with
the
Chinese
idea.
executives and that Hunter Biden
The
deducted
field
as a business
spreads out
expense
in a
a
sphere,
hotel room in his
but it
father's
gets
name.
weaker the
The
farther it
receipt came
spreads.
back to Joe's
Except
name,
that where
and
it
there was
actually
a
runs
receipt
into
for
a
some
lot of
service or something
molecules,
that was done
it
as part of
gets
that room
stronger
that was also
and
included in
starts
there.
over.
Ziegler explained,
The bigger
adding
the
his
ship,
team was
the
prevented from
stronger the
determining
new
whether Joe
field.
Biden actually used the room
So each
or
time the
was present
field
at the
hits a
hotel.
ship,
But I
it
think it's
sends out
important
a
to know
new
that it
sphere.
was the deduction
And
that was
if
taken
their
out of
ships
Hunter's
are
tax
too close
return.
together,
Ziegler said that
they
he
can
read
set
for the
up a
first time an
chain that
FBI
wipes
government
them all
report
out.
noticed at
Then
1023,
the field
alleging the
dies
Bidens were
down,
involved in
the
the $10 million
molecules come back
bribery scheme
together,
in the Ukraine.
and
It
where
was
you
made
had a
public
ship,
Thursday
you now
by
have a
Senator
lump of
Chuck
dirt
Grayson,
with a lot of
Republican of
iron
Iowa.
molecules
Yes,
in it.
I have read
No
it, Ziegler
radioactivity,
said,
no
but I don't
mess,
have any comments
just
on it, other than
dirt.
the fact that I
We may be able
did
to
not
trap
see
them
that
close
memo, he
together on the
said.
first battle.
And that's something that was provided
But
to
they
me.
learned
Yes,
fast.
it would have been
They'll keep
helpful
their
in
distance
corroborating
from each
potential
other.
other evidence in the investigation.
So Dr. Device is in
Ziegler
the
said
middle.
that agents saw evidence
can't
that
shoot
Hunter
around
Biden was
corners.
engaged in tax evasion that
That's
stretched
right.
back 2 decades
Missiles
and
wouldn't do any
continued
good
even after
now.
one of his business
We
partners,
learned a
Eric
lot from them in
Schwerman,
the first invasion,
tried to
but
create
they
an entity
also
called
learned from us
Owasco PC to
how to
ensure
set
the
up the
taxes were
ecstatic
properly
shield, for
filed.
instance.
In my transcript, I talk
The
about
little
certain
doctor
issues that
penetrates
Hunter and
the
I
shield
think going back to the
as
early
if it weren't
2000s, he
there.
said. There was a large
You
amount
can't
of late
see
filed and
through the
delinquent
shield
taxes
to
that
aim
he
and
had.
focus the
And
beams,
essentially, Eric
but since the
Schwerman,
generator
his
of the
business
ecstatic
partner,
shield is always
came in and
needed
tried to
at
help him out
center,
by setting up the
it isn't hard to
Owasco
figure it
entity
out.
so that he could have some of
Why
his money
haven't I
flow
ever been
through so
trained with
he
this?
didn't run into these problems again.
You always have.
Such
We
alleged
just let the
evasion,
computer
he
tend to it
said,
for you.
met the standard
Your
of
job
willful.
is
Hunter
to get
Biden
into
has
a
agreed to plead
superior
guilty to the
strategic
2 tax
position and
misdemeanors
choose the
alleging
target.
willful evasion.
The
Prosecutors have
shipboard
said.
computers
Ziegler
are much
noted,
better
as
at
an
aiming the
example,
doctor than
that
you
Hunter
are.
Biden tried to disguise
Why is
as
it called
loans
Dr. Device?
money that was paid to him as
When it was
income from
developed,
Burisma Holdings
it
in the
was called a
Ukraine.
molecular
In an
detachment
everyday,
device,
ordinary case, if someone goes around the normal
device.
means that they have set up to allow them to
still
have
didn't
tax
understand.
compliance, they're going around that normal means
MD.
and using another mechanism
The
to
initials
essentially
stand for
avoid
medical
paying their
doctor,
taxes.
too.
That's an item
MD
that
device,
would
therefore,
go
doctor
into willfulness.
device. It was
And
a
it's a
joke.
willful intent to either deceive
Ender
or
didn't
make
see
it
what was
so that the
funny about
income
it.
is not reported. Ziegler cast off several efforts
They had
by
changed
Democrats
the
and liberal media
simulator.
to smear him.
He could still control
including
the
one suggestion that a
perspective
former
and
Trump
the degree
administration
of
official
detail,
turned activist
but
Garrett
there were
Ziegler
no ship's
was working with
controls
him.
anymore.
Garrett Ziegler was
Instead, it
on a
was a new
conservative
panel
site
of
that
levers
posted information from Hunter
and a
Biden's
small
infamous
headset with
laptop and has been
earphones and a
sued by
small
one of Hunter
microphone.
Biden's lawyers. Joseph
The technician
Ziegler,
who was
who
waiting
is
there
openly
quickly explained
gay,
how
said
to
that
wear
the
the
smear was
headset.
particularly stunning, given
But
that
how do I
Garrett
control
Ziegler's
the
team
ships?
and
Asked
other
Biden.
conservatives have been critical of him.
Mazer explained.
There's absolutely no
He
truth to
wasn't
that. He
going
said,
to
I said in my
control ships
testimony, I have
anymore.
not turned over any
You've
records
reached
to
the
this
next
person.
phase of
And
your
I mean,
training.
if you look back
You have
at some of the things
experience
that
in
were
every
said
level of strategy,
and that were
but
on
now
his
it's time
social
for you to
media, they
concentrate
were
on
calling
commanding an entire
LGBTQ
fleet.
people clowns. I
As
guess
you
it's
work
this
with
guy,
team
Garrett
leaders in
Ziegler.
battle school,
Not,
so
you know,
now
get
you will work with
confused
squadron
with the
leaders.
whistleblower.
You have been assigned
whistleblower
3 dozen
X,
such leaders to train.
the gay Joe
You must
Ziegler.
teach them intelligent
He added,
tactics.
at the end of the
You must
day, I'm
learn
proud
their
of who I
strengths
am.
and
Being gay doesn't
limitations.
define who I am,
You
but it's
must
part of
make
who I
them
am.
into
So
a whole.
that's super important
When will
that
they
people
come here?
understand that fact.
They're
It
already
doesn't
in
change the type
place
of
in their
person
own
I am, Ziegler
simulators.
said. Since his
You will
identity
speak
was
to
a
them through
whistleblower
the
became
headset.
known inside the IRS,
The new
he and
levers
Shapley
on
have
your
been
control
ostracized
panel
by the agency's leadership.
enable you to
What I can tell
see
you is,
from the perspective of
it's
any of
that
your
the
squadron
IRS
leaders.
essentially
This
has
more
put us on
closely
an
duplicates
island.
the conditions you
I
might
would like to
encounter
think
in
that
a
they
real
would
battle,
want to be there to support
where
their
you will know
agents.
only
You don't have
what
to
your
support what
ships
they're
can
saying,
see.
but you can support
How
them
can I work
for
with
being
squadron
your
leaders I
agents.
never
But
see?
he added the isolation has been
And why
countered with
would
an
you
enormous
see them?
outflow of support from rank and
To know
file
who
law
they are,
enforcement.
how they think.
I probably had
You will
over
learn
about
who
100
they
different
are
messages from around
and
the
how they
world,
think
people in federal law
from the
enforcement,
way
people I
they
used to
work
work
with the
with,
simulator.
people at the DEA,
But
that I
even
used to
so,
work
I
with,
think
even
you
from
won't
people at
be
the
concerned.
IRS, Ziegler said.
They're listening
It's
to
kind
you
of
right now.
overwhelming with
Put on the
what they
headset so you
stand
can
right
hear
next to
them.
me. They heard us
Ender,
present
put on the
facts.
headset.
They understand the whole perspective of
Salam,
you're trying to do the right
said a
thing.
whisper
And that's
in
the
his
article
ears.
from John Solomon's
Alive,
Just the News.
said Ender. And me, the dwarf.
So they
Bean,
said that in how they got the evidence.
and
That's
Petra,
the top story. He
and
just dropped
Dink,
that out on the top
Crazy
of there,
Tom,
though.
Shen,
Right
Hot
there, it's
Soup, Fly Molo, Karn
6:13
Carvey,
a.m., so
all
we got right
the
on
best
that.
students
Was it
Ender had
6:48
fought with or
a.m.?
fought against.
me see,
Everyone that
LA
Ender had
Times
trusted
asks,
in battle school.
should Americans be forced to face
I
electricity
didn't know you were here, he
blackouts
said.
over climate change?
I didn't know you were
So
coming.
that, and this is, and
They've
you know,
been flogging us through the simulator for 3 months once now,
John
said
Solomon is
Dink,
just the news.
you'll
and this
find
is
that I'm by far the
shocking.
best
Talk about
tactician,
electric.
said Petra. Dink
Electricity
tries, but he has
blackouts.
the mind of a child.
And the left will go for it. The
So
left
they
will
began
go.
working
These
together.
crazy
Each squadron leader
lefty,
commanding individual
loony,
pilots,
environmental
and Ender
whack
commanding
jobs.
the squadron leaders. They learned
they're
many
a bunch
ways
of
of working
brainless
together as the simulator
zombies.
forced them to try different situations.
And
Sometimes the simulator gave them
we
a
are
larger
living right
fleet to
now
work
and
with.
getting closer and closer.
Ender set them
we
up
live in
then
a
in
third
3 or 4
world
tunes that consisted of
election
3 or
cycle.
4 squadrons
Now that
each.
our elections are run
Sometimes
like a
the
third
simulator
world
gave
country.
them a single starship
We're
with its
looking a
12
lot
fighters.
more like
And he
Haiti.
chose
Like our
3
whole country,
squadron
every little
leaders with
city
4
looks like
fighters
more and
each.
more like Haiti.
It was pleasure.
We look like a third world
It was
country.
play.
Our country's falling
The
apart.
computer-controlled enemy was none too bright, and they
No,
always
and
won despite their mistakes.
They want to us to
their
live
miscommunications.
like freaking people in Haiti.
But in the
they
3
want us
weeks
to
they
live
practiced
like
together,
a bunch
Ender
of
came
homeless
to know them
people in
very
an
well.
encampment. They don't want us to
Dink
have
would deftly
electricity.
carry
They don't
out
want us to have
instructions, but
food.
was slow to improvise.
You know, for whatever reason,
Bean, who
everything
couldn't
works
control
great here in
large
America.
groups of
It's worked
ships
great for
effectively,
decades,
but
you
could
know?
use a few like a
But they want to
scalpel,
destroy it.
reacting beautifully to anything the
And the
computers threw at
environmental
them.
whack jobs want
Alive,
to tie
he
our
was
hands.
almost
So
as good
now
a strategist
LA Times
as
is
Ender
asking,
and
should
could be
Americans
entrusted
be
to do
forced
well
to
with
face
half a fleet
electricity
and only
blackouts to
vague
stop
instructions.
climate change? And you
The
know, all
better
these
Ender knew them,
dopes,
the
these
faster
young
he could deploy
millennial
them,
minds
the
full
better
of
he could
mush,
use them.
environmental whack jobs like
The
Greta
simulator would
Thunberg,
display
you know,
the
they'll give
situation
up their
on the
freedom,
screen.
they'll give up their
In that
power.
moment,
We're going to have these
Ender learned
plug-in
for the
electric
first
cars
time
and we're not even
what
going to
his
be able
own
to go
fleet would
anywhere in.
consist of
Just like the
and
electric
how the
lawnmower
enemy
that I
fleet
can't
was
even
deployed.
freaking mow my whole
It took
lawn
him
with
only a
that's in my
few minutes
backyard.
now to
Because
call
it
the
takes too many
squadron leaders that
charges.
he needed, assign them to
Ladies and
certain
gentlemen, thank you
ships
for
or
tuning
groups
in.
of
Blog
ships
Talk
and
Radio.
give them their
We're
assignments.
signing out on Blog Talk
Then,
Radio.
as the
Tune
battle
in tomorrow
progressed,
morning, Blog
he would
Talk
skip
Radio
from one
at
leader's
5
point of view
a.m.
to another's,
and
making
give us some
suggestions
phone
and
calls.
occasionally giving orders as the
That's
need
the end of the
arose.
Blog Talk Radio
Since the
episode.
others could see only their own
Turn this
battle
off
perspective,
here.
he would
Thank you for
sometimes
tuning
give
in
them
to Blog
orders that
Talk
made no
Radio.
sense to them.
Goodbye.
But they, too, learned to trust Ender.
Thank you for using
If he told them to
Blog Talk
withdraw,
Radio.
they withdrew,
Goodbye.
Thank you
knowing
for
that
using
either
Blog
they
Talk
were in an
Radio.
exposed
Goodbye.
position
That's the way it
or
works
their
over
withdrawal
there.
might entice the enemy
Well, we
into
didn't
a
get any
weakened
phone calls
posture.
today, but it's still
They
cool.
also
There's a
knew
lot
that
of
Ender
news and stuff to
trusted them
talk
to
about.
do
We got
as
a
they
lot of
judged
information
best
out there.
when he gave them
Johnny
no orders.
Dangerously.
If
Goldie
their style
Elliott.
of
Yo,
fighting
Johnny
were not
Dangerously.
right for the situation they were
what's the
placed in,
feature?
Ender would
What's
not
the
have chosen them for
feature
that
for
assignment.
today? Johnny Dangerously
trust was
over on the
complete.
Foxhole app.
The working of the fleet
over
quick
on
and responsive.
Foxhole.app. We're
And at
24
the end of
hours
3
a day.
weeks,
If you
Mazer
type
showed him a replay of their most
thefoxhole.app
recent
into
battle,
that browser up
only
there.
this time from the
You can join the
enemy's
Foxhole
point of view.
family and watch News Time Live broadcast
This
live
is what he
every
saw
morning
as
in
you
the
attacked.
AM.
What does
We
it
go live
remind
on
you of?
Rumble, but
The
over on the
quickness of
Foxhole,
response,
you
for
can
instance.
check out Johnny
We look like a
Dangerously. There's a lot
bugger
of great
fleet.
streamers out there. He
You
puts
match them,
some
Ender.
documentaries,
You're as fast
sometimes
as they
some
are.
music, some
And here,
films.
Look at this.
You know, everything from Indiana
Ender watched
Jones
as
to the
all his
Matrix
squadrons
and
moved
all
at
sorts
once,
of great
each
stuff over on
responding
the
to its own
Foxhole
situation,
app, 24
all
hours a
guided
day.
by Ender's
Patriot
overall
Broadcasting,
command, but daring,
Patriot News,
improvising,
completely
feinting,
free.
attacking with an independence
Over
no
here on
bugger
Rumble,
fleet
let me see
had
the
ever
Rumble
shown.
crowd. Pam Dietz. Oh, we got
The
60
bugger
people
hive
tuned in
mind
over
is
on
very
Rumble.
good,
It's good to see
but
that.
it can
A
only
lot of people
concentrate
are,
on a few things
checking
at
out
once.
News Time Live over on
All
Rumble.
your
Follow us
squadrons
over
can
on
concentrate
Liberals
a
while
keen
you're at it.
intelligence on what they're
Let's see if we
doing,
can find some,
and what they've been
anything
assigned to
breaking,
do is
anything
also
making or
guided by a
breaking. Let me
clever
check out the
mind.
Gateway Pundit.
So you see
I haven't gone
that
over.
you
Oh,
do
you know
have
what?
some advantages.
I wanted to check out Getter, but I
Superior,
also
though
haven't
not
checked
irresistible
out
weaponry,
haven't checked out
comparable
Revolver
speed,
News in a
and
while. I
greater
gotta remember,
available intelligence.
remind myself,
These
right
are
along
your
on there to get
advantages.
myself. I've been listening to a lot of these
Your
Darren
disadvantage
Beatty
is that
interviews.
you will always,
And there's so much coming out and being
always be
revealed, even
outnumbered.
about like the Ray Epps story.
And after each battle,
and so
your
much
enemy
coming
will
out
learn
that I gotta
more
remember
about
to get
you,
over
how to
there and
fight
check
you,
out
and those
and
changes
actually
will be
read the
put into
articles over
effect
on revolvernews.com
instantly.
because
Ender
I've
waited
gone
for
on
his
over there in a
conclusion.
while. But let me see what
So, Ender, we will
Steve
now
Bannon, Sharon.
begin your education.
for the morning on this
We have
Tuesday
programmed the computer to
morning.
simulate the
I
kinds of
always check out
situations
Steve
we might expect in encounters
Bannon
with the enemy.
at
We
Steve
are
Bannon
using
over
the
on Getter
movement
just to see
patterns
what
we
they're going
saw
to
in the second
talk
invasion.
about
But instead of
over on-
mindlessly following these
the,
same patterns,
on
I
the war
will be
room.
controlling the
I
enemy
tuned into the
simulation.
war room
At first, you will
every
see
day.
easy situations that you are expected to
10
win handily. Learn from them,
I got it kinda
because
just
I
hanging off the
will
lip of the
always be
computer.
there,
I don't like how
one
it looks.
step ahead of you,
I don't
programming
like
more
how my
difficult
camera
and
looks.
advanced
I'm gonna
patterns
have to fix
into
it
the
for
computer
tomorrow.
so that your next battle is more difficult.
Okay,
so
what's he
that
got
you are
over there?
pushed to the
McCarthy
limit of your
teases
abilities.
impeachment inquiry
And
into
beyond,
Biden.
the time is short.
Jack Smith
You
wants
must learn
to
as quickly as you can.
adjudicate
When
the
I gave
2020
myself to Starship
election and a
Travel,
trial.
just so I would still be
This is
alive
from the
when you
comments he's
appeared,
just making over
my
here.
wife
US
and
Supreme
children
Court
all
faces
died,
outright
and my
defiance
grandchildren were my own age when
Alabama.
I came
A
back.
political fire
I had nothing to
storm
say
is
to them.
brewing after
I was cut
Alabama
off
defied the
from
Supreme
all the
Court's
people that
order
I loved, everything I
redraw
knew,
its congressional
living in
map.
this alien catacomb, and forced to do nothing of importance but
check out
teach
that.
student after student,
This seems
each
like a,
one
you know,
so
you gotta
hopeful,
love,
each one
old Sweet
ultimately
Home
a weakly,
Alabama.
a failure.
That's going to say
I
Alabama's
teach,
for
I
Alabamians.
teach, but no one learns.
Make
You too
Alabama
have a
great.
great promise, like so many students
Defiance
before
from
you,
Alabama.
but the seeds of failure
I
may
guess
be
this
in you
father's,
too. It's my job to find them, to destroy you if I can. And
CNN.
believe me, Ender,
And they said,
if
oh,
you
you
can
got to
be
make
destroyed,
more
I can do it.
voting districts.
So I'm not the
2
first.
voting districts
No, of
primarily
course
for
you're not.
African Americans.
But
And
you're
then
the last.
Alabama said,
If
hell
you don't
no.
learn, there will be no time to
Get
find
the
them.
hell out of Alabama
So
with that
I
crap.
have hope for you, if only because you are the only
yeah,
one
sweet
left
home
to hope for.
Alabama. Okay, let me see.
What about the
US
others,
Supreme
my
Court
squadron
faces
leaders?
outright defiance from
Which
Alabama.
of
Let
them
me
is
just go through
fit
some
to
of the
take
facts
your
here.
place?
It was a legitimate
lie?
surprise when conservative-dominated
honest.
U.S. Supreme Court ordered
Ender had no
Alabama's
answer then.
conservative-dominated state
I am
government
not a
last
happy
month
man,
to
Ender. Humanity
redraw
does
the
not ask us
congressional
to
map
be
and
happy.
include
It
either
merely asks us to be
a
brilliant on its
second
behalf.
majority black congressional district
Survival
or something quite
first,
close to it.
and happiness as
It
we
may
can manage
equally
it.
be surprising that
So, Ender, I hope you
Alabama
do not
said,
bore me
hell
during our training
no,
with complaints that you are
instead
not
of
having
simply
fun.
complying with the Supreme
Take what
Court's
pleasure
order
you
in
can in the
the
interstices
Allen
of
versus
your
Milligan
work,
case.
but your work
Alabama's
is first.
legislator redrew
Learning
the
is
congressional
first.
map to
Winning
lower the black voting
is everything, because without
age
it,
population.
there is nothing.
Approved by
When
Alabama's
you can give me
legislator
back my dead wife, Ender,
and governor will
then
go before
you can
federal
complain
courts
to me about what
review
this
in
education cost you.
So the story's far from over.
I wasn't trying
and
to get
it'll
out of
combine
anything.
with fights over congressional
Oh, but you
maps in
will,
other states,
Ender.
especially New York,
Because
in a
I'm
way
going
that
to
control the
grind
House
you down
is very much
to
at stake.
dust, if I
This is a
can.
Federalist clash.
I am going to
Alabama
hit you with
Governor
everything I
Kay
can imagine,
Ivey,
and
a
I will have
Republican,
no mercy.
seemed to defend the
Because when you
legislators'
face the
insolence
buggers,
in the
they
face of
will
the federal
think of
court
things
orders when it
I
approved the new
can't
map on
imagine.
Friday.
And
The legislator
compassion for human beings
knows
is
our state,
impossible
our
for
people,
them.
and our districts better than
You
the
can't
federal
grind me
courts
down, Mazer.
or the activist groups,
Oh,
she said in
can't
the
I?
state.
Because I'm stronger than you.
CNN's, and I like her.
Mazer smiled.
I like her. I think she's
We'll see about that.
Kay Ivey, good governor, better than Josh Shapiro here in Pennsylvania.
Mazer wakened him before
CNN said
morning.
the
The clock said
legislator
0340.
knows our state,
And
our
Ender
people, our
felt
districts better
groggy
than
as
the
he
federal
padded
courts or
along
the
the corridor
activist
behind
groups.
Mazer.
CNN Diane Gallagher
Early
noted
to
in her
bed
report
and early to rise,
that the
Mazer
congressional
intoned, makes a man stupid
congressional
and
delegation
blind
in
in the
2022
eyes.
likely violated the Voter
He had
Rights
been
Act
dreaming
because
that buggers were
black
vivisecting
voters had
him,
less
only
opportunity
instead of
than
cutting open his body,
other
they were
Alabamans
cutting up
to
his
elect
memories
candidates of
and
their choice to
displaying them like
Congress.
holographs and trying to make sense of them.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
It was a very odd
And,
dream,
you know, the founding
and Ender
fathers
couldn't
would have
easily
fucking
shake
laughed
loose
at
of
us
it,
for even to know that
even
we
as
let
he
them vote in
walked
the
through
first
the
place.
tunnels
That's
to the
truth,
simulator room.
you know?
The buggers tormented him in his sleep,
Founding
and
fathers
Mazer
didn't want
wouldn't
black
leave him
people to
alone
vote.
when he was awake.
God, what were they
Between the
thinking?
two of them, he had no rest. Ender forced himself awake.
So, but
Apparently, Mazer meant
now
it when he said he
Alabama,
meant
they
to
want
break Ender
Alabama
down.
to do, you know,
And forcing
Alabama's
him
going to
play
have it.
when
They're
tired
saying you
and sleepy
got
was
to
just
do
the
it,
sort
and
of
it's the
cheap
federal
and easy
government
trick
versus
Ender should have expected. Not
Alabama.
today, it wouldn't
I
work.
think it's election meddling.
He got to the simulator and
Yes,
found his
God-
squadron leaders already on the wire, waiting for him. There
God
was
bless
no
our
enemy yet,
military
so
in
he divided
2023.
them into two armies and began a mock
Rumble
battle,
is awesome.
commanding both
I like
sides so he could control the test
Rumble.
that each of his leaders was going through. They
Yeah,
began
power
slowly.
frag sounds like Jim
but
Crow
soon was
voting
vigorous
laws that
and
they're
alert.
trying to make.
Then,
Over there, down
the
there in
simulator
Alabama.
field went blank. The ships disappeared, and everything changed at once.
Okay, so that's in the news.
At the
Let
near
me see what
edge
else
of the
Steve
simulator
Bannon
field,
says.
they could see the shapes drawn
damn
in
14th
holographic
Amendment.
light of three
That
starships
14th
from the
Amendment's
human
fake
fleet.
anyway.
Each
They
would
only
have 12
ratified it
fighters.
under the barrel of a
The enemy,
under the barrel of a
obviously
gun.
aware of the human presence,
Okay,
had
hopeless
formed a
donors,
globe with a
let's
single
see.
ship at the center. Ender was not fooled. It would not be a
Outrage
queen
as
ship.
DeSantis
The buggers
staffer
outnumbered
retweets
Ender's fighter
a
force by 2 to 1, but they were
Nazi
also
symbol
grouped much
video.
closer together than they should have been.
What is
Dr.
that
Device would
about?
be able
Can I
to do
check any
much more
Newsweek?
damage than the enemy expected. Ender selected one starship,
Let me
made
see
it
what
blink in the
Newsweek got,
simulator field,
and then I'm
and
going to
spoke
head
into
out
the
of here
microphone.
because it's coming up
Eli, this is yours.
on 7
Assign
o'clock.
Petra and Vlad to the fighters as you wish. He assigned the
Look,
other
some
2
of the stories.
starships
Russia
with their
has already
fighter
lost
forces,
World War III,
except
state
for
TV
one
said.
fighter from each
Joe
starship
Biden's
that he
impeachment gets
reserved
one
for
step
Bean. Slip the wall
closer.
and get below them, Bean,
Cold case
unless they
break-
start chasing you. Then run back to the reserves for safety. Otherwise, get in a place where I can call on you for quick results.
I'm going to go. Is
Eli,
Twitter
form your
now
force into a
rebranded
compact
X
assault
better or
at
worse
one
under
point
Elon
on their
Musk?
globe.
This is under
Don't
Newsweek.
fire until I tell you.
Let's see.
This is maneuver
Russia
only.
hails New World
This
Order
one's
taking
easy, Ender,
shape
Eli said.
as
It's easy, so why not be
Putin
careful?
prepares
I'd like
for
to do this
African
without the loss
summit.
of a
Let me
single
see
ship.
this. They got Putin going over.
Ender grouped his
He's gonna
reserves
brag
in
about
2
the
forces
new
that shadowed
World
Eli
Order
at a distance. Bean was
opposed to the
already
old
off
New
the
World
simulator,
Order.
though Ender occasionally flipped
Russia
Bean's point of view to
hails
keep track of where he
the
was.
New World Order. border.
It was a
taking
lie, however, who played the delicate
shape,
game
and
with the enemy. He
he's
was in a
down there in
bullet-shaped
Africa,
formation
but
and
they
probed
say he's
the
not going to
enemy
go to South
globe.
Africa, where they
Wherever he came near, the
gonna go.
bugger
It
ships
says,
pulled
Russia's
back as if
ambassador
to
to the
draw
United
him
States
in
told
toward the ship in
Newsweek
the
that
center.
Moscow
Ally
is
skimmed to the
preparing
side.
to boost
The bugger
strategic
ships kept
ties
up
with
with him,
African nations,
withdrawing wherever
in
he was
line
close,
with an emerging
returning to
new
the sphere
international
pattern when he had
order as
passed.
Vladimir Putin prepares to
withdraw,
host most of the
skim the
continent's
globe to
leaders
another
for a
point,
summit
withdraw
later
again,
this week.
faint
The gathering
again.
will come amid Western accusations
And then
that Russia
Ender
is
said,
weaponizing food
"Go on in,
exports
Ally."
after Moscow pulled out of a Green
His
Deal
bullet started
and
in,
struck
while he said to Ender,
Ukrainian
"You
ports
know me
that
through and surround me and eat me."
Richard
Ender
had-
brought the reserves
says Russia
forward.
has a rich and
the enemy
long-
ships concentrated on the side of the
withstanding-
globe nearer the reserves.
behind the second Russian
Attack them
African
there,
summit,
where they're
which
most
will take
concentrated,
place
Ender
in
said.
St. Petersburg, July
This
27,
defies
28.
4,000
The second of
years
its
of
kind
military
since the debut
history,
was
said
held
Ally,
on October
moving his fighters forward.
2019 in Sochi.
We're supposed to
Since
attack
then,
where we
Russia's
outnumber them.
maintained robust relations
In this
across
simulation,
much
they
of
obviously
Africa,
don't know what our
even as
weapons
largely
can do.
Western coalition
It'll only
nations
work
back in
once, but
Kiev
let's make
seek
it
to isolate
spectacular.
Moscow on the world
Fire
stage.
at will. Ally did.
It says
The simulation
we
responded
look
beautifully. First one or two, then a dozen.
forward to
Then
developing
most
the
of the
mutual
enemy ships
beneficial
exploded
strategic
in
partnership
dazzling light
with the
as
countries
field
in the
leapt from
continent
ship
at
to
a
ship in the tight formation.
time when the
Stay out of the way,
multipolar
Ender
world
said.
order is taking
The
shape.
ships on the far side of the globe
Antonov
formation
Russian
were not affected by the chain reaction,
said.
but it was a simple matter to hunt them down and destroy them. Bean took care of
Tuning
the
in the News
stragglers
Time
that tried
live
to escape toward his
broadcast.
end of
Tune in
space.
tomorrow,
The battle was over.
where
It had been
I,
easier than
Patrick
most of their recent exercises. Mazer shrugged when Ender told him so.
Go 3
But if it was a
hours
simulation
of
of a real
broadcast
invasion, there had
excellence
to
with
be one
2
battle
halves
in
of my
which they
brain
didn't know
tied
what we
behind
could
my
do.
back and talent
Now
all
your
alone from
work
God.
begins.
I'll
Try
see
not
y'all
to be too
tomorrow morning.
arrogant about the
Bucks
victory.
County Bear, Johnny
give you the real
Dangerously. Yes, have a
challenges
nice
soon
day.
enough.
Pam Dietz.
Ender practiced
Yeah, the
10 hours a
smoke
day
from
with his squadron
Canada,
leaders,
it's,
but
it's,
not all
the
at once.
sulfur's still rising from there.
He gave them
It's
a few
smoky.
hours in the
Have
afternoon
a great day,
to
y'all.
rest. Simulated
over
battles
on,
under Mazer's supervision came
kick.com.
every 2 or 3 days,
Thanks,
and as Mazer had
PIR
promised,
round. I'll have to check
they were
out
never
that
so
red dot
easy again.
on
The enemy
radio
quickly
over
abandoned
on,
its attempt to
Odyssey.
surround Ender,
Like, share,
and
subscribe.
never again grouped
The
its
News
forces
Time Live,
closely
and I'll
enough to
see
allow a
y'all
chain reaction. There was
tomorrow
something
morning
new
for
every
another
time,
episode.
something harder.
We'll open up the phone
Sometimes
lines.
Ender had only a single starship and 8
Give us a
fighters.
call tomorrow.
Once the enemy
God
dodged
bless each
through
and
an
every one of you.
asteroid belt.
Thanks for watching.
Sometimes the
I'm
enemy
out.
left stationary
Thanks.
traps, large installations that blew up
Like,
if
share,
Ender
subscribe.
brought one of his squadrons too close, often crippling or destroying some of Ender's ships. "You cannot absorb losses," Mazer shouted at him after one battle. "When you get into the real battle, you won't have the luxury of an infinite supply of computer-generated fighters. You will have what you brought with you and nothing more. Now get used to fighting without unnecessary waste." "It wasn't unnecessary waste," Ender said. "I can't win battles if I'm so terrified of losing a ship that I never take any risks." Mazer smiled. "Excellent, Ender. You're beginning to learn. But in a real battle, you would have superior officers and, worst of all, civilians shouting those things at you. Now, if the enemy had been at all bright, they would have caught you here and taken Tom's squadron." Together they went over the battle. In the next practice, Ender would show his leaders what Mazer had shown him, and they'd learn to cope with it the next time they saw it. They thought they had been ready before, that they had worked smoothly together as a team. Now, though, having fought through real challenges together, they all began to trust each other more than ever, and battles became exhilarating. They told Ender that the ones who weren't actually playing would come into the simulator rooms and watch. Ender imagined what it would be like to have his friends there with him, cheering or laughing or gasping with apprehension. Sometimes he thought it would be a great distraction, but other times he wished for it with all his heart. Even when he had spent his days lying out in the sunlight on a raft in a lake, he had not been so lonely. Mazer Rackham was his companion, was his teacher, but was not his friend. He made no complaint, though. Mazer had told him there would be no pity, and his private unhappiness meant nothing to anyone. Most of the time it meant nothing even to Ender. He kept his mind on the game, trying to learn from the battles, and not just the particular lessons of that battle, but what the buggers might have done if they had been more clever, and how Ender would react if they did it in the future. He lived with past battles and future battles both, waking and sleeping, and he drove his squadron leaders with an intensity that occasionally provoked rebelliousness. "You're too kind to us," said Ally one day. "Why don't you get annoyed with us for not being brilliant every moment of every practice? If you keep coddling us like this, we'll think you like us." Some of the others laughed into their microphones. Ender recognized the irony, of course, and answered with a long silence. When he finally spoke, he ignored Elias' complaint. "Again," he said, and this time without self-pity. They did it again, and did it right. But as their trust in Ender as a commander grew, their friendship, remembered from the battle school days, gradually disappeared. It was to each other that they became close. It was with each other that they exchanged confidences. Ender was their teacher and commander, as distant from them as Mazer was from him, and as demanding. They fought all the better for it, and Ender was not distracted from his work. At least not while he was awake. As he drifted off to sleep each night, it was with thoughts of the simulator playing through his mind. But in the night he thought of other things. Often he remembered the corpse of the giant decaying steadily. He did not remember it, though, in the pixels of the picture on his desk. Instead, it was real, the faint odor of death still lingering near it. Things were changed in his dreams. The little village that had grown up between the giant's ribs was composed of buggers now, and they saluted him gravely, like gladiators greeting Caesar before they died for his entertainment. He did not hate the buggers in his dream, and even though he knew that they had hidden their queen from him, he did not try to search for her. He always left the giant's body quickly, and when he got to the playground, the children were always there, woven and mocking. They wore faces that he knew. Sometimes Peter, and sometimes Bonzo, sometimes Stilson and Bernard. Just as often, though, the savage creatures were Eli and Shen, Dink and Petra. Sometimes one of them would be Valentine, and in his dream he also shoved her under the water and waited for her to drown. She writhed in his hands, fought to come up, but at last was still. He dragged her out of the lake and onto the raft, where she lay with her face in the rictus of death. He screamed and wept over her, crying again and again that it was a game he was only playing. Then Mazer Rackham shook him awake. "You were calling out in your sleep," he said. "Sorry," Ender said. "Never mind. It's time for another battle." Steadily the pace increased. There were usually 2 battles a day now, and Ender held practices to a minimum. He would use the time while the others rested to pore over the replays of past games, trying to spot his own weaknesses, trying to guess what would happen next. Sometimes he was fully prepared for the enemy's innovations, sometimes he was not. "I think you're cheating," Ender told Mazer one day. "Oh?" "You can observe my practice sessions. You can see what I'm working on. You seem to be ready for everything I do." "Most of what you see is computer simulations," Mazer said. "The computer is programmed to respond to your innovations only after you use them once in battle. Then the computer is cheating. You need to get more sleep, Ender." But he could not sleep. He lay awake longer and longer each night, and his sleep was less restful. He woke too often in the night. Whether he was waking up to think more about the game or to escape from his dreams, he wasn't sure. It was as if someone rode him in his sleep, forcing him to wander through his worst memories, to live in them again as if they were real. Nights were so real that days began to seem dreamlike to him. He began to worry that he would not think clearly enough, that he would be too tired when he played. Always, when the game began, the intensity of it awoke him. But if his mental abilities began to slip, he wondered, would he notice it? And he seemed to be slipping. He never had a battle anymore in which he did not lose at least a few fighters. Several times the enemy was able to trick him into exposing more weakness than he meant to. Other times the enemy was able to wear him down by attrition until his victory was as much a matter of luck as strategy. Mazer would go over the game with a look of contempt on his face. "Look at this," he would say. "You didn't have to do this." And Ender would return to practice with his leaders, trying to keep up their morale, but sometimes letting slip his disappointment with their weaknesses, the fact that they made mistakes. "Sometimes we make mistakes," Petra whispered to him once. It was a plea for help. "And sometimes we don't," Ender answered her. If she got help, it would not be from him. He would teach, let her find her friends among the others. Then came a battle that nearly ended in disaster. Petra led her force too far. They were exposed, and she discovered it in a moment when Ender wasn't with her. In only a few moments she had lost all but 2 of her ships. Ender found her then, ordered her to move them in a certain direction. She didn't answer. There was no movement, and in a moment those 2 fighters too would be lost. Ender knew at once that he had pushed her too hard. Because of her brilliance, he had called on her to play far more often and under much more demanding circumstances than all but a few of the others. But he had no time now to worry about Petra or to feel guilty about what he had done to her. He called on Crazy Tom to command the 2 remaining fighters, then went on, trying to salvage the battle. Petra had occupied a key position, and now all of Ender's strategy came apart. If the enemy had not been too eager and clumsy in exploiting their advantage, Ender would have lost. But Shen was able to catch a group of the enemy in too tight a formation and took them out with a single chain reaction. Crazy Tom brought his 2 surviving fighters in through the gap and caused havoc with the enemy, and though his ships, and Shen's as well, were finally destroyed, Fly Molo was able to mop up and complete the victory. At the end of the battle, he could hear Petra crying out, trying to get a microphone. "Tell him I'm sorry. I was just so tired. I couldn't think. That was all. Tell Ender I'm sorry." She was not there for the next few practices, and when she did come back, she was not as quick as she had been, not as daring. Much of what had made her a good commander was lost. Ender couldn't use her anymore, except in routine, closely supervised assignments. She was no fool. She knew what had happened. But she also knew that Ender had no other choice, and told him so. The fact remained that she had broken, and she was far from being the weakest of his squad leaders. It was a warning. He could not press his commanders more than they could bear. Now, instead of using his leaders whenever he needed their skills, he had to keep in mind how often they had fought. He had to spell them off, which meant that sometimes he went into battle with commanders he trusted a little less. As he eased the pressure on them, he increased the pressure on himself. Late one night he woke up in pain. There was blood on his pillow, the taste of blood in his mouth. His fingers were throbbing. He saw that in his sleep he had been gnawing on his own fist. The blood was still flowing smoothly. "Mazer," he called. Rackham woke up and called at once for a doctor. As the doctor treated the wound, Mazer said, "I don't care how much you eat, Ender. Self-cannibalism won't get you out of this school." "I was asleep," Ender said. "I don't want to get out of command school." "Good. The others, the ones who didn't make it, what are you talking about?" "Before me. Your other students who didn't make it through the training, what happened to them?" "They didn't make it, that's all. We don't punish the ones who fail. They just don't go on." "Like Bonzo?" "Bonzo." "He went home." "Not like Bonzo." "What then? What happened to them? When they failed? Why does it matter, Ender?" Ender didn't answer. "None of them failed at this point in their course, Ender. You made a mistake with Petra. She'll recover. But Petra is Petra, and you are you. Part of what I am is her. Is what she made me. You won't fail, Ender. Not this early in the course. You've had some tight ones, but you've always won. You don't know what your limits are yet. But if you've reached them already, you're a good deal feebler than I thought." "Do they die?" "Who?" "The ones who fail." "No, they don't die." "Good heavens, boy, you're playing games." "I think that Bonzo died. I dreamed about it last night. I remembered the way he looked after I jammed his face with my head. I think I must have pushed his nose back into his brain. The blood was coming out of his eyes. I think he was dead right then. It was just a dream." "Mazer, I don't want to keep dreaming these things. I'm afraid to sleep. I keep thinking of things that I don't want to remember. My whole life keeps playing out as if I were a recorder and someone else wanted to watch the most terrible parts of my life." "We can't drug you if that's what you're hoping for. I'm sorry if you have bad dreams. Should we leave the light on at night?" "Don't make fun of me," Ender said. "I'm afraid I'm going crazy." The doctor was finished with the bandage. Mazer told him he could go. He went. "Are you really afraid of that?" Mazer asked. Ender thought about it and wasn't sure. "In my dreams," said Ender, "I'm never sure whether I'm really me. Strange dreams are a safety valve, Ender. I'm putting you under a little pressure for the first time in your life. Your body is finding ways to compensate, that's all. You're a big boy now. It's time to stop being afraid of the night." He decided then that he would never tell Mazer about his dreams again. The days wore on, with battles every day, until at last Ender settled into the routine of the destruction of himself. He began to have pains in his stomach. They put him on a bland diet, but soon he didn't have an appetite for anything at all. "Eat," Mazer said, and Ender would mechanically put food in his mouth. But if nobody told him to eat, he didn't eat. 2 more of his squadron leaders collapsed the way that Petra had. The pressure on the rest became all the greater. The enemy outnumbered them by 3 or 4 to 1 in every battle now. The enemy also retreated more readily when things went badly, regrouping to keep the battle going longer and longer. Sometimes battles lasted for hours before they finally destroyed the last enemy ship. Ender began rotating his squadron leaders within the same battle, bringing in fresh and rested ones to take the place of those who were beginning to get sluggish. "You know," said Bean one time as he took over command of Hot Soup's 4 remaining fighters, "this game isn't quite as fun as it used to be." Then, one day in practice, as Ender was drilling his squadron leaders, the room went black, and he woke up on the floor with his face bloody where he had hit the controls. They put him to bed then, and for 3 days he was very ill. He remembered seeing faces in his dreams, but they weren't real faces, and he knew it even while he thought he saw them. He thought he saw Valentine sometimes, and sometimes Peter, sometimes his friends from the battle school, and sometimes the buggers vivisecting him. Once it seemed very real when he saw Colonel Graff bending over him, speaking softly to him like a kind father. But then he woke up and found only his enemy, Mazer Rackham. "I'm awake," said Ender. "So I see," Mazer answered. "Took you long enough. You have a battle today." So Ender got up and fought the battle and won it. But there was no second battle that day, and they let him go to bed earlier. His hands were shaking as he undressed. During the night he thought he felt hands touching him gently, hands with affection in them and gentleness. He dreamed he heard voices. "You haven't been kind to him. That wasn't the assignment. How long can he go on? He's breaking down. Long enough, it's nearly finished. So soon? A few days and then he's through. How will he do when he's already like this? Fine. Even today, he fought better than ever." In his dream, the voices sounded like Colonel Graff and Mazer Rackham. But that was the way dreams were. The craziest things could happen because he dreamed he heard one of the voices saying, "I can't bear to see what this is doing to him." And the other voice answered, "I know. I love him too." And then they changed into Valentine and a lie. And in his dream they were burying him. Only a hill grew up where they laid his body down, and he dried out and became a home for buggers like the giant was. All dreams. If there was love or pity for him, it was only in his dreams. He woke up and fought another battle and won. Then he went to bed and slept again and dreamed again. And then he woke up and won again and slept again, and he hardly noticed when waking became sleeping, nor did he care. The next day was his last day in command school, though he didn't know it. Mazer Rackham was not in the room with him when he woke up. He showered and dressed and waited for Mazer to come unlock the door. He didn't come. Ender tried the door. It was open. Was it an accident that Mazer had let him free this morning? No one with him to tell him he must eat, he must go to practice, he must sleep. Freedom! The trouble was he didn't know what to do. He thought for a moment that he might find his squadron leaders, talk to them face to face, but he didn't know where they were. They could be 20 kilometers away for all he knew. So after wandering through the tunnels for a little while, he went to the mess hall and ate breakfast near a few Marines who were telling dirty jokes that Ender could not begin to understand. Then he went to the simulator room for practice. Even though he was free, he could not think of anything else to do. Mazer was waiting for him. Ender walked slowly into the room. His step was slightly shuffling, and he felt tired and dull. Mazer frowned. "Are you awake, Ender?" There were other people in the simulator room. Ender wondered why they were there, but didn't bother to ask. It wasn't worth asking. No one would tell him anyway. He walked to the simulator controls and sat down, ready to start. "Ender Wiggin," said Mazer, "please turn around. Today's game needs a little explanation." Ender turned around. He glanced at the men gathered at the back of the room. Most of them he had never seen before. Some were even dressed in civilian clothes. He saw Anderson and wondered what he was doing there. Who was taking care of the battle school if he was gone? He saw Graff and remembered the lake in the woods outside Greensboro and wanted to go home. "Take me home," he said silently to Graff. "In my dream you said you loved me. Take me home." But Graff only nodded to him, a greeting, not a promise, and Anderson acted as though he didn't know him at all. "Pay attention, please, Ender. Today is your final examination in command school. These observers are here to evaluate what you have learned. If you prefer not to have them in the room, we'll have them watch on another simulator." "They can stay. Final examination. After today, perhaps he could rest." "For this to be a fair test of your ability, not just to do what you have practiced many times, but also to meet challenges you have never seen before, today's battle introduces a new element. It is staged around a planet. This will affect the enemy's strategy and will force you to improvise. Please concentrate on the game today." Ender beckoned Mazer closer and asked him quietly, "Am I the first student to make it this far?" "If you win today, Ender, you will be the first student to do so. More than that, I am not at liberty to say." "Well, I'm at liberty to hear it." "You can be as petulant as you want tomorrow. Today, though, I'd appreciate it if you would keep your mind on the examination. Let's not waste all that you've already done. Now, how will you deal with the planet?" "I have to get someone behind it, or it's a blind spot." "True. And the gravity is going to affect fuel levels. Cheaper to go down than up." "Yes." "Does the little doctor work against the planet?" Mazer's face went rigid. "Ender, the buggers never deliberately attacked a civilian population in either invasion. You decide whether it would be wise to adopt a strategy that would invite reprisals. Is the planet the only new thing? Can you remember the last time I've given you a battle with only one new thing? Let me assure you, Ender, that I will not be kind to you today. I have a responsibility to the fleet not to let a second-rate student graduate. I will do my best against you, Ender, and I have no desire to coddle you. Just keep in mind everything you know about yourself and everything you know about the buggers, and you have a fair chance of amounting to something." Mazer left the room. Ender spoke into the microphone. "Are you there?" "All of us," said Bean. "Kind of late for practice this morning, aren't you?" So they hadn't told the squadron leaders. Ender toyed with the idea of telling them how important this battle was to him, but decided it would not help them to have an extraneous concern on their minds. "Sorry," he said, "I overslept." They all laughed. They didn't believe him. He led them through maneuvers, warming up for the battle ahead. It took him longer than usual to clear his mind, to concentrate on command. But soon enough he was up to speed, responding quickly, thinking well. Or at least he told himself, "I think that I'm thinking well." The simulator field cleared. Ender waited for the game to appear. What will happen if I pass the test today? Is there another school, another year or two of grueling training, another year of isolation, another year of people pushing me this way and that way, another year without any control over my own life? He tried to remember how old he was. 11. How many years ago did he turn 11? How many days? It must have happened here at the command school, but he couldn't remember the day. Maybe he didn't even notice it at the time. Nobody noticed it, except perhaps Valentine. And as he waited for the game to appear, he wished he could simply lose it. Lose the battle badly and completely so that they would remove him from training, like Bonzo, and let him go home. Bonzo had been assigned to Cartagena. He wanted to see travel orders that said Greensboro. Success meant it would go on. Failure meant he could go home. No, that isn't true, he told himself. They need me, and if I fail, there might not be any home to return to. But he did not believe it. In his conscious mind, he knew it was true, but in other places, deeper places, he doubted that they needed him. Mazer's urgency was just another trick, just another way to make me do what they want me to do, another way to keep me from resting, from doing nothing for a long, long time. Then the enemy formation appeared, and Ender's weariness turned to despair. The enemy outnumbered him 1,000 to 1. The simulator glowed green with them. They were grouped in a dozen different formations, shifting positions, changing shapes, moving in seemingly random patterns through the simulator field. He could not find a path through them. A space that seemed open would close suddenly, and another appear, and a formation that seemed penetrable would suddenly change and be forbidding. The planet was at the far edge of the field, and for all Ender knew, there were just as many enemy ships beyond it, out of the simulator's range. As for his own fleet, it consisted of 20 starships, each with only 4 fighters. He knew the 4 fighter starships. They were old-fashioned, sluggish, and the range of their little doctors was half that of the newer ones. 80 fighters against at least 5,000, perhaps 10,000 enemy ships. He heard his squadron leaders breathing heavily. He could also hear from the observers behind him a quiet curse. It was nice to know that one of the adults noticed that it wasn't a fair test. Not that it made any difference. Fairness wasn't part of the game. That was plain. There was no attempt to give him even a remote chance at success. All that I've been through, and they never meant to let me pass at all. He saw in his mind Bonzo and his vicious little knot of friends confronting him, threatening him. He had been able to shame Bonzo into fighting him alone. That would hardly work here. And he could not surprise the enemy with his ability as he had done with the older boys in the battle room. Mazer knew Ender's abilities inside and out. The observers behind him began to cough, to move nervously. They were beginning to realize that Ender didn't know what to do. I don't care anymore, thought Ender. You can keep your game. If you won't even give me a chance, why should I play? Like his last game in battle school when they put 2 armies against him. And just as he remembered that game, apparently Bean remembered it too, for his voice came over the headset saying, "Remember, the enemy's gate is down." Molo, Soup, Vlad, Dumper, and Crazy Tom all laughed. They remembered too. And Ender also laughed. It was funny. The adults taking all this so seriously and the children playing along, believing it too, until suddenly the adults went too far, tried too hard, and the children could see through their game. Forget it, Mazer. I don't care if I pass your test. I don't care if I follow your rules. If you can cheat, so can I. I won't let you beat me unfairly. I'll beat you unfairly first. In that final battle in battle school, he had won by ignoring the enemy, ignoring his own losses. He had moved against the enemy's gate. And the enemy's gate was down. If I break this rule, they'll never let me be a commander. It would be too dangerous. I'll never have to play a game again. And that is victory. He whispered quickly into the microphone. His commanders took their parts of the fleet and grouped themselves into a thick projectile. A cylinder aimed at the nearest of the enemy formations. The enemy, far from trying to repel him, welcomed him in, so he could be thoroughly entrapped before they destroyed him. Mazer is at least taking into account the fact that by now they would have learned to respect me, thought Ender, and that does buy me time. Ender dodged downward. North, east, and down again, not seeming to follow any plan, but always ending up a little closer to the enemy planet. Finally, the enemy began to close in on him too tightly. Then, suddenly, Ender's formation burst. His fleet seemed to melt into chaos. The 80 fighters seemed to follow no plan at all, firing at enemy ships at random, working their way into hopeless individual paths among the bugger craft. After a few minutes of battle, however, Ender whispered to his squadron leaders once more, and suddenly a dozen of the remaining fighters formed again into a formation. But now they were on the far side of one of the enemy's most formidable groups. They had, with terrible losses, passed through, and now they had covered more than half the distance to the enemy's planet. The enemy sees now, thought Ender. Surely Mazer sees what I'm doing, or perhaps Mazer cannot believe that I would do it. Well, so much the better for me. Ender's tiny fleet darted this way and that, sending 2 or 3 fighters out as if to attack, then bringing them back. The enemy closed in, drawing in ships and formations that had been widely scattered, bringing them in for the kill. The enemy was most concentrated beyond Ender, so he could not escape back into open space, closing him in. Excellent, thought Ender. Closer. Come closer. Then he whispered a command, and the ships dropped like rocks toward the planet's surface. They were starships and fighters, completely unequipped to handle the heat of passage through an atmosphere, but Ender never intended them to reach the atmosphere. Almost from the moment they began to drop, they were focusing their little doctors on one thing only: the planet itself. 1, 2, 4, 7 of his fighters were blown away. It was all a gamble now whether any of his ships would survive long enough to get in range. It would not take long once they could focus on the planet's surface. Just a moment with Dr. Device, that's all I want. It occurred to Ender that perhaps the computer wasn't even equipped to show what would happen to a planet if the little doctor attacked it. What will I do then? Shout, "Bang, you're dead"? Ender took his hands off the controls and leaned in to watch what happened. The perspective was close to the enemy planet now, as the ship hurtled into its well of gravity. Surely it's in range now, thought Ender. It must be in range, and the computer can't handle it. Then, the surface of the planet, which filled half the simulator field now, began to bubble. There was a gout of explosion, hurling debris out toward Ender's fighters. Ender tried to imagine what was happening inside the planet, the field growing and growing, the molecules bursting apart but finding nowhere for the separate atoms to go. Within 3 seconds, the entire planet burst apart, becoming a sphere of bright dust hurtling outward. Ender's fighters were among the first to go. Their perspective suddenly vanished, and now the simulator could only display the perspective of the starships waiting beyond the edges of the battle. It was as close as Ender wanted to be. The sphere of the exploding planet grew outward faster than the enemy ships could avoid it, and it carried with it the little doctor, not so little any more, the field taking apart every ship in its path, erupting each one into a dot of light before it went on. Only at the very periphery of the simulator did the MD field weaken. 2 or 3 enemy ships were drifting away. Ender's own starships did not explode, but where the vast enemy fleet had been, and the planet they protected, there was nothing meaningful. A lump of dirt was growing as gravity drew much of the debris downward again. It was glowing hot and spinning visibly. It was also much smaller than the world had been before. Much of its mass was now a cloud still flowing outward. Ender took off his headphones, filled with the cheers of his squadron leaders, and only then realized that there was just as much noise in the room with him. Men in uniform were hugging each other, laughing, shouting. Others were weeping. Some knelt or lay prostrate, and Ender knew they were caught up in prayer. Ender didn't understand. It seemed all wrong. They were supposed to be angry. Colonel Graff detached himself from the others and came to Ender. Tears streamed down his face, but he was smiling. He bent over, reached out his arms, and to Ender's surprise he embraced him, held him tightly, and whispered, "Thank you. Thank you, Ender. Thank God for you, Ender." And others soon came too, shaking his hand, congratulating him. He tried to make sense of this. Had he passed the test after all? It was his victory, not theirs, and a hollow one at that, a cheat. Why did they act as if he had won with honor? The crowd parted, and Mazer Rackham walked through. He came straight to Ender and held out his hand. "You made the hard choice, boy. All or nothing. End them or end us. But heaven knows there was no other way you could have done it. Congratulations. You beat them, and it's all over." All over. Beat them. Ender didn't understand. "I beat you." Mazer laughed, a loud laugh that filled the room. "Ender, you never played me. You never played a game since I became your enemy." Ender didn't get the joke. He had played a great many games, at a terrible cost to himself. He began to get angry. Mazer reached out and touched his shoulder. Ender shrugged him off. Mazer then grew serious and said, "Ender, for the past few months you have been the battle commander of our fleets. This was the third invasion. There were no games. The battles were real, and the only enemy you fought was the buggers. You won every battle, and today you finally fought them at their home world, where the Queen was. All the queens from all their colonies, they all were there, and you destroyed them completely. They'll never attack us again. You did it. You. Real. Not a game." Ender's mind was too tired to cope with it all. They weren't just points of light in the air. They were real ships that he had fought with, and real ships he had destroyed, and a real world that he had blasted into oblivion. He walked through the crowd, dodging their congratulations, ignoring their hands, their words, their rejoicing. When he got to his own room, he stripped off his clothes, climbed into bed, and slept. Ender awoke when they shook him. It took a moment to recognize them, Graf and Rackham. He turned his back on them. "Let me sleep." "Ender, we need to talk to you," said Graf. Ender rolled back to face them. "They've been playing out the videos on Earth all day, all night since the battle yesterday." Yesterday? He had slept through until the next day. "You're a hero, Ender. They've seen what you did, you and the others. I don't think there's a government on Earth that hasn't voted you their highest medal." "I killed them all, didn't I?" Ender asked. "All who?" asked Graf. "The buggers?" "That was the idea." Mazer leaned in close. "That's what the war was for." "All their queens. So I killed all their children, all of everything." "They decided that when they attacked us. It wasn't your fault. It's what had to happen." Ender grabbed Mazer's uniform and hung onto it, pulling him down so they were face to face. "I didn't want to kill them all. I didn't want to kill anybody. I'm not a killer. You didn't want me, you bastards. You wanted Peter. But you made me do it. You tricked me into it." He was crying. He was out of control. "Of course we tricked you into it. That's the whole point," said Graf. "It had to be a trick or you couldn't have done it. It's the bind we were in. We had to have a commander with so much empathy that he would think like the buggers, understand them, and anticipate them. So much compassion that he could win the love of his underlings and work with them like a perfect machine, as perfect as the buggers. But somebody with that much compassion could never be the killer we needed, could never go into battle willing to win at all costs. If you knew, you couldn't do it. If you were the kind of person who would do it even if you knew, you could never have understood the buggers well enough." "And it had to be a child, Ender," said Mazer. "You were faster than me, better than me. I was too old and cautious. Any decent person who knows what warfare is can never go into battle with a whole heart. But you didn't know. We made sure you didn't know. You were reckless and brilliant and young. It's what you were born for. We had pilots with our ships, didn't we? Yes. I was ordering pilots to go in and die, and I didn't even know it. They knew it, Ender. And they went anyway. They knew what it was for. You never asked me. You never told me the truth about anything. You had to be a weapon, Ender, like a gun, like the little doctor, functioning perfectly but not knowing what you were aimed at. We aimed you. We're responsible. If there was something wrong, we did it. Tell me later, Ender said. His eyes closed. Mazer Rackham shook him. Don't go to sleep, Ender, he said. It's very important. You're finished with me, Ender said. Now leave me alone. That's why we're here, Mazer said. We're trying to tell you. They're not through with you, not at all. It's crazy down there. They're going to start a war. Americans claiming the Warsaw Pact is about to attack, and the Russians are saying the same thing about the hegemon. The bugger war isn't 24 hours dead, and the world down there is back to fighting again as bad as ever. And all of them are worried about you. All of them want you. The greatest military leader in history. They want you to lead their armies. The Americans, the hegemon, everybody but the Warsaw Pact, and they want you dead. Fine with me, said Ender. We have to take you away from here. There are Russian Marines all over Eros, and the Polemark is Russian. It could turn to bloodshed at any time. Ender turned his back on them again. This time they let him. He did not sleep, though. He listened to them. I was afraid of this, Rackham. You pushed him too hard. Some of those lesser outposts could have waited until after. You could have given him some days to rest. Are you doing it too, Graf? Trying to decide how I could have done it better? You don't know what would have happened if I hadn't pushed. Nobody knows. I did it the way I did it, and it worked. Above all, it worked. Memorize that defense, Graf. You may have to use it too. Sorry. I can see what it's done to him. Colonel Leakey says there's a good chance he'll be permanently damaged, but I don't believe it. He's too strong. Winning meant a lot to him, and he won. Don't tell me about Strong. The kid's 11. Give him some rest, Rackham. Things haven't exploded yet. We can post a guard outside his door. Or post a guard outside another door and pretend that it's his. Whatever. They went away. Ender slept again. Time passed without touching Ender except with glancing blows. Once he awoke for a few minutes with something pressing his hand, pushing downward on it with a dull, insistent pain. He reached over and touched it. It was a needle passing into a vein. He tried to pull it out, but it was taped on, and he was too weak. Another time he awoke in darkness to hear people near him murmuring and cursing. His ears were ringing with the loud noise that had awakened him. He did not remember the noise. "Get the lights on," someone said. And another time he thought he heard someone crying softly near him. It might have been a single day. It might have been a week. From his dreams, it could have been months. He seemed to pass through lifetimes in his dreams, through the giant's drink again, past the wolf children, reliving the terrible deaths, the constant murders. He heard a voice whispering in the forest, "You had to kill the children to get to the end of the world." And he tried to answer, "I never wanted to kill anybody. Nobody ever asked me if I wanted to kill anybody." But the forest laughed at him. And when he leapt from the cliff at the end of the world, sometimes it was not clouds that caught him, but a fighter that carried him to a vantage point near the surface of the bugger's world, so he could watch over and over the eruption of death when Dr. Device set off a reaction on the planet's face. Then closer and closer until he could watch individual buggers explode, turn to light, then collapse into a pile of dirt before his eyes. And the Queen, surrounded by infants, only the Queen was mother, and the infants were Valentine and all the children he had known in battle school. One of them had Bonzo's face, and he lay there bleeding through the eyes and nose, saying, "You have no honor." And always the dream ended with a mirror, or a pool of water, or the metal surface of a ship, something that would reflect his face back to him. At first it was always Peter's face, with blood and a snake's tail coming from the mouth. After a while, though, it began to be his own face, old and sad, with eyes that grieved for a billion murders. But they were his own eyes, and he was content to wear them. The world Ender lived in for many lifetimes during the 5 days of the League War. When he awoke again, he was lying in darkness. In the distance, he could hear the thump of explosions. He listened for a while, then he heard a soft footstep. He turned over and flung out a hand to grasp whoever was sneaking up on him. Sure enough, he caught someone's clothing and pulled him down toward his knees, ready to kill him if need be. "Ender, it's me. He knew the voice. It came out of his memory as if it were 1,000,000 years ago. A lie. "Salam, pinprick. What were you trying to do, kill me?" "Yes. I thought you were trying to kill me. I was trying not to wake you up. Well, at least you have some survival instinct left. The way Mazer talks about it, you were becoming a vegetable." "I was trying to." "What's the thumping?" "There's a war going on here. Our section is blacked out to keep us safe." Ender swung his legs out to sit up. He couldn't do it, though. His head hurt too bad. He winced in pain. "Don't sit up, Ender. It's all right. It looks like we might win it. Not all the Warsaw Pact people went with the Polamark. A lot of them came over when the Strategos told them you were loyal to the IF." "I was asleep." "So he lied. You weren't plotting treason in your dreams, were you? Some of the Russians who came in told us that when the Polamark ordered them to find you and kill you, they almost killed him. Whatever they may feel about other people, Ender, they love you. The whole world watched our battles, videos, day and night. I've seen some, complete with your voice giving the orders. It's all there, nothing censored. Good stuff. You've got a career in the vids." "I don't think so," said Ender. "I was joking. Hey, can you believe it? We won the war. We were so eager to grow up so we could fight in it, and it was us all the time. I mean, we're kids, Ender, and it was us." Alai laughed. "It was you, anyway. You were good, Bosch. I didn't know how you'd get us out of that last one, but you did. You were good." Ender noticed the way he spoke in the past. "I was good. What am I now, Alai?" "Still good. At what?" "At anything. There's 1,000,000 soldiers who'd follow you to the end of the universe." "I don't want to go to the end of the universe." "So where do you want to go? They'll follow you." "I want to go home," thought Ender, "but I don't know where it is." The thumping went silent. "Listen to that," said Alai. They listened. The door opened. Someone stood there, someone small. "It's over," he said. It was Bean. As if to prove it, the lights went on. "Ho, Bean." "Ho, Ender." Petra followed him in, with Dink holding her hand. They came to Ender's bed. "Hey, the hero's awake," said Dink. "Who won?" said Ender. "We did, Ender," said Bean. "You were there." "He's not that crazy, Bean. He meant who won just now." Petra took Ender's hand. "There was a truce on Earth. They've been negotiating for days. They finally agreed to accept the Locke proposal." "He doesn't know about the Locke proposal." "It's very complicated, but what it means here is that the IF will stay in existence, but without the Warsaw Pact in it. So the Warsaw Pact Marines are going home. I think Russia agreed to it because they're facing a revolt in the Islamic States. Everybody's got troubles. About 500 died here, but it was worse on Earth." "The hegemon resigned," said Dink. "It's crazy down there." "Who cares?" "You okay?" Petra asked him, touching his head. "You scared us. They said you were crazy, and we said they were crazy." "Oh, I'm crazy," said Ender. "But I think I'm okay." "When did you decide that?" asked Alai. "When I thought you were about to kill me, and I decided to kill you first. I guess I'm just a killer to the core. But I'd rather be alive than dead." They laughed and agreed with him. Then Ender began to cry and embraced Bean and Petra, who were closest. "I missed you," he said. "I wanted to see you so bad." You saw us pretty bad, Petra answered. She kissed his cheek. I saw you magnificent, said Ender. The ones I needed most, I used up soonest. Bad planning on my part. Everybody's okay now, said Dink. Nothing was wrong with any of us that 5 days of cowering in blacked-out rooms in the middle of a war couldn't cure. I don't have to be your commander anymore, do I? Asked Ender. I don't want to command anybody again. You don't have to command anybody, said Dink, but you're always our commander. Then they were silent for a while. So what do we do now? Asked Eli. The bugger war's over, and so's the war down there on Earth, and even the war here. What do we do now? We're kids, said Petra. They'll probably make us go to school. It's a law. You have to go to school until you're 17. They all laughed at that. Laughed until tears streamed down their faces.
The lake was still. There was no breeze. The two men sat together in chairs on the floating dock. A small wooden raft was tied up at the dock. Graf hooked his foot in the rope and pulled the raft in, then let it drift out, then pulled it in again. You've lost weight. One kind of stress puts it on, another takes it off. I'm a creature of chemicals. It must have been hard. Graf shrugged. Not really. I knew I'd be acquitted. Some of us weren't so sure. People were crazy for a while there. Mistreatment of children, negligent homicide. Those videos of Bonzo's and Stilson's deaths were pretty gruesome. To watch one child do that to another. As much as anything, I think the videos saved me. The prosecution edited them, but we showed the whole thing. It was plain that Ender was not the provocateur. After that, it was just a second-guessing game. I said I did what I believed was necessary for the preservation of the human race, and it worked. We got the judges to agree that the prosecution had to prove beyond doubt that Ender would have won the war without the training we gave him. After that, it was simple. The exigencies of war. Anyway, Graf, it was a great relief to us. I know we quarreled, and I know the prosecution used tapes of our conversations against you, but by then I knew you were right, and I offered to testify for you. I know, Anderson. My lawyers told me. So what will you do now? I don't know. I'm still relaxing. I have a few years of leave accrued, enough to take me to retirement, and I have plenty of salary that I never used, sitting around in banks. I could live on the interest. Maybe I'll do nothing. It sounds nice, but I couldn't stand it. I've been offered the presidency of 3 different universities, on the theory that I'm an educator. They don't believe me when I say that all I ever cared about at the battle school was the game. I think I'll go with the other offer. Commissioner. Now that the wars are over, it's time to play games again. It'll be almost like vacation anyway. Only 28 teams in the league. Though after years of watching those children flying, football is like watching slugs bash into each other. They laughed. Graf sighed and pushed the raft with his foot. That raft. Surely you can't float on it. Graf shook his head. Ender built it. That's right. This is where you took him. It's even been deeded over to him. I saw to it that he was amply rewarded. He'll have all the money he ever needs. If they ever let him come back to use it. They never will. With Demosthenes agitating for him to come home? Demosthenes isn't on the nets anymore. Anderson raised an eyebrow. What does that mean? Demosthenes has retired. Permanently. You know something, you old fart-eater. You know who Demosthenes is. Was. Well, tell me. No. You're no fun anymore, Graf. I never was. At least you can tell me why. There were a lot of us who thought Demosthenes would be hegemon someday. There was never a chance of that. No. Even Demosthenes' mob of political cretins couldn't persuade the hegemon to bring Ender back to Earth. Ender is far too dangerous. He's only 11, 12 now. All the more dangerous, because he could so easily be controlled. In all the world, the name of Ender is one to conjure with. The child god, the miracle worker, with life and death in his hands. Every petty tyrant-to-be would like to have the boy, to set him in front of an army and watch the world either flock to join or cower in fear. If Ender came to Earth, he'd want to come here, to rest, to salvage what he can of his childhood. But they'd never let him rest. I see. Someone explained that to Demosthenes. Graf smiled. Demosthenes explained it to someone else. Someone who could have used Ender as no one else could have, to rule the world and make the world like it. Who? Locke. Locke is the one who argued for Ender to stay on Eros. All is not always as it seems. It's too deep for me, Graf. Give me the game. Nice, neat rules. Referees, beginnings and endings, winners and losers, and then everybody goes home to their families. Get me tickets to some games now and then, all right? You won't really stay here and retire, will you? No. You're going into the hegemony, aren't you? I'm the new Minister of Colonization. So they're doing it. As soon as we get the reports back on the bugger colony worlds. I mean, there they are, already fertile, with housing and industry in place, and all the buggers dead. Very convenient. We'll repeal the population limitation laws, which everybody hates, and all those thirds and fourths and fifths will get on starships and head out for worlds known and unknown. Will people really go? People always go. Always. They always believe they can make a better life than in the old world. What the hell? Maybe they can.
At first, Ender believed that they would bring him back to Earth as soon as things quieted down. But things were quiet now, had been quiet for a year, and it was plain to him now that they would not bring him back at all, that he was much more useful as a name and a story than he would ever be as an inconvenient flesh-and-blood person. And there was the matter of the court-martial and the crimes of Colonel Graf. Admiral Shamrajnagar tried to keep Ender from watching it, but failed. Ender had been awarded the rank of Admiral too, and this was one of the few times he asserted the privileges the rank implied. So he watched the videos of the fights with Stilson and Bonzo, watched as the photographs of the corpses were displayed, listened as the psychologists and lawyers argued whether murder had been committed or the killing was in self-defense. Ender had his own opinion, but no one asked him. Throughout the trial, it was really Ender himself under attack. The prosecution was too clever to charge him directly, but there were attempts to make him look sick, perverted, criminally insane. "Never mind," said Mazer Rackham. "The politicians are afraid of you, but they can't destroy your reputation yet. That won't be done until the historians get at you in 30 years. Ender didn't care about his reputation. He watched the videos impassively, but in fact he was amused. "In battle I killed 10 billion buggers, whose queens at least were as alive and wise as any man, who had not even launched a third attack against us, and no one thinks to call it a crime." All his crimes weighed heavy on him, the deaths of Stilson and Bonzo, no heavier and no lighter than the rest. And so with that burden he waited through the empty months until the world that he had saved decided he could come home. One by one, his friends reluctantly left him, called home to their families to be received with heroes' welcomes in hometowns they barely remembered. Ender watched the videos of their homecomings and was touched when they spent much of their time praising Ender Wiggin, who taught them everything, they said, who taught them and led them into victory. But if they called for him to be brought home, the words were censored from the videos, and no one heard the plea. For a time, the only work in Eros was cleaning up after the Bloody League War and receiving the reports of the starships, once warships, that were now exploring the bugger colony worlds. But now Eros was busier than ever, more crowded than it had ever been during the war, as colonists were brought here to prepare for their voyages to the empty bugger worlds. Ender took part in the work as much as they would let him. It did not occur to them that this 12-year-old boy might be as gifted at peace as he was at war. But he was patient with their tendency to ignore him, and learned to make his proposals and suggest his plans through the few adults who listened to him, and let them present them as their own. He was concerned not about getting credit, but about getting the job done. The one thing he could not bear was the worship of the colonists. He learned to avoid the tunnels where they lived because they would always recognize him. The world had memorized his face. And then they would scream and shout and embrace him and congratulate him and show him the children they had named after him and tell him how he was so young it broke their hearts, and they didn't blame him for any of his murders because it wasn't his fault, he was just a child. He hid from them as best he could. There was one colonist, though, he couldn't hide from. He wasn't inside Eros that day. He had gone up with the shuttle to the new ISL, where he had been learning to do surface work on the starships. It was unbecoming to an officer to do mechanical labor, Shamrajnagar told him, but Ender answered that since the trade he had mastered wasn't much called for now, it was about time he learned another skill. They spoke to him through his helmet radio and told him that someone was waiting to see him as soon as he could come in. Ender couldn't think of anyone he wanted to see, and so he didn't hurry. He finished installing the shield for the ship's Ansible, and then hooked his way across the face of the ship and pulled himself up into the airlock. She was waiting for him outside the changing room. For a moment he was annoyed that they would let a colonist come to bother him here, where he came to be alone. Then he looked again and realized that if the young woman were a little girl, he would know her. "Valentine," he said.
Hi, Ender.
"What are you doing here?"
Demosthenes retired. Now I'm going with the first colony.
That's 50 years to get there.
Only 2 years, if you're aboard the ship.
And if you ever came back, everybody you knew on Earth would be dead.
That was what I had in mind. I was hoping, though, that someone I knew on Eros might come with me.
I don't want to go to a world we stole from the buggers. I just want to go home.
Ender, you're never going back to Earth. I saw to that before I left.
He looked at her in silence.
I tell you that now so that if you want to hate me, you can hate me from the beginning.
They went to Ender's tiny compartment in the ISL, and she explained. Peter wanted Ender back on Earth under the protection of the Hegemon's Council.
The way things are right now, Ender, that would put you effectively under Peter's control, since half the Council now does just what Peter wants. The ones that aren't Locke's lapdogs are under his thumb in other ways.
Do they know who he really is?
Yes. He isn't publicly known, but people in high places know him. It doesn't matter anymore. He has too much power for them to worry about his age. He's done incredible things, Ender.
I noticed the treaty a year ago was named for Locke.
That was his breakthrough. He proposed it through his friends from the public policy nets, and then Demosthenes got behind it too. It was the moment he had been waiting for, to use Demosthenes' influence with the mob and Locke's influence with the intelligentsia to accomplish something noteworthy. It forestalled a really vicious war that could have lasted for decades.
He decided to be a statesman.
I think so. But in his cynical moments, of which there are many, he pointed out to me that if he had allowed the League to fall apart completely, he'd have to conquer the world piece by piece. As long as the hegemony existed, he could do it in one lump.
Ender nodded. That's the Peter that I knew.
Funny, isn't it? That Peter would save millions of lives.
While I killed billions.
I wasn't going to say that.
So he wanted to use me?
He had plans for you, Ender. He would publicly reveal himself when you arrived, going to meet you in front of all the videos, Ender Wiggins' older brother, who also happened to be the Great Locke, the architect of peace. Standing next to you, he would look quite mature. And the physical resemblance between you is stronger than ever. It would be quite simple for him, then, to take over.
Why did you stop him?
Ender, you wouldn't be happy spending the rest of your life as Peter's pawn.
Why not? I've spent my life as someone's pawn.
Me too. I showed Peter all the evidence that I had assembled, enough to prove in the eyes of the public that he was a psychotic killer. It included full-color pictures of tortured squirrels and some of the monitor videos of the way he treated you. It took some work to get it all together, but by the time he saw it, he was willing to give me what I wanted. What I wanted was your freedom and mine.
It's not my idea of freedom to go live in the house of the people that I killed.
Ender, what's done is done. Their worlds are empty now, and ours is full. And we can take with us what their worlds have never known. Cities full of people who live private, individual lives, who love and hate each other for their own reasons. In all the bugger worlds, there was never more than a single story to be told. When we're there, the world will be full of stories, and will improvise their endings day by day. Ender Earth belongs to Peter, and if you don't go with me now, he'll have you there, and use you up until you wish you'd never been born. Now is the only chance you'll get to get away.
Ender said nothing.
I know what you're thinking, Ender. You're thinking that I'm trying to control you just as much as Peter or Graf or any of the others.
It crossed my mind.
Welcome to the human race. Nobody controls his own life, Ender. The best you can do is choose to fill the roles given you by good people, by people who love you. I didn't come here because I wanted to be a colonist. I came here because I've spent my whole life in the company of the brother that I hated. Now I want a chance to know the brother that I love, before it's too late, before we're not children anymore.
It's already too late for that.
You're wrong, Ender. You think you're grown up and tired and jaded with everything, but in your heart, you're just as much a kid as I am. We can keep it a secret from everybody else. While you're governing the colony and I'm writing political philosophy, they'll never guess that in the darkness of night we sneak into each other's rooms and play checkers and have pillow fights.
Ender laughed. But he had noticed some things she dropped too casually for them to be accidental. Governing?
I'm Demosthenes, Ender. I went out with a bang. A public announcement that I believed so much in the colonization movement that I was going in the first ship myself. At the same time, the Minister of Colonization, a former colonel named Graf, announced that the pilot of the colony ship would be the great Mazer Rackham, and the governor of the first colony it established would be Ender Wiggin.
They might have asked me.
I wanted to ask you myself.
But it's already announced.
No, they'll be announcing it tomorrow, if you accept. Mazer accepted a few hours ago, back in Eros.
You're telling everyone that you're Demosthenes? A 14-year-old girl?
We're only telling them that Demosthenes is going with the colony. Let them spend the next 50 years poring over the passenger list, trying to figure out which one of them is the great demagogue of the age of Locke.
Ender laughed and shook his head. You're actually having fun, Val.
I can't think why I shouldn't.
All right, said Ender. I'll go. Maybe even as governor, as long as you and Mazer are there to help me. My abilities are a little underused at present.
She squealed and hugged him, for all the world like a typical teenage girl who just got the present that she wanted from her little brother.
Val, he said, I just want one thing clear. I'm not going for you. I'm not going in order to be governor or because I'm bored here. I'm going because I know the buggers better than any other living soul. And maybe if I go there, I can understand them better. I stole their future from them. I can only begin to repay by seeing what I can learn from their past.
The voyage was long. By the end of it, Val had finished the first volume of her history of the Bugger Wars and transmitted it by Ansible, under Demosthenes' name, back to Earth. And Ender had won something better than the adulation of the passengers. They knew him now, and he had won their love and their respect. He worked hard on the new world. He quickly understood the differences between military and civilian leadership, and governed by persuasion rather than fiat, and by working as hard as anyone at the tasks involved in setting up a self-sustaining economy. But his most important work, as everyone agreed, was exploring what the buggers had left behind, trying to find among structures, machinery, and fields long untended, some things that human beings could use, could learn from. There were no books to read. The buggers never needed them. With all things present in their memories, all things spoken as they were thought, when the buggers died, their knowledge died with them. And yet, from the sturdiness of the roofs that covered their animal sheds and their food supplies, Ender learned that winter would be hard, with heavy snows. From fences with sharpened stakes that pointed outward, he learned that there were marauding animals that were a danger to the crops or the herds. From the mill, he learned that the long, foul-tasting fruits that grew in the overgrown orchards were dried and ground into meal. And from the slings that once were used to carry infants along with adults into the fields, he learned that even though the buggers were not much for individuality, they did care for their young. Life settled down, and years passed. The colony lived in wooden houses and used the tunnels of the bugger city for storage and manufactories. They were governed by a council now, and administrators were elected, so that Ender, though they still called him governor, was in fact only a judge. There were crimes and quarrels, alongside kindness and cooperation. There were people who loved each other, and people who did not. It was a human world. They did not wait so eagerly for each new transmission from the Ansible. The names that were famous on Earth meant little to them now. The only name they knew was that of Peter Wiggin, the hegemon of Earth. The only news that came was news of peace, of prosperity, of great ships leaving the littoral of Earth's solar system, passing the comet shield, and filling up the bugger worlds. Soon there would be other colonies on this world, Ender's world. Soon there would be neighbors. Already they were halfway here. But no one cared. They would help the newcomers when they came, teach them what they had learned. But what mattered in life now was who would marry whom, and who was sick, and when was planting time, and why should I pay him when the calf died 3 weeks after I got it? They've become people of the land, said Valentine. No one cares now that Demosthenes is sending the 7th volume of his history today. No one here will read it. Ender pressed a button and his desk showed him the next page. Very insightful, Valentine. How many more volumes until you're through? Just one. The story of Ender Wiggin. What will you do? Wait to write it until I'm dead? No. Just write it, and when I've brought it up to present day, I'll stop. I have a better idea. Take it up to the day we won the final battle. Stop it there. Nothing that I've done since then is worth writing down. Maybe, said Valentine. And maybe not.
The Ansible had brought them word that the new colony ship was only a year away. They asked Ender to find a place for them to settle in, near enough to Ender's colony that the two colonies could trade, but far enough apart that they could be governed separately. Ender used the helicopter and began to explore. He took one of the children along, an 11-year-old boy named Abra. He had been only 3 when the colony was founded, and he remembered no other world than this. He and Ender flew as far away as Ender thought the new colony should be, then camped for the night and got a feel for the land on foot the next morning. It was on the 3rd morning that Ender suddenly began to feel an uneasy sense that he had been in this place before. He looked around. It was new land. He had never seen it. He called out to Abra. "Ho, Ender," Abra called. He was on top of a steep, low hill. "Come up." Ender scrambled up, the turves coming away from his feet in the soft ground. Abra was pointing downward. "Can you believe this?" he asked. The hill was hollow. A deep depression in the middle, partially filled with water, was ringed by concave slopes that cantilevered dangerously over the water. In one direction, the hill gave way to 2 long ridges that made a V-shaped valley. In the other direction, the hill rose to a piece of white rock, grinning like a skull, with a tree growing out of its mouth. "It's like a giant died here," said Abra, "and the earth grew up to cover his carcass." Now Ender knew why it had looked familiar, the giant's corpse. He had played here too many times as a child not to know this place. But it was not possible. The computer in the battle school could not possibly have seen this place. He looked through his binoculars in a direction he knew well, fearing and hoping that he would see what belonged in that place. Swings and slides. Monkey bars, now overgrown, but the shapes still unmistakable. "Somebody had to have built this," Abra said. "Look, this skull place, it's not rock. Look at it, this is concrete." "I know," said Ender. "They built it for me." "What?" "I know this place, Abra. The buggers built it for me. The buggers were all dead 50 years before we got here." "You're right. It's impossible, but I know what I know. Abra, I shouldn't take you with me. It might be dangerous. If they knew me well enough to build this place, they might be planning to get even with you? For killing them. So don't go, Ender. Don't do what they want you to do." "If they want to get revenge, Abra, I don't mind. But perhaps they don't. Perhaps this is the closest they could come to talking, to writing me a note. They didn't know how to read and write. Maybe they were learning when they died." "Well, I'm sure as hell not sticking around here if you're taking off somewhere. I'm going with you." "No. You're too young to take the risk of—" "Come on! You're Ender Wiggin. Don't tell me what 11-year-old kids can do." Together they flew in the copter, over the playground, over the woods, over the well in the forest clearing. Then out to where there was, indeed, a cliff, with a cave in the cliff wall, and the ledge right where the end of the world should be. And there in the distance, just where it should be in the fantasy game, was the castle tower. He left Abra with the copter. "Don't come after me, and go home in an hour if I don't come back." "Eat it, Ender. I'm coming with you. Eat it yourself, Abra, or I'll stuff you with mud." Abra could tell, despite Ender's joking tone, that he meant it, and so he stayed. The walls of the tower were notched and ledged for easy climbing. They meant him to get in. The room was as it had always been. Ender remembered well enough to look for a snake on the floor, but there was only a rug with a carved snake's head in one corner. Imitation, not duplication. For a people who made no art, they had done well. They must have dragged these images from Ender's own mind, finding him and learning his darkest dreams across the light years. But why? To bring him to this room, of course, to leave a message for him. But where was the message, and how would he understand it? The mirror was waiting for him on the wall. It was a dull sheet of metal in which the rough shape of a human face had been scratched. They tried to draw the image I should see in the picture, and, looking at the mirror, he could remember breaking it, pulling it from the wall, and snakes leaping out of the hidden place, attacking him, biting him wherever their poisonous fangs could find purchase. How well do they know me, wondered Ender. Well enough to know how often I have thought of death, to know that I am not afraid of it. Well enough to know that even if I feared death, it would not stop me from taking that mirror from the wall. He walked to the mirror, lifted, pulled away. Nothing jumped from the space behind it. Instead, in a hollowed-out place, there was a white ball of silk with a few frayed strands sticking out here and there. An egg? No. The pupa of a queen bugger, already fertilized by the larval males, ready, out of her own body, to hatch 100,000 buggers, including a few queens and males. Ender could see in his mind the slug-like males clinging to the walls of a dark tunnel, and the large adults carrying the infant queen to the mating room. Each male in turn penetrated the larval queen, shuddered in ecstasy, and died, dropping to the tunnel floor and shriveling. Then the new queen was laid before the old, a magnificent creature clad in soft and shimmering wings, which had long since lost the power of flight, but still contained the power of majesty. The old queen kissed her to sleep with the gentle poison in her lips, then wrapped her in threads from her belly, and commanded her to become herself, to become a new city, a new world, to give birth to many queens and many worlds. How do I know this? Thought Ender. How can I see these things like memories in my own mind? As if in answer, he saw the first of all his battles with the bugger fleets. He had seen it before on the simulator. Now he saw it as the hive queens saw it, through many different eyes. The buggers formed their globe of ships, and then the terrible fighters came out of the darkness, and the little doctor destroyed them in a blaze of light. He felt, then, what the hive queen felt, watching through her workers' eyes as death came to them too quickly to avoid, but not too quickly to be anticipated. There was no memory of pain or fear, though. What the hive queen felt was sadness, a sense of resignation. She had not thought these words as she saw the humans coming to kill, but it was in words that Ender understood her. The humans did not forgive us, she thought. We will surely die. How can you live again? He asked. The queen in her silken cocoon had no words to give back, but when he closed his eyes and tried to remember, instead of memory came new images. Putting the cocoon in a cool place, a dark place, but with water, so she wasn't dry, so that certain reactions could take place in the cocoon. Then time, days and weeks for the pupa inside to change. And then, when the cocoon had changed to a dusty brown color, Ender saw himself splitting open the cocoon and helping the small and fragile queen emerge. He saw himself taking her by the forelimb and helping her walk from her birth water to a nesting place, soft with dried leaves on sand. Then I am alive, came the thought in his mind. Then I am awake. Then I make my 10,000 children. No, said Ender, I can't. Anguish. Your children are the monsters of our nightmares now. If I awoke you, we would only kill you again. There flashed through his mind a dozen images of human beings being killed by buggers, but with the image came a grief so powerful he could not bear it, and he wept their tears for them. If you could make them feel as you can make me feel, then perhaps they could forgive you. Only me, he realized. They found me through the Ansible, followed it, and dwelt in my mind. In the agony of my tortured dreams, they came to know me even as I spent my days destroying them. They found my fear of them, and found also that I had no knowledge I was killing them. In the few weeks they had, They built this place for me, and the giant's corpse, and the ledge at the end of the world, so I would find this place by the evidence of my eyes. I am the only one they know, and so they can only talk to me and through me. We are like you, the thought pressed into his mind. We did not mean to murder, and when we understood, we never came again. We thought we were the only thinking beings in the universe until we met you, but never did we dream that thought could arise from the lonely animals who cannot dream each other's dreams. How were we to know we could live with you in peace? Believe us, believe us, believe us. He reached into the cavity and took out the cocoon. It was astonishingly light, to hold all the hope and future of a great race within it. "I'll carry you," said Ender. "I'll go from world to world until I find a time and a place where you can come awake in safety. And I'll tell your story to my people, so that perhaps in time they can forgive you too, the way that you've forgiven me." He wrapped the queen's cocoon in his jacket and carried her from the tower. "What was in there?" asked Abra. "The answer," said Ender. "To what?" "My question." And that was all he said of the matter. They searched for 5 more days and chose a site for the colony far to the east and south of the tower. Weeks later, he came to Valentine and told her to read something he had written. She pulled the file he named from the ship's computer and read it. It was written as if the Hive Queen spoke, telling all that they had meant to do and all that they had done. "Here are our failures, and here is our greatness. We did not mean to hurt you, and we forgive you for our death." From their earliest awareness to the great wars that swept across their home world, Ender told the story quickly, as if it were ancient memory. When he came to the tale of the Great Mother, the Queen of all, who first learned to keep and teach the new queen instead of killing her or driving her away, then he lingered, telling how many times she had finally to destroy the child of her body, the new self that was not herself, until she bore one who understood her quest for harmony. This was a new thing in the world. 2 queens that loved and helped each other instead of battling, and together they were stronger than any other hive. They prospered. They had more daughters who joined them in peace. It was the beginning of wisdom. "If only we could have talked to you," the Hive Queen said in Ender's words. "But since it could not be, we ask only this, that you remember us not as enemies, but as tragic sisters, changed into a foul shape by fate or God or evolution. If we had kissed, it would have been the miracle to make us human in each other's eyes. Instead, we killed each other. But still we welcome you now as guest friends. Come into our home, daughters of Earth, dwell in our tunnels, harvest our fields. What we cannot do, you are now our hands to do for us. Blossom, trees, ripen, fields. Be warm for them, suns. Be fertile for them, planets. They are our adopted daughters, and they have come home." The book that Ender wrote was not long, but in it was all the good and all the evil that the Hive Queen knew. And he signed it, not with his name, but with a title: Speaker for the Dead. On Earth, the book was published quietly, and quietly it was passed from hand to hand until it was hard to believe that anyone on Earth might not have read it. Most who read it found it interesting. Some who read it refused to set it aside. They began to live by it as best they could, and when their loved ones died, a believer would arise beside the grave to be the speaker for the dead, and say what the dead one would have said, but with full candor, hiding no faults and pretending no virtues. Those who came to such services sometimes found them painful and disturbing, but there were many who decided that their life was worthwhile enough, despite their errors, that when they died, a speaker should tell the truth for them. On Earth it remained a religion among many religions, but for those who traveled the great cave of space and lived their lives in the Hive Queen's tunnels and harvested the Hive Queen's fields, it was the only religion. There was no colony without its speaker for the dead. No one knew, and no one really wanted to know who was the original speaker. Ender was not inclined to tell them. When Valentine was 25 years old, she finished the last volume of her History of the Bugger Wars. She included at the end the complete text of Ender's little book, but did not say that Ender wrote it. By Ansible, she got an answer from the ancient hegemon, Peter Wiggin, 77 years old with a failing heart. "I know who wrote it," he said. "If he can speak for the buggers, surely he can speak for me." Back and forth across the Ansible, Ender and Peter spoke, with Peter pouring out the story of his days and years, his crimes and his kindnesses. And when he died, Ender wrote a second volume, again signed by the speaker for the dead. Together, his two books were called The Hive Queen and The Hegemon, and they were holy writ. "Come on," he said to Valentine one day. "Let's fly away and live forever." "We can't," she said. "There are miracles even relativity can't pull off, Ender. We have to go. I'm almost happy here. So stay. I've lived too long with pain. I won't know who I am without it." So they boarded a starship and went from world to world. Wherever they stopped, he was always Andrew Wiggin, itinerant speaker for the dead, and she was always Valentine, historian errant, writing down the stories of the living, while Ender spoke the stories of the dead. And always Ender carried with him a dry, white cocoon, looking for the world where the Hive Queen could awaken and thrive in peace. He looked a long time.
A postscript. Orson Scott Card.
So, it's been 20 years since Ender's Game was first published as a hardcover novel. Of course, for me, it's been a lot longer than that. It was a short story, originally, a novelette, according to the technical definition, that came out in the August 1977 issue of Analog. But let's go back even further than that. It was 1967 when I first came up with the idea of writing Ender's Game, of the story of Ender's Game. My older brother Bill was dating a girl named Laura Dean Lowe, who later, of course, became Mrs. Bill Card. And at the time, she was an avid science fiction reader. Bill was interested in science fiction also. And she introduced him to the Foundation trilogy. And knowing that I also was somewhat interested in science fiction, they gave me the first and third volumes, first Foundation and what is it called? It's just Foundation, that's what it is, and then Second Foundation by Isaac Asimov. They weren't able to pick up the middle book, but Isaac Asimov's magnum opus was wonderful for me. It was illuminating. I hadn't read science fiction in several years at that point, and not on a regular basis. And I plunged into that book, and it came to life for me. I've always admired Asimov. I still admire him as probably the finest writer of English prose in the American tradition, the plain tradition, where you don't have highly decorated and highly figured speech, but instead the narration is as clean and clear and the author is as invisible as possible. And as I read the Foundation trilogy, I came to realize that this is something that I really would like to do myself. I often tell young writers that there are two reasons for becoming a writer. One of them is you read something wonderful and you say, "Oh, wow, I want to be able to write like that." The other reason is you read something absolutely awful and you say, "Man, if that got published, I can write." Well, I always tell people that my motive for starting out as a writer was the latter. And it's really true. When I actually practically started writing, when I actually started setting words down on paper in a serious way, it was because I had seen some plays that I thought were pretty awful, and I thought, if that can be put on, I can write plays. And so I started doing it, and they were put on, and that was the beginning of my writing career. But my interest in becoming a writer actually was prompted by the first motive. And it was reading Isaac Asimov that made me think, I'd like to be able to do that. I'd like to be able to tell stories that can make people feel the way I feel when I'm reading Asimov's Foundation trilogy. So I set myself the task, then in 1967, I was 16 years old, set myself the task of figuring out what a good science fiction story would be. Now, at the time, the Vietnam War was on, and my brother Bill was in the military. In fact, he was stationed at Fort Douglas while he was dating Laura Dean, and he was recovering from a broken leg that happened while he was riding bikes with me and my younger brother Russell, while Bill was on leave from the military. So he had already served in Korea for a while, and now he was stationed in Salt Lake City, and close at hand. But I had been aware of all of his training. He had gone through basic training and had been an outstanding private in that setting. In fact, so outstanding that they moved him on to Officers Candidate School. But he washed himself out. He chose not to continue there because to him it just made no sense that they would try to train somebody to be an officer by breaking his will and treating him really badly. He felt like they should be treating them well and helping them to rely on their own sense of initiative. So he felt like it was a counterproductive training program, and from what he said, I believed it absolutely. So the issue of training, what good training would be, what bad training would be, was strongly in my mind. And I must confess also, of course, at the age of 16, I was only a year and a half, couple of years maybe away from being draft age at 18. And that had to, play a role in my thinking. And I remember at the time, what I feared most was basic training. I honestly didn't fear death. For one thing, anybody with a brain would know that somebody who types 80 to 100 words per minute was never going to be on the front lines anywhere. I was going to be in some office somewhere typing up some general's orders or something like that. My chances of actually being a grunt soldier in danger of losing life and limb in Vietnam were nil. But what I dreaded was basic training. I was not an athletic person. All of basic training, no matter what branch of the service you were going into, was going to be about climbing, ropes and going over obstacles and ducking under bullets. And I didn't mind the ducking under bullets, wasn't afraid of getting dirty. But the second I would have to climb up a rope hand over hand or chin myself, I had never been able to do a chin-up in my life. I was not strong. And I wasn't fat, but I was soft-bodied and had some extra weight. It was just not, the military was not something that I looked forward to. So training itself was an object of dread for me, personally. So with all of those thoughts in mind, my brother's experience with it, my dread of training, then I thought, okay, how do you turn this subject into a science fiction story? And I thought, okay, what if you're training for a future war, a war that will take place in space, a war where individual humans will go outside of ships and go from ship to ship in zero gravity? How do you train for that without losing soldiers? I mean, that's one of the, when they do live ammunition training in the military, there's a danger that if somebody sticks his head up, he'll get machine gun bullets in it. And that sort of puts an end to the investment that they've placed in your training. And so I thought, what do you do about the danger of somebody drifting off into space and being lost in the thick of mock combat during training? So I thought, okay, what they need to do is train them in zero gravity, but in an enclosed space. And that's when I came up with the idea of battle school, of having a cubed space, about a football field on a side, in which you could engage in combat, mock combat, of course, and train to start thinking the way you would need to train, the way you need to think, rather, in order to succeed in zero gravity combat. Well, from there, it was a short step, and this was all still, of course, when I was 16, to realizing that it's not enough to protect them. You have to help them to think differently. And I had read Nordhoff and Hall's Bounty trilogy as a junior high student and really loved it. It's a wonderful piece of history converted into a fictionalized account that really comes to life, especially for the young. I went on to read another book by Nordhoff and Hall, which was about World War I flying aces. And they talked about the training that these World War I pilots went through. There had never been combat flying before. And they found out very quickly that one of the main ways that they lost pilots and planes, of course, was that the pilots thought only in the horizontal plane. They would look to the left, they'd look to the right, they'd even turn around and look behind them, and they'd find no enemies in view, and they'd think they were safe. The enemy that killed them would come from above, would come from out of the sun, would come from below them. And all of a sudden there'd be bullets flying, and they'd have no idea where the bullets were coming from, until, of course, they went down in flames. In space, the problem would be even more difficult because, of course, when you're flying an airplane, up and down still exist. They matter. But in space, there's not even an up and down. Every direction is up. Every direction is down. Every direction can be left or right depending on which way your body is twisted. So if you are thinking in any kind of terrestrial framework, any gravity-based framework, you'll be vulnerable to an enemy. You'll be thinking improperly. And so I thought one of the main things they have to do in Zero-G is train them not to think like planet-bound people. Well, I thought that was a great idea. Battle School was going to be my science fiction story. But then I realized that I still had no story. All I had was a setting. And I had no idea who the story should be about, so the idea sat in the back of my mind for several years. I actually worked on another science fiction series that I had thought of. It became the Worthing Saga. I wrote several of those stories and did that in my teens before I went on my mission for the LDS Church to Brazil. And while I was in Brazil, I brought out this Battle School idea again and tried to come up with a story, and I still didn't have one. It wasn't until years later, 1975, I was working as an editor at Brigham Young University Press, and I was running a theater company, which I discovered that you can have a hit play, in fact, a season of hit plays, and lose money hand over fist. And I was funding it all out of season ticket sales. I mean, literally, I went out and sold season tickets at $20 each, and I was almost the only person selling, and most of the ticket sales were mine. And that was our budget. That was our funding, was however much money we brought in. So the incredible thing is that we were really only a few $100s in debt. But for me, you know, on a copy editor's salary, how in the world was I going to repay the few $100s that we owed? So I realized I needed a supplemental income. And since I had utterly no skills whatsoever, I had no choice but either to take a job typing in the evenings or make some money as a writer. I felt like as a playwright I had talent, but they didn't pay you for that. I was losing money at that. So I tried my hand at fiction. And the first thing I did was dust off one of those Worthing stories that I had written before my mission, and I revised it, of course. I'd learned a little bit since then, and sent it off to Ben Bova at Analog. And he wrote back and said, I really like the way you write, but unfortunately the story is not science fiction, it's fantasy. But if you actually write a science fiction story, please send it to me. Well, at first I was outraged. How could he say that? The Worthing Saga is absolutely, definitely science fiction. But then I looked very closely and realized, of course, the story I sent him didn't include any of the surrounding information that let you know that it was on another planet, etc., etc. It just felt like a story about magic. And that was when I learned my rule, that the difference between science fiction and fantasy in this world is not any of the elaborate rules that you hear. The difference is simply this. Science fiction has rivets, fantasy has trees. If you look at the covers of science fiction and fantasy books, you'll find that I'm right. There's some kind of sheet metal or plastic smooth surface, usually with rivets in it, and that makes it science fiction. And if instead you see a bunch of trees and people going in a woodsy, elvesy setting, then you know you're dealing with fantasy. And so by that definition, the Worthing story that I had sent to Ben Bova was absolutely fantasy. But I did have this idea for Battle School in the back of my mind. And now I was serious. I needed money. And even though science fiction short stories didn't pay much, they paid more than I had. And that was enough for me. I knew I wasn't going to be able to break into the New Yorker for bigger bucks or Playboy magazine or any of the other magazines at the time that paid in the thousands of dollars. My best hope was to sell at 5 cents a word a science fiction short story. So I dusted off the Battle School idea, and now was when I had the insight that made it a story. I thought, if you're going to try to train people to not think in a planet-bound way, then what you need to do is get them when they're really young. And as soon as I realized that the people inside the battle school, inside the battle room,